Chen Qingyuan, I offer you two choices. 1. Become my partner in enlightenment 2. Deep within a forbidden zone known as Tianyuan, a girl clad in a red dress spoke coldly. Her gown trailed behind her, adorned with a few exquisite blooms, while her bare feet revealed ankles as white as jade, unblemished and delicate. A dark veil obscured her visage, leaving only a pair of eyes shimmering like distant stars in view, delicate brows akin to willows, cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall, and her every smile and frown exuded undeniable charm. I choose the second option, the youth in a blue robe said decisively, interrupting before the girl in red could continue her words. Beautiful women are akin to poison, especially those who have lived for countless years. Chen Qingyuan had endured a century of torment at the hands of the girl in red and fully understood how terrifying she was. He would not be swayed by her appearance. Moreover, he had made a verbal agreement with another girl to become partners in enlightenment, a vow he could not break. You fool! Don't you dare regret this, the girl in red shot him a glare, huffing disdainfully. I shall never regret, Chen Qingyuan replied with unwavering resolve. Then we shall establish 9 pacts, after which I shall grant you your freedom and sever our ties, the girl in red declared, producing a jade bracelet from thin air and extending it towards Chen Qingyuan. Taking the bracelet, Chen Qingyuan set off on his journey home. After being trapped in Tianyuan for a century, he was elated to finally leave that wretched place behind. In the North Wilds, in the Felixing domain at Xianxing Dao sect. Master, the soul lamp of little master uncle has lit up. Today, a core disciple on duty at the soul hall discovered something alarming and rushed to the elder's hall in a panic. Nonsense. Your little master uncle has been dead for over a century. An elderly man brewing tea scolded loudly. It's true. You can check for yourself. The disciple persisted, having verified the news multiple times before daring to report it. At this, the elder nearly choked on his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that truly so? Arriving at the soul hall, they found one of the soul lamps glowing faintly, confirmation of the disciple's claim. The elder's body trembled slightly with excitement, tinged with anxiety over the possibility of dashed hopes and further despair. If the soul lamp reignites, does it mean little junior brother is truly alive? Master, what do we do? The core disciple asked earnestly. Investigate. Hope flickered in the elder's eyes as he grasped his hands tightly and assumed a stern expression. His name was Dong Wenjun, the protective elder of Xianxing Dao sect, holding a highly esteemed position. Over 100,000 miles away lies an ancient forbidden zone known as Tianyuan. A century ago, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared within the Tianyuan, where someone claimed to have seen a supreme treasure fall into the forbidden zone. Consequently, numerous sects of the North Wilds ventured into Tianyuan. Xianxing Dao sect dispatched over 10 powerful elders along with dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly appointed intersect elder named Chen Qingyuan, youthful yet of high status. Upon entering the forbidden zone, many cultivators met with untimely ends, never to return. Xianxing sect fared the worst, suffering total annihilation. After 100 years, the lighting of Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp ignited a fervor among all of Xianxing sect's members. At last, I am free, Chen Qingyuan sighed with relief as he stood by the lake, his clothes dusted with grime and devoid of any spiritual energy. He had been a direct disciple of Xianxing sect's venerable ancestor before the latter's demise. The elders of Xianxing sect addressed him as junior brother, while the younger disciples referred to him as uncle master or even great uncle master. I wish never to enter that place again, he said, glancing back at the dark woods harboring an ancient abyss, concealing enigmas within. As he uttered these words, an ethereal female voice echoed in his ears, "Little man, do not forget our agreement." At this, Chen Qingyuan shivered, quickly silencing himself. The harrowing 100 years within Tianyuan was a painful ordeal he wished to forget, yet he pondered why he had miraculously escaped death. Was it because of his handsome appearance? Though unlikely, it was not entirely out of the question either. The girl in red had hinted that Xianxing sect would soon discover his whereabouts and send someone to search for him. Find a shady spot to rest, he decided, weary from the road, and let himself recline beneath a large tree, drifting into a blissful sleep. It was rather audacious of Chen Qingyuan to behave thus in such a desolate wilderness, devoid of his cultivation. This suggested that, despite his apparent decline in power, he must possess some hidden trump card, or else he would not dare act so brazenly. An hour later, Dong Wenjun arrived with a group of people. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan lounging in the shade, Dong Wenjun trembled with excitement, his lips quivering with an urge to shout. However, fearing it might be an illusion, he stood frozen, ripples of emotion filling his eyes. "Little Master Uncle, please wake up." Several disciples hastily approached, calling out gently. As Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes and beheld the gathered faces, recognition sparked in his gaze. Moments later, he locked eyes with the silver-haired Dong Wenjun, joy illuminating his expression as he softly said, "Brother Dong." Hearing the familiar voice, Dong Wenjun felt as if he had returned to reality, rushing forward cautiously to grasp Chen Qingyuan's arms. "Junior brother, is it truly you?" "It is me." Chen Qingyuan smiled. "Be gentle, that hurts." Immediately, Dong Wenjun released his hold, taking a moment to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan. "Little junior brother, what has happened to your cultivation?" Dong Wenjun, now noticing the absence of any energy within Chen Qingyuan, was taken aback. "It's gone, but it's not a big issue," Chen Qingyuan replied, his demeanor calm and a smile still gracing his lips. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator loses all their abilities, it would be akin to a deathly anguish. Yet, Chen Qingyuan appeared indifferent, as though it were not a significant matter. Despite the hardships endured in the Forbidden Zone for a century, he had gleaned some unquantifiable rewards. This. Dong Wenjun looked astounded and filled with a trace of sympathy. "Enough of this. Let's return first." Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, interrupting further discussion. "Right?" Dong Wenjun nodded gravely. They were indeed not in a suitable place to converse. Then, he summoned a protective talisman to shield Chen Qingyuan's physical form as they journeyed back to Xianqing's sect. The sect was able to locate Chen Qingyuan swiftly, thanks to the guidance of the soul lamp. Soon, Chen Qingyuan finally returned to Xianqing's sect. Mountains stood tall, swathed in mist. Gazing at this beautiful scenery, a beaming smile adorned Chen Qingyuan's face. "I'm finally home." Having grown up in Xianqing's sect, it was lamentable that just as he was taken in as the disciple of the revered elder, his master had passed away, drawn by the call of his lifespan. Thus, Chen Qingyuan cultivated under the tutelage of many devoted seniors, forging strong bonds with them. In the council hall, a multitude of elders gathered. This meeting was of considerable significance, with core disciples excluded from attendance. Chen Qingyuan arrived in the council hall, where he was greeted by familiar faces, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, was Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother. "Little junior brother, how did you survive?" Lin Changsheng, seated in the principal position, was already aware of the basic details. It's a long story, difficult to recount." Chen Qingyuan stood at the center of the hall, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes. "We have ample time, please. Share your tale," Lin Changsheng urged with a serious demeanor. Thus, Chen Qingyuan was compelled to relate the well-prepared account. On that day, they had ventured into Tianyuan, encountering various prohibitions and unknown peril, culminating in only Chen Qingyuan's survival. Utilizing a secret technique allowed him to feign death and take 100 years to escape. Though he had narrowly evaded demise, the backlash from the secret technique had devastated his cultivation, severing his spiritual roots. The listeners fell into a deep contemplation as they absorbed his words, their lack of knowledge regarding Tianyuan leaving them uncertain of the veracity of Chen Qingyuan's claims. "Just you remaining, alas," Lin Changsheng sighed, disappointment shadowing his features. Momentarily, the group had held onto a flicker of hope that perhaps others had managed a similar escape as Chen Qingyuan. "Do not venture into Tianyuan again." Chen Qingyuan reflected on the tragic fates of their peers, his expression tinged with sorrow. The laws governing the Forbidden Zone were merciless, and to venture too close would lead to certain death. Chen Qingyuan's survival, a mix of luck and perhaps fate. "Junior brother, for safety's sake, we must investigate your physical condition," Lin Changsheng stated gravely. "Understood, please proceed." Xianqing's sect harbored fears that Chen Qingyuan might have been usurped, knowing that improper handling could jeopardize the sect's well-being. Typically, a usurper could only claim the physical form but not the memories. Of course, there existed rare instances where a usurper could retain the memories of their predecessor. Chapter 2. Regret of marriage. After various mystical investigations, no anomalies were found in Chen Qingyuan's body. Could it be that we have been overly concerned? It was difficult for everyone to believe that their deceased junior brother, who had passed away a century ago, had suddenly returned to life. Surely, he had not been possessed by some powerful being. Observing the lingering skepticism among the crowd, Chen Qingyuan turned his gaze towards the venerable elder Dong Wenjun, seated at the foremost position on the left, and could not help but remark, "Brother Dong, I recall that 150 years ago, you and I stealthily pilfered the meticulously cultivated by Ling fruit from Sister He." Upon hearing this, Brother Dong's face flushed crimson, his eyes darting away in embarrassment. Continuing his playful interrogation, Chen Qingyuan shifted his gaze along the seating arrangement and inquired, "Brother Su, have you squandered the thousands of spirit stones you once hid from your wife?" Brother Su's brow twitched, his eyes widening in alarm, as if fearing that someone might overhear. "Brother Wang, the last time we spoke, you mentioned the celestial maidens of Dongyi Palace were strikingly beautiful, far surpassing your wife. Does she know of this?" At this, Brother Wang's ears were pinched bright red by his wife sitting beside him, wincing in pain. "Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 top-grade spirit stones. It is time to repay your debt. Brother Ling, have you opened the treasure box you keep at home? What delightful items lie within?" As Chen Qingyuan was about to continue, his brothers swiftly covered his mouth. Exchanging urgent glances, "Junior brother, cease your words. I can assure you, this is indeed our junior brother, without a doubt. Indeed, absolutely certain. It must be our disciple." The crowd unanimously expressed their support for Chen Qingyuan, dismissing any notion of possession. "You rascal, did we not agree to keep our secrets forever? What is the meaning of this commotion?" The brothers discreetly conveyed their thoughts to Chen Qingyuan, causing a buzzing in his ears. They believed him now. No one dared to question further. Only a truly formidable being could possess another's memories. However, even if memories could be taken, one's character and temperament could not be replicated. The cunning nature of Chen Qingyuan, paired with the subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, left no room for doubt. He was undoubtedly their junior brother. "You insist on me revealing these secrets as proof of my identity, do you? Alas, this cannot be blamed on me." Chen Qingyuan expressed his helplessness. In his pursuit of vindication, he had no choice but to sacrifice his brothers. "Junior brother, do continue. Why have you stopped?" To the right, his elder sisters wore grim expressions, their gazes sharp. With events unfolding in this manner, the elders temporarily set aside their joy at Chen Qingyuan's return. "Well, I am feeling rather fatigued. I shall retire for now." Chen Qingyuan coughed a few times and swiftly departed. Shortly after, a cacophony erupted within the grand hall, escalating to outright conflict. Devoid of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan sought assistance from the patrolling disciples, who helped him reach a secluded cave that had remained untouched for a century. After consuming a modest meal, he lay on the bed deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "You young rascal returned only to stir such a ruckus. Truly, it is a headache." "Master brother," Chen Qingyuan quickly rose. Encountering Lin Changsheng, who had already entered the room, clad in a purple robe, with graying temples and an ethereal presence, Lin Changsheng embodied the essence of a true immortal. The hall was filled with a cacophony that pained the ears. And Lin Changsheng, disinterested in the affairs of others, sought a pretext to depart, making his way directly here. "Your spiritual root has been severed. Your senior brother cannot assist you." Having confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had not been possessed, Lin Changsheng retracted the stern demeanor he had displayed within the hall, his face now etched with sorrow. "It is no matter. Living as a mortal can also be quite splendid." Chen Qingyuan smiled broadly, indicating that he was unperturbed. "If only your senior brother had intervened forcefully back then, such calamities might have been averted. Alas, a century ago, Lin Changsheng perceived the abyss of heaven as exceedingly perilous, repeatedly urging Chen Qingyuan against venturing within. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained resolute, declaring his necessity to proceed. With no alternative, Lin Changsheng acquiesced. To this day, Lin Changsheng remains puzzled as to why Chen Qingyuan was so insistent on journeying to the abyss. With his exceptional talent, even without extraordinary fortune, he could ascend effortlessly, perhaps even reach the pinnacle. It is not your senior brother's fault, so do not burden yourself with guilt. Chen Qingyuan poured Lin Changsheng a cup of tea, offering a gentle smile. It seemed that some force had drawn Chen Qingyuan irresistibly toward the abyss, a phenomenon he himself could not comprehend. "How do you intend to navigate the days ahead?" Lin Changsheng found no leisure for tea, his thoughts consumed by Chen Qingyuan's predicament. "I have my own plans. Do not concern yourself with my future, senior brother." Chen Qingyuan had long since devised a strategy for his life ahead. The destruction of his cultivation and severance of his spiritual root appeared to outsiders as a calamity, yet for Chen Qingyuan, it was of little consequence. "Very well. Lin Chongqing understood Chen Qingyuan's character, recognizing that once he had made a decision, no one could alter it. Your senior brother will exhaust all means to help you restore your foundation. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. There was a matter he hesitated to broach. Apart from coming to see Chen Qingyuan, there was another reason for his visit. I shall speak plainly, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Chongqing sat in the courtyard. The gentle breeze refreshing. The Dongyi Palace intends to arrange a marriage alliance with the Tianyu sect. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chongqing slowly revealed, the betrothed is, by 1980 these words. Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. Bai Shishue of Dongyi Palace had once been betrothed to Chen Qingyuan at that time. Chen Qingyuan was renowned as the pride of the North Wilderness, admired by countless women. During his earlier ventures, Chen Qingyuan had met Bai Shishue, and feelings had blossomed between them. Consequently, their respective sects formalized their engagement, awaiting an opportune moment for marriage. However, following the events surrounding the Abyss, the world presumed Chen Qingyuan to be dead, and the engagement fell into obscurity. Now that Chen Qingyuan has returned, the situation becomes intricate. Was this decision made by both sects, or is it by Shishue's own desire? Chen Qingyuan's expression grew more solemn. It is said that the young master of the Tianyu sect gifted Bai Shishue a spiritual elixir to aid her in breaking through, elevating her to the golden core realm. In my view, since Bai Shishue accepted the other's goodwill, she likely harbored no intention to decline. Lin Chongqing conveyed the information he had gathered. The path of cultivation is divided into postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, mysterious spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heavenly spirit realm. These constitute the 6 realms of the physical body, forming the foundation of the path of cultivation. Above that lies the realm of golden elixir, followed by the Yuan infant, transformation, union, tribulation, and great ascension realms. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a practitioner at the Yuan infant stage, renowned as the paragon of the younger generation in the northern wilderness. When is the formal marriage? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly, his gaze laden with complexity. In a year's time, Lin Chongqing replied after calculating the timeline. I see. Chen Qingyuan acknowledged with a gentle nod, refraining from further words. Junior brother, since you are still alive, the engagement between you and Bai Shishue is naturally not deemed concluded. Perhaps Dongyi Palace will send someone over, and she may come as well. Lin Chongqing harbored concerns, fearing for Chen Qingyuan's well-being, that if she comes, it will be good to see how she chooses. Chen Qingyuan exhibited no overt emotional turmoil, maintaining an air of tranquility. I fear. Lin Chongqing hesitated to voice his thoughts. Senior brother, I am weary and wish to rest for a while. Chen Qingyuan interjected, rubbing his temples. Very well. I shall not disturb you any further, Lin Chongqing said, casting a deep glance at Chen Qingyuan before slowly making his way outside. In just a few days, the news of Chen Qingyuan's miraculous revival spread far and wide, inciting a wave of astonishment. Simultaneously, the revelation of his crippled state circulated, prompting countless whispers and discussions. This news inevitably reached the higher echelons of Dongyi Palace. To ensure the marriage arrangement remained undisturbed, Dongyi Palace promptly dispatched someone to address the matter. Days later, a highly esteemed female elder named Yao Susu arrived. In her middle age, she retained a captivating grace. The hospitality of Xianqing's sect left Yao Susu with no grounds for complaint. However, the necessary words must still be spoken. Her visit could not be in vain. Sect leader, may I have an audience with Elder Chen Qingyuan? Certainly, Lin Chongqing sighed inwardly, though his outward demeanor remained composed as he sent someone to inform Chen Qingyuan. Upon learning of the matter, Chen Qingyuan instructed the disciple, conveying the message to guide him to the assembly hall aboard a spiritual treasure. Inside the hall, mist swirled, as if one were enveloped in clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, all eyes turned towards him. Yao Susu scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, secretly probing, and mused. Indeed, he is crippled. What a pity. Once, Chen Qingyuan commanded great renown in the northern wilderness. Strikingly brilliant. Now he had been reduced to a mere shell, his spiritual roots severed. Senior brother, Chen Qingyuan greeted sect leader Lin Chongqing with a respectful bow before taking a seat in a nearby empty space. Today, Chen Qingyuan donned a pale white robe, his ink-black hair secured with a wooden hairpin. Elder Yao, what brings you here? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Feigning ignorance, I shall speak plainly before all our fellow Taoists. If I have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness. The reason for sending Yao Susu was clear. She was the master of by Shishua. Speak. Chen Qingyuan nodded. The assembly fell silent, entrusting the matter's resolution to Chen Qingyuan. Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's current state, he remained their little junior brother, deserving of respect. Should Dongyi Palace dare to disrespect him, Xianxing sect would not shy away from confrontation. In the past, Elder Chen had made a verbal engagement with his beloved disciple, Shishua. The union of their families was to be a monumental joy. However, due to Elder Chen's disappearance into the abyss a century ago and the extinguishing of his soul lamp, the world assumed he had met with misfortune. As a result, Shishua languished in despair for several years before gradually regaining her former self. Yao Susu initially placed the blame on Chen Qingyuan, expressing by Shishua's deep concern and longing for him that had turned into a malady of the heart. She continued, "We all believed that Elder Chen had unfortunately perished, and surely your esteemed sect shares this belief, does it not? Thus, the verbal marriage agreement from that time may be considered null and void." As there was no face-to-face discussion point 2 years ago, Shishue became acquainted with the young master of the Tianyu sect, and they formed a bond, setting a wedding date. From a rational standpoint, our Dongyi Palace bears no fault. And Shishue did not intentionally contravene the agreement. We come today to clarify this matter, to prevent any unnecessary complications. With a flourish of her right hand, Yasusu produced a Qianquan pouch and retrieved its contents. "We are delighted to hear of Elder Chen's safe return. And in light of this, Dongyi Palace has prepared a modest gift for your esteemed sect. Please do accept it." A mid-grade spiritual vein spiraled above the council hall, having been reduced in size by Qianquan methods. The true vein stretched for miles, capable of yielding numerous spirit stones for the cultivation of many disciples and elders. This was no trivial gift, although Yao Susu did not articulate her intentions explicitly. Everyone understood her meaning, and none could find fault with her presentation. She first clarified the situation and then presented a significant gift, thereby granting the Xianxing sect due respect. Should the Xianxing sect insist on pursuing the matter further, it would reflect poorly upon them. After all, the marriage agreement from years past had no formal documentation, and Dongyi Palace's visit to apologize was already commendable. The apology served 2 purposes: to avoid incurring the ire of the Xianxing sect, and to prevent any potential disruption from them in the future. "Junior brother, what are your thoughts?" Lin Chongxing did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3. Resolve the cause and effect, without regret. Although reconciliation between the 2 factions would be the most favorable outcome, Lin Chongxing was concerned about potentially hurting Chen Qingyuan's dignity and felt the need for careful deliberation. Since Elder Yao acknowledges it is a modest gift, let it be retracted. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable. This. The crowd's eyelids flickered slightly, their hearts tightening. Yao Susu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The verbal marriage agreement from years ago should indeed not be taken too lightly. However, to resolve this matter of cause and effect, it would be best for Bai Shishue to come in person. As long as she arrives, I assure you, I will not pursue the matter further. Chen Qingyuan stated with utmost seriousness. By uttering this, he sought to ascertain whether Bai Shishue was acting of her own volition or under pressure from the sect, before he ventured into the abyss. He had spoken to Bai Shishue, who had declared at that time that she would wait, regardless of the circumstances, whether it be 1,000 years or 10,000, without regret. Moreover, Bai Shishue had been an ordinary disciple back then, receiving special training from Dongyi Palace solely because of Chen Qingyuan. It could be said that much of what Bai Shishue possessed was bestowed upon her by Chen Qingyuan. If her choice was indeed voluntary, he would hold no resentment towards her. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was already considered dead, and no one could be blamed for that. Some matters are best clarified face-to-face. It is thus appropriate to discuss them openly. Yao Susu initially believed that Chen Qingyuan sought to exploit the situation for his own ends, but it appeared otherwise as she nodded in agreement. "In a few days, I shall send Shishue to pay a visit to Elder Chen. Moreover, Elder Yao truly wished to present a gift to celebrate my return, yet a single mid-grade spiritual vein would be far from sufficient." Although Chen Qingyuan currently lacked cultivation, his gaze was sharp, piercing through Yao Susu like a dagger, leaving her in a state of discomfort. In the past, when Bai Shishue and I explored the secret realms, the treasures I bestowed upon her were nothing short of exquisite. I had gifted her no fewer than 3 top-grade spiritual veins, and the mid-grade ones were beyond count. Upon hearing this, Yao Susu let out an awkward laugh and hurriedly retracted the mid-grade spiritual vein. Lin Chongxing and the others looked at Chen Qingyuan with a mix of emotions. During his previous excursions, he often returned empty-handed, claiming there were no gains, yet it seemed he had given everything away to others. Those instances were few, and the group refrained from pressing further. After all, most of the resources Chen Qingyuan had previously acquired were dedicated to the development of the sect or discreetly gifted to his fellow apprentices as personal funds. With no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave now. I appreciate the hospitality of your esteemed sect. With that, Yosusu turned and departed. Once she had left, the protecting elder Dong Wenjun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Little junior brother, what a wasteful thing it is for you to not bring back the valuable items you obtained." "Dong Shixiang, do not be so concerned about material possessions," Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. Over the years, he had indeed brought back numerous resources to the sect, fostering its growth and nurturing the disciples under his care. "You rascal!" Sigh. The others shook their heads in exasperation. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become a mere mortal, they still regarded him as family, refraining from scolding or disregarding him. It was precisely this bond that allowed Chen Qingyuan to consider Xianying's sect as his home. Days later, visitors from Dongyi Palace arrived once more. Several elders and a dozen disciples were among them, with Bai Shixue included. The Xianying sect arranged accommodations for the guests, allowing Bai Shixue to spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan. Bai Shixue donned a delicate, floor-length pink gown, her long hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, a pink sash cinched at her waist, and a jade pendant dangling from it. Her features appeared sculpted from jade, her skin as white as snow, her eyes and brows reminiscent of exquisite artwork. Standing in the room, Bai Shixue's delicate hands rested on her abdomen, revealing a hint of nervousness. "Why are you silent?" Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, observed Bai Shixue, who dared not meet his gaze. His tone indifferent. "I'm sorry." Bai Shixue harbored many words she wished to express to Chen Qingyuan, yet now it seemed unnecessary. All she could offer was an apology. My returned. "Does it leave you feeling somewhat at a loss?" Chen Qingyuan's expression remained calm, sensing a profound strangeness in Bai Shixue. "No, I am genuinely glad that Brother Chen has returned safely," Bai Shixue replied, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze lowered. "When the soul lamp extinguishes, life ceases. One cannot wait indefinitely for a dead person, I understand. Today, I sought to confirm whether you have been coerced by the sect. From your demeanor, it appears not." Chen Qingyuan bore no resentment towards Bai Shixue. It was simply a case of fate being unkind. Had you returned sooner, perhaps circumstances would have been different. Bai Shixue spoke softly. "If I were not a cripple, what choice would you and Dongyi Palace make?" Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head, remarking that his tardiness was not the issue at hand. Rather, it was a matter of strength. Bai Shixue longed to articulate her thoughts but ultimately fell silent, choosing not to utter a single word. "It is what it is. It is all in the past now," Chen Qingyuan stated. Bai Shixue's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained unresponsive, observing her demeanor. It seemed she harbored little affection for the young master of Tianyu's sect. Her sentiments likely rooted more in pragmatic interests. Had Chen Qingyuan still possessed formidable power, rather than being rendered powerless, Bai Shixue would undoubtedly have displayed a different countenance. For cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment, a mere blink in the grand tapestry of time. If Bai Shixue had truly loved Chen Qingyuan to the core, her heart would not so easily waver. Furthermore, now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, there was ample opportunity to rekindle their past. However, Bai Shixue's intentions were not to indulge in romantic discourse with Chen Qingyuan but to sever ties instead. Perhaps 100 years prior, she genuinely loved him. But now, everything had transformed. "From this day forth, we shall have no further entanglements," Chen Qingyuan mused. Within the room, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. An elder from Dongyi Palace lightly knocked on the door, signaling it was time to depart. As she was leaving, Bai Shixue glanced at Chen Qingyuan, realizing he no longer bore the brilliance of his former self, his body devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual energy. At some unknown point, Bai Shixue's gaze had shifted from initial guilt to a placid indifference, her inner tension gradually dissipating. After a long, contemplative look at Chen Qingyuan, she chose to depart without a word. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he had noticed the subtle movement of Bai Shixue's hand. She had shattered a jade talisman, summoning the accompanying elder to break the impasse. Alas, the trials endured during those years had been borne solely by Bai. Within the forbidden zone of Tianyuan, a young woman clad in red had taken a liking to Chen Qingyuan and wished to become his partner. However, Chen Qingyuan firmly declined, asserting that he was already bound by a prior engagement. Consequently, he faced various torments, ultimately leading to the crippling of his spiritual root and the loss of his cultivation. According to the young woman, all these tribulations were for Chen Qingyuan's own good. While his innate talent was indeed remarkable, it ultimately fell short of reaching the pinnacle. To unlock infinite potential in the future, it was imperative to rebuild his foundation. With that matter resolved, it was time to attend to his own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the promise made with Tianyuan and planned to set forth in a few days. Recently, news of Chen Qingyuan's return from Tianyuan had spread far and wide, prompting numerous factions to seek information about the happenings within, dispatching high-ranking individuals to Xianqing sect. In response, Xianqing sect maintained that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not receive any visitors, despite the pressures and temptations from various powerful entities. Xianqing sect steadfastly protected Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from such troublesome matters. In secret, under the guidance of his protective senior brother Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly departed from Xianqing sect. Even though many were curious about Chen Qingyuan's whereabouts, they refrained from probing too deeply, simply wishing for his safety. With his cultivation rendered null, temporarily leaving Xianqing sect was a prudent choice. He traveled to a nearby city, purchasing a few spiritual talismans for his journey, which could be activated with spiritual stones, thus requiring no personal manipulation of spiritual energy. After a full month, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at his destination, Mingwei City, nestled in a remote corner of northern wilderness. At the end of a narrow street within the city, there stood a modest courtyard, remarkably simple and seldom traversed by passers-by. "Who is it?" Chen Qingyuan rapped gently on the tightly shut gate, and an aged voice emanated from within. "Open the door, and you shall know," replied Chen Qingyuan. With a creak that pierced the silence, the gate swung open. An elderly man, his skin darkened by the sun, leaned heavily on a cane, his stooped figure appearing frail and fragile. The old man scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment, then broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Young master, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place?" "I have not erred. I seek you," Chen Qingyuan replied, producing a palm-sized wooden token. Upon catching sight of the token, the old man's pupils dilated sharply, and his demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost seriousness. "Please, come in," he said gravely. This wooden token was an artifact Chen Qingyuan had brought from the Tianyuan realm, said to be a token of debt owed to a powerful individual, allowing its bearer to command the owner of the token to perform any task, even to the point of forfeiting their life. "Where did you acquire this item?" After entering, the old man, as if transformed, fixed Chen Qingyuan with a piercing gaze and inquired in a low voice. "Tianyuan," Chen Qingyuan answered candidly. At this revelation, the old man relaxed his earlier vigilance, bowing deeply to Chen Qingyuan as a sign of respect. Then, recalling a recent event, he asked, "Are you, perchance, Chen Qingyuan of the Xianqing sect?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. "Since you possess the token, I am obliged to honor my promise. What is your command?" The old man prepared himself for the possibility of sacrificing his life, his expression grave. "Is there any way to help me restore my foundational roots?" Chen Qingyuan articulated his request. "There is." The old man assessed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded in response. "I initially thought it to be a grave matter, yet it appears rather simple." "Are you certain?" Chen Qingyuan questioned with a hint of skepticism. "It is not difficult," the old man assured him. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Venerable One?" All the high-ranking members of the Xianqing sect had been at a loss for how to assist Chen Qingyuan. Yet this elderly gentleman seemed to regard the matter as trivial, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel a profound respect and clasp his fist in greeting. "Just an old fool," the old man remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "Then how shall I address you, Venerable One?" Chen Qingyuan, tactfully refraining from further inquiry, asked. "You may simply call me the Lame One," the old man replied, glancing down at his amputated right leg and his cane, speaking with a nonchalant air. "That is unacceptable," Chen Qingyuan protested, reluctant to address a mysterious elder by such a term, fearing it might offend. "It's of no consequence." The old man dismissed the label with indifference. The old man then arranged for Chen Qingyuan to have a place to stay for a time, as he needed to step out to procure certain items essential for restoring Chen Qingyuan's foundational roots. "I appreciate your assistance, Venerable One," Chen Qingyuan said, clasping his fist in gratitude. "It is my duty," the old man replied with a respectful bow before turning to leave, surveying the disheveled courtyard. Chen Qingyuan glanced around and noticed cobwebs in the corner, yellowing withered leaves in the flower bed, and stone slabs laid upon the yellow earth. Following the stone path beneath his feet, he spotted a firewood shed, filled with a great pile of dried twigs. How curious. Chen Qingyuan pondered to himself, perplexed. Why does the lifestyle of the old senior resemble that of an ordinary mortal? Upon observation, he noted that the items within the courtyard were all commonplace, wooden tables and chairs, with dust thickly settled on the ground. Casting a glance at the firewood shed, Chen Qingyuan directed his steps toward another area. Compared to the rudimentary firewood shed, he found greater solace in strolling through the garden, which was a feast for the eyes. As a mortal now, he needed to venture out daily to procure sustenance. Having resided here for 10 days, he had grown quite familiar with the nearby streets. The autumn breeze whispered chillingly, prompting Chen Qingyuan to decide to prepare some porridge to warm himself. Approaching the firewood shed, he prepared to kindle a fire and discovered a broken sword among the pile of wood. Instantly piquing his interest, the broken sword measured approximately 2 feet in length, covered in rust, its hue a dark shade, bearing the marks of time in every crevice. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized it closely, sensing that this broken sword was no ordinary object. Yet he could not articulate the specific nature of its strangeness. He crouched down, reaching for the blackened broken sword resting on the ground. As his fingertips made contact, an overwhelming weight descended upon him. As if countless mountains pressed down upon his chest, rendering him breathless, the sensation intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to beat on his forehead, just as he resolved to employ a hidden card from the forbidden zone of Tianyuan. A gentle breeze wafted into the shed. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the black broken sword dissipated without a trace, and Chen Qingyuan retracted his hand, his expression tense. "Young master, the old man has returned." At that moment, the old man, leaning on his cane, entered the courtyard, his hands empty. Chen Qingyuan emerged from the shed and met the old man's gaze directly, unreservedly stating, "I am greatly indebted to you for your intervention just now. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a predicament. A mere broken sword could hardly harm the young master," the old man replied, his face lined with wrinkles, breaking into a slight smile. If that were truly a broken sword, then there would be no treasures left in this world. Despite having lost his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan could still discern the formidable nature of the black broken sword. "You jest, young master," the old man continued. "If such a sword is so fearsome, how powerful must its wielder be? Did you gain anything from your journey, elder?" Chen Qingyuan shifted the conversation, not delving deeper. "Rest assured, all is well," the old man replied, nodding slowly. Years ago, within the forbidden zone of Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had encountered a mysterious maiden clad in red, whose origins were enigmatic and whose strength unfathomable. The red-clad maiden severed Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots, scattering his cultivation. Subsequently, she gifted him a wooden token, instructing him to seek out this old man after leaving the forbidden zone to have his roots reformed, thereby enhancing his innate talent. The old man then opened a long-sealed chamber, revealing a bathtub crafted from ice stone, its coldness permeating every corner of the room. Extracting various herbs and necessary items, he instructed Chen Qingyuan to remove his upper garments and sit cross-legged within the icy tub. Chen Qingyuan complied, sitting calmly in the frozen water, awaiting the old man's further guidance. "I have recently heard a piece of news," the old man rasped as he busied himself with the herbs. "The Dongyi Palace is to be wed to the Tianyu sect. Are you aware of this, young master?" "I am informed," Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle nod. "Is there anything you require me to do?" On this outing, the old man had meticulously ascertained the details of Chen Qingyuan's situation. In addition, the old man made a journey to the border of the forbidden land of Tianyuan. No need. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. "The causal connection has been severed. There is no need for the elder to exert himself." "That is good," the old man remarked as he placed various precious medicinal herbs into an ice bucket, his murky eyes seemingly perceiving the entirety of the mortal realm. Chen Qingyuan gazed at these herbs, utterly astonished. A hint of red cloud, 8-pointed dark leaves, white moon vine. A casual glance revealed an array of extraordinarily rare treasures, precious and elusive. There were also a few exceedingly rare herbs whose names eluded Chen Qingyuan, yet their value was undoubtedly higher. "Young master, the process of reconstructing your foundation may entail some suffering," the old man gently cautioned. "Elder, please proceed. I can endure it," Chen Qingyuan replied with a resolute nod, steeling himself for what was to come. Thus, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth from the old man's body, illuminating the chamber's floor with a radiant glow, revealing an ancient array of mystical patterns. Subsequently, the old man's right palm struck the ice bucket while his left palm directed the great formation. A low hum resonated, and it seemed as though a myriad of stars emerged above, rippling across an expanse of cosmic sea. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan felt as if the very heavens were spinning. His body immobilized and unable to move. As time elapsed, he experienced the sensation of his soul leaving his body, as if countless tiny blades were slicing through him, inflicting excruciating pain that elicited a muffled groan. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qingyuan was drenched in sweat. The intensity of the torment escalated, gradually eroding his resolve. The old man did not relent, coldly observing Chen Qingyuan as he endured his suffering. After a full hour, Chen Qingyuan's face twisted in agony, his skin torn and bloodied. a gruesome sight revealing his internal organs through the ruptured flesh. A glimmer of golden light appeared at the center of his chest, resembling a seed. The moment has arrived. The old man's expression shifted, hastily proceeding to the next step. A dense chill enveloped Chen Qingyuan, merging his blood with the herbs, creating a thick, crimson amalgam that instilled a sense of dread. Now, the old man formed seals with his hands, and a black box materialized before him. Carefully, he opened the box, revealing a segment of bone, about a foot long. The black bone resembled charcoal. Can he withstand this? The old man glanced at the unconscious Chen Qingyuan, slowly shifting his gaze to the bone within the box, murmuring to himself. According to the old man's knowledge, this black bone was a remnant of an ancient being's Dao bone, fallen in a cataclysmic battle, leaving behind only this fragment. Recently, during a visit to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, the old man had brought this bone at the behest of the maiden in red. Reconstructing the foundation was not a daunting task. The challenge lay in integrating the black bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Could it truly be done? Initially, the old man felt perplexed, uncertain of what to do. Later, the maiden in red transmitted instructions, advising the old man to operate the Dao formation and to extract the black bone once he observed the golden seed manifesting at Chen Qingyuan's chest. Everything would unfold according to fate. Moments later, the black bone began to levitate. With a rustling sound, the outer layer of the black bone shed, revealing a pure golden hue, intricately inscribed with numerous ancient principles. Having withstood the test of time, the old man's pupils constricted, his entire body tensed, fixated on the black bone as it descended upon Chen Qingyuan. Gradually, the black bone seamlessly merged into Chen Qingyuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Despite the old man's relentless probing, he was unable to uncover its whereabouts. Truly, a remarkable individual. Initially, Chen Qingyuan exhibited a degree of repulsion towards the black bone. Yet this phenomenon swiftly dissipated, achieving a flawless integration, becoming one with it. Days later, Chen Qingyuan awoke. The old man had vigilantly guarded him, fearing any missteps. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's awakening, the weight that had burdened the old man's heart finally lifted. My body. Chen Qingyuan felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a remarkable lightness, devoid of any scars. In the next moment, he became acutely aware of the spiritual energy coursing through the universe, his expression shifting as he hastily examined his physical condition. Golden Dao bone. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding over him as he exchanged a glance with the old man. Chapter 5. The Chang Gung Sword Immortal. Recultivating to the yellow spirit realm in the past, Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was merely immortal. According to ancient texts, the golden Dao bone symbolized a flawless foundation, unmarred and offering unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Among the 5 realms of the world, the northern wilderness encompassed vast territories, brimming with countless stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan could be considered a renowned prodigy of the northern wilderness, possessing considerable knowledge. Even so, he had never heard of anyone cultivating the legendary flawless golden bone. The priceless nature of this golden Dao bone was clear to Chen Qingyuan. It was indeed invaluable. Senior, this. Chen Qingyuan did not remain ensnared in joy for long, his expression gradually becoming complex as he hesitantly spoke. This is far too precious. I feel unworthy to receive it. By the order of the revered one of the Forbidden Zone, the Dao bone is bestowed upon you, young master. The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not his merit, clarifying the circumstances. The Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled the red-clad maiden, a sense of trepidation washing over him, mingled with an inexplicable yearning. Young master. Rest well. I shall take my leave. With this, the old man exited the secluded chamber. In the tranquil confines of the chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he organized his thoughts and gained clarity regarding his condition. Dismissing any errant musings, the Dao bone was flawless. His foundation was perfect. As long as Chen Qingyuan's resolve remained steadfast, his future accomplishments would be boundless. Chen Qingyuan donned a clean and tidy garment and stepped into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, the old man sat upon a wooden chair, his cane beside him, wielding a broken sword to chop firewood. Observing the old man's labor, Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily before approaching. Senior, why squander such a fine sword? A sword is rendered useless once broken. The old man replied dismissively. My foundation may be shattered, but surely, a senior with great powers could restore it. Chen Qingyuan implored. Is there truly no way to mend a broken sword? He could not bear to see such a fine sword employed for chopping wood, feeling a pang of compassion that I have tried many times. All to no avail. The old man's chopping paused slightly, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. enveloped in silence. What is the name of this sword? After a while, Chen Qingyuan inquired. Ging. The old man pondered for a long time before revealing the name of this sword. Ging, I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. Chen Qingyuan murmured it several times. A sense of familiarity washing over him as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moments later, he suddenly looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, which swiftly transformed into reverence, exclaiming, "You are the Chen Qingyuan sword immortal." Upon hearing this title, the old man's body quivered slightly, his expression complex, his voice hoarse. It has been many years since anyone has referred to me in such a manner. Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially reluctant to disclose who he was, he had changed his mind after witnessing Chen Qingyuan merge with the mysterious Dao Bone. "It is truly you. I can scarcely believe it." Chen Qingyuan stood dumbfounded, his emotions in turmoil, struggling to regain his composure. The Chen Qingyuan sword immortal, originally named Li Muyang, was once a world-renowned powerhouse, hailing from the elite swordsmen of the northern wilderness. Historical accounts indicate that the last appearance of the Chen Qingyuan sword immortal was a millennium ago. It is said that he ventured to the central continent, also known as the Imperial Continent, where he cleaved the Ziyun Mountain, symbolizing the will of heaven and earth, solely in pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The act of slashing Ziyun Mountain angered the heavenly laws, invoking divine retribution. In that battle, the Chen Qingyuan sword immortal was defeated, and the world believed him to have perished, buried beneath the laws of heaven. Since then, his life transformed into a legendary tale, regarded by countless sword cultivators as an insurmountable monument. All mere empty titles, long dissipated like smoke. Li Muyang had long since grown indifferent to such matters. A predecessor of the sword immortal caliber, how could he remain here? Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the Chen Qingyuan sword immortal since childhood, holding him in great esteem. It is no exaggeration to say that, should Li Muyang desire, he could effortlessly establish a top-tier force, sharpening the sword. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. No matter how fallen Li Muyang may be, he is not one to be compared with ordinary cultivators. Though he has faced countless failures, Li Muyang has never relinquished his resolve. Is it truly in this manner that one sharpens the sword? Chen Qingyuan glanced at the scattered firewood, unable to grasp it for the moment. Young master, what do you believe is most important for a sword cultivator? Li Muyang set aside the broken sword, meeting Chen Qingyuan's gaze. By common reasoning, it is crucial for a sword cultivator to possess a sword that resonates with their essence, along with superior swordsmanship techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued, however, I believe that regardless of the path one chooses, the most vital aspect remains the heart of the Dao. To cultivate the Dao, one must first cultivate the heart. Hearing this response, ripples danced in Li Muyang's eyes, and he fell silent. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Had I possessed such wisdom as you in my youth, I would undoubtedly have avoided such a fate. The principle of cultivating the heart before the Dao is a truth I have only come to understand in my later years. Li Muyang was not honing a sword, but rather refining his own heart of the Dao. In his youth, he regarded himself as exceptionally gifted, sailing smoothly through life, overshadowing his peers who dared not raise their heads. In his prime, Li Muyang boldly proclaimed himself the third in the world, a position that left countless sword cultivators in awe and unable to match him. Why third in the world, one might ask? For heaven and earth are one and two. He claimed the title of third, for no one dared to proclaim themselves first or second, fearing to provoke the Dao of heaven and earth. Later on, Li Muyang found it increasingly difficult to encounter a suitable opponent among sword cultivators, believing that his prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, he set forth towards the awe-inspiring Ziyun Mountain, drawing his sword with the intention of contending against the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, Li Muyang was defeated and subsequently faded from the public eye. I humbly inquire, esteemed senior, what has become of the other half of the treasured sword? Chen Qingyuan had been gazing at the rusted broken sword. Why had the precious blade succumbed to rust? It was due to its spiritual intelligence lying dormant, reduced to an ordinary weapon. One day, when Li Muyang rekindles his sword heart, he shall awaken the treasured sword, revealing its former brilliance, which remains at Ziyun Mountain. Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in myriad thoughts. Ziyun Mountain in the central continent was indeed a forbidden realm. Chen Qingyuan followed Li Muyang's gaze, remaining silent. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan commenced his cultivation. On the very first day of his retraining, he stepped into the post-heaven realm. The post-heaven and pre-heaven realms formed the foundation of cultivation, each containing 9 levels. In a mere month, leveraging his unparalleled innate talent and profound comprehension, Chen Qingyuan broke through to the 9th level of the post-heaven realm and ascended to the pre-heaven realm. after solidifying his foundation for several days. He continued to strive for further progress. This way of life persisted for half a year, during which Chen Qingyuan advanced to the early stage of the Yellow Spirit Realm. Achieving such a foundation and reaching the Yellow Spirit Realm within half a year was nothing short of astonishing. Had Li Muyang not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. In his memory, there was truly no one who could compare to Chen Qingyuan, who relied solely on the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth without the aid of spirit pills or the infusion of power from stronger beings. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was remarkably solid, devoid of any flaws. Finally, he had attained the cultivation of the Yellow Spirit Realm. Having reached his first goal, Chen Qingyuan felt a semblance of relief. Subsequently, he remained indoors and retrieved a dark-colored bracelet from his belongings. The reason he had been able to survive his venture into the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was due to a pact made with the Lady in Red to assist her in completing 9 tasks, thereby resolving their karmic bond. In the face of such a demand, Chen Qingyuan felt he had no grounds to refuse. Only upon attaining the Yellow Spirit Realm could he employ the special secret techniques imparted by the Lady in Red to unlock the restrictions of the bracelet. What was the first task she entrusted to me? After a flurry of activity, Chen Qingyuan released the restrictions, and a strand of consciousness entered the bracelet. Chapter 6. The First Agreement. Attending the marriage ceremony within the bracelet lay an independent space, filled with terrifying laws permeating the void. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings. His soul trembled involuntarily. A resonant hum echoed as a law surged forth, revealing a tightly closed white umbrella before him. The emergence of the white umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bracelet, and a cold, emotionless voice resonated. Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved, and your presence is mandatory. A white umbrella as a wedding gift? Is this not a curse upon others? Upon hearing this voice, could it be that someone is feeling jealous? Chen Qingyuan felt a wave of embarrassment. He had initially thought that the first task of the agreement would be exceedingly difficult, yet it turned out to be this. Back in the day, when Chen Qingyuan entered the Tianyuan, the Lady in Red had wished to form a Taoist couple with him and often teased him about it. To this, Chen Qingyuan had firmly rejected her, stating that he already had a fiancée. It was not that the Lady in Red was lacking in beauty, rather, it was a matter of commitment. If one were to discuss appearances, the Lady in Red was strikingly beautiful, unlike any mortal, her visage defying description, though by Shishue of Dongyi Palace may be likened to the beauty that sinks fish and stuns swans. She pales in comparison to the woman clad in red. The distinction in grace is as stark as that between clouds and mud. Why does she seem to possess a hint of cunning? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly that he had thought he had come to terms with everything, allowing the past to fade away. Yet, the arrival of the woman in red compelled him to engage once more. One should not assume that leaving the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone grants one true freedom. The consequences of failing to fulfill an agreement could be dire. After a few days of rest, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart from Mingwest City and return to Xianqing sect. As he calculated the time, he realized that in half a year, the union between Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace would take place. Senior, I must take my leave, Chen Qingyuan said, having gathered his belongings. As he clasped his fists in respect towards Li Muyang, who sat in the courtyard. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may seek me here. Li Muyang offered a promise. Agreed. Chen Qingyuan did not indulge in pleasantries, for this was indeed a life-preserving talisman. After Chen Qingyuan's departure, Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Within the Xianqing sect's council hall, discussions concerning the routine affairs of the sect were underway, particularly regarding the impending union between Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace. With plans to dispatch an elder merely to make an appearance, as the date of the union drew closer, representatives from various factions had already set out, bringing a growing vibrancy to Dongyi Palace. The junior master has returned. As soon as Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of Xianqing sect, the gatekeeper disciple swiftly reported the news to avoid drawing attention. Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level. As long as he wore the jade bracelet, it would activate the restrictions within, masking the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The Sword Immortal had repeatedly cautioned him not to divulge matters regarding his Dao Bone to anyone, lest he entangle himself in terrifying consequences that could endanger those around him. Furthermore, the Sword Immortal was reluctant to expose his own whereabouts, leaving Chen Qingyuan unable to explain the restoration of his spiritual root. He would seek a suitable opportunity to discuss it with his senior brothers later. Junior brother, where have you been for the past 6 months? The protecting elder Dong Wenjun set aside all his affairs and hurried out to greet him. I merely went out for a stroll to clear my mind, Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. The other elders soon gathered in the back courtyard to engage in casual conversation with him. The last time Chen Qingyuan had returned, he had scarcely settled in before he ventured out again, leaving little time for his fellow disciples to share a cup of tea together. His previous return had stirred quite a commotion, with numerous sects eager to meet him in hopes of gleaning information about the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. However, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple, faking his death to escape, and with the firm stance of Xianqing sect, those sects ultimately refrained from pressing for information. Now, with the impending union of the two sects, the attention of the forces in Folia Star Domain had shifted away from Xianqing sect. In the North Wilderness, countless star domains abound, with the sects within Folia Star Domain numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Xianqing sect could be considered a top-tier force in this realm, boasting significant prestige. Junior brother, that woman from Dongyi Palace has called off the engagement. It is her loss, do not dwell too much on it. We shall surely devise a splendid plan to restore your spiritual root, allowing you to shine once more as you did in the past. An elder with a white beard, believing that the union's implications had affected Chen Qingyuan's mood, hurriedly offered words of comfort. Thank you for your concern, Brother Su, Chen Qingyuan replied warmly, a smile gracing his face. Today, we have the rare opportunity to gather together. Let us set aside our worries and raise our glasses in unison. The esteemed Lord Lin Changsheng occupies the central position, rising to toast. Cheers. The assembly stands and drinks from their cups, whether filled with wine or tea. The internal unity of the Xianqing sect is commendable, starkly contrasting with the intrigue and self-serving motives prevalent in other factions. Of course, minor frictions occasionally arise within the sect. Yet they are trivial matters, easily resolved. The solidarity among the senior members of the sect is largely attributed to the tireless efforts of the Grand Elder, who has devoted considerable thought to this unity. Those esteemed elders seated here today to savor tea and drink have all benefited from the Grand Elder's grace. Approximately 2 centuries ago, the Grand Elder returned with an infant still in swaddling clothes, taking the child as a closed-door disciple. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder passed away. Since that time, the elders have placed great importance on the male infant, publicly acknowledging him as their junior disciple, while in reality treating him as if he were a blood relative. If one were to consider it closely, the Grand Elder had only ever taken one disciple in his lifetime, that being Chen Qingyuan. The elders refer to Chen Qingyuan as their junior disciple out of respect for the Grand Elder, whom they honor as their uncle. Senior brother, I wish to attend the wedding ceremony between the two sections after several rounds of drinks. Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the hall, as all eyes turned toward Chen Qingyuan, bewildered. Why? Lin Changsheng inquired. The crowd gazed at Chen Qingyuan with expressions of confusion and astonishment, fixed in their stares. There is nothing to evade, Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. The assembly pondered, coming to an understanding. Are you truly prepared for this? Lin Changsheng's eyes were filled with concern. I am ready, Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle smile. Then you shall accompany junior brother Yin. Lin Changsheng deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. The Xianqing sect dispatched Elder Yin Minghai to Tianyu sect with a gift. For regardless of the awkwardness in the relationship between the two families, a semblance of courtesy must be maintained. 2 months later, Yin Minghai and a dozen others, including Chen Qingyuan, set forth. Aboard a spiritual vessel, Yin Minghai donned a deep gray robe, standing at 7 feet tall, his hair slightly graying. Junior disciple, recently the sect leader has been tirelessly seeking renowned physicians for your sake. However, upon learning of your condition, none are willing to lend their expertise, deeming it hopeless. Yin Minghai stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Qingyuan, shielding him with a protective aura. I appreciate your concern, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, keeping these matters close to his heart. Alas, Yin Minghai sighed, lamenting, in those years, you were unparalleled, your name echoing across the northern wilderness. Now, to find yourself in such a predicament, had I known, we would have bound you to prevent your journey to the abyss. There is no need for concern, senior brother. Perhaps this is my destiny. Chen Qingyuan replied that he could not divulge his experiences within the abyss to anyone, lest calamity befall him. Moreover, certain truths are best kept to oneself. Before long, the worship of the Xianqing sect reached the domain of the Tianyu sect. As they gazed outward, the void was filled with a myriad of spiritual vessels and treasures, all adorned with the banners of various sects, creating a splendid spectacle. The Tianyu sect is nestled amidst the mist-shrouded mountains, where ancient trees take root within the rocks, soaring into the clouds and casting shadows upon the earth. At the foot of the towering peaks stand majestic spirit beasts, alongside deep green giant serpents coiling through the air. Colossal birds ablaze with flames and winged steeds, among others. With merely 3 months remaining until the union of the two sects, representatives from various schools may now enter the Tianyu sect or await aboard their own spiritual vessels. Junior brother, let us remain here for the time being. When the day arrives, we shall make our entrance, suggested Yin Minghai, intending to spare Chen Qingyuan from any discomfort by temporarily staying aboard the ship. Senior brother Yan, we are already within the territory of the Tianyu sect, as the representative of the Zhuangking sect. It would be somewhat improper for you to remain hidden, Chen Qingyuan replied. You should greet the fellow practitioners from various factions. I can manage on my own. Chen Qingyuan did not wish to place Yin Minghai in a difficult position. That would not be appropriate. The Zhuangking sect's vessel is anchored here for all to see. If you continue to stay in seclusion, it may appear rather presumptuous to outsiders, tarnishing our reputation. Fear not. I shall exercise discretion, Yin Minghai reassured him. Chen Qingyuan offered Yin Minghai a look of confidence. After contemplating for a while, Yin Minghai nodded in agreement. Very well, during this time, you shall remain in the cabin and refrain from venturing out. Understood. Chen Qingyuan watched as Yin Minghai departed. Even though the Zhuangking sect was no ordinary faction, it was essential to maintain amicable relationships with prominent powers and avoid unnecessary enmity. Thus, although this occasion marked the matrimonial ceremony between the Tianyu sect and the Dongyi Palace, it would also serve as a gathering for various sects to connect and foster goodwill. Before long, someone approached the Zhuangking sect's vessel, accompanied by a mocking voice. Chen Qingyuan, how could you dare to attend the union of the two sects? Are you not afraid of humiliation? This remark carried a tone of derision, seemingly intended to revel in Chen Qingyuan's misfortune. Chapter 7. My presence or absence is of no concern to you inside the cabin. Chen Qingyuan heard this taunt, pushed open the door, and beheld a young man clad in purple, suspended in midair. Xia Shachong, it has been quite some time, Chen Qingyuan remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips, dressed in a light robe. He stood with an air of elegance. You, the purple-clad youth, named Xia Nanzhong, hailing from the Serpent clan, was a former adversary of Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan, you remain as unlikable as ever, Xia Nanzhong retorted, having spotted the Zhuangking sect's vessel and coming over to take a look, only to discover Chen Qingyuan's presence. You are hardly human. Chen Qingyuan shot back at these words. Xia Nanzhong felt a flicker of annoyance, but upon reflection, realized that he was indeed not human, and thus restrained his retort. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan's remark bore an undertone of insult, prompting Xia Nanzhong to huff in irritation. Over a century ago, a conflict had arisen between Xia Nanzhong and Chen Qingyuan, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Following that battle, Chen Qingyuan had mockingly dubbed Xia Nanzhong Little Bug, bringing laughter to many. Having been bested by Chen Qingyuan, Xia Nanzhong could only concede in silence. Are you not aware of the identities of the two families involved in this union? Xia Nanzhong inquired, suppressing a hint of ire and choosing not to stoop to Chen Qingyuan's level. Of course I know. Chen Qingyuan replied indifferently. It is truly admirable that you still return, demonstrating such a commendable disposition. Xia Nanzhong gave Chen Qingyuan a thumbs up, 3 parts admiration and 7 parts sarcasm. In your heyday, you were unparalleled. The young master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong, certainly endured no small amount of your wrath. Now that Qin Yutong is to wed by Shishue, are you not inviting humiliation upon yourself? Xia Xiaochong, are you genuinely concerned for me? Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile that seemed to conceal more than it revealed. As if I would care about you. Dream on. Xia Nanzhong, somewhat displeased by the nickname, felt no significant anger at its utterance from Chen Qingyuan, a mixture of rival and friend. Let me offer you a word of advice. You have now become a mere shadow of your former self. Remaining at Xianqing sect is your safest course. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Qingyuan replied dismissively that I might mock you a few times, but others may not be so lenient. After this remark, Xia Nanzhong lost interest and turned to leave. Following their encounter, Xia Nanzhong confirmed that Chen Qingyuan was indeed a shell of his former self, feeling a twinge of joy alongside a hint of nostalgia. After walking a short distance, Xia Nanzhong glanced back at Chen Qingyuan's direction and sighed softly. Such a prodigy. What a pity. In just a few days, news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival in the territory of Tianyu sect reached many ears. Practitioners from various sects gazed at the worship of Xianqing sect, whispering among themselves, Chen Qingyuan, what treasures lie within the abyss of heaven? Did you acquire anything during your time there? A young man questioned from a position of superiority. What concern is it of yours? Chen Qingyuan replied coldly, casting a glance at the young man clad in black. He did not recognize this individual, likely a figure of recent renown. How many powerful beings of the transformation and integration realms perished in the Forbidden Zone? What makes you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, worthy of surviving? The black-clad youth continued his relentless questioning, dismissing Chen Qingyuan's presence. Had this been a century ago, I would have easily cast you against the wall with a single slap. Chen Qingyuan retorted sharply, now you can only reminisce about your past glories. The black-clad youth, aware of Chen Qingyuan's illustrious achievements, understood his own inferiority. However, times had changed, and with Chen Qingyuan reduced to a state of impotence, there was no need for fear. Chen Qingyuan remained silent, finding discourse with such a fool to be a sheer waste of time. Thus, he settled at the bow of the ship, sipping fragrant tea and admiring the surrounding beauty, completely ignoring the incessant chatter of the black-clad youth. In truth, many sought to unravel the mystery of how Chen Qingyuan had managed to survive, hoping to glean insights from him regarding the secrets of the Forbidden Zone, which might prove beneficial in the future. Due to the influence of Xianqing's sect, the practitioners refrained from employing excessive measures against Chen Qingyuan. What puzzled everyone was Chen Qingyuan's claim of having faked his death to escape. How could he have thrived within the Forbidden Zone for over a century? If one could uncover this method, it might enable them to attempt entering the abyss of heaven in search of opportunities. Time slipped through fingers like sand, swiftly approaching the day of the union between the two sections today. A group of elders and disciples from Dongyi Palace arrived, preparing to enter the venue. The bride, Bai Shixue, had yet to make her appearance, as she would only reveal herself on the day of the official union. Leading the delegation from Dongyi Palace was none other than Bai Shixue's master, Yao Susu. Yao Susu donned a rather simple light-colored garment, cinched at the waist with a snow-white silk sash. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, and her hands rested gently on her abdomen, exuding an air of grace and classical beauty. Suddenly, she caught the murmurs around her and turned her gaze to the side, spotting Chen Qingyuan in the distance, halting in her tracks. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Susu resolved to approach him, followed by a throng of over 100 people. What brings Elder Chen here? In the presence of various distinguished guests, Yao Susu greeted Chen Qingyuan with polite gestures. Expressing her congratulations, Chen Qingyuan remained seated, glancing up with indifference. The members of Dongyi Palace deemed his demeanor discourteous and were poised to admonish him, but Yao Susu intervened that it was merely a matter of trivial formalities, unworthy of concern. What truly preoccupied Yao Susu was the reason behind Chen Qingyuan's presence. Could he be intending to disrupt the union between the two sects? Tentatively, she inquired, is it merely a simple congratulation? Of course, I have prepared a gift for this occasion as well. Chen Qingyuan recalled the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. Though somewhat detrimental, it posed no substantial harm to either sect. Moreover, it was not his intention, but rather a consequence of unavoidable circumstances. In comparison to the actions of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan appeared almost saintly. In the past, he had bestowed numerous treasures upon Dongyi Palace. Now, with the dissolution of their engagement, they had not returned anything, even attempting to settle matters with a medium-grade spiritual vein, which felt like a personal affront. At least from Chen Qingyuan's perspective, it was indeed an insult. What gift? Yao Susu felt a weight in her heart, an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Since it was a gift, it was certainly something she could not divulge. In former times, Chen Qingyuan would have shown her some respect, but now he seemed to regard her as inconsequential. Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to disrupt the union of our families, do not expect Dongyi Palace to show any mercy. Perceiving Chen Qingyuan's blatant disregard, Yao Susu abandoned her pretense, removing her mask and delivering a cold warning. Oh, Chen Qingyuan responded with an air of nonchalance, a light laugh escaping his lips. Is there any old affection between Xianqing's sect and Dongyi Palace? How pitiable that Yao Susu. His words seemed nothing more than futile bravado aimed at preserving a shred of his meager dignity. With a dismissive glance, she slowly shook her head. You should be acutely aware that cultivators possess lifespans extending for millennia, while mortals are granted but a fleeting century. Now that you are rendered powerless, even if Xianqing's sect were to extend your life, it would not be for long. And so, Chen Qingyuan's expression remained unperturbed, as tranquil as still water. Returning now would be advantageous for both you and Xianqing's sect. In an effort to ensure her safety, Yao Susu sought to compel Chen Qingyuan to retreat. If he were to depart from Tianyu's sect, the union would surely remain unscathed. Chen Qingyuan's presence felt akin to a ticking time bomb, risking the utterance of untoward remarks that could yield immeasurable repercussions. My fate seems to be beyond your control. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. This occasion is a union between Dongyi Palace and Tianyu's sect, and I naturally possess a measure of decision-making authority. Witnessing Chen Qingyuan's refusal to depart, Yao Susu grew increasingly anxious and resolutely issued an eviction order. Shanqing's sect had received an invitation from Tianyu's sect and had traveled countless miles to extend their congratulations. Are you truly attempting to drive me away? How was I oblivious to the fact that Yao Susu, this ancient crone, could be so insufferable? I merely wished for Elder Chen to depart. I harbor no such intentions towards the Shanqing sect. As a core elder of Dongyi Palace, Yao Susu, well aware of the importance of discretion, hastily clarified her position. Thousands of eyes were fixed upon this scene, and one must be held accountable for any misstep in words. Outrageous! Before Chen Qingyuan could voice a word, a furious utterance resonated from the inner cabin of the warship. Chapter 8. The protective senior brother dressed in a gray robe, Dong Wenjun, emerged from the doorway. His expression dark and foreboding. That I have encountered Elder Dong, in an instant. The countenance of Yao Susu and her companions shifted, and they performed a profound bow. Who is Dong Wenjun? You may ask. He is none other than the venerable protector of the Shanqing sect, a pinnacle figure in the tribulation stage. The mere presence of such an esteemed individual sent shivers down the spines of many, instilling a sense of reverence. The protector of the sect had indeed arrived. This was a person of considerable renown. It was unlikely that his presence was merely for the sake of a marriage alliance. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself sooner rather than lurking in the shadows. The gathered cultivators erupted into a clamor, their expressions one of disbelief. It had been many years since Dong Wenjun had stepped beyond the confines of the Shanqing sect, and his covert appearance was a testament to his concern for Chen Qingyuan's well-being. As he had remained hidden within the ship's cabin, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, astonished, as he turned to face the white-haired yet imposing Dong Wenjun. "I could not bear the thought of you being wronged," replied Dong Wenjun. Upon gazing upon Chen Qingyuan, Dong Wenjun immediately softened his previously aloof demeanor, donning a kind smile and speaking in gentle tones. He had once lost a junior brother and vowed never to endure such sorrow again. The extinguishing of Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp had struck Dong Wenjun like a thunderbolt, leaving him in profound grief. Later, he had knelt before the grave of the Grand Elder, openly lamenting his failure to safeguard Chen Qingyuan. Consumed by deep remorse, "Senior brother," Chen Qingyuan felt a slight sting at the tip of his nose, his throat tightening. The protector of the sect is meant to leave only in times of crisis or for significant matters. However, Dong Wenjun had contravened sect regulations to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety. The crowd was taken aback by Dong Wenjun's declaration, filled with both astonishment and envy. To have a tribulation stage senior brother as a guardian was a dream beyond the reach of countless individuals. In the past, this would have been understandable, for at that time, Chen Qingyuan was exceptionally gifted, heralded as the new hope for the Shanqing sect. Now, however, he had been reduced to the status of a mere mortal, prompting questions as to why the sect's higher-ups would go to such lengths that why junior brother shall be protected from any harm, Dong Wenjun asserted, instructing Chen Qingyuan to stand aside while he handled the situation. Dong Wenjun then positioned himself high above, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembled cultivators from various sects before finally fixing his eyes upon the members of Dongyi Palace. If the Shanqing sect is unwelcome in this marriage alliance, then we shall take our leave at once. Elder Dong, please temper your anger. We harbor no such intentions, Yao Susu responded, bowing even lower, her garments dampened by a cold sweat. Her earlier bravado in berating Chen Qingyuan had stemmed from the belief that only a handful of inner disciples accompanied the warship, leading her to underestimate the situation. Had I known that Dong Wenjun was remaining in the cabin, I would have been too terrified to utter those words just now. To offend Dong Wenjun's dignity would compel even the current master of Dongyi Palace to offer an apology. A formidable being in the tribulation phase is among the elite in the vast northern wilderness and should not be trifled with. What do you mean by that? Dong Wenjun demanded loudly. Junior, a terrifying pressure descended upon Yao Susu, leaving her feeling as though she were crushed beneath an insurmountable mountain, heavy and struggling to breathe. Previously, out of consideration for the little junior brother, I had engaged in conversation with you, granting you some semblance of respect. When it comes to seniority and strength, You lack even the qualifications to meet me. To dare intimidate my little junior brother today is truly overstepping the bounds. Dong Wenjun had watched Chen Qingyuan grow up, indulging him since childhood, striving to satisfy his every desire for delectable treats and amusements. He himself could hardly bring himself to chastise Chen Qingyuan. So how could he tolerate others bullying him? Were it not for the presence of a few old-timers in Dongyi Palace, Dong Wenjun would not merely have exerted pressure, he would have directly slapped Yao Susu across the face. When the younger generation comes to provoke, Dong Wenjun might turn a blind eye. But if the elders dare to act presumptuously, he could no longer remain silent. I acknowledge my error, Yao Susu, unable to endure the tribulation phase's pressure, felt as if her bones were crushed, gritting her teeth to apologize. Humph. Dong Wenjun snorted coldly, dissipating the pressure. If there is a next time, I shall personally educate you on behalf of Dongyi Palace. Thank you for your forgiveness, esteemed senior. Though Yao Susu's heart brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction, she could not reveal it and had to express her gratitude. Get out. Dong Wenjun, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Yao Susu as insignificant. If he wished, a mere finger could easily suppress her. Consequently, Yao Susu and her companions hurriedly departed, not daring to look back. This humiliation was monumental, destined to become fodder for countless discussions soon. No one anticipated that such a prominent figure from the Xinqing sect would appear. The young woman who had just insulted Chen Qingyuan fled in fear of retribution, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The commotion attracted the attention of Yan Minghai, who, upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's involvement, rushed over. Brother Dong, he inquired, and after a brief investigation, he grasped the situation. Upon returning to the warship, he first saluted Dong Wenjun and then turned to Chen Qingyuan. Concern etched upon his face. Little junior brother, are you all right? Suddenly, Dong Wenjun kicked Yan Minghai, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused mid-air, straightened his attire, and swiftly returned to his original position. Shao-Chi, how could you be so thoughtless, leaving little junior brother alone on the ship? Had I not come along, who knows how he would have been bullied? Dong Wenjun scolded, pointing an accusing finger at elder Yan Minghai. It is entirely my fault. I nearly placed little junior brother in danger. Yan Minghai lamented. Brother Dong, I am fine. Please do not blame elder Yan. Chen Qingyuan quickly interjected, urging Dong Wenjun to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea. Brother, have some tea to calm your anger. Dong Wenjun's kick had been so swift that Chen Qingyuan did not react in time, only realizing it afterward. The junior disciple bore no grudge against you. So let it be. After sipping a cup of tea, Dong Wenjun's anger dissipated significantly. Yan Minghai cast a grateful glance towards Chen Qingyuan, relieved to avoid a severe beating. The various cultivators present gazed at this scene in disbelief. They found it incomprehensible that despite Chen Qingyuan's transformation into a cripple, he was still lavished with such affection. Elder Dong personally visited Tianyu sect, even inviting them inside for a seat, just as everyone was still puzzled by Chen Qingyuan's favoritism. The Grand Elder of Tianyu sect stepped forward with a smile, bowing in greeting. I wish to play chess with the junior disciple. I have no time. Dong Wenjun had no intention of granting Tianyu sect this courtesy and outright declined. Hearing this response, the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he regained his composure and smiled, saying, whenever Elder Dong finds time, you are always welcome to enter. Tianyu sect will certainly extend a warm reception. Dong Wenjun detested such formalities and was disinclined to respond. Due to Dong Wenjun's presence, many elderly figures emerged, coming forth to exchange pleasantries. All these trivialities were handled by Yan Minghai, while Dong Wenjun sat in the cabin with Chen Qingyuan, engaged in a game of chess, sipping tea, and sharing laughter. Before long, the day of the union arrived, and a layer of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Numerous sects arrived on cue, grandly presenting their congratulatory gifts. The welcoming procession of Tianyu sect arrived punctually, exuding an air of magnificence that instantly drew the attention of all. 7 dragon serpents pulled a white jade war chariot, which was filled with powerful cultivators, radiating an extraordinary presence. Following closely behind the white jade chariot was a flower palanquin. Though called a flower palanquin, it resembled a moving small palace, entirely adorned with gold and jade. Many areas were intricately carved with patterns of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Enveloped in ethereal mist, seated within the palanquin was Bai Shishua, clad in a pink long gown, her head adorned with a phoenix crown. Celestial mist wafted gracefully, and the sky was painted with rosy hues. The onlooking cultivators gazed in rapt attention from afar. Chapter 9. Presenting the white umbrella. Disrupting the scene by Shishue arrived, her demeanor cool and aloof, akin to a snow lotus atop an icy peak, an enchanting sight just out of reach. The elders of Tianyu's sect, accompanied by 100 disciples, stepped out to welcome her, while red petals floated down from the sky, eventually converging to form a path leading directly to the gates of Tianyu's sect, resembling a beautiful scroll of art. By Shishue, donned in a red gown, had the hem of her dress dancing in the gentle breeze, captivating all who beheld her. With her phoenix crown perched upon her head and hands neatly placed before her, her skin gleamed like intricately carved jade, each gesture exuding charm. The war chariot came to a halt, as the dragon serpents roared, instilling fear in the surrounding spiritual beasts, which bowed their heads in submission, unwilling to challenge the might of the dragons. Subsequently, Bai Shishue emerged from the flower palanquin, followed closely by a group of beautiful female disciples. Additionally, a middle-aged woman stood beside Bai Shishue, clad in simple, light-colored garments, yet exuding an aura of exceptional grace and nobility. This woman was Du Ruoxing, the current holy master of Dongyi Palace. Naturally, the sect leader could not be absent from such a significant union. Holy Master Du, please enter. The leader of Tianyu's sect, named Qingyuan, also made his appearance, dressed in splendid robes, radiating authority. The leaders of both sects simultaneously directed their gaze towards the same location, their eyes resting upon the worship of Xianqing sect. It is well known that Dong Wenjun of the Xianqing sect has arrived, yet his demeanor is rather unfriendly, making it unnecessary to invite trouble upon oneself. Thus, Qingyuan and Du Ruoxing, accompanied by others, entered the grand hall, where the elders and disciples of both sects radiated with joy. After today, the Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace would forge an alliance, thereby gaining greater influence and an unassailable position within this starry domain. Within the worship, Chen Qingyuan gazed at the throng of figures, murmuring, "What a grand display. Little junior brother, please be cautious," he added. Dong Wenjun was perplexed as to why Chen Qingyuan insisted on attending the alliance celebration. Suspecting that it could not bode well, that I shall not cause any trouble. "Do not worry, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile, "and no matter what transpires, I shall protect you. Since I am here today, I must ensure your safe return home." Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's intentions, Dong Wenjun was prepared for a myriad of possibilities to this end. He had even discreetly brought the sect's treasured protective artifact, just in case. "Thank you, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan said, warmth flooding his heart as he turned towards the gates of the Tianyu sect. Dong Wenjun, a formidable figure at the third stage of tribulation, was required to face a tribulation every millennium, enduring a total of 9 tribulations before stepping into the realm of great ascension. Roaming freely between heaven and earth, in recent years, he had increasingly struggled to contain the surges of law within him. It was likely that he would soon have to confront his next tribulation, a perilous ordeal. "That I am growing old. I fear I may not withstand this trial," Dong Wenjun mused, watching Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. "Decades ago, my master showed me great kindness. You are the sole inheritor of his legacy. Even if it costs me my life, I shall safeguard you." A century prior, the incident involving the Tianyuan extraordinary treasure had led to the complete annihilation of the Xianqing sect's members who entered it. When Dong Wenjun learned of this news, he found it unbearable, his heart shattered. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned alive, he could not allow a similar tragedy to unfold again. The grand hall of the Tianyu sect was filled to capacity. High-ranking members from various sects were permitted into the inner sanctum, enjoying superior service, while ordinary disciples were relegated to the outer hall, conversing with peers of similar standing. Chen Qingyuan, does he truly dare to come in? Murmured some. "That I heard he had a verbal engagement with Bai Shishue of Dongyi Palace. Does he intend to disrupt the proceedings today?" The Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace were no ordinary powers. Should Chen Qingyuan dare to stir trouble, he would surely face dire consequences. "It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle," they speculated, their curiosity piqued by Chen Qingyuan's approach. Representatives from various sects produced their gifts, and the skies above the Tianyu sect shimmered with auspicious colors, a scene of great fortune. The Grand Elder, responsible for receiving the offerings, wore an expression of delight, expressing gratitude to the guests while meticulously recording the gifts from the various factions. Chen Qingyuan, accompanied by Yan Minghai, made his way to the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Friends from the Xianqing sect, please enter," one of the Tianyu sect elders said, casting a courteous glance at Chen Qingyuan and bowing in respect. The elder had been instructed not to impede Chen Qingyuan's entry. This is a token of goodwill from the Xianqing sect. Yan Minghai, as the representative of the Xianqing sect, retrieved the gift box and began to slowly open it. A faint azure glow emanated from the gift box, revealing a jade-hued spirit pearl, which, amidst the plethora of gifts, neither dazzled nor appeared particularly meager. "Thank you." The elder in charge of receiving guests accepted the offering. Yan Minghai was preparing to enter the hall when Chen Qingyuan called out, "Brother Yan, please wait a moment." "What is it?" Yan Minghai halted and turned back. "I have prepared a special gift for you." As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan produced a low-grade spirit stone to divert attention, and from his Qingyuan pouch, he retrieved a white umbrella to be by utilizing the spirit stone to activate the Qingyuan pouch. He concealed his own cultivation level. Should news of Chen Qingyuan's endeavor to reconstruct his Dao root spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Given Chen Qingyuan's current limited strength, he needed to remain as inconspicuous as possible, even keeping this matter from his fellow disciples. The elder in charge of receiving guests and the gathered disciples were momentarily taken aback. Soon their expressions darkened with displeasure on the joyous occasion of the alliance between the two sects. Chen Qingyuan had the audacity to present a white umbrella, a clear harbinger of ill intent. White objects are typically associated with funerals. Upon closer inspection, the umbrella carried the connotation of dispersion. What does Elder Chen mean by this? The elder in charge of receiving guests inquired with a grim countenance. The gift, were it not for the obligation to honor an agreement with Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan would not have graced Tianyu sect with his presence. To him, since Bai Shixue had chosen another, she was no longer a suitable match. All was in the past. If Bai Shixue truly harbored feelings for Chen Qingyuan, she would undoubtedly withstand any pressure to accompany him upon his return. However, the reality was starkly different. When Bai Shixue confirmed Chen Qingyuan's fall from grace, her guilt ebbed away like the tide, leaving her heart untouched. Presenting a white umbrella on the day of the union was nothing short of a disruption. How lamentable it was that Chen Qingyuan, once so resplendent, now resorted to such measures to uphold a semblance of dignity. I had anticipated a grand spectacle, yet this has left me sorely disappointed. Disciples from various sects, who had been observing Chen Qingyuan, shook their heads in disinterest. Initially, they had hoped to witness Chen Qingyuan throwing a fit and uttering some unsavory remarks. The umbrella was crafted from simple materials, mere mundane objects. The elder in charge of receiving guests intended to reprimand him, but was suddenly met with the elder's directive: accept the items and do not complicate matters. Complying with the order, the elder reluctantly set aside the white umbrella and, with a grim expression, addressed Chen Qingyuan. Elder Chen's gift has been received by Tianyu sect. Please, come in. Merely a white umbrella. Tianyu sect preferred to avoid causing a stir that could disrupt the greater scheme of things. As long as Chen Qingyuan refrained from egregious behavior, Tianyu sect would remain indifferent. Having concluded this matter, Chen Qingyuan and Yan Minghai proceeded side by side, taking their seats in a designated area of the inner hall. The hall was adorned with thousands of tables and chairs, resplendent in gold and jade, while a gentle mist of white swirled upon the floor, and tables were laden with exquisite fruits and celestial brews. The fragrant aroma of fine wine wafting to every corner with the breeze. Junior brother, you have been rather reckless. Yan Minghai remarked softly that I apologize for worrying you. Brother, Chen Qingyuan replied that I understand your frustrations. Yan Minghai said, casting a glance towards the gathering at Dongi Palace, his tone solemn. This is not about blaming you, but rather about discussing matters with your elder brother. That it seems that a conflict is truly on the horizon, and it is imperative to prepare in advance. The Tianyu sect would not resort to war over such trivial matters. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a light chuckle. Caution ensures longevity, and Yan Minghai is known for his prudence in action. Understood, he replied. Chen Qingyuan comprehended Yan Minghai's concerns and humbly accepted his guidance. As the auspicious moment arrived, the two newcomers were invited to enter. Atop the high platform in the inner hall, the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect addressed the gathered guests with a commanding voice. Chapter 10. The Abyssal Cavern, the Union on Hold. In Dongi Palace, Bai Shixue stood alongside Qin Yutong, both adorned in crimson attire, making their appearance on the elevated platform. To the spectators, the pairing of Qin Yutong and Bai Shixue was a striking match of talent and beauty. Whispers of admiration filled the air as the elders from various factions extolled Qin Yutong, the young prodigy, praising his well-deserved reputation. Qin Yutong scanned the crowd, and caught sight of Chen Qingyuan seated in a corner. A smirk played on his lips, and his gaze was laced with provocation, clearly mocking him. Chen Qingyuan met Qin Yutong's gaze without a flicker of emotion, remaining as serene as the sky on a clear day. Having spent over a century within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he had undergone considerable trials, making it difficult to provoke his ire. Thank you all, esteemed friends, for your support, Qin Yang, the sect master of Tianyu, announced with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Following a lengthy and tedious speech, he proclaimed that the Tianyu sect would advance in unity with Dongyi Palace. The sovereign of Dongyi Palace, Du Ruoxing, also took to the stage and uttered a few formalities. Once these elaborate proceedings concluded, the two newcomers prepared to perform the skyward tribute. Upon completion of the rite, they would be formally united as partners. Sharing both joy and adversity, the ceremonial incense, towering at approximately 10 meters, was ignited, its smoke rising to the heavens as the skyward ceremony commenced. As the rite neared completion, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qin Yang's eyes, accompanied by an intriguing undertone. Logically, given the profound heritage of the Tianyu sect, which ranks among the elite in this star domain, it seemed unlikely for Qin Yang, as its leader, to exhibit such exuberance merely due to an alliance with Dongyi Palace. Should the two sects unite today, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly come to regret it. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar, reaching the ears of all present. This utterance caused the ceremony to come to a halt. There is no need for concern, Sect Master Du. It is merely the mischief of some petty individuals. I shall dispatch someone to handle it. Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Du Ruoxing with a faint smile. Then communicated telepathically with the elders within the sect. Seal all barriers, allowing no one to enter. Du Ruoxing furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling apprehension. However, she chose not to interrupt the union ceremony. Instead, gazing toward the source of the voice, eager to discern the situation, the barriers of Tianyu sect suddenly activated, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were filled with curiosity. Sect Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Inquired a cultivator. To prevent any malicious disruptions, the barriers will remain until the union of the two sects is complete. Thereafter, they will be lifted, so there is no need for concern. Qin Yang feigned calmness, urging the guests to understand the necessity of the precaution. Most attendees nodded in agreement upon hearing this rationale, though a few remained skeptical, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Proceed. Qin Yang quickly signaled to the Grand Elder, urging him to expedite the completion of the union ceremony. The Grand Elder understood the implications and resolved to have the two newcomers exchange tokens, performing the ritual of bloodletting to establish a soul contract, thereby binding them as partners on the path. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the eastern barrier. The barrier was torn asunder, and a figure cloaked in black, exerting all his strength, proclaimed, "Beneath the Tianyu sect lies a sealed demonic lair. Should Dongyi Palace form a union with it, calamity shall surely follow." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in tumult. Countless gazes turned towards Qin Yang, seemingly seeking a definitive response. Just then, Du Ruoxing, who had remained silent until now, interjected, halting the proceedings. "Master Qin, do you not owe us an explanation regarding this matter?" "Preposterous." Qin Yang vehemently denied the claims. That so? Du Ruoxing's expression turned grave. "If it is indeed falsehood, would Master Qin dare to swear an oath by your Tao heart?" In that instant, the atmosphere became profoundly still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many elders of the Tianyu sect moved towards the eastern barrier, intent on subduing the rogue who dared to disrupt the union. The cloaked man had no intention of leaving this place alive. "I am Wang Ping, a core disciple of the Tianyu sect 5 centuries ago, that I stumbled into a forbidden area and discovered the demonic lair, inciting the wrath of the sect's higher-ups. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life. To create an opening in the barrier, I have employed all my protective techniques, driven by a desire to tarnish the reputation of the Tianyu sect and exact my vengeance. The sect, in its ruthless pursuit, has tortured my family to death to force me out. I have hidden for 500 years, and today I finally found an opportunity to reveal the truth. A millennium ago, the Tianyu sect was merely a third-rate power within the flowing star domain, yet it rose to prominence in just a few hundred years, primarily due to the resources extracted from the demonic lair. The sect has continuously exploited these resources, allowing the lair to expand unchecked, keeping this matter under wraps. Now, the power of the lair has grown beyond control, and the Tianyu sect seeks to find scapegoats. As Wang Ping fought off the elders of the Tianyu sect, he loudly proclaimed what he knew. The demonic lair is teeming with boundless resources. The Tianyu sect has merely extracted a fraction. Yet it has catapulted to become a leading force in the flowing star domain. To conceal the existence of the lair and prevent leaks. No more than 5 individuals within the sect are privy to this secret. Now, the lair has burgeoned into an insatiable abyss of darkness, and only now does the Tianyu sect wish to suppress it, only to realize it is too late. Consequently, the sect has schemed tirelessly to forge a union with Dongyi Palace. Should these two families ally, Dongyi Palace will find it exceedingly difficult to remain uninvolved and must assist the Tianyu sect in addressing the crisis of the demonic lair. Impossible, someone exclaimed that I seem to recall a Wang Ping who mysteriously vanished thereafter. Indeed, the rise of the Tianyu sect is rather peculiar, transforming into a colossal entity within merely a few hundred years. Quite strange indeed, if what this man claims is true, and there exists a demonic lair beneath the Tianyu sect. The consequences of an outbreak would be unimaginable. The crowd buzzed with astonishment at Wang Ping's revelations. Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. He found the unfolding drama thoroughly captivating and was relieved to have arrived in time. If indeed this were the case, the implications could be dire. Yan Minghai furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the guests' expressions turning grave. The deeper they pondered, the more alarmed they became. Qin Yang's countenance darkened considerably. His hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves as he cast a seething glance at the figure in black on the eastern side of the barrier, wishing fervently to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Noticing Qin Yang's prolonged silence, Du Ruoxing sensed that this matter was likely not a mere fabrication. She swiftly moved to stand beside Bai Shixue, forcefully severing the connection between Bai Shixue and Qin Yutong, and coldly declared, "If your esteemed sect fails to provide a reasonable explanation, the union between our two sects may prove exceedingly difficult to pursue. Master Du, after the ceremony concludes, I shall take the time to explain everything to you." Qin Yang insisted, hoping to negotiate an alliance with Dongyi Palace. However, as one who occupied the position of sect leader, Du Ruoxing was not easily misled. She stated plainly, "If there are words to be spoken, they can be uttered now. There is no need to wait until later." Bang! Following a fierce battle, Wang Ping was besieged and slain by the elders of Tianyu sect, his body exploding into a mist of blood. No one mourned Wang Ping's demise. Their expressions were indifferent. The members of Dongyi Palace, however, cast a glance toward the direction of Wang Ping's death, feeling a sense of gratitude. Had Wang Ping not sacrificed himself, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly have found themselves ensnared by Tianyu sect. Qin sect leader, will you not offer an explanation? The matter of the demon cave is of grave importance. Should it indeed be true and Tianyu sect choose to conceal it, they would risk becoming the enemy of all sects within the Fuliexing domain. That we implore you, Qin sect leader, to be forthright and not shroud the truth in secrecy. Representatives from various sects voiced their concerns, exerting immense pressure upon Qin Yang. The multitude of elders and disciples from Tianyu sect appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend how the ceremony for this alliance had devolved to such an extent. It was no wonder Tianyu sect had been so eager to ally with Dongyi Palace. Their intentions were clearly ulterior. Judging by Qin Yang's demeanor, no one doubted the authenticity of the Demon Cave incident. Dongyi Palace had narrowly avoided being deceived. Many felt a chill of apprehension for Dongyi Palace. Had they truly formed an alliance, they would inevitably be entangled in the consequences of the Demon Cave. With no hope of remaining uninvolved, Dongyi Palace was regarded as a premier force within the Fuliexing domain, capable of alleviating significant pressure for Tianyu sect. Originally, Dongyi Palace had hoped that an alliance with Tianyu sect would enhance their own foundation and afford them greater influence in this star domain. Never did they anticipate the depths of Tianyu sect's concealment. Thus, let us all move to a more private setting for a thorough discussion. With matters reaching this critical juncture, Qin Yang understood that he could no longer maintain the faade and decided to lay everything bare. Chapter 11. Departure of the guests. Qin Yang took the lead, followed closely by the high-ranking members of various sects. On one side, Qin Yutong wore a particularly grim expression, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. Regarding the matter of the Demon Cave, Qin Yutong was completely in the dark. His union with Bai Shixue had been a command from his father, Qin Yang. Additionally, as Bai Shixue had once been the confidant of Chen Qingyuan, Chen Yutong was more than willing to invest considerable effort into courting her. He had initially planned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Chen Qingyuan after the wedding ceremony, perhaps exchanging a few unflattering remarks, which would surely have put him in a good mood. However, the sudden turn of events left Chen Yutong feeling utterly bewildered. Bai Shishua stood at the center of the crowd in Dongyi Palace, equally bewildered and at a loss, her expression vacant, seemingly still grappling with the unfolding circumstances. Senior Yin, let us go and take a look. Dressed in a long blue robe, Chen Qingyuan was reluctant to miss the spectacle, tugging at Yin Minghai to follow the throng. You must not wander off. Stay close to your senior brother. Yin Minghai expressed his concern for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Although he had intended to escort Chen Qingyuan aboard the battleship, he could not withstand Chen Qingyuan's stubbornness and reluctantly acquiesced. Rest assured, Chen Qingyuan will not stray. This is not Xinqing sect, and one must proceed with caution. Qin Yang undid several prohibitions, leading the group to the forbidden ground of the back mountain, where a dense forest flourished with vibrant life. Initially, some core elders attempted to argue with Qin Yang, insisting that individuals from various sects should not be brought to the demon lair. However, after Qin Yang's reasoned discourse, the elders who were in the know lost their tempers and had no choice but to consent. If a solution to the demon lair was not discovered promptly, the repercussions of an outbreak would spell disaster for Tianyu sect. At that time, not only would Tianyu sect suffer, but the entire Flowing Star domain would also be implicated. As they traversed the thick forest, the multitude arrived at a desolate plain. Venturing deeper into the plain, they encountered a chasm approximately 10,000 meters in diameter, its entrance adorned with intricate demonic runes that a thick stream of demonic energy surged forth from the abyss. The demon lair was situated at the depth of this chasm, precisely at the core of Tianyu sect's subterranean realm. Due to the multiple barriers established by Tianyu sect around the chasm, the demonic energy was contained and did not disperse. Such a vast demon lair. Where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? If the demon lair experiences upheaval, Tianyu sect will bring calamity upon the entire Flowing Star domain. Damn it, Qin sect master, why were we not informed at the first sign of the demon lair's emergence? Now that the situation has solidified, should it erupt, the consequences will be dire. The elders of various sects began to hold him accountable, their expressions grim. Listening to their accusations, Qin Yang remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. He had long anticipated such a day and was mentally prepared. Once the elders had exhausted their reprimands, Qin Yang finally spoke. Esteemed friends, it is indeed Tianyu sect that bears fault in this matter, and we willingly accept our punishment. However, I implore you all to return and discuss with your respective sects how to jointly address the issue of the demon lair. You should be well aware that if the demon lair erupts, it will affect every corner of the Flowing Star domain, and indeed, even other star domains. No one can remain uninvolved. Qin sect master, this calamity was caused by Tianyu sect. Why should we be held responsible? One individual retorted angrily. Tianyu sect is willing to offer half of its treasury to all sections ascending into the air. Qin Yang stood aloft and proclaimed to the crowd, once this matter is resolved, Tianyu sect is prepared to bear the accountability of all the heroes of the realm. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd from Dongyi Palace. Sectmaster Du, if Dongyi Palace is willing to continue its alliance with Tianyu sect, the remaining half of our resources shall be graciously bestowed. Though Qin Yang felt a pang at the prospect of parting with such wealth, it was a necessary course of action that in the event of a demon lair uprising, it would be Tianyu sect that faced immediate destruction. For the sake of Tianyu sect's future, Qin Yang had no choice but to set aside his pride and deplete the sect's resources to secure the assistance of the other sects. The Dongyi Palace is not destined to ally with the Tianyu sect. I believe it is best to forego such an endeavor. Du Ruoxing resolutely declined, unwilling to gamble the future of Dongyi Palace. Resolving the chaos of the demon lair would merely yield a bounty of resources. Should the situation remain unresolved, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly be dragged into the mire, forever unable to rise again. Does the sect leader do not wish to contemplate this matter? Qin Yang sought to persuade him to in response. Du Ruoxing merely cast a cold glance, offering no reply. Recognizing Du Ruoxing's determination, Qin Yang ceased his insistence. He then proceeded to utter a series of grandiloquent remarks, urging the esteemed guests to relay the information back to their respective sects and expedite discussions to devise a solution for the demon lair. What a predicament! To have us clean up after the Tianyu sect is truly infuriating. Given the gravity of the situation, We must hasten back to formulate a countermeasure. Let us depart." After a lengthy period of commotion, the assembly departed in indignation. Before leaving, the Tianyu sect returned all gifts. Since the two sects would not be forming a marital alliance, the celebratory banquet was rendered unnecessary. "Esteemed friends, we extend our apologies." It seemed that in an effort to avoid offending any sect and to garner their assistance, the elders of the Tianyu sect offered apologies, a stark contrast to their initial arrogance on their way back. Chen Qingyuan encountered the members of Dongyi Palace at the entrance of the Tianyu sect. Sect leader Du Yan Minghai, of slightly lower status, clasped his fists in greeting. Elder Yin Du Ruoxing nodded in return, her expression indifferent, concealing her true thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruoxing's gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan. She scrutinized him intently, but finding nothing amiss, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the fall of a once great talent to a state of desolation. Such a pity. An elder returned the gift from the Xianqing sect, departing with a crestfallen demeanor. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the white umbrella in his hand, his expression somewhat peculiar, muttering to himself, "Although the gift has been returned, it is not due to my doing. The initial agreement should still hold, should it not?" The members of Dongyi Palace could hardly avoid noticing the striking white umbrella. Earlier, the Tianyu sect had wished to avoid creating too much of a stir, leaving many unaware of Chen Qingyuan's gift of the umbrella. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon Chen Qingyuan, accompanied by whispers. "Chen Qingyuan, how cleverly you have presented this gift," Du Ruoxing remarked with an impassive face. "Merely a coincidence that I am in the presence of the leader of Dongyi Palace." Chen Qingyuan remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm. "From what I gather, you are not one to lack composure." Du Ruoxing spoke softly from a distance of over 10 meters. The faces of the elders standing behind turned grim. This betrothal had devolved into a farce, a source of embarrassment. Bai Shixue, clad in a crimson gown, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan, feeling a blend of shame, awkwardness, and helplessness. Bai Shixue held no authority to decide on the union of their sect. Given the choice, she would have preferred to see the alliance come to fruition rather than face the scornful gazes of others. Losing all dignity. Soon enough, she persuaded herself internally, gradually lifting her head, her expression shifting. She had embarked on this path, and there was no turning back. From this moment forth, she remains an exceptionally gifted cultivator. While Chen Qingyuan possesses a mere century of lifespan at most, the faint pang of guilt that lingered within has now utterly dissipated. There is no ulterior motive. "Master Du, please do not overthink it." Chen Qingyuan offered a calm smile as he gradually folded the white umbrella. "You have been fortunate to emerge alive from the abyss. Might you share what transpired within?" Du Ruoxing was undeniably intrigued by the abyss. As these words escaped his lips, numerous individuals took heed, halting their steps, their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan turning decidedly unfriendly. Chapter 12. Dissolution of Alliances. Commotion among all sides. Yan Minghai sensed the presence of several unfriendly pressures, evidently harboring a keen interest in the abyss, and promptly readied his defenses, stepping closer to Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would be the first to shield him. "If Master Du is so curious, why not venture in yourself?" Chen Qingyuan replied with a faint smile, unperturbed by Du Ruoxing's imposing demeanor, offering a nonchalant retort. "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit." Before the gathered crowd, Du Ruoxing could not resort to coercion or enticement against Chen Qingyuan. Most crucially, seated not far away on the warship was the elder protector of the Xianqing sect. A formidable figure in the tribulation stage, Du Ruoxing had no desire to offend him. There was no necessity for such folly. "Senior Yan, let us depart." Chen Qingyuan paid no heed to the crowd from Dongyi Palace. Not even casting a glance at Bai 19 as Chen Qingyuan had stated, the ties with Bai Shixue had been severed. Perhaps Bai Shixue had once genuinely cared for Chen Qingyuan, but that was contingent upon his status as a renowned prodigy. Since Chen Qingyuan's return, the world had come to know him as a cripple, and Bai Shixue exhibited little emotional fluctuation towards him. At most feeling a trace of guilt, the path of cultivation makes it exceedingly difficult to encounter those who genuinely reciprocate one's feelings. While Chen Qingyuan could comprehend Bai Shixue's actions, he would not forgive her. From henceforth, they would be as strangers, with no debts owed to one another. "This lad is certainly concealing secrets." Du Ruoxing gazed at the retreating figure of Chen Qingyuan, murmuring to herself, had Chen Qingyuan emerged alive a century ago, the cultivators of the world would have shown little interest, merely deeming the abyss a realm of great terror. best left untouched. Yet, with Chen Qingyuan's reappearance after a century, how could it fail to pique the curiosity of cultivators worldwide? Master, is there truly no room for negotiation between Dongyi Palace and Tianyu sect? Yao Susu mustered her courage to inquire. What is it? Does Elder Yao wish to act as a mediator? Du Ruoxing cast a glance at Yao Susu, her tone indifferent. That is not my intention. Please do not take offense, Master. Yao Susu hastily bowed in apology. Acknowledging her misstep, humph. Du Ruoxing snorted coldly, leading the people of Dongyi Palace away. Should the two sects form a marital alliance, Yao Susu, as by Shishua's mentor, would naturally see her status rise. Thus, at the behest of a certain elder from Tianyu sect, Yao Susu sought to explore the possibility. The matter of the demon lair was exceedingly grave. Du Ruoxing would not foolishly assume that responsibility for Tianyu sect an alliance. What utter nonsense! Despite the multitude eager to glean news of the abyss from Chen Qingyuan, no faction dared to exert pressure. Not far away, the silver-haired Dong Wenjun stood atop the warship of the Xianqing sect, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of Chen Qingyuan. If anyone dared to bring harm to Chen Qingyuan, they would do well to consider whether they could triumph over Dong Wenjun. Why? One might ponder. Would a seemingly powerless individual receive such protection? Many found it difficult to comprehend, their hearts filled with uncertainty in other sects. Being rendered powerless would signify certain death, a fate to be disregarded. The myriad practitioners of the world could not fathom just how significant Chen Qingyuan was in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect. It was a bond of kinship, not merely a matter of self-interest. With Dong Wenjun's formidable presence, Chen Qingyuan returned safely to the warship that a grand procession departed from the Tianyu sect, encountering no obstacles along the way. Before long, news of the annulment of the marriage alliance spread across the land, accompanied by tales of the demonic abyss. Damn it! All the benefits had been seized by the Tianyu sect, and now they had stirred up a great mess, leaving us to bear the consequences. What utter nonsense! No wonder the Tianyu sect was eager to expedite their alliance with the Dongyi Palace. They sought to secure a scapegoat before their demise. I had always wondered how the Tianyu sect could rise to prominence over the centuries. It turns out they had garnered immense fortune from the demonic abyss. Now that the abyss had spiraled out of control, the Tianyu sect wished for us to shoulder the repercussions. Truly outrageous. Upon hearing of this matter, the leaders of various sects erupted in indignation, wishing they could raze the Tianyu sect to the ground. However, the Tianyu sect, having developed a wealth of powerful individuals over the years, proved a formidable adversary, leaving the practitioners of other sects to sulk in silence. Within the inner sanctum of the Xianqing sect, a group was deliberating the issue of the demonic abyss. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he still offered his opinions while seated leisurely with a cup of tea. After much clamor, some members of the Xianqing sect advocated for addressing the abyss in conjunction with the powerful figures from other sects, seeking to hold the Tianyu sect accountable after the fact. Conversely, a faction believed that, since the issue originated with the Tianyu sect, it was best to refrain from immediate action. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Lin Chongsheng raised his hand to quiet the crowd, turning to the relaxed and content Chen Qingyuan. This matter does not directly concern us. There is no need for such uproar. Chen Qingyuan voiced his inner thoughts. It is the Tianyu sect that should be anxious, not our Xianqing sect. To consider a worst-case scenario, should the abyss truly erupt, we could first eliminate the Tianyu sect, and then unite with fellow practitioners to deal with the aftermath. That I concur with Junior Brother's perspective. If we must intervene, it should only be after the Tianyu sect has been vanquished. Many senior brothers and sisters expressed their agreement, feeling a profound dissatisfaction with the actions of the Tianyu sect. Should this course of action be taken, it could very well result in the loss of the optimal moment to address the abyss. If the situation spiraled beyond control, countless innocents would suffer dire consequences. A certain elder furrowed his brow, filled with concern. In my view, we should observe the developments. Chen Qingyuan understood the worries of the assembly, his expression growing more serious as he pondered. Let us set aside this discussion for now. Lin Chongsheng interrupted the ongoing debate to prevent further discord. Let us first see what actions the Tianyu sect will take, and we shall deliberate again. Then as the meeting concluded, Lin Chongsheng instructed Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan to remain, while the others departed. Junior brother Dong, are you aware of your transgression in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Chongsheng, appearing younger than Dong Wenjun, was, in fact, significantly his senior, possessing a slight edge in strength. I am aware of my mistake. Dong Wenjun bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, refraining from any argument. I understand your concerns for the safety of our junior brother, yet as a venerable elder tasked with safeguarding our sect, your responsibilities are of utmost importance. You cannot depart lightly. Should I temporarily leave the sect for certain matters, and you are absent as well, the consequences of an invasion by nefarious individuals would be unimaginable. Lin Chongqing and Dong Wenjun, both disciples of the same lineage, referred to Chen Qingyuan's master as Shibua. Having benefited from his grace, the junior brother willingly accepted punishment. Before departing, Dong Wenjun contemplated the repercussions. You are to meditate facing the wall for 3 months and abstain from alcohol for half a year, Lin Chongqing stated solemnly. What? Dong Wenjun was taken aback, forcing a wry smile. Eldest brother, I can accept the wall meditation. But could the alcohol prohibition be waived? It cannot, Lin Chongqing replied sternly. Very well. Dong Wenjun had always held a disinterest in women, finding solace only in wine. The thought of abstaining for 6 months was indeed a source of great distress. Yet he had no choice but to accept his punishment. Junior brother, you have returned, but have yet to offer incense to Shibua. You should make a trip today. Having resolved this matter, Lin Chongqing's previously stern demeanor softened, his expression becoming gentler. All right. Chen Qingyuan's master, whom he had never met, had passed away shortly after taking him into the sect. The circumstances surrounding his master's death felt somewhat suspicious, yet Lin Chongqing had personally laid him to rest, witnessed by many elders. Thus he had no choice but to accept this reality. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was still an infant, completely unaware of the world around him, due to the favors bestowed upon him by his master. Chen Qingyuan had reaped significant benefits. Over half of the senior members of Xianxing sect had received blessings and opportunities from his master, particularly Lin Chongqing and Dong Wenjun, who had been rescued from the jaws of death on multiple occasions. With this connection, Chen Qingyuan had never faced injustice and was privy to many secrets held by his senior brothers. During the last investigation into whether he had been possessed, Chen Qingyuan had to sacrifice his senior brothers to prove his innocence. It was not that he could not keep secrets. Chen Qingyuan and the others arrived at the graveyard on the back mountain, where the autumn wind whispered tales of sorrow. In the southeast corner of the cemetery stood a monument inscribed with the words, Grave of Shangguan Rong, a legendary figure of the Xianxing sect and Chen Qingyuan's master. Since the beginning of his recollections, Chen Qingyuan had never encountered Shangguan Rong, only knowing that he had been rescued by him. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects, he declared. Even though Chen Qingyuan had never met his master, he held him in high regard, bowing deeply and offering incense. Shibua, Lin Chongqing, and Dong Wenjun also bowed in reverence. Their eyes filled with respect. Had it not been for Shangguan Rong's guidance and grace, it was unlikely they would have attained their current positions as sect leader and elder protector. They might have perished in some forgotten corner long ago. The 3 of them cleared the dust from the grave, performed some simple rituals, and then departed from the cemetery. While Dong Wenjun faced his wall of reflection, Lin Chongqing remained with Chen Qingyuan in a secluded cultivation cave, discussing pressing matters. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about news regarding the reconstruction of spiritual roots and have made some progress. Eldest brother, there is truly no need for such concern. Everything follows the natural order of cause and effect. Chen Qingyuan noticed that Lin Chongqing appeared somewhat haggard, having been preoccupied with worries concerning his own affairs in recent days. The world of the Tao is fraught with peril, and the human heart is exceedingly intricate. It is not that Chen Qingyuan is unwilling to disclose the matter of his Tao body's reconstruction. Rather, it is a matter of necessity. Should this information leak, Chen Qingyuan would not only face numerous troubles himself, but the entire Xianxing sect would also be implicated. Having survived in the abyss for a century and having reformed his flawless Tao root, such news, if it reached the ears of certain formidable beings, would undoubtedly incite unimaginable upheaval. This is the duty of a senior brother. Lin Chongqing gently shook his head. I have learned of the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, said to be located in a certain place within the Yunhai star field. This individual is the most renowned physician of the northern wasteland, having cured many difficult ailments, with rumors suggesting he possesses the ability to revive the dead. I had previously heard of the ghost doctor's name, elusive and enigmatic. His true visage remains unknown. Chen Qingyuan had known of the ghost doctor since his youth. He was the most formidable physician in the northern wasteland, said to command respect even from great ascension cultivators. Who would dare not offend him? Hearing that the ghost doctor's presence has been detected in the Yunhai star field, I shall accompany you to seek our fortunes to uncover this information. Lin Chongqing must have expended considerable effort and resources. Yet, for the sake of curing Chen Qingyuan, every effort is worthwhile. Brother, if I am unable to effect a cure, would you be greatly disappointed? Chen Qingyuan raised his gaze to meet Lin Chongqing's, his expression tinged with gravity. Nonsense. You are a harbinger of good fortune. A person of merit shall always find favor with the heavens. It is impossible for you to fail. Lin Chongqing, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope, hastily offered words of comfort. There are always exceptions. What if? Chen Qingyuan sought to glean Lin Chongqing's thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor. Observing Chen Qingyuan's earnest expression, Lin Chongqing remained silent for a prolonged moment. After a while, with unwavering resolve, Lin Chongqing declared, "If you truly cannot be cured, I shall ensure that you live the latter half of your life free from worries. I will find you a suitable match and ensure you leave behind offspring. After your passing, I will have you interred beside our master's grave, and I will visit periodically to tend to your resting place and share news of the sect's affairs regarding the worst possible outcome." Lin Chongqing had contemplated it numerous times in his mind, merely witnessing Chen Qingyuan grow old and perish as a mortal. Regardless, as long as Chen Qingyuan remains alive, Lin Chongqing will not allow him to suffer indignities. This sentiment was shared by the higher echelons of the Xianqing sect as well. Enough, I understand. Chen Qingyuan suddenly laughed, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere within the room. We have not yet reached the point of my demise. So there is no need to be so solemn. Was it not you who broached this topic first? Why are you now turning the tables? Lin Chongqing's gaze was sharp. That my apologies. Let us speak no more of it. Upon hearing Lin Chongqing's earlier words, Chen Qingyuan felt a warm glow in his heart. Unlike other sects that prioritize profit, the Xianqing sect values deep emotional bonds, which is why Chen Qingyuan places such profound trust in it. The whereabouts of the ghost doctor are notoriously elusive. We shall set out for the Yunhai star field at dawn tomorrow, Lin Chongqing stated. Are we in such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan inquired in surprise. If we miss this opportunity, it may be a century before we encounter the ghost doctor again. The implication was clear. Chen Qingyuan had but this singular chance to reconstruct his spiritual roots. After all, to exist in this world as a mortal being is to be granted but a fleeting century. Brother, if you choose to accompany me, what shall become of our home? Chen Qingyuan harbored concerns that turmoil might befall the Xianqing sect, and he did not wish for his own affairs to embroil the sect in misfortune. Junior brother Dong will remain at home. There is no need for worry on that front. Lin Chongqing had arranged these matters, allowing him the opportunity to depart from the Xianqing sect. For him, the task of restoring Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was of utmost importance and could not be taken lightly. Very well. Chen Qingyuan found no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Lin Chongqing escorted Chen Qingyuan to the cultivation cave and then turned to leave in the stillness of the night. Chen Qingyuan sat at the edge of his bed, retrieving the jade bracelet for a closer inspection. As his consciousness delved within, he once again felt the terrifying laws enveloping his soul, a suffocating sensation washing over him, causing his heart to sink slightly. The first agreement had been begrudgingly fulfilled. A chilling voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears. This jade bracelet harbored unfathomable powers, seemingly capable of connecting to the abyss and facilitating a conversation with the enigmatic maiden clad in red. Now, you must undertake the second task. The maiden in red spoke once more. What task? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Journey to the North Song Star Field. There is a gift awaiting you. The cold, emotionless words reverberated throughout every corner of the jade bracelet space. What gift? Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of curiosity. You will know when you arrive. With that, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. North Song Star Field. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation, feeling both anticipation and a hint of trepidation regarding the gift mentioned by the maiden in red. Each time he recalled his century-long existence in the abyss, a wave of dread washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. The following day, Lin Chongqing arrived early at Chen Qingyuan's doorstep, prepared to lead him towards the Yunhai star field, just as the two were about to set off. An inner sect elder hurriedly approached. Sect Master, this is the joint invitation from the 18 sects of the Fulliu star field, requesting your presence to discuss matters concerning the Demon Cave. The Fulliu star field comprises a total of 19 premier and top-tier forces, including the Xianqing sect. The weight of the joint invitation from the 18 sects is unmistakable. As the Demon Cave continues to expand, the various sacred lands must devise a solution. I have no time. Let the Grand Elder attend instead. Lin Chongqing frowned. The first thought that crossed his mind was to reject the invitation. Disinterested in engaging in verbal sparring with the leaders of the sects. Sect Master, this matter is exceedingly grave. If you do not attend, it may prove detrimental, the elder said with a wry smile. Why should I be summoned to negotiate solutions for the troubles wrought by the Tianyu sect? Lin Chongqing scoffed, believing that simply refraining from adding to their woes was commendable enough. If the situation with the demon cave escalates, our Xianqing sect will undoubtedly suffer as well. Sect Master, you must go. Perhaps you can negotiate for substantial resources from the Tianyu sect. This elder, responsible for both internal and external affairs of the sect, held a portion of the authority to oversee the sect master. Brother, you go ahead with your matters. Chen Qingyuan understood the gravity of the situation and could empathize with Lin Chongqing's desire to accompany him in seeking the ghostly physician. However, in the face of the grand principles of the sect, Lin Chongqing, as the sect leader, could not afford to be absent. Let someone else accompany me instead. Lin Chongqing turned to Chen Qingyuan, his expression grave, and let out a long sigh. Alas, after contemplating for a moment, Lin Chongqing had no choice but to prioritize the greater good and summon someone through sound transmission. Who would it be? Chapter 14. The benevolent Lin Pingyan. Lin Chongqing truly wished to avoid addressing the troubles caused by Tianyu sect. But the matter was of great significance. Should he remain absent, it could lead to adverse consequences. Let Pingyan accompany you on this journey. After much deliberation, Lin Chongqing made his decision. Very well. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, feeling a slight relief. Without Lin Chongqing by his side, Chen Qingyuan could seize opportunities to act independently, alleviating his concerns about revealing his condition. Before long, a young man clad in white appeared, known as Lin Pingyan. The only son of Lin Chongqing, Lin Pingyan was an inner elder of Xianqing sect, having reached the pinnacle of the Yuaning realm, although he was several hundred years older than Chen Qingyuan. He had to address him as junior martial uncle due to their respective standings. Father, junior martial uncle. Having received the sound transmission, Lin Pingyan set aside all his affairs and hurriedly rushed over. Bowing deeply to the two. Initially, it was quite challenging for Lin Pingyan to utter the words junior martial uncle. However, after witnessing Chen Qingyuan's astonishing talent, which eclipsed his peers in the Fuliexing domain and even gained renown across many star regions in the North Wilderness, Lin Pingyan became convinced and bore no ill feelings. You will accompany junior martial uncle on this journey. Regardless of what transpires, you must ensure his safety. Do you understand? Lin Chongqing gently tapped Lin Pingyan's forehead, imparting the path of the ghost doctor, and spoke with gravity. I understand. Father. Lin Pingyan nodded solemnly, secretly vowing that as long as he remained alive, he would ensure nothing befell his junior martial uncle. Go. Lin Chongqing did not assign too many companions to avoid drawing attention. With Lin Pingyan safeguarding Chen Qingyuan, they could easily resolve typical issues unless they encountered formidable beings who had cultivated for millennia. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set forth. Lin Chongqing conferred with several elders, preparing to discuss matters concerning the demon abyss. A stone carriage, measuring approximately 100 meters in length, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a special position, enabling it to traverse a distance of 100,000 miles daily at remarkable speed. Inside the stone carriage, Chen Qingyuan felt no discomfort, sitting leisurely. Junior martial uncle, it is estimated that we will reach the Yunhai star region in about a month. Although Lin Pingyan's talent did not match that of the former Chen Qingyuan, it was still quite high, and the elders of Xianqing sect held great expectations for him. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's emergence, Lin Pingyan would undoubtedly have been appointed as the young sect leader. A century ago, Xianqing sect had originally decided to make Chen Qingyuan the young sect leader, who would eventually shoulder the immense weight of the sect and lead it towards glory. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. After 100 years, the higher-ups of Xianqing sect, after much deliberation and consideration, intended to select an auspicious date for Lin Pingyan to formally assume the role of young sect leader. Little did they know, Chen Qingyuan had appeared at this critical juncture, disrupting the original plans of Xianqing sect. Through the elder's demeanor, there remained hope that Chen Qingyuan could be healed, allowing him to take on the leadership position of the sect. It's all right, there's no rush. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan sat within the stone carriage, a selection of spiritual fruits and fragrant tea adorning the table before them. This arrangement, where Lin Pingyan was tasked by Lin Chongqing to escort Chen Qingyuan, was not a whimsical decision but rather one that had been considered thoroughly. Only by their companionship could they effectively dispel unnecessary troubles and even foster camaraderie among their sect. Lin Pingyan, having been raised by Lin Chongqing, was trusted implicitly, It was inconceivable that he would engage in any acts of rebellion. At most, he might harbor some displeasure. Ping in. I have heard that the upper echelons of our sect intend to appoint you as the junior sect master. But my presence seems to have complicated matters, Chen Qingyuan stated, bringing up the topic he wished to express rather than keeping it bottled up. Given the generational hierarchy, Chen Qingyuan, despite being significantly younger than Lin Pingyan, felt entitled to speak in a tone befitting an elder. Lin Pingyan merely smiled, his composure unshaken. If it were me, I certainly would not swallow this grievance quietly. I would confront those obstructing my path with force. Or perhaps draw a circle to curse them, Chen Qingyuan remarked with a tone of mock ferocity, as if the injured party were himself. Observing Chen Qingyuan's demeanor, Lin Pingyan felt some of his own sorrow and worries dissipate, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Little uncle, it cannot be that serious. Indeed, it is quite serious, Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. You have devoted yourself to rigorous training for the position of junior sect master for so many years, only to lose that opportunity a century ago. Now that a new chance has finally arisen, it has been thwarted by my presence. To be frank, I feel both indignant and frustrated on your behalf. Why not take out your anger on me? Little uncle, you truly have a flair for theatrics. Lin Pingyan, clad in a white robe, exuded an air of refined elegance. He was a man of great propriety. Typically reticent, I must admit, I did harbor some resentment in silence. But such feelings are merely a natural psychological response. It is best to let go. Moreover, if I can rectify your health, my accomplishments shall surely rival those of the past. And I would willingly assist you in becoming the sect master, regardless of the time, be it a century ago or now. When in the presence of Chen Qingyuan, Lin Pingyan's dignified aura was swiftly dismantled. What I find most intolerable is your penchant for reason. How can one devoted to cultivation be so pragmatic? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You do not understand me, nor do you grasp the sentiments of senior brother and the others. What do you mean by that, little uncle? Lin Pingyan inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. I never aspired to be the junior sect master, nor do I possess the capability to shoulder the responsibilities of the sect. I can only strive to protect it to the best of my ability. I have expressed this previously. Though the sect is vast, it is not my destined abode. What I yearn for is a life of carefree ease. With ample time ahead, Chen Qingyuan resolved to engage Lin Pingyan in a deeper conversation. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders wish to compel me into this position? Little uncle possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing his peers, and is thus well deserving of the leadership role within the sect, Lin Pingyan replied, showing great respect for the strong. And so he willingly addressed him as little uncle. That is one reason. Yet not the fundamental factor. Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. Are there other reasons? Lin Pingyan inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Is it due to the supreme ancestor? Not at all. Chen Qingyuan shook his head once more. What is that? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Throughout my life, both within and outside the sect, I have never encountered any setbacks. Chen Qingyuan spoke slowly. You are different. Your disposition is too soft, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. If you were to lead the sect, it would inevitably result in constraints everywhere, causing the disciples within to gradually lose their fighting spirit. This would be a fatal blow to his sect. Life is precious. I do not wish to become a butcher. Lin Pingyan, having lived for over 5 centuries, had killed no more than 10 individuals, all of whom were heinous villains. His excessive compassion rendered him unsuitable for a position of power. This time, the senior brother entrusted you with my protection, both because he trusts you and because he wishes to temper your character. Accompany me on my journey. Perhaps you might be influenced by me and rectify these undesirable traits. In the realm of cultivation, the greatest taboo is mercy, yet Lin Pingyan embodies the demeanor of a cultured scholar. Had he not been born into the Xianqing sect, where internal strife is rare, he would have surely faced greater challenges in other sections. Kindness invites treachery. This is true for mortals and cultivators alike. Let it be. Lin Pingyan did not wish to be cruel, but he found it impossible. In his eyes, life is priceless, unless one is marked for certain death. He could never bring himself to strike a fatal blow. It was precisely due to Lin Pingyan's indecisiveness and excessive compassion that the upper echelons of the sect dared not allow him to become the junior sect master. As a leader of a sect, whose hands are not stained with blood, for the sake of the sect's interests, one must sometimes act against their better judgment. Only in this way can a sect thrive. Instilling fear in rivals and protecting its disciples. Change gradually. Chen Qingyuan reclined in his rocking chair, gently closing his eyes. If you can transform, the position of future sect master will undoubtedly be yours. As your little master uncle, I will certainly assist you. It might be somewhat challenging for Chen Qingyuan to guide someone towards goodness. However, leading them astray would pose no pressure at all. That I do not covet power. I merely wish not to disappoint my father. Lin Pingyin was diligently striving to become the junior sect master for this singular reason, to earn Lin Changshan's approval. At this pace and direction. We should pass by the base sect tomorrow. Remember to stop for a while. Chen Qingyuan murmured as he lay in bed. For what purpose? Lin Pingyin inquired. To collect debts. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Chen Qingyuan's lips, revealing a hint of a devilish grin. Chapter 15. Collecting debts. A firm stance. The following day, the war chariot halted at the borders of the base sect. Pingyin summoned the steward of base sect. Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely, savoring his tea. Understood. Although Lin Pingyin was unaware of the nature of the debts Chen Qingyuan intended to collect, he did not press for further details and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the base sect. Lin Pingyin politely presented his identity, waiting for the disciples to announce his arrival at the gate. Observing Lin Pingyin's decorum, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat exasperated and called out loudly, "You are an inner elder of the Xianqing sect. How can you wait at the gate? The guarding disciples of base sect are ignorant of propriety. Just kick the door open." Chen Qingyuan remained within the war chariot, his words clearly reaching Lin Pingyin's ears. "Little master uncle. This is inappropriate." Kicking down the door at the slightest disagreement does not align with Lin Pingyin's principles. Such an absurdity. The base sect is merely a second-rate faction, and as an elder of the Xianqiang sect, you ought to have directly granted me entry. Failing to do so is a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Xianqiang sect. Should this incident become known, our disciples will undoubtedly face humiliation when they venture outside, as everyone will want to trample upon us. Chen Qingyuan deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation solely to increase the pressure on Lin Pingyin. Surely, it cannot be that dire. Lin Pingyin glanced back at the war chariot not far away and communicated telepathically. "Pingyin, am I still not your little Shirshu?" Noticing Lin Pingyin's lingering hesitation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to exert familial pressure. Indeed, Lin Pingyin responded promptly. "Then heed your little Shirshu's words and kick the door open." Chen Qingyuan commanded sternly, "If you do not force this door open today, then I shall also refrain from venturing to the Yuhai Star region. The ailment of my body shall remain untreated." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyin felt a surge of urgency. If Chen Qingyuan truly refused to heal his wounds, Lin Pingyin would live with guilt for the rest of his days, with no alternative. Lin Pingyin steeled his resolve and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door of the base sect burst open. In an instant, numerous figures appeared in the skies above the base sect. Eager to discover who possessed such audacity to act so recklessly, the atmosphere grew tense. "Elder Lin, what is the meaning of this?" An inter-sect elder of the base sect approached, having learned of Lin Pingyin's arrival, and was just in time to witness the door-kicking incident, his expression darkening. It bears little significance, Lin Pingyin thought to himself, though he maintained a facade of calmness, just as the two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Chen Qingyuan's voice rang out from within the war chariot. He produced a common item, a voice amplification tube, which could amplify sound dozens or even hundreds of times, of little use to practitioners. Standing at the forefront of the chariot, he placed the tube to his lips and shouted toward the base sect. "Pingyin is an inter-sect elder of the Xianqiang sect, the son of our sect leader. He comes to pay a visit to the base sect, yet is unjustly kept outside. Do you not regard the Xianqiang sect with any respect, regardless of right or wrong? Let us first place a significant accusation upon the base sect." It is Chen Qingyuan. Many within the base sect recognized him at once, murmuring amongst themselves. "The base sect harbors no such intention," a certain elder hastily asserted. "According to protocol, only after the gatekeeper disciples have announced their arrival may visitors be allowed entry." "Nonsense protocol," Chen Qingyuan retorted vehemently. "If the elders from the Tianyu sect were to arrive, would the base sect deny them entry? The base sect's refusal to extend courtesy to the Xianqiang sect suggests they believe us to be fallen and easily bullied. Does it not? Elder Chen, please do not take offense. It is indeed the base sect that has acted inappropriately, neglecting Elder Lin." The Grand Elder of the base sect intervened, urging others to refrain from speaking, lest the situation escalate further. Acknowledging the wrongdoing is a good start. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. "Elders, please enter. Tea has been prepared within the hall." The Grand Elder clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "No need for that." Chen Qingyuan declined. "I have come today to settle accounts, not to indulge in tea." "Settle accounts? What accounts?" The Grand Elder was somewhat perplexed, unsure whether the expression was genuine or feigned. He inquired about the matter with the 13th elder of your esteemed sect. Chen Qingyuan, holding a sound transmission tube in his left hand, raised his voice. Immediately, the Grand Elder summoned the 13th Elder, a diminutive middle-aged man. What is the situation? The 13th Elder recounted the events of the past in detail that a century ago, Chen Qingyuan had invested in a business, establishing a trading association with the 13th Elder of the base sect, sharing the profits equally. However, following the incident involving Chen Qingyuan and Tianyuan, the 13th Elder had failed to honor his commitment to distribute the association's profits. Chen Qingyuan had conducted a thorough investigation, which is why he had come to collect the debts. The trading association had encountered considerable difficulties over the past century, yielding minimal spiritual stones. The 13th Elder, with his head bowed, spoke somewhat sheepishly. I cannot concern myself with how much you have earned or lost. Merely compensate me with one medium-grade spiritual vein, and we shall consider the matter settled. Chen Qingyuan, disinterested in recalculating the association's profits, had already decided beforehand. 1 spiritual vein. How could that possibly suffice? Upon hearing this, the 13th Elder abruptly raised his head, unable to accept the terms. For 100 years, you have concealed this matter from both sects, clearly intending to monopolize the association's benefits. Unfortunately, your incompetence has led to poor management. You have no one to blame but yourself. To demand compensation in the form of a medium-grade spiritual vein is already a concession on my part. Had this been a century ago, I would have personally rendered you incapacitated, despite not being as formidable as he once was. Chen Qingyuan had not lost his authority and shouted vehemently, Elder Chen, shall we not sit down and discuss this? The Grand Elder wished to avoid escalating the situation and damaging the sect's reputation. There is nothing to discuss. He is a member of your base sect, and you must bear this responsibility. Chen Qingyuan showed no regard for the base sect's dignity, continuing, if he cannot provide it, then the base sect shall repay the debt. Is Elder Chen truly being so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, visibly displeased. If I were unreasonable, I would not be here to collect a debt but rather invite the disciples of the Xianqing sect to engage in a debate. Unfazed by the threats, Chen Qingyuan understood that some sects only respected strength and thus needed to be dealt with accordingly. At his words, a flicker of panic crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. He had heard of the Xianqing sect's treatment of Chen Qingyuan, whose favor was well known, and dared not speak harshly. I shall take a brief nap. If, in half an hour, the base sect refuses to repay the debt, I shall engage in a serious spar with the elders of your generation, showing no mercy. After uttering this, Chen Qingyuan returned to his war chariot, enjoying fruits and tea, ignoring the members of the base sect. Lin Pingyan bowed respectfully towards the war chariot, affirming, understood. He then turned to face the members of the base sect, displaying no fear, regardless of how the upper echelons of the base sect spoke sweetly. Lin Pingyan only had one retort. Any matter should be discussed with my little master uncle. Half an hour later, the base sect reached a conclusion. Fine, we truly do not wish to part with a medium-grade spiritual vein. Yet we cannot refuse. Chen Qingyuan's temperament was notorious in the Fuliexing region for its ruthlessness and adherence to his word. Take it. After today, this debt is settled. The Grand Elder, with a grim countenance, presented the spiritual vein before Lin Pingyan. Gazing at the entire medium-grade spirit vein, Lin Pingyan felt a momentary daze, utterly astonished that the base sect had indeed capitulated. But I am quite occupied with matters at hand and cannot invite Elder Lin inside for tea. The Grand Elder issued the eviction order, departing without a backward glance. Upon returning to the war chariot, Lin Pingyan placed a spatial ring containing the spirit vein upon the table, fixating his gaze intently on Chen Qingyuan. Junior uncle, the spirit vein has been secured. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan stretched languidly, seemingly already aware of the outcome, displaying no signs of elation. After a brief pause, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, how does it feel to collect the debt? What? Lin Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. How does it feel to reclaim what is owed? Is it gratifying? Chen Qingyuan reiterated. Well, Lin Pingyan hesitated. Stop stammering and speak honestly, Chen Qingyuan urged. To be candid. Junior uncle, it feels rather peculiar. Lin Pingyan admitted. Initially, I felt some discomfort, perceiving it as rather crude. Yet, upon acquiring the spirit vein, an overwhelming joy surged within me, akin to having stumbled upon a treasure. What do you mean by a treasure? This is an investment made by your junior uncle a century ago. Chen Qingyuan, who seldom engaged in unprofitable dealings, possessed a demeanor that oscillated between icy aloofness and a hint of cunning, rendering his character enigmatic. Junior uncle, is this truly a matter of collecting a debt, rather than an act of force? Lin Pingyan still harbored a twinge of guilt. If it were mere robbery, do you think the issue could be resolved so effortlessly? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea. The base sect initially disrespected you and intentionally concealed matters of the trade association. They are already at fault. A medium-grade spirit vein as compensation, while painful, falls within the base sect's capacity to bear, especially considering the esteemed reputation of our Xianqing sect, which they dare not disregard. Chen Qingyuan's reluctance to demand more stemmed not from a lack of desire but from necessity. Should he overreach, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also risk making a mortal enemy of the base sect. The circumstances had shifted. Although the base sect harbored dissatisfaction towards Chen Qingyuan's actions, they must publicly express gratitude for his restraint, seeking to maintain amicable relations with the Xianqing sect. Requesting what was owed required a delicate balance. Ask too much, and one would offend. Ask too little, and one would suffer loss. Such calculations required careful contemplation. Junior uncle, this is not a sustainable approach. It would be wise to refrain from such actions, Lin Pingyan asserted, believing that one should not bully others. If all members of the Xianqing sect were like you, there would be nothing but the bitter winds of the northwest to drink, with the limited spirit mines in the Fulyu star domain. Fairness was a mere illusion, with strength dictating the outcome. Chen Qingyuan found Lin Pingyan's character perplexing. How could someone so refined and benevolent thrive in the realm of cultivation? Worry not. I shall gradually guide you, and you will eventually reshape your perspective. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan accompanied Lin Pingyan to reclaim several more debts. An elder from the Yuquan mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after a century, with interest, the repayment had accumulated to 5,000 spirit stones. Would they dare to refuse repayment? Chen Qingyuan instructed Lin Pingyan to confront them, should they decline to engage in a contest. He would publicly expose their negligence, tarnishing their reputation. Employing various methods, Chen Qingyuan successfully retrieved his rightful spirit stones, continuing on his journey with satisfaction. Similar incidents unfolded a dozen times, with Chen Qingyuan seated inside the war chariot, while Lin Pingyan oversaw the broader strategy. After numerous attempts to collect debts, Lin Pingyan inexplicably felt a peculiar sensation as he gazed upon the table laden with spirit stones and treasures. A fortune rivaling that of a third-rate power. Approaching the Yuhai star domain, Lin Pingyan no longer allowed the war chariot to proceed on its own. Instead, he took control from the front to avoid inadvertently triggering the fragmented laws of the star domain and causing unnecessary trouble. Little master uncle, brace yourself, he instructed, forming hand seals to traverse the starry sea between realms. The ominous domain laws pressed down upon the war chariot, threatening to breach its protective barrier on several occasions. Yet Lin Pingyan managed to suppress them. Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely inside the chariot, displaying no discomfort, as he contemplated their next course of action. Several hours later, the chariot emerged from the chaotic storm of the star domain and halted in a secluded corner of the Yunhai star domain. Have we arrived? Chen Qingyuan inquired, sensing the chariot stop. Indeed, Lin Pingyan replied, surveying the surroundings in search of the rumored location of the ghost doctor, believed to be situated in the eastern part of the Yuhai star domain, in a place called Kitchen Star. Let us test our luck, Chen Qingyuan declared, determined not to disappoint the members of the Xianqing sect. Feeling compelled to undertake this journey, when the opportune moment arose, he would concoct an excuse to send Lin Pingyan back, allowing him to act independently. As they continued on their journey, they encountered a band of robbers notorious for ambushing travelers. Lin Pingyan successfully dissuaded them and administered a mild reprimand, sparing their lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly urged Lin Pingyan to show no mercy, insisting he should strike decisively. However, Lin Pingyan, valuing life, chose to grant the robbers a chance for redemption. You, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, exasperated, with your incessant talk of benevolence and virtue, you would be better suited for a life of monasticism. I dare say the monks of the temple would not possess your level of generosity. You could easily become an esteemed leader among them. Little master uncle, please refrain from jesting, Lin Pingyan replied, his kindness not to be mistaken for folly, recognizing the underlying sarcasm in Chen Qingyuan's words. After all these years, have you not grasped a fundamental truth? Chen Qingyuan admonished. The cultivation world is rife with treachery, where vengeance is commonplace. You must not hesitate when retaliating. If you strike back, show no mercy, and ensure your enemy is utterly vanquished. Lin Pingyan understood this principle. Yet he found the execution of such a philosophy far more challenging. Bowing his head in contemplation, he sighed softly. Though Lin Pingyan was significantly older than Chen Qingyuan, it was the latter who imparted this wisdom. If you exhibit mercy, it is those closest to you who may suffer. Remember, do not let a moment of compassion lead to a lifetime of regret. Lin Pingyan took this to heart. He had his own approach to matters. And changing his nature was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required gradual guidance. Enough talk. Call for me once we reach our destination. Chen Qingyuan mused. How is it that among us cunning old foxes of the Xianqing sect, we have birthed a little white rabbit? Moreover, this little white rabbit is the offspring of the slyest fox of them all. It is truly absurd. Is Lin Pingyan not the biological son of the eldest brother? With time on his hands, Chen Qingyuan's thoughts began to wander. As this notion crossed his mind, he chuckled to himself, deeming it impossible. With Lin Changshan's prowess, he would effortlessly discern the lineage of his bloodline. Ensuring such a situation could never arise. If it truly pertains to a matter of bloodline, then it must be my eldest sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled something. It seemed he had never laid eyes upon his senior brother Lin Changsheng's wife. Nor had he ever heard any information regarding his eldest sister-in-law's identity. Forget it. No need to dwell on such thoughts. Chen Qingyuan closed his eyes to conserve his energy. More than 10 days later, the war chariot descended upon the surface of Kitchen Star. Junior uncle, we have arrived at our destination, Lin Pingyan communicated to the cabin. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied, adjusting his attire before stepping out slowly. Not far ahead loomed a colossal city, where 3 obscure golden characters shimmered in the void. Pushu City. According to intelligence gathered by the Xianqing sect, the ghost doctor was likely within Pushu City. Rumor had it that 2 years prior, the ghost doctor had intervened to save someone, and all clues pointed to this very city. Numerous powerful factions had discreetly arrived at Pushu City, hoping to encounter the ghost doctor and beseech for a chance at his aid. However, for the past 2 years, no one had caught sight of the ghost doctor. He operated based on fate. He eschewed fame and power, solely considering the concept of destiny. When fate aligned, he would save even a beggar without asking for a single coin. Yet, without such fate, not even the most esteemed sovereigns of top-tier forces could sway him with their invitations and promises, for he would simply turn and depart. This eccentricity had elevated his reputation to legendary status. On Kitchen Star, I seem to have an acquaintance here who might be of assistance. Chen Qingyuan suddenly remembered, his brow slightly arched, a smile playing upon his lips. An acquaintance. A hint of doubt flickered across Lin Pingyan's features. Chapter 17. Friends of Life and Death. Seeking the Ghost Doctor. Kitchen Star, Pushu City. Chen Qingyuan had some recollection of this place and recalled a friend. Pingyan, please make a trip to the nearby Qianlan sacred land and deliver this letter to a man named Han Shan. The letter contained some important content, which Chen Qingyuan entrusted to Lin Pingyan. Junior uncle, and what about you? Lin Pingyan inquired, a trace of concern etched on his face. I shall remain here, not going anywhere. If you are worried, then set up some restrictions. Chen Qingyuan replied, Is this letter truly significant? Lin Pingyan asked. Once we locate that acquaintance, it will greatly facilitate matters here and increase the chances of finding the ghost doctor. Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly. Very well. I shall make haste and return swiftly. As he departed, Lin Pingyan indeed sealed Chen Qingyuan within the stone chariot and activated a special protective mechanism. After Lin Pingyan left, a serious expression settled upon Chen Qingyuan's face as he muttered to himself, I must devise a way to trick Zhao Yanzi back here. Only then can I attend to important matters. Thus far, Chen Qingyuan had not divulged the matter of remolding his spiritual roots to anyone. Only by growing stronger could he avoid becoming a target or inciting turmoil. If that brat Han Shan could set a trap, he could surely deceive Zhao Yanzi. Chen Qingyuan made his plans in his heart, reclined within the chariot, closed his eyes, and awaited the passage of time. Days later, Lin Pingyan returned clad in white, accompanied by a young man in black. The young man clad in black is Han Shan. Upon the first glance at the letter, he immediately recognized it as the handwriting of Chen Qingyuan, the contents meticulously detailing past events, leaving no room for deception. Consequently, Han Shan set aside all his affairs and hurried over with great urgency. Brother Chen, it truly is you. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Qingyuan, Han Shan was both astonished and overjoyed. The incident from a century ago, known as the Tianyuan affair, had caused quite a stir, and even Han Shan, situated far away in the Yunhai Star domain, had heard the news. After learning of Chen Qingyuan's supposed demise in Tianyuan, Han Shan lamented for quite some time. Upon seeing the letter moments ago, he was utterly bewildered. It was only after listening to Lin Pingyan's account that Han Shan realized Chen Qingyuan had faked his death to escape. A stroke of fortunate fate. Old Han, I saved your life back then. It is time for you to repay the favor, Chen Qingyuan stated directly, showing little interest in reminiscing with Han Shan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had ventured into a certain region of the Yuhai star domain, where he fortuitously met Han Shan, and together they entered a perilous secret realm. The dangers within were immense, and Han Shan nearly lost his life, only to be rescued by Chen Qingyuan. Of course, I shall repay you, Han Shan replied earnestly, nodding his head. Let us discuss this further inside. Chen Qingyuan gestured towards the stone carriage. In an instant, the scene shifted, and the three found themselves seated within the carriage, sipping tea and engaging in earnest conversation. To ensure the confidentiality of their discussion, Lin Pingyan imposed several additional restrictions. Half an hour later, Han Shan had a clearer understanding of the situation. During their conversation, Chen Qingyuan gazed at Han Shan with profound intent, speaking solemnly, "Old Han, you are the local magnate of Kitchen Star. Surely you can locate the ghost doctor. I shall do my utmost," Han Shan replied, locking eyes with Chen Qingyuan, his expression serious. Through Chen Qingyuan's knowing gaze, Han Shan seemed to grasp something unspoken. I have indeed heard whispers of the ghost doctor's whereabouts. It is said he conceals himself within Pushu City, where many formidable beings have sought him in vain. Han Shan recounted slowly, "You may reside within the city for the time being. Grant me a moment to gather information. Once I have any leads, I shall inform you." "Very well," Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Pingyan rose and clasped his fists. "I appreciate your assistance, my friend. No need for formality," Han Shan replied, casting one last glance at Chen Qingyuan. After Han Shan had departed for some distance, a trace of worry appeared on Lin Pingyan's face as he quietly inquired, "Junior uncle, can we trust this man?" "Rest assured," Chen Qingyuan answered, "Old Han and I share a bond of life and death. There will be no issues." "That is reassuring." Lin Pingyan's concern was entirely reasonable. When venturing outside, one must be cautious of whom to trust, as it can easily lead to calamity. Lin Pingyan stored the battle carriage within his Qiankuan bag, and together with Chen Qingyuan, they entered Pushu City. This vast city accommodated millions of souls and thrived with prosperity. Searching for the ghost doctor within such a bustling metropolis was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The two opted for a secure lodging in a cultivator's inn. To ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, they rented a spacious cave dwelling, fortified with restrictions to deter outsiders. After resting for a night, Chen Qingyuan expressed his desire to explore the city. "Now that we are here, let us enjoy ourselves. Junior uncle, it would be wiser to exercise caution and refrain from wandering about," Lin Pingyan cautioned. Given the considerable distance from the Xinqing sect, encountering trouble could potentially place Chen Qingyuan in jeopardy. For the sake of safety, it is best to remain within the confines of the cave and refrain from venturing out. "Why are you being so cautious, my friend?" Chen Qingyuan jestingly scolded. "The city is guarded by the garrison. Under normal circumstances, disturbances are unlikely to occur, making it quite safe. Better to be overly cautious than to risk it," Lin Pingyan insisted, resolutely preventing Chen Qingyuan from wandering outside by sealing off all exits. "You are being excessive, Xiao Yinzi," Chen Qingyuan retorted, initially intending to take a stroll and discreetly relay a message to Han Shan regarding specific operations. However, Lin Pingyan's blockade of the main entrance extinguished that notion. In light of the safety concerns for his junior uncle, Pingyan was prepared to offend. Lin Pingyan assumed a righteous demeanor, and seeing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to relent, reclining on a soft bed to rest. "Very well, I shall not go out." As the monotonous days dragged on for half a month, Han Shan finally arrived. Having exchanged sound transmission jade talismans with Lin Pingyan, it was straightforward to ascertain each other's whereabouts. "Junior uncle, there is news," Lin Pingyan exclaimed with delight. "Really?" Chen Qingyuan replied, momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting an unusual expression, lacking in genuine joy. "Brother Han is currently at East Street. Let us go find him." With that, Lin Pingyan lifted the restrictions and, with a gentle force, pulled Chen Qingyuan along, swiftly arriving at East Street, the entrance of a narrow alley on East Street. Han Shan stood quietly, awaiting their arrival. "Brother Han," Lin Pingyan said, flashing in and cupping his fist in salute. "Brother Lin," Han Shan returned the gesture, casting a glance into the alley and lowering his voice. "After thorough investigation, I have eliminated most of the local residents and identified several suspicious individuals who have arrived in Pushu City over the past decade." "Get to the point," Chen Qingyuan interjected. "Currently, I have a handful of candidates, all of whom could potentially be the ghost doctor. We can only attempt to verify them one by one," Han Shan replied earnestly. To be fair, Han Shan had indeed exerted considerable effort in tracking down the ghost doctor's whereabouts, without any deceit. However, this was all to alleviate Lin Pingyan's concerns and prevent any suspicion from arising. From Chen Qingyuan's earlier glance, Han Shan had gleaned the underlying intent to fabricate a false ghost doctor to placate Lin Pingyan. Although Han Shan did not fully comprehend the implications, he complied without question. The bond of brotherhood, even after a century, would not wane. Chen Qingyuan harbored multiple plans. Once he acquired the ghost doctor's cover for treatment, he could publicly declare himself healed, leaving no room for skepticism, thus allowing him to reveal his true cultivation level without consequence. Furthermore, by sending Lin Pingyan away, he would be free to attend to his own pressing matters and devote time to his cultivation. To render everything plausible, it was essential that Lin Pingyan be convinced of the genuine search for the ghost doctor, who would indeed be willing to assist in healing. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Han Shan led the way, with Chen Qingyuan and the others following closely behind. Chapter 18. The mysterious man in the bamboo house within the alley resided a mysterious old man, rumored to have arrived in Pushu City 5 years prior, rarely venturing out, with few having glimpsed his true visage. Han Shan recounted the gist of the information, all of which was authentic, and Lin Pingyan could certainly verify its legitimacy. At the end of the narrow alley stood a thatched cottage. The door was firmly shut, and the yard was cluttered with firewood, presenting an image of an ordinary abode devoid of any ethereal essence. Could the legendary ghostly physician truly reside in such a humble dwelling? The onlookers pondered silently. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Shan bowed respectfully and inquired, "Is there anyone inside?" Hearing the arrival of visitors, a cacophony of disarray emerged from within. An elderly man cautiously opened the door, his face betraying a look of fear. Upon noticing the refined attire of Han Shan and his companions, the old man immediately knelt and implored, "My lords, I am but a humble commoner who cannot afford spirit stones. I beseech you, do not cast me out of the city." It was evident that the old man mistook them for guards, trembling in trepidation. Clearly, he was an ordinary elder, devoid of any spiritual aura. Observing the old man on his knees, Chen Qingyuan and the others exchanged bemused glances at Han Shan, thinking this was utterly absurd. "This is a disturbance," Han Shan remarked, his expression shifting slightly as he turned to leave. Regardless of how discreet the ghostly physician might be, it was inconceivable for him to kneel before anyone. Thus, it was apparent that Han Shan's first target could be dismissed. Exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan teased, "Old Han, your skills in gathering intelligence are quite impressive. Do not speak in such a tone." "There are more to come," Han Shan replied, his countenance darkening with a cold snort. In the following moments, Chen Qingyuan and his companions encountered a myriad of characters. There was a burly blacksmith who approached them, inquiring if they required any weapons, his body reeking of sweat. An elderly woman selling spirit herbs caught their attention. Her visage was grotesque, devoid of teeth, with skin that was shriveled and darkened. They also spotted vagabonds wandering the streets, among others. In summary, Chen Qingyuan encountered a plethora of eccentric individuals, half of whom were undocumented immigrants who had entered through illicit means. Shrouded in mystery, the other half consisted of relatively new arrivals to the city, still unfamiliar with its ways. Although many of these individuals possessed some level of cultivation, the strongest among them barely reached the golden core stage. Bearing no relation to the ghostly physician, "Brother Han, do you truly believe this will work?" Lin Pingyan, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer contain his skepticism. "We must be patient and sift through them one by one. There are still a few more to consider," Han Shan replied, somewhat awkwardly. After 5 days of searching, they had eliminated 16 candidates. Today, Han Shan led them once more to a more secluded area at the southern end of the street, where few ventured. Yet, the scenery was enchanting, with azure waters reflecting the autumn sky and willow leaves swaying in the breeze. There stood a seemingly ordinary dwelling made of green bamboo, its courtyard adorned with a bountiful array of fruits and vegetables, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. To the left of the bamboo door hung a wooden sign inscribed with a phrase, "Due to prior engagement, I await the dilapidation of the eaves." Chen Qingyuan pondered the meaning behind these words, realizing it was all about fate. Upon reading this, he felt that Han Shan had finally exhibited some reliability, signaling the onset of something significant in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. This place was the true crux of Han Shan's strategy. All previous actions had merely served as a prelude, intended to convey to Lin Pingyan the arduous nature of their search for the ghostly physician. Whether Han Shan could conceal his intentions from Lin Pingyan would depend on the sophistication of his plan. At the very least, they needed to find a formidable figure far surpassing Lin Pingyan in strength. Han Shan approached the door and knocked with a slightly loud voice. "Is anyone inside? We bear no ill intentions." After a considerable time had elapsed, the group received no response. Is there anyone here? Han Shan called out once more. The world remained enveloped in silence, prompting Han Shan to resort to probing with his divine consciousness. Such probing could easily offend, hence Han Shan had called out multiple times. And only upon receiving no reply did he dare to take this action. Boom! Just as a wisp of Han Shan's divine consciousness attempted to penetrate the courtyard gate, it was abruptly halted by a formidable law, causing him to stagger back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he began to cough softly. Cough. The severance of his divine consciousness led to a backlash, inflicting some injuries upon him. Old Han, are you all right? Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan hurried over to support him, concern etched upon their faces. As Lin Pingyan turned away momentarily, Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Han Shan, admiration flickering in their eyes, putting on an elaborate act, willing to endure personal injury to deceive the young man. Old Han, you have quite the skill. Unaware of Chen Qingyuan's thoughts, Han Shan appeared bewildered, completely oblivious to the long-viewed barrier surrounding the courtyard. Had he known, he would have never dared to probe with his divine consciousness, for the sensation of injury was far from pleasant. It's nothing, Han Shan said, regulating his breath to stabilize the turbulent energy within. Once he had recovered, he fixed his gaze upon the bamboo house, his expression tense as he whispered, there may be a powerful individual residing here. We must proceed with caution to avoid offending them. Could it truly be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan exclaimed with excitement, glancing at Chen Qingyuan. If they were to find the ghost doctor, there was a chance that their junior master's injuries could be healed. Internally, Chen Qingyuan mused that he had underestimated Han Shan's abilities. He would certainly owe him a drink afterward. To have set up such a profound barrier in less than a month was indeed impressive. With Chen Qingyuan's keen eye, he could discern no flaw in the bamboo house. I am Han Shan, a core disciple of the Qianlan sacred ground. I inadvertently caused offense just now. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Esteemed senior, Han Shan bowed respectfully in the direction of the bamboo house, revealing his background in hopes of tempering the other's temperament and avoiding enmity. What brings you here? A voice, processed through some mysterious technique, emanated from within the house, indistinguishable and gendered. A friend of mine is gravely injured, and I seek the expertise of a renowned healer. Han Shan, gathering his courage, inquired, might you be the ghost doctor? As the voice echoed, Han Shan distinctly felt a terrifying pressure, rendering his body nearly immobile, as if countless colossal mountains bore down upon his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan slightly bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. After a lengthy pause, no response came from within the house. The group, uncertain of the reason, could only wait. An entire hour passed, and Han Shan, losing patience, turned to Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan, whispering, I suspect this individual may be a recluse rather than the ghost doctor. Perhaps we should take our leave. There are other potential candidates to consider. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan, secretly thinking, retreat as a means to advance, playing the mysterious card. Quite a clever tactic. It was widely known that the ghost doctor had a rather eccentric temperament, and with such an intricate barrier in place, they could not depart without confirming his identity. Lin Pingyan was unwilling to overlook any potential opportunity and expressed a desire to wait a little longer. Are we truly not leaving? As he uttered these words, Han Shan remained fixated on Chen Qingyuan. We cannot easily concede. Let us wait. Chen Qingyuan declared earnestly. Very well. Han Shan could only grit his teeth and persevere. After 2 more hours of waiting, dusk descended, and the full moon began to unveil its silhouette. At that moment, a voice devoid of sorrow or joy resonated in the ears of the crowd, accompanied by a mysterious light that illuminated Chen Qingyuan. This individual shall remain. The others may depart. In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were gently pushed away by a soft force, rendering them unable to approach the bamboo cottage. Chapter 19. The woman in the black skirt, the legendary ghost doctor. The door of the bamboo cottage slowly creaked open, and Chen Qingyuan was drawn inside by an unseen force. Shu, Lin Pingyan exclaimed with concern, his voice rising in desperation. However, as the barrier of the cottage activated, Lin Pingyan found himself unable to draw closer, despite exerting all his strength. Do not create a ruckus here. Should you dare to do so again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, came a sharp reprimand. Instantly, a chilling gust of wind surged towards Lin Pingyan, sending him staggering back 100 meters. He quickly fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Indeed, such a formidable presence in the terrifying aura it exuded left no room for doubt regarding the identity of the ghost doctor. Meanwhile, Han Shan stood in a daze, having never anticipated that he would truly encounter such a formidable being. Though his expression remained blank, his heart screamed, "Brother Chen, this is not the trap I set." That was merely the first stop. The intent was twofold: to buy time and to allow for a few failures, thus ensuring the FAOD did not appear contrived. Han Shan had orchestrated a ruse with his master posing as the ghost doctor in some secluded corner of the western city. He had expended considerable effort to arrange for his master to masquerade, yet before his master could make an appearance, he stumbled upon this terrifying entity. According to Han Shan's conjectures, the inhabitant of the bamboo cottage was likely the elusive ghost doctor sought after by various factions. In recent years, the influx of people into the city had been overwhelming. The numerous individuals Han Shan had previously encountered were merely random selections. Including this venture to the bamboo cottage, it was utterly absurd that by mere chance Han Shan had inadvertently stumbled upon such a remarkable figure. Do not let this news spread beyond these walls. Do you understand? Came another telepathic communication. I understand, Lin Pingyan acknowledged. Now convinced that the individual within the bamboo cottage was indeed the ghost doctor, he performed a respectful bow, pleading, "Please, senior, heal my Shirshu. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to command." Begone. The occupant of the bamboo cottage issued an order for their departure. Thus, Lin Pingyan and Han Shan left, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. Han Shan still found it hard to believe that the place he had chosen at random had led him to the ghost doctor. "Brother Han, you must have expended considerable effort this time, and I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Should you ever find yourself in the Lintian meteor domain and require aid from the Xianqing sect, do not hesitate to ask." In Lin Pingyan's eyes, it was evident that Han Shan had utilized many resources, and he made a mental note of this favor. "In no need for such courtesy," Han Shan stammered, still in shock. "That I must inform the elders of the sect about this matter. So I shall speak no further. If opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly share a drink with you, Brother Han." With those parting words, Lin Pingyan took to the winds, unwilling to waste another moment. Remaining there served no purpose. It was far better to return promptly and report to the elders, allowing them to prepare for any unforeseen events, given that the situation involved the ghost doctor. Lin Pingyan's status and strength rendered him unable to engage in further discourse. After Lin Pingyan departed, Han Shan gazed in the direction of the bamboo cottage, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he murmured, "Brother Chen, do exercise caution with your words lest you offend someone. May you seek your own fortune. It is said that the ghost doctor possesses a rather peculiar temperament, exhibiting emotions devoid of color, making interaction exceedingly challenging." Han Shan was uncertain of the tribulations that Chen Qingyuan might encounter, and could only silently pray, hoping for another chance to see him again. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic bamboo cottage, Chen Qingyuan was enveloped by a gentle force that guided him deeper into the courtyard, where a crystal-clear pool awaited. Surrounded by a vast expanse of bamboo groves and lush grass, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the bamboo forest, prompting Chen Qingyuan to look up. What trickery was this old Han up to? Assuming it was a ploy orchestrated by Han Shan, he sat confidently upon a nearby stool. Before long, a woman of 6 feet in height emerged. She was adorned in a pale gray long dress and wore a dark veil, her hair as black as ink, bound with a strip of fabric. As she approached with measured grace, her hands resting upon her abdomen, she exuded an air of dignity and nobility. The veil added an aura of mystery to her presence. Who was this maiden in black, and what connection did she have to Han Shan? It was Chen Qingyuan's first encounter with a woman dressed in such a manner, leading him to inquire whether she was summoned by Han Shan. "Han Shan? I am not acquainted with him," the woman in black replied, revealing her true voice, which was as melodious as a lark's song and as soothing as a gentle stream. "My dear, there are no others present here, so we need not disguise our intentions. Kindly find an opportunity to release me. I would appreciate it." Chen Qingyuan rose to his feet, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "You have come to seek me, yet now you wish to depart. What is the reasoning behind this?" The woman in black narrowed her eyes slightly, as if attempting to peer into Chen Qingyuan's very essence, due to the concealment of the jade bracelet's powers. She was unable to discern his cultivation or innate nature, mistakenly believing him to be a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, realizing the seriousness in her tone, which was devoid of jest. Had there been a misunderstanding? This should not be the case. He began to ponder, furrowing his brow in concentration. At that moment, a strand of profound energy emanated from the woman in black. In an instant, the bamboo grove and grassy landscape transformed. An ordinary blade of grass morphed into a 9-leaf spirit flower, while the bamboo forest evolved into ethereal violet bamboo, each leaf imbued with an extraordinary spiritual resonance. Elusive and rare, the ground was strewn with precious herbs and treasures of the Tao, causing Chen Qingyuan's expression to shift dramatically, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was no ordinary meadow, it was a breathtaking garden of medicinal wonders. To casually pluck a single herb from this realm would incite a frenzy among countless cultivators, who would willingly risk their lives for such treasures. This Chen Qingyuan's mind reeled, slowly turning to regard the woman in black. His gaze now laced with awe and respect. Given the circumstances, he could no longer doubt her identity. The ghost doctor. What manner of being was this old Han? Wasn't it merely a jest? How had he stumbled upon the true essence? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan longed for a face-to-face exchange with Han Shan. Encountering the ghost doctor had escalated matters beyond his wildest expectations. Originally, he intended to deceive Lin Pingyan, so that he could publicly claim to have been cured, and also proceed to the place mentioned in Qingyuan's existence to fulfill his second promise. The junior, Chen Qingyuan, hailing from the Xianqing sect, had met the esteemed ghost doctor after a moment of stunned silence. Chen Qingyuan regained his composure and bowed respectfully to the woman in the black dress. He had anticipated that the legendary ghost doctor would be an old man, but to his surprise, it was a young woman. Although the woman was veiled, her graceful figure and starry eyes suggested that her beauty was beyond compare. "From your appearance, it seems you are not here to seek me," she remarked coldly, having discerned some things from Chen Qingyuan's demeanor. "The junior has sustained serious injuries, and the elders of my sect have gone to great lengths to locate the esteemed ghost doctor, hoping to let me try my luck. That I never expected to truly encounter you, so I find myself somewhat at a loss," he replied, careful not to divulge the truth. "Though, is that truly the case?" The ghost doctor's gaze remained fixed on Chen Qingyuan, sensing a peculiar essence emanating from him. "Of course, I would not dare to deceive you, esteemed one." Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. "Then allow me to conduct a thorough examination of your body to see if I can offer you treatment." Intrigued by the unique essence, the ghost doctor was compelled to investigate further. With her remarkable skills and past experiences, the ghost doctor could detect traces of forbidden zones lingering on Chen Qingyuan. The laws of the forbidden zones were exceedingly unique, starkly contrasting with the traces of the heavenly Tao. The junior is aware that his body is beyond repair and does not wish to trouble you unnecessarily. Moreover, I possess no resources to afford the treatment, so perhaps it's best to forego it. Chen Qingyuan quickly interjected upon hearing the ghost doctor's intention to treat him. The multitude of secrets Chen Qingyuan harbored was too burdensome, and he wished to keep them hidden. "I practice medicine solely based on fate. Since I have chosen you, I shall not charge a single coin," the ghost doctor remarked, her curiosity piqued by Chen Qingyuan's reluctance. Urging him to take a seat, raising her left hand, the ghost doctor gently waved it, and instantly, a stone table and 2 stone stools materialized before them. With no other option, Chen Qingyuan sat down, contemplating his next course of action. That if the ghost doctor harbored ill intentions, he would have to resort to his last line of defense. Upon leaving Tianyuan, the girl in red had gifted him a life-preserving talisman. Should he encounter a life-threatening crisis, using the talisman could potentially turn peril into safety. However, he had never tested its efficacy and was unaware of its true power. Furthermore, he found it peculiar that the girl in red had been so kind to him, often pondering the reason behind her generosity. Each time he reflected on this, he couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration, wondering if his striking appearance had inspired her affection. "Extend your hand." The ghost doctor gestured. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it on the table. The ghost doctor's fingers rested on his wrist as she began to take his pulse. After more than a dozen breaths, her brow furrowed slightly, contemplating. The pulse is steady, unlike that of an injured person. Yet, if he is uninjured, why does his body resonate with no aura, as if he were an ordinary mortal? Truly, it is a mystery. As the ghostly physician examined the pulse, he discreetly probed into Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, yet found nothing. The more ordinary it appeared, the more bizarre it seemed. "Are you concealing something?" The ghostly physician withdrew his hand, gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan as if he intended to dissect him for a thorough study. "No," Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, secretly rejoicing. It was evident that the ghostly physician had not discovered his body's recovery. Maintaining an unperturbed facade, he shook his head and replied, "You may stay here for the time being, allowing me to treat you gradually." The ghostly physician was particularly intrigued by complex ailments. That might not be advisable. A heaviness settled in Chen Qingyuan's heart. Perhaps this was his fate. He could not trouble the elder further and would be better off leaving. "If you wish to depart, I shall not permit it." The ghostly physician's temperament was eccentric. He had no desire for idle conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Pointing to the empty room on the left side of the bamboo house, he stated, "You may reside there." Having uttered this, the ghostly physician turned and left, leaving Chen Qingyuan awkwardly seated alone. What is this nonsense? Chen Qingyuan had not intended to seek out the ghostly physician, as his body had already healed and required no assistance. However, he could not disclose this to the ghostly physician, lest he be subjected to dissection for research purposes, particularly concerning the flawless Dao bone within him. Old Han, when the opportunity arises, I shall ensure you pay for this. Chen Qingyuan fumed internally, placing the blame for this incident squarely on Han Shan's shoulders. Little did he know, Han Shan was equally bewildered. Who could have anticipated that a casual search in the vast sea of humanity would lead to such a discovery? Had he known, he would have sold the ghostly physician's information for a handsome profit. For the time being, the ghostly physician harbored no ill intent towards Chen Qingyuan. He merely sought to clarify the peculiar marks on him. Thus, the ghostly physician confined Chen Qingyuan within the bamboo house, employing various means to uncover all information regarding him. Residing in the bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan found himself at ease. What a pity, none of it belongs to me. Gazing at the plethora of spiritual herbs and precious medicines scattered across the ground, he could only admire them from afar, feeling a pang of longing and letting out a sigh. Do you desire them? After 5 days of residing in the bamboo house, the ghostly physician finally made an appearance. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan bowed to the ghostly physician, unabashedly nodding in acknowledgement. How forthright! Through his inquiries over the past few days, the ghostly physician had gained a comprehensive understanding of Chen Qingyuan's information. Given your honesty, would you accept a few spiritual herbs as a gift? Climbing the ladder of opportunity, Chen Qingyuan had a thick skin. The ghostly physician shot him a glance. Are you dreaming? Yes, even in dreams, I wish for them. Most of the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden were of the highest quality, and even the entire treasury of the Xianqing sect could not procure such riches. Surprised by Chen Qingyuan's response, the ghostly physician hesitated momentarily before hastily changing the subject. First, answer me a few questions. If you are truthful, I shall consider granting you some spiritual herbs. What would the elder like to know? Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of anxiety that a century ago, you ventured into the Tianyuan. What did you experience? The ghostly physician, exceedingly curious about the forbidden zone, asked directly. Within, there exist numerous terrifying laws. On that occasion, the various sacred places of the flowing star domain dispatched powerful warriors, most of whom perished beneath the laws of the abyss, leaving not a trace of their remains. I narrowly escaped a calamity, having lost all my cultivation and been reduced to a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. It remains uncertain whether Chen Qingyuan's performance was sufficiently convincing, or if the jade bracelet's protective aura prevented the ghost doctor from discerning the veracity of his statement. Leading to the inquiry, if you were fortunate, why did it take you a century to emerge from the abyss? The laws within the abyss are exceedingly numerous. I inadvertently triggered a mechanism and was sealed for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan's eyes did not flicker as he earnestly replied, once the seal is broken, my cultivation will be utterly wasted, and I will only then realize that the outside world has advanced for over a century. Little one, if you dare deceive me, you must contemplate the consequences carefully. The ghost doctor feigned a fierce demeanor, his gaze shimmering with a sanguine light. I dare not, Chen Qingyuan stated. Then, what was the purpose of your visit to Mingwei City? The ghost doctor continued to probe. To take a leisurely stroll, Chen Qingyuan responded. Mingwei City is exceedingly distant from the Xianqing sect. Are you truly serious about going there to unwind? The ghost doctor regarded this answer with skepticism. Since you have investigated my background, you should be aware that not long ago, the Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace decided to unite through marriage. My beloved departed from me, leaving me in a state of melancholy. Thus, I wandered aimlessly and inadvertently traveled such a great distance. Chen Qingyuan had never anticipated that this event could serve as an excuse. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow emerged on his countenance, and he sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor found it entirely reasonable, unable to pinpoint a single flaw. After a prolonged silence, the ghost doctor mused, from my intuition, you, young man, have not spoken a single word of truth. Even though Chen Qingyuan's words were reasonable and coherent, they failed to instill genuine belief in the ghost doctor. Senior, I assure you that everything I say is true. You must believe me, Chen Qingyuan declared earnestly, asserting that every statement he made bore no trace of falsehood. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. After all this talk, is it not merely an attempt to procure a few spiritual herbs? The ghost doctor saw through Chen Qingyuan's intentions with a cold huff. Heh, I dare not refuse such a gracious offering from you, senior. Chen Qingyuan responded with an innocent smile. If I were to decline what you previously promised, it would be a disrespect to you, senior. You have quite the audacity. Having lived for so many years and encountered numerous cunning individuals, the ghost doctor felt that few could rival Chen Qingyuan. Most notably, Chen Qingyuan's approach was measured, evoking no feelings of aversion. Very well. Chen Qingyuan's gaze shifted toward the nearby herb garden, his intentions unmistakable. Take them. Reluctant due to pride, the ghost doctor conceded. Thus, he casually plucked 3 spiritual herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's embrace. Thank you, senior. Chen Qingyuan regarded them as treasures, hastily placing the herbs into a common spatial bag. Utilizing such a simple spatial bag required no spiritual energy to activate. Little sly one, the ghost doctor lightly snorted. Turning to depart, in the following days, the ghost doctor conducted several examinations on Chen Qingyuan, yet found no abnormalities in his body. Logically speaking, since Chen Qingyuan had sustained severe injuries, one would expect that scars would remain. Strangely, however, Chen Qingyuan appeared to be an ordinary mortal, devoid of any marks indicating that his body had been damaged. From the perspective of the ghostly physician, there were only 2 plausible explanations for this phenomenon. The first was that the obliteration of Chen Qingyuan's existence was exceedingly fearsome, effectively erasing all traces of his injuries. The second possibility was that he had employed some arcane technique or artifact to conceal the true state of his body. Regardless of which scenario was the case, it instilled a sense of gravity in the ghostly physician, compelling her to proceed with caution. Surely, she could not resort to soul probing. The ghostly physician dismissed this thought as inappropriate. Her curiosity regarding Chen Qingyuan was genuine. She had no desire to forge a deadly enmity with him. Moreover, his enigmatic nature rendered her cautious, dissuading her from employing underhanded tactics. Senior, since you are unable to ascertain my physical condition, might you consider letting me go? Chen Qingyuan reiterated his request. Unthinkable, the ghostly physician replied without hesitation to at that moment. A figure descended outside the bamboo hut's barrier, transmitting a voice. Nan, let him go. Upon hearing this, the ghostly physician's delicate frame quivered slightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyuan exhibited an expression of perplexity, for the voice was unmistakably familiar. The ghostly physician hastily opened the barrier and welcomed the newcomer inside. An elderly man clad in simple garments, leaning on a cane, limped into the room. Senior Sword Immortal, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, stepping forward to pay his respects. The visitor was none other than Chang Geng Sword Immortal. Li Muyang, what brings you here? The ghostly physician regarded Li Muyang with profound respect, for he was her savior. Thousands of years prior, when her life hung by a thread, it was Li Muyang who intervened to rescue her, thus forging their bond. For him, Li Muyang gestured towards Chen Qingyuan, articulating his intent plainly. The ghostly physician turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, her face a canvas of confusion and surprise. What has happened to him? He is a young friend of mine. For my sake, do not make things difficult for him. Allow him to leave, Li Muyang stated, having kept a vigilant eye on Chen Qingyuan's circumstances and intervening when trouble arose, while also taking the opportunity to reunite with the ghostly physician after many years. That he is your friend. The ghostly physician was incredulous. Rest assured, I have not wronged him, Senior Sword Immortal. You know each other? Chen Qingyuan approached with astonishment. Indeed, Li Muyang replied with a warm smile, exuding kindness. Her name is Gongsun, and if I had known earlier, it would have spared me much anxiety these past days. Chen Qingyuan sighed in relief, the weight of worry lifting from his shoulders. Boy, have I bullied you in any way? Do not wear such a pained expression. Gongsun Nan, the ghostly physician, admonished with a frown. Had she realized the depth of Chen Qingyuan's connection with Li Muyang, her demeanor would undoubtedly have been markedly different. As it stood, Chen Qingyuan had no pressing issues. Had it not been for the arrival of Senior Sword Immortal, the outcome of the situation could have been uncertain. Nonetheless, with Li Muyang present, Chen Qingyuan felt emboldened, feigning grievance before Gongsun Nan. Gongsun Nan clenched his fists, filled with an intense desire to unleash his fury upon Chen Qingyuan, and coldly remarked, You truly are a master of pretense. You were quite respectful toward me before, yet now you have turned your back. That was merely a compromise born of necessity, and no matter how formidable the ghost doctor may be, he could never surpass the legendary Chang Geng Sword Immortal, who once stood at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, Chen Qingyuan spoke with reckless abandon, unafraid of incurring Gongsun Nan's ire. Enough of this verbal sparring, Li Muyang interjected, halting their bickering. Young master, should you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time. Furthermore, I shall ensure that Nan girl testifies on your behalf, confirming that your injuries have been healed, so there is no need for concern regarding the exposure of your cultivation level. However, concerning that matter, you must not divulge it to anyone, nor should it be made apparent, lest it bring great calamity. That I understand. Thank you, esteemed sword immortal, Chen Qingyuan replied, cupping his fists in gratitude. Although Li Mu Yang's benevolence stemmed from his regard for the crimson-clad maiden of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan etched this favor into his heart, vowing to repay it should the opportunity arise. The matter Li Mu Yang referred to was that mysterious Dao bone, standing nearby. Gongsun Nan's eyes sparkled with undeniable astonishment. Her heart racing, the sword immortal addressed him as young master. To show such deference to a youth is a sight I have never witnessed before. Just who is this Chen Qingyuan, esteemed sword immortal? Esteemed ghost doctor, I shall take my leave, Chen Qingyuan stated, not wishing to linger any longer. After bowing, he found no obstruction from the barrier and vanished into the horizon. Once Chen Qingyuan departed, Gongsun Nan retracted her gaze, hesitating to speak. Li Lao, why do you treat this young man with such fate? Li Mu Yang's response was shrouded in mystery. From what you just said, is there no issue with his body? Gongsun Nan inquired once more. I have reconstructed his Dao body. He is already unharmed. Li Mu Yang confirmed. I see. Gongsun Nan remarked, enlightenment dawning upon her. I was puzzled as to why his physique appeared so normal. It turns out it was your intervention, Li Lao. She surmised that Li Mu Yang had concealed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition, preventing her from discerning the truth. To this, Li Mu Yang offered no explanation, merely smiling in silence. I know you have long sought a remedy for your appearance, yet regrettably, there has been no progress over the millennia. Li Mu Yang spoke solemnly. If you have not yet given up, you might consider engaging with young Master Chen more frequently. Perhaps an opportunity may arise. Gongsun Nan's veiled visage was a result of a tragic event from long ago that had marred her beauty. Is there still hope? She murmured softly, caressing her face as she gazed in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed. He has left, Li Mu Yang remarked, not intending to linger over tea, turning to take his leave. Li Lao, walk slowly, Gongsun Nan said, bowing in courtesy. Chen Qingyuan, how is it that you have garnered Li Lao's esteem? What abilities do you possess? From this day forth, Gongsun Nan developed a profound curiosity regarding Chen Qingyuan, certain that their paths would cross again. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived within the domain of Qianlon's sacred land, intending to reconnect with Han Shan and reminisce about old times. Chapter 22. Introducing a matchmaking opportunity. Qianlon's sacred land. Within a certain city, Chen Qingyuan utilized the art of sound transmission to contact Han Shan. In the midst of his carefree revelry, Han Shan was suddenly jolted by the sound of Chen Qingyuan's voice. A myriad of thoughts instantly flooding his mind. The very fact that Chen Qingyuan could wield sound transmission indicated that his foundational cultivation had been restored. Before long, Han Shan hastily rushed to Chen Qingyuan, scrutinizing him closely, his expression one of disbelief. Brother Chen, your body has truly recovered. With the ghostly physician as a cover, Chen Qingyuan need not worry about attracting unwanted attention, allowing him to disclose his restored cultivation. Thus, he cleverly concealed the essence of his Dao bone within the confines of a jade bracelet, only revealing an ordinary spiritual root and an initial stage of Hualing realm cultivation. The foundational levels of cultivation are categorized into the postnatal realm, prenatal realm, Hualing realm, Xinling realm, Dilan realm, and Tianling realm. Beyond these lie the Jindan realm, Yuaning realm, Huashan realm, Heti realm, Dujia realm, and Decheng realm. With Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation, he resembled an ant in the realm of cultivation, easily squashed. Why is his cultivation so feeble? After a few glances, Han Shan's eyes reflected both astonishment and concern. Alas, such is fate. It is already a stroke of luck to retain even this modicum of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, feigning sorrow. In truth, his original cultivation had long been rendered void, and he was merely beginning anew. According to the enigmatic maiden in red from Tianyuan, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively superior, it was far from perfect. Thus, the maiden gradually obliterated Chen Qingyuan's entire cultivation without harming the essence of his being, a feat of considerable difficulty. Why did the maiden in red take such a keen interest in Chen Qingyuan? This was a mystery even Chen Qingyuan could not unravel, likely to be understood only in the future. What a pity. Han Shan lamented. However, the restoration of your spiritual root is commendable. The ghostly physician's intervention is indeed extraordinary. Truly a legendary figure. This is all thanks to your assistance, old Han. Upon mentioning this matter, Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of indignation, his gaze piercing, were it not for the appearance of the sword immortal Chang'an. The ghostly physician would undoubtedly have taken his time studying Chen Qingyuan, not allowing him to leave so easily. Ahem. Han Shan, sensing the reproach in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. Brother Chen, you cannot blame me. Who could have anticipated that the person I casually approached would turn out to be the ghostly physician? Han Shan continued. Had I known, I would have sold the ghostly physician's information for a handsome profit. Moreover, if I had not inadvertently stumbled upon the ghostly physician, your body might not have recovered. Ultimately, you cannot hold me accountable. Rather, you should express gratitude towards me. You dare to take credit? What a shameless fellow. Chen Qingyuan retorted coldly. Do not speak so. If we are to discuss shamelessness, I have learned it from you. In my earlier days, I was such a righteous and kind-hearted child, but ever since I met you. Alas, words fail me. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, and Han Shan sighed deeply. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed by Han Shan's current strength, treating him as he always had, delivering a playful kick and chiding. Old Han, have you ever suffered while following me? That may be true, but I certainly attract disdain from others. In recent years, my reputation in the Holy Land has been rather tarnished. It is often said that I am shameless, causing many junior sisters to keep their distance from me. Han Shan hails from a remarkably affluent background, likely surpassing even many of the inner sect elders in the Holy Land. Were I in your position, I would certainly not be as unappreciated as you are. Chen Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance at Han Shan. Feeling a sense of superiority, I find it hard to believe that despite your evident decline, the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect still protect you so fervently. Moreover, even Lin Pingyan, the son of the sect master, holds you in high regard. How peculiar indeed. Han Shan, intrigued, inquired, Brother Chen, do you still have a few tricks up your sleeve that you haven't taught me? This is something you cannot learn, Chen Qingyuan replied. Do tell me. Han Shan expressed a desire to revel in the kind of treatment akin to that of Chen Qingyuan, envisioning a future where he could stride confidently through the Qianlong Holy Land. Right now, you owe me a favor, so do not be so stingy. This is my innate charm, understand? Chen Qingyuan said with a slight smirk, unabashed. Han Shan could only roll his eyes in response. Subsequently, the two sought a serene spot by the mountains and water, settling down to savor tea. After some light-hearted conversation, they turned to serious matters, and Han Shan's expression grew more somber. Brother Chen, should I notify the friends from the Xianqing sect to bring you back? Not just yet. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. I have my own plans. What plans? Han Shan asked, puzzled. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Chen Qingyuan feigned an air of mystery that I may not be concerned. But given your current cultivation level, should you encounter ill-intentioned individuals, the consequences could be dire. If such a situation were to arise, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Han Shan shook his head vigorously, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan act alone, deeming it too perilous. Have you known me all these years and ever seen me suffer a loss? Not at all. Han Shan reflected and realized that indeed he had never witnessed such a misfortune. Do not be misled by my mere yellow spirit realm cultivation. I possess numerous means to safeguard my life. Chen Qingyuan needed to persuade Han Shan, for he would later require Han Shan's cover. Considering the time, the Xianqing sect must have already dispatched skilled individuals to assist. Once they arrive, they will surely take Chen Qingyuan away, ensuring he faces no danger. Although everyone in the Xianqing sect deeply cares for Chen Qingyuan, this has also become a shackle for him, complicating his ability to act freely. That simply won't do. After much deliberation, Han Shan still could not permit Chen Qingyuan to leave. Why is it that you are so dense? Chen Qingyuan felt an urge to give Han Shan a good thrashing, but after some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. In the past, he could afford to tease Han Shan. But now it was a different matter, as he might find himself on the receiving end of a lesson. No amount of persuasion will allow you to depart. Once the friends from the Xianqing sect arrive, no matter what transpires afterward, I will bear no responsibility. Han Shan genuinely wished for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan sought out Han Shan not only to reminisce and discuss old times, but also to have Han Shan manage the individuals from the Xianqing sect, alleviating the concerns of the sect's elders. If Chen Qingyuan were to leave without a word, upon his return, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of scolding from a multitude of senior brothers and sisters. Old Han, let us discuss this matter, Chen Qingyuan said, rising to pour a cup of tea for Han Shan, his smile gentle and inviting. You have come to seek my counsel. It is unacceptable for anything to go awry here, and there is no room for negotiation. Han Shan, however, shook his head, indicating his refusal to partake of the tea. Old Han, allow me to introduce you to a potential partner to take a tea this juncture. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to employ his trump card. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's eyes involuntarily flicked towards Chen Qingyuan, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing a rather peculiar expression. Chapter 23. Effortlessly manipulated feigning nonchalance. Han Shan crossed his arms and snorted derisively. You uttered those very words a century ago. What came of it? Years prior, Chen Qingyuan had made similar promises, leading Han Shan astray. That was because I ventured to Tianyuan and encountered unforeseen circumstances, Chen Qingyuan replied with a hint of exasperation. The fact that I returned alive this time is partly due to my inability to find you a companion, which weighed heavily on my conscience, compelling me to persevere until the end. We are brothers. Promises made must be fulfilled. Really? Han Shan regarded Chen Qingyuan's earnest expression, his inner defenses gradually crumbling. You had better not be leading me astray. Of course it is true. We are brothers. Though not of the same parents, I could not deceive you. Chen Qingyuan affirmed emphatically, his demeanor serious and his gaze sincere. I do not believe you. Han Shan maintained his stern facade, his expression grave. You nearly allowed your own beloved to slip away with another. How can you be trusted to help me find a partner? That seems rather unreliable. Hey, that was due to extenuating circumstances. Do not rub salt into my wounds. Chen Qingyuan retorted, his countenance darkening as he began to boast, I in my heyday. As I traversed the lands, how many saintly maidens fell head over heels for me at first sight? Did you not notice while you were by my side? Well, Han Shan found himself at a loss for words, for it was undeniably true. I in his prime, Chen Qingyuan had enjoyed considerable acclaim. A few of those saintly maidens had even contemplated drugging him. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan had been quick to evade their advances, thereby escaping the clutches of a particularly determined maiden. Given Chen Qingyuan's talents back then, uniting with him would have been nothing short of advantageous. Have you seen the 7 fairies of the Flowing Flower Palace? Each one is as beautiful as a flower. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, his right hand sketching the outlines of the 7 fairies in the air. What of the little princess of the dragon clan in the South Sea? Does she not stir your heart? The princess of the northern frontier, the saintly maiden of the eastern jade sacred land. Said to possess a beauty that could topple kingdoms and ensnare countless young heroes. As he spoke, he vividly illustrated the forms of numerous enchanting maidens from various sacred places, as if they were right before their eyes. Han Shan gazed in rapture, instinctively reaching out to touch them. However, just as his fingers grazed the ethereal images, they blurred and were swept away by a gentle breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's descriptions, Han Shan's heart raced, his initial reserve and aloofness dissipating, leaving behind an awkward smile. Brother, do you truly know these saintly maidens? Absolutely. Chen Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. Can you engage in conversation with them? Han Shan felt a tremor in his heart, and the joy on his face deepened a few shades as he inquired once more. Can he, regardless of whether he could or not? After all, the mouth was on Chen Qingyuan's face. Heh. Upon hearing this response, Han Shan shifted his chair slightly closer to Chen Qingyuan's position and began to pour tea for him. Brother Chen, my requests are modest, as long as I can form a partnership with one of those celestial beauties. That would be the greatest fortune. It's too hot. Chen Qingyuan accepted the tea and set the cup down, feigning indifference. I shall pour you another cup. Han Shan hastily employed his Taoist techniques to maintain the tea at an appropriate temperature, refilling the cup and presenting it before Chen Qingyuan with both hands. The tea leaves are somewhat lacking. After taking a sip, Chen Qingyuan began to nitpick again. Han Shan felt no discomfort. Instead, he promptly replaced the tea leaves with a superior variety and brewed a fresh pot. Chen Qingyuan was well aware of Han Shan's temperament. If he did not maintain a certain demeanor, Han Shan would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, the more difficult Chen Qingyuan acted, the more at ease Han Shan felt, as it indicated progress in his pursuit of a partner. Once the issue of a Taoist companion was resolved, he could shoulder any burden. Han Shan's reputation in the Holy Land was rather poor. Ordinary women did not catch his eye, and those who possessed both talent and beauty looked down upon him, making it exceedingly challenging to find a suitable partner. Brother Chen, considering our brotherhood, you must fulfill your promise to me, Han Shan said, ingratiatingly. No problem. No problem. Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly, then shifted the topic. However, I have some matters to handle privately. If the people from Xianxing sect arrive, you need to manage the situation and assure them of my safety. As for how to do that, that is your responsibility. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Han Shan gritted his teeth and agreed, provided that you truly do not encounter any mishaps. Otherwise, my transgressions will be considerable. If you're uneasy, then do provide me with a few protective treasures. Chen Qingyuan seized the opportunity. That is rather ungracious. Do you wish to take advantage of a brother? Han Shan's expression shifted. A sense of wariness creeping in. If you don't want to give them, then don't. I won't miss them. Chen Qingyuan scoffed. After observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan, Han Shan, despite the pang of pain in his heart, reluctantly produced a jade talisman and placed it on the table. This is a protective jade talisman. I exerted great effort to acquire it, and it can withstand a full force attack from an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. Oh, it can fend off attacks from the transformation stage. That is indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qingyuan quickly took it, fearing that Han Shan might change his mind. Old Han, you seem to have been living quite comfortably these years. Just average. Han Shan's heart was bleeding. The loss was significant. However, if this opportunity could lead to a suitable partner, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Very well. I leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I shall take my leave now. Chen Qingyuan did not wish to linger in this place, lest he encounter the elders from Xianqing sect and be forcibly taken back, which would complicate matters. With that, Chen Qingyuan activated his flying vessel. Vanishing into the mist, Brother Chen, do not forget the promise you made to me. Do not keep me waiting too long. Han Shan called out loudly, watching Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. After a considerable time had passed since Chen Qingyuan's departure, Han Shan found himself inexplicably grappling with a sense of having been duped. However, even though Han Shan was acutely aware of this deception, he felt no trace of anger. Could it truly be attributed to personal charm? Han Shan pondered, even retrieving a mirror to indulge in self-admiration. Chen Qingyuan was hardly more handsome than himself. What was the reason behind it? The North Songstar region was the destination that Chen Qingyuan aspired to reach. According to the hints within the jade bracelet, the lady in red had left a gift for him, compelling him to make the journey personally. Chen Qingyuan set forth toward the North Songstar region, not in haste, pausing to rest in the prosperous cities along the way. Previously, he had collected a substantial amount of spirit stones, some of which he gifted to Lin Pingyan, while retaining a portion for himself. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan could indulge for quite some time. While passing through a certain area, Chen Qingyuan sought out a hidden paradise, paying a considerable sum of spirit stones to enter for seclusion. Inside the cave, an extraordinary spirit-gathering array was set up, with spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside world by more than tenfold. In just a month, Chen Qingyuan managed to elevate his cultivation significantly. Reaching the pinnacle of the yellow spirit realm, he chose to pause his advancement, opting not to pursue further breakthroughs hastily. Once more, he aimed to solidify his foundation, avoiding the pitfalls of impatience. Meanwhile, the Xianqing sect dispatched 5 elders, including Lin Pingyan, to investigate. They discovered that Chen Qingyuan's presence was no longer felt on the Qiqing star, causing them great concern. Han Shan, with a heavy heart, contacted the members of the Xianqing sect, negotiating for an extended period before finally managing to send them away. In summary, Chen Qingyuan was currently quite safe, preoccupied with important matters, and Han Shan urged the sect not to worry. The effort Han Shan exerted for Chen Qingyuan's affairs was indeed considerable. Should an opportunity arise in the future, Chen Qingyuan would undoubtedly assist Han Shan in finding a suitable match. It merely depended on whether Han Shan could afford to wait. At long last. After months of toil, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived in the North Songstar region. Chapter 24. North Songstar region, Realm of Death. According to the Jade Bracelet's guidance, Chen Qingyuan materialized in the west extreme city of the North Songstar region. The lady in red had mentioned leaving a gift here for him to personally collect, marking their second agreement. However, no specific location was provided. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss. The lady had not specified where the gift was hidden, only that it was within West Extreme City. The vastness of West Extreme City made it challenging for Chen Qingyuan to discern north from south. After much contemplation, he resolved to temporarily reside in West Extreme City and devise a plan thereafter. Perhaps, in due time, new clues would emerge within the Jade Bracelet. Upon entering the city, he found a splendid inn and settled in. As night deepened, a strand of his consciousness entered the Jade Bracelet. Revealing that everything remained unchanged, he decided to go with the flow. Chen Qingyuan withdrew his consciousness and began to meditate. With a complete and unblemished Dao bone, he knew he must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently, without faltering. Thus, Chen Qingyuan spent 2 months in West Extreme City. During this time, he remained in seclusion, ensuring his foundation was exceptionally solid, within the confines of his secluded cultivation cave. Peculiar colorful stones thrived in the corners, while a gentle layer of white mist blanketed the ground, swirling counterclockwise around Chen Qingyuan's position. He produced over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, laying them before him and gradually refining them. The surface of his body shimmered with a faint white light, and the golden Tao bone within him trembled slightly, its indistinct patterns becoming increasingly discernible. After a brief moment, Chen Qingyuan shattered the bottleneck of his cultivation and ascended to the initial stage of the Xianling realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which resembled a profound abyss, hollow, deep, and imbued with an air of ancient wisdom. In that instant, it felt as though he had traversed an eternity, perceiving the truths of the world. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before Chen Qingyuan returned to his senses, exhaling a breath of turbid air. What could this Tao bone possibly be? As he merged with the golden Tao bone, he felt an increasing sense of its extraordinary nature. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan could not unravel its mystery, and thus chose to bury the matter in his heart, planning to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he noticed that the jade bracelet he carried was vibrating, prompting him to take it out. He then extended a wisp of his consciousness into it. In the northern region of Shiji City lay the dead zone. A line of text appeared before Chen Qingyuan's eyes. Soon, his consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The dead zone, Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. Having spent 2 months in Shiji City, he had acquired some basic information and understood that this place was exceedingly strange. It was said to be a ruin left behind from a battlefield, existing for at least 1,000,000 years, though its actual age was impossible to ascertain. The dead zone of the northern Song Star domain, much like the Tianyuan forbidden zone of the Fuliu Star domain, was a place forbidden to enter, where survival was a rare occurrence. The Tianyuan forbidden zone was somewhat more renowned, attracting greater attention. Having just emerged from the wolf's den, was he now to plunge into the tiger's lair? Truth be told, Chen Qingyuan had little desire to explore the dead zone. However, having made a prior commitment, he knew that failing to honor it could lead to troublesome consequences. Alas, it was truly difficult. With a sigh, he resigned himself to fate. Over countless years, an untold number of powerful beings had ventured into the dead zone, yet few managed to return alive. Chen Qingyuan was acutely aware that with his current level of cultivation, entering the dead zone would likely mean certain death. If she wished to kill me, it wouldn't be such a convoluted affair. Glancing down at the jade bracelet resting in his palm, Chen Qingyuan felt an inexplicable sense of security. Since the lady in red had already indicated the location, he had no choice but to comply. 2 days later, Chen Qingyuan prepared to depart from Shiji City and head northward. The dead zone spanned 1/3 of the northern Song Star domain, vast and expansive. Due to the unique laws governing the dead zone, it could nurture numerous spiritual treasures and Tao medicines. Thus, many cultivators, fully aware of the dangers, dared to enter in hopes of seizing fortune. Numerous individuals frequented the outskirts of the dead zone, seeking opportunities. Indeed, there were quite a few in the world unafraid of death. Upon arriving in the territory of the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan observed many figures moving in groups. Fellow Taoist, which sect do you belong to? Along the way, more than 10 sword-wielding Taoists halted, gazing at Chen Qingyuan aboard his flying vessel, and inquired with cupped fists. "I am a loose cultivator," Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to avoid dealings with unfamiliar individuals. Upon hearing his response, the sword-wielding Taoists ceased their formalities and turned to leave. Each year, numerous loose cultivators flocked to the dead zone, hoping to chance upon fortune and soar to greatness thereafter. Such occurrences happen with great frequency, thus inspiring countless cultivators. While it is true that individuals venture into the dead zone each year, the sheer number of arrivals during this period is quite astonishing. Before heading to the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan had thoroughly prepared and found himself quietly perplexed. This makes no sense. In an effort to ascertain the situation, he casually tossed out hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and approached a fellow cultivator to inquire, "Friend, what brings so many people to the dead zone lately?" The gray-clad cultivator replied candidly that rumors suggested the Taoist ancestor had divined a change in the heavenly mandate originating from the dead zone. Various factions, upon catching wind of this, believed that something extraordinary might emerge from within. The gray-clad cultivator spoke truthfully, having benefited from this uncertainty. That it seemed rather reckless for all these cultivators to risk themselves based on an ambiguous rumor. Chen Qingyuan commented, noting that the influx of various factions would undoubtedly disrupt his own plans, complicating his actions. The Taoist ancestor is a revered figure of the present age, and his predictions have never been erroneous. If one could attain the fortuitous opportunities within the dead zone, Even perilous circumstances would warrant a gamble. The gray-clad cultivator, scrutinizing Chen Qingyuan seated within the flying vessel, expressed skepticism regarding the Taoist ancestor's calculations, concluding that he must not be a local. Friend, you are not from the North Song Star domain, are you? Due to the protective enchantments of the flying vessel, ordinary cultivators could not perceive Chen Qingyuan's true strength. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan nodded in affirmation, and no wonder you would voice such sentiments. The Taoist ancestor is immensely powerful and cannot be mistaken. With that, the gray-clad cultivator clasped his fists in a gesture of goodwill and departed. Ahead, the fiery expanse of the dead zone loomed, where many were already employing their Taoist techniques in search of traces of fortune. Are they pushing me into the fire pit? Chen Qingyuan grumbled. Though his body obediently maneuvered the vessel closer to the dead zone to avoid being oppressed by others, he concealed his cultivation aura with a jade bracelet. As a result, the formidable beings around could not discern the depths of his abilities, and thus dared not provoke him. In the flowing meteor star domain, many were acquainted with Chen Qingyuan, but here, the numbers were scarce. After all, a century ago, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator, not yet renowned across the realms. To his surprise, he encountered her here. She indeed appeared to be a prodigy from the North Song Star domain. However, among the younger generation of the Northern Wilderness, Chen Qingyuan recognized many and even spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd. Chapter 25. Murong Wensi. The blood-red earth stretched endlessly, devoid of a horizon. This was the periphery of the dead zone, where Chen Qingyuan casually glanced and observed thousands of individuals from various factions of the North Song Star domain. Not far away stood a woman adorned in a light-colored gown, cinched at the waist with a ribbon, and bearing a jade pendant. Her hair was a delicate shade of gold, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires. Exquisitely crafted. Her name was Murong Wensi, who had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan a century prior. More precisely, she had been outmaneuvered by him. During a prior expedition into a secret realm, Murong Wensi had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan, resulting in him claiming all their resources. Although she had been furious afterward, Murong Wensi refrained from seeking revenge against Chen Qingyuan, even developing a sense of admiration for him. The members of the Murong family held great respect for strength, and Murong Wensi, having grown up immersed in this ethos, naturally inherited the family's ideals. Since Chen Qingyuan is capable of deceiving everyone to seize all resources, it is indeed a testament to his skills. One can only blame one's own negligence for this. How did he arrive here? The outskirts of the dead zone are remarkably expansive. Murong Wensi cast a casual glance and soon spotted Chen Qingyuan not far off. Her eyes sparkling with surprise as she murmured to herself. The elders of the Murong family turned to look as well, unfamiliar with Chen Qingyuan, and inquired, "My dear, who is this individual? He hails from the flowing star domain." "A member of the Xianqing Dao sect," Murong Wensi replied, her complexion as pale as jade, her red lips alluring, as she slowly continued, "A century ago, I ventured into a secret realm within the flowing star domain, and it was he who caused me to return empty-handed. It is this person, the prodigy who once captivated all domains. That it is said that he entered the forbidden land of Tianyuan 100 years ago, and only recently managed to escape alive." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized and recalled the events of the secret realm from a century prior, which had left Murong Wensi in a state of prolonged frustration. Chen Qingyuan did not conceal his whereabouts, deliberately exposing himself to the gaze of the onlookers. After all, as he intended to delve deeper into the dead zone, he preferred the company of acquaintances, as it would alleviate many potential troubles. Yet, Chen Qingyuan could not ascertain whether his acquaintances would be willing to assist him. "Miss Murong, it has been quite some time." Chen Qingyuan maneuvered his flying vessel to the ground, rising to clasp his fists in greeting towards Murong Wensi. Exuding politeness and wearing a smile, Murong Wensi took a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, her gaze laden with complexity as she assessed him. "I never expected to encounter young Master Chen here. What a coincidence indeed. This indicates that we are fated." Chen Qingyuan chuckled. "Even if it is fate, it is a fate fraught with mischief. You speak with a sting, Miss Murong." Chen Qingyuan replied, unperturbed, his smile radiant. "Humph." Murong Wensi could not forget the way she had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan back in the day, a lingering resentment within her. "I have heard that you unexpectedly survived and are now a cripple. Why are you not staying properly at the Xianqing sect, but instead have come here? Not long ago, I found the ghost doctor and accidentally had my injuries healed, much to your disappointment," Chen Qingyuan responded. "Ghost doctor?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement shone in Murong Wensi's eyes. "Do you know where the ghost doctor is? And he managed to heal your injuries?" "Naturally," Chen Qingyuan nodded. "I am quite endearing." Even the eccentric ghost doctor could not bear to see me become a crippled, to be honest. Murong Wensi felt an overwhelming urge to give Chen Qingyuan a good beating. However, with other thoughts in her mind, she chose to flatter him instead. Young Master Chen is extraordinarily handsome. Who would not be enamored? At this, Chen Qingyuan's smile faltered. Something is amiss. This woman suddenly calling me handsome must have ulterior motives. Though I am indeed quite handsome, a fact known to many. Such words from Murong Wensi's lips are anything but simple. Miss Murong, do you require something from me? Chen Qingyuan asked directly, eschewing any circumlocution. Indeed, having broached the subject candidly, Murong Wensi did not hold back, taking a deep breath and nodding emphatically. Let us strike a deal. You shall divulge the precise whereabouts of the ghost doctor. And in return, the Murong clan will owe you a favor or bestow upon you a generous gift. Recently, the Murong family had dispatched elders to seek out the ghost doctor's whereabouts, yet their efforts yielded no results. It was rumored that the ghost doctor was likely located on Kitchen Star in the Yuhai Star region, yet the outcome remained unchanged, with no trace found. The Murong family, having expended great resources, along with various factions, had fruitlessly searched for the ghost doctor. In stark contrast, Han Shan, who had taken a chance with a random draw, indeed struck gold, locating the ghost doctor and sending Chen Qingyuan into his grasp. Had it not been for the appearance of the sword immortal Chang'Gung, it was likely that Chen Qingyuan would still be held captive by the ghost doctor, potentially subjected to dissection for research purposes. Curious, Chen Qingyuan inquired, what is the Murong family's interest in finding the ghost doctor? No comment, Murong Wensi replied, as the matter pertained to family secrets that could not be disclosed, even without explicit words from Murong Wensi. The expressions of the nearby Murong clan's formidable members allowed Chen Qingyuan to surmise the situation. It appeared that the life of a certain ancestor of the Murong family was under threat. Seeking the ghost doctor's assistance, the death of a family ancestor would be a tremendous loss. How about this? I harbor a keen interest in the dead domain. Perhaps the Murong family could offer me some consideration. Once I emerge from the dead domain, I shall certainly inform you of the ghost doctor's specific whereabouts. With such an opportunity presented, Chen Qingyuan felt it would be a grave mistake not to seize it. What brings you to the dead domain? Is it not due to the pronouncements of the Taoist ancestor? Murong Wensi asked with curiosity. Chen Qingyuan chuckled before his demeanor turned serious. No comment. Damn that man. Murong Wensi fumed, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet she was powerless to judge Chen Qingyuan, her tightly clenched fists turning slightly purple. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan coughed softly. If you dare to deceive me this time, do not expect to leave the North Song Star region alive, Murong Wensi threatened, wary of being outmaneuvered by Chen Qingyuan once more. Why would I deceive you? If it weren't for the ghost doctor's intervention, I would still be a mere mortal. Do you think a mortal could arrive here? Chen Qingyuan lied with unflinching composure. Following this, Murong Wensi turned to her kin, communicating telepathically to deliberate. A moment later, the Murong family acquiesced to the request. Very well. As long as a single member of the Murong family survives, we will ensure your safety in the dead domain. Murong Wensi pledged. Splendid. Chen Qingyuan expressed his appreciation for Murong Wensi's straightforward nature. Finding her efficient and trustworthy. I too shall keep my word. I will not let you down. The boundary of the dead domain was on the verge of loosening. Prepare to enter shortly. All stood at the precipice of the dead domain, waiting as a thick, ominous red mist swirled ahead, presenting a considerable danger. Every few months, the red mist dissipated for several hours, marking the optimal opportunity to enter the dead domain. In total, the Murong family comprised 15 individuals, including Murong Wensi. Their expedition was also inspired by the Taoist ancestors' pronouncements, hoping to test their luck in the dead domain for the chance at extraordinary fortune. Chen Qingyuan and the Murong family reached an agreement and descended from the flying vessel. Concealed by the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation remained undisclosed. Despite the probing efforts of the Murong clan's cultivators, they could not discern his true capabilities. This incident further solidified their belief in the prowess of the ghost doctor, who could even heal one whose spiritual root had been rendered obsolete, showcasing extraordinary skill and an air of mystery. As the crimson mist dissipated, they pressed forward. Murong Wensi was one of the most formidable prodigies of the Murong family, now possessing late-stage Yuanying cultivation. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had been at the pinnacle of Yuanying, effortlessly surpassing his peers and earning considerable renown throughout the vast northern wilderness. However, now the former underdog had been surpassed by those who once fell behind him. Nevertheless, given Chen Qingyuan's innate talent It was only a matter of time before he reclaimed his position at the apex of the younger generation. "Stay close to us," an elder glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, offering a word of caution. Subsequently, the group hastened into the death domain, wary of wasting precious time. According to the experiences of cultivators who had previously ventured into the death domain, the 3 hours following the dissipation of the crimson mist were deemed the safest. If one did not emerge within that time frame, it was highly likely they would remain trapped in the death domain forever. "Moron girl, perhaps you could take me along. It would be quite unfortunate if I were to lose track of you," Chen Qingyuan remarked, aware that with his Xianying cultivation, he could not keep pace with the Moron clan, whose weakest members were golden core cultivators, led by a venerated elder of transformation realm prowess. "Hold tight." Acknowledging Chen Qingyuan's knowledge of the ghost doctor's whereabouts, Moron Wincy reluctantly agreed, tossing out a light-colored strip of cloth. As the strip floated towards him, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Qingyuan grasped the strip tightly, the other end firmly held by Moron Wincy. Whoosh! Various factions set forth, entering a land resembling a continent of blood-red earth, with no end in sight. As they ventured deeper, the terrain grew increasingly dark red, enveloped in an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Mountains, colossal stones, fields, and seas were all stained crimson. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan and his companions encountered chilling white bones, remnants of those who had previously entered the death domain. Eternal Sky Mirror. The leader of the Murong family, an elder named Murong Ping, noticed a shattered mirror lodged in a crevice and recognized its origin. The Eternal Sky Master had vanished for over 1,000 years, having succumbed to eternal slumber within the death domain. What a pity, Murong Ping sighed. The others felt a slight tremor in their hearts upon hearing these words. Cultivators bestowed with the title of Master were invariably formidable figures at the Tribulation Crossing stage. Each of the 9 levels of Tribulation demanded one confront life and death. It was evident that the Eternal Sky Master had not reached the final threshold, having gambled within the death domain but ultimately lost. The victors claim the throne, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Such has been the way since time immemorial. Any who ascended to the Great Ascension realm had surely endured countless trials. Although the precious mirror lay shattered, it retained significant commemorative value. It shall be kept. Murong Ping tucked the broken Eternal Sky Mirror into his robes and offered a slight bow towards the void, in respect to the Eternal Sky Master. Thereafter, the group continued on their journey. According to the profound teachings of the Taoist patriarch, it is highly likely that a remarkable treasure has emerged within the realm of death, though its exact location remains unknown and can only be encountered by chance. Conventional wisdom suggests that the deeper one ventures into the domain of death, the greater the likelihood of discovering such a treasure. It seems that a conflict has erupted between the disciples of Wangbu's sect and the Yuqing sacred ground. After the passage of a single incense stick, the crowd discerned 2 factions engaged in fierce combat, causing the very ground to tremble within a radius of thousands of miles, with an overwhelming aura of bloodshed that felt almost tangible. The temperature plummeting as if frost had formed upon the earth. This strife appeared to revolve around a singular Taoist treasure. In the distance, at the center of the 2 opposing forces, lay an object imbued with the remnants of Taoist resonance. Undoubtedly of considerable value, it was prudent to take a detour and refrain from intervening. Murong Ping was keen to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Qingyuan maintained a steadfast silence, closely following the Murong clan's lead. Under the protection of the Murong family, Chen Qingyuan encountered no troubles along the way. Recently, various factions had witnessed the Murong family acquiring the Chongkong mirror, and they dared not approach for fear of reprisal. An hour had elapsed, yet no clues regarding the treasure had been uncovered. If none were found soon, we might have to withdraw temporarily and await the next clearing of the crimson mist before resuming our search. Someone suggested, "Let us search a little longer." Murong Ping scanned the surroundings, where the world was shrouded in a dark red hue, obscuring any discernible clues. The back of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan felt a tremor from the jade bracelet on his wrist and discreetly probed with a wisp of spiritual consciousness. The bracelet quivered, seemingly guiding him toward the right front direction. However, Chen Qingyuan refrained from openly declaring his intention to pursue the bracelet's indicated path, lest it arouse suspicion among the others. They were already on the fringes of the death realm. Making it difficult to spot other factions, he needed to devise a plan to part ways with the Murong family, or it would become challenging to act later. Indeed, the preceding journey had been greatly aided by the Murong family. Without their assistance, Chen Qingyuan would have encountered numerous difficulties. Some factions entered the death realm in search of opportunities, while others were there solely to engage in acts of murder and plunder. After all, once a life was taken and the body discarded in the death realm, there would be no trace and no fear of retaliation. What could that be? Just as Chen Qingyuan pondered how to separate from the Morong family, Morong Wensi noticed a disturbance of sand and wind ahead. The crowd immediately turned, observing the intensifying storm of sand. It could very well be the rumored death realm storm. We must leave at once. Morong Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the group bolted outward at an astonishing pace. Initially, the storm was small, but it quickly escalated into a massive tempest, spreading across many territories of the death realm. In a mere half hour, a swirling mass of crimson mist intertwined with a raging storm bore down upon Chen Qingyuan and the others. According to typical patterns, the red mist would dissipate after approximately 5 hours. However, this time, merely over an hour had passed, and the mist descended, accompanied by a terrifying storm. Death realm storms occur only once every few centuries, and yet they had the misfortune to encounter it now. It was disastrous. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the approaching tempest of red mist, his eyes widening in despair, feeling utterly powerless against it. With a thunderous roar, the storm engulfed the periphery, consuming countless souls in its crimson embrace, mercilessly enforcing the laws of the death realm. Those fortunate enough to escape have narrowly avoided calamity, enduring their plight in a most disheveled state. As the tempest descended, the cultivators of the Morong clan were preoccupied with their own survival, hardly able to spare a thought for Chen Qingyuan. Enveloped in crimson mist, Chen Qingyuan discovered, to his astonishment, that he remained unaffected by the laws of the death realm, a most curious occurrence. Turning his gaze, he beheld the unconscious Morong Wensi. Bound by a slender strip of light fabric, they were entangled in the same fate. Was she dead? Chen Qingyuan strode towards Morong Wensi, battling against the gusts of sand and the swirling red fog. Chapter 27. Perhaps my handsomeness is the cause. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Morong Wensi's heart still beat steadily, though her breath was somewhat erratic, likely a result of the ravaging crimson storm. The reason for Chen Qingyuan's well-being was certainly the protective jade bracelet he wore. Had he known this trinket could defy the laws of the death realm, he would have thought twice before forging an alliance with the Morong family. Gazing at the unconscious Morong Wensi, her pale dress slightly wrinkled, strands of light-colored hair veiling half her face, and patches of red earth scattered across her form, she possessed an alluring yet chaotic beauty. He couldn't simply abandon her here. Should he forsake Morong Wensi, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, remaining by her side would undoubtedly hinder his future endeavors. Contemplating this predicament, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of indecision. What course of action should he take? Alas, what a vexing dilemma. Casting his eyes down at the light fabric strip on the ground, he recalled that it was once used by Morong Wensi to tether him. Despite their transactional relationship, Chen Qingyuan could not bear to witness her demise. Thus, he retrieved a jade vial containing precious spiritual liquid. Where had it come from? Naturally, it was a gift from the ghostly physician. Chen Qingyuan, with his audacity, had not only procured some spiritual herbs from the physician but also healing elixirs. Consider it a boon to you. He poured the spiritual liquid into Morong Wensi's mouth, feeling a pang of regret. What a steep cost. As the elixir entered her body, Morong Wensi responded swiftly, trembling slightly and emitting crackling static sounds. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her vision somewhat blurred. Gradually, she discerned Chen Qingyuan standing not far away, then surveyed her surroundings, finding no kin in sight. Suddenly, noticing her disheveled attire, she hastily tugged at it to cover her fair shoulders, regarding Chen Qingyuan with a wary expression. Do you think I would take advantage of you in such a state? Chen Qingyuan instantly grasped the meaning in Morong Wensi's gaze and retorted with irritation. Besides, in your current condition, I wouldn't even look your way. You. Morong Wensi pointed accusingly at Chen Qingyuan, longing to unleash a torrent of invective, but was interrupted by a fit of coughs, her pallor deepening. Cough, cough, cough. Let us focus on how to escape this accursed place. With a sudden thought, Chen Qingyuan resolved to feign a discussion with Morong Wensi about leaving the death realm, seeking an opportunity to conceal himself later, and then venture alone towards the direction indicated by the jade bracelet. In doing so, he could evade Morong Wensi and keep his own actions shrouded in secrecy. Did you not notice the others from the Morong family? Morong Wensi engaged in a meditative practice, gradually regaining some strength, and ceased her banter with Chen Qingyuan, her expression now grave. During her meditation, she had sensed several strands of pure spiritual energy within her, likely bestowed by Chen Qingyuan. and she couldn't help but cast furtive glances at him. No, Chen Qingyuan replied with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern appeared in Murong Wenxi's eyes as she worried for the safety of her kin. Why were you not affected by the laws of the dead zone? At this moment, Murong Wenxi scrutinized Chen Qingyuan carefully and finally discerned a clue, asking with suspicion, "Perhaps it is because of my striking looks." Chen Qingyuan replied unabashedly, raising an eyebrow. Murong Wenxi shot him an exasperated glance. Finding him insufferably cheeky. Everyone harbors secrets. Murong Wenxi refrained from pressing further, her gaze toward Chen Qingyuan growing increasingly complex. The path they had retreated from was now shrouded in a thick veil of crimson mist, rendering escape impossible. If we can endure here for several months until the mist dissipates, we might find a glimmer of hope, Murong Wenxi said, her eyes filled with despair as she gazed into the blood-red haze from whence they came. You stay here, Chen Qingyuan instructed. I will see if there is another way out. Wait, Murong Wenxi urged, forcing herself to rise despite the excruciating pain, halting Chen Qingyuan's departure. What is it? He inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. I will accompany you. Instinctively, Murong Wenxi felt that her only chance of survival lay in following Chen Qingyuan. I cannot agree to that, he retorted, unwilling to carry a burden that we had agreed to enter the dead zone together. And now you wish to abandon me? Seeing Chen Qingyuan shake his head in refusal, Murong Wenxi bit her lip and adopted a pitiful demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking sympathy. Hey, there's nothing between us. So don't act as if I've cast you aside, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, utterly exasperated by her expression. Despite being a fierce tigress, she had transformed into a picture of meekness, sending shivers down his spine. A century ago, you deceived me, seizing all my opportunities and placing me in peril. Do you intend to repeat that same treachery now? Murong Wenxi, having spent time with Chen Qingyuan, understood that he was susceptible to softness rather than harshness, and thus feigned vulnerability. To stabilize your internal injuries has already cost me dearly. Do you truly expect me to bear the additional burden of your presence? Chen Qingyuan expressed his dilemma. You should know my character well. I never engage in unprofitable dealings as long as I can escape alive. The Murong family will offer a grand reward, Murong Wenxi stated earnestly. Empty words hold no substantial value, Chen Qingyuan replied dismissively. In the eyes of others, a favor from the Murong family would be a significant boon, but unfortunately for him, Chen Qingyuan was indifferent to intangible promises. Only tangible wealth mattered. Moreover, while the Murong family was not weak, they were merely averaged out. A promise from a sword immortal, however, would be a genuine stroke of fortune. What do you propose? With no other choice, Murong Wenxi lowered her stance in order to survive. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze meticulously assessing her. Under the intense gaze of Chen Qingyuan, Murong Wenxi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, gritting her teeth as she declared, if you can truly protect me, we might consider coexisting. Perhaps we could even become partners on the path. She mistakenly believed that Chen Qingyuan harbored ulterior motives, unaware that he had no such thoughts. He quickly interjected, Stop right there. I have already made it abundantly clear that I have no interest in you. Do not flatter yourself. Upon hearing this, Murong Wenxi's cheeks flushed crimson, a blend of shame, anger, and discontent washing over her. After all, she was a princess of the Murong family, possessing both beauty and grace. Was she truly unworthy of Chen Qingyuan? Then why do you look at me? Her tone was laced with skepticism and ire. That jade pendant at your waist appears rather exquisite, Chen Qingyuan remarked with a knowing glance. Take it, Murong Wenxi, fully understanding his implication, promptly removed the white jade from her waist and tossed it to him. Chen Qingyuan caught it deftly, inspecting it with satisfaction as he smiled. A fine piece of high-grade white spirit jade. A rare treasure indeed. And that jade bracelet upon your wrist. He paused, securing the white jade before continuing. It contains my personal belongings, which are not convenient to disclose. The jade bracelet was a spatial treasure of Murong Wenxi, holding numerous resources and personal items. Chapter 28. Do such people have friends? Who desires your personal belongings? Present everything. The remainder shall belong to me, Chen Qingyuan stated bluntly. For reasons unknown, Murong Wenxi felt a profound sense of humiliation regarding her appearance. Her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Had it not been for the necessity of survival, she would have certainly drawn her sword and unleashed her fury upon Chen Qingyuan. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Wenxi utilized a common Qianquan bag to stow her personal items before handing over the jade bracelet along with all its contents to Chen Qingyuan. He appeared exceedingly pleased, resembling a shrewd merchant. This should suffice, Murong Wenxi said, Her teeth clenched in frustration. I will strive to protect you during this period, which leaves you indebted to me, he continued. The items you owe cannot be lacking, nor can the debt of gratitude. You have taken all my belongings and expect me to remember your favor. What reason is there in that? Moron Wensi questioned loudly. Such words are ill-considered. Allow me to clarify, Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. Had I not intervened to save you just now, you would likely be dead by now, and those resources would undoubtedly belong to me. However, out of kindness, I employed an extremely precious spirit herb on you. And the value of those resources combined does not equate. Furthermore, in the coming days, you will be accompanying me, which will significantly affect my personal safety. Shouldn't you owe me a favor in return? Indeed, spirit herbs were precious. Yet Chen Qingyuan had shamelessly sought them without offering anything in return. Strangely enough, as she listened to his convoluted reasoning, Moron Wensi found herself compelled to concede that he possessed a modicum of logic. Taking a deep breath, she relented once more. Very well, consider it a significant favor owed to you, which I shall repay in the future. How sensible of you. Chen Qingyuan beamed, unable to suppress his praise. It is truly rare to encounter a woman as wise and beautiful as Miss Moron. Humph. Moron Wensi let out a cold huff, casting a scornful glance at Chen Qingyuan and retorted, I seldom encounter someone as avaricious as you. What can I say? I have been terrified of poverty since childhood. How could I possibly compare to Miss Moron? Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. You are poor. The Xianqing sect has indulged you to such an extent. How dare you lament your poverty? This remark left Moron Wensi exceedingly displeased, prompting her to question him. You do not understand. Although the sect treats me well, resources are limited. The meager amount I receive each month is insufficient. To foster my own development, I must seek opportunities outside. To date, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered a loss once, that being with Bai Shishui of Dongyi Palace. At the time, he had been moved by Bai Shishui's persistence, developing feelings for her and willingly entering a partnership, subsequently bestowing upon her many resources. Regrettably, circumstances had changed, and she was no longer the same. There are few in this world as shameless as you. Moron Wensi scolded. Thank you for the compliment. However, Chen Qingyuan consistently defied expectations. Rather than becoming enraged, he felt a sense of ease at this point. Moron Wensi conceded defeat, falling silent. The two continued on their way, arriving at a nearby mountain range where they sought refuge in a secure cave. Here, they could escape the chilling winds of the dead domain and find a semblance of tranquility along their journey. They encountered numerous corpses, all having perished not long ago, likely victims of the Crimson Fog Storm. Observing these lifeless bodies deepened Moron Wensi's anxiety, leaving her uncertain about the fate of her kin, whether they still survived. Taking shelter in the cave, they ignited a fire to dispel the darkness. Moron Wensi reflected on the recent events. Several tendrils of crimson fog had drifted in with the cold wind, curiously avoiding Chen Qingyuan's location, veering off in another direction. Had they been tainted by the fog, their fate would undoubtedly have been grim. How peculiar, Moron Wensi mused. Her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from asking questions. Let us remain here for several months until the crimson fog dissipates. Then we may depart. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to ensure Moron Wensi's safe exit before stealthily returning to the dead domain himself. Since he was not affected by its laws, he felt no trepidation. He could disguise himself and remain unrecognizable. Thank you. Being near Chen Qingyuan, Moron Wensi felt no pressure from the dead domain's laws, which left her feeling remarkably at ease. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, save some good things for me for our next meeting. Chen Qingyuan did not require verbal thanks. It held no practical significance. Indeed, one could not afford to be courteous with this fellow, as he would certainly take advantage. Moron Wensi intended to meditate and heal, only to realize she possessed not a single spirit stone, which left her feeling quite distressed. After much hesitation, she turned to Chen Qingyuan, who sat nearby with his eyes closed, and softly called out, Hey, what is it? Chen Qingyuan replied lazily without opening his eyes. I have given you all my spirit stones. Could you lend me some? If it were possible, Moron Wensi truly wished to avoid making this request. Borrowing spirit stones is negotiable. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, recognizing the opportunity for business. This was precisely why he could accumulate such substantial debts. He is not a swindler, but rather someone who assists others while earning a modest fee for his efforts. How much do you need to borrow? Chen Qingyuan inquired. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moron Wensi calculated the time, realizing she might need to stay for a while longer, thus requesting a bit more. Very well. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Let us agree on this. If you borrow 1,000, You must repay 3,000 in due course. You are a swindler, Morone Wincy retorted, displeased. So, will you borrow or not? Chen Qingyuan, having gained the upper hand, feigned indifference. I will borrow. Taking a deep breath, Morone Wincy suppressed the turmoil within her heart, nodding through gritted teeth. We need a written agreement for this. As she spoke, Chen Qingyuan produced paper and ink, along with a red clay seal for impressions. Observing Chen Qingyuan's familiarity with this entire process left Morone Wincy astonished. Do you have any friends with such a method? Indeed, Chen Qingyuan immediately thought of a few unscrupulous companions. Grinning as he said, "Would you like me to introduce you to them?" "No need for that." Morone Wincy signed the document with a sense of grievance, pressing her thumbprint. She had no desire to associate with someone like Chen Qingyuan. "From now on, I shall be your creditor. Miss Morone, you must take care to live well, and remember to repay me when you have the means." Chen Qingyuan carefully stored the agreement, as it served as proof, ensuring he would not be taken advantage of. Gazing at the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones before her, Morone Wincy felt tears welling up, her emotions in turmoil. These spirit stones still bore the seal of the Morone family, and were originally her possessions. To use her own spirit stones, she now had to sign an IOU, with interest tripled. Chen Qingyuan, I can hardly believe I have crossed paths with you. What dreadful misfortune. With this anger fueling her, Morone Wincy began to refine the spirit stones, striving to mend her injuries. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well have a bite to eat. Chen Qingyuan, a connoisseur of life's pleasures, set up an iron rack over the fire and sliced some meat from spirit beasts, commencing a barbecue. Chapter 29. The Dog of a Man. As Chen Qingyuan indulged in the delectable feast, it felt as though he were on vacation in the realm of death. Meanwhile, Morone Wincy sat in meditation, healing her wounds, absorbing the spirit stones before her, which gradually dimmed and transformed into mundane stones. A month later, with her injuries significantly improved, she paused her healing and opened her eyes to see Chen Qingyuan reclining against a rock, resting with his eyes closed. Witnessing his leisurely demeanor inexplicably irked Morone Wincy, prompting her to pick up a stone from the ground and hurl it at him. Thud, the stone struck Chen Qingyuan's calf, causing him to lazily glance at her. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much." Morone Wincy scoffed. "I merely find you displeasing. There are many who find me displeasing. You hardly rank among them." Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed by her words. If he were to react too emotionally to the opinions of others, he would have likely succumbed to anger long ago. "You truly do not rank among them. You must have offended many people with such a loathsome disposition," Morone Wincy remarked. "Indeed, unfortunately for them, they cannot bring me down. They can only watch in frustration." Chen Qingyuan responded. "I am quite curious. Have you never suffered a loss in your life?" Morone Wincy inquired. "Unless there are exceptional circumstances, there should be none. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan recalled the numerous resources he had bestowed upon by Shishua back in the day, a true loss indeed. Aside from this matter, Chen Qingyuan had never engaged in a losing transaction. "What exceptional circumstances? Do enlighten me." Morone Wincy expressed a hint of curiosity. "Why should I divulge that to you?" "Umph." Chen Qingyuan shot her a disdainful glance, but then abruptly shifted his tone, teasingly remarking, "If you are willing to pay a fee for the tale, I might begrudgingly oblige you with a conversation. Why do you behave like a rogue? How did the Xianqing sect cultivate someone like you?" With no immediate way to depart, Morone Wincy found herself somewhat bored and desired to learn about Chen Qingyuan's past. After all, he was once a figure of considerable renown in the northern wastes. Free range. Chen Qingyuan replied candidly, "Do you think this is akin to raising cattle?" Upon hearing this, Morone Wincy could not help but chuckle. The two sat about 10 meters apart, at an angle to each other, the fire in the stone cave long extinguished, while a dim white spirit orb floated in midair, illuminating every corner of the cave. If you find yourself with nothing to do, close your eyes and meditate. Do not disturb my slumber. The spirit orb was, of course, Chen Qingyuan's possession. He had forgotten where he acquired this trinket and felt no inclination to ponder it. "I shall not comply with your wishes. What can you do about it?" Morone Wincy pouted playfully. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and slowly approached her. Seeing him advance, Morone Wincy instinctively leaned back, preparing to defend herself, her gaze sharp and her expression serious. "What do you intend to do?" Unexpectedly, Chen Qingyuan passed by her, bending down to grasp a long, flat stone behind her. He then returned to his original position, resting his head comfortably against the stone. After reclining, Chen Qingyuan couldn't resist a jibe. What was with such a grand reaction? "You." Morone Wincy found herself once again outmaneuvered by Chen Qingyuan, truly believing he would do something to her. her cheeks flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. It was merely a stone. Could he not have just retrieved it without all this fuss? He must have done it on purpose. I reiterate, I have no interest in you. Allow me to remind you, though I am undeniably handsome and exceptionally charming, do not develop feelings for me. You would surely regret it as he spoke. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Moronwensi. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, Moronwensi retorted in indignation. How can you be so conceited? This is a fact. You cannot alter it. It seemed that Chen Qingyuan's ears possessed the ability to filter automatically, transforming any sarcastic remarks into praise. Rest assured, even if I were to take a liking to a pig, I would never entertain a thought about you. The implication in her words was clear. Chen Qingyuan was even inferior to a pig. That is reassuring. Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed by the taunts, a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. By the way, you claim to be exceptionally charming. Why did Bai Shishui abandon you then? Suddenly, Moronwensi recalled this matter, realizing it was the perfect rebuttal to Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing the voice, the smile that once graced Chen Qingyuan's lips gradually faded, and her expression grew somewhat intricate. After a prolonged contemplation, she murmured, "Perhaps it is a case of fate without fortune. If she truly loved you, even amidst unforeseen circumstances, it would be implausible for her to find solace in another within the span of merely a century. Perhaps, from the very beginning, her affection for you was but a fleeting sentiment, overshadowed by ulterior motives." Moronwensi, having finally discovered a topic to engage Chen Qingyuan, seized the opportunity and pressed further. Did I understand? Chen Qingyuan slowly rose to a sitting position, turning to meet Moronwensi's gaze. Her eyes held a profound depth, as if they had traveled through the annals of time, imbued with an inscrutable sense of weariness. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Moronwensi felt as though her consciousness had been transported into a vast, bustling desert river, where clarity wavered and an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. The mocking expression that once adorned Moronwensi's face dissipated without her noticing, giving way to a gravity of curiosity and doubt. This was the first time she beheld another facet of Chen Qingyuan, one filled with stories and seasoned by experience. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had been licentious, excessively self-absorbed, and somewhat cunning. Do you recall why you chose to become her Dao companion all those years ago? In this moment, Chen Qingyuan seemed to morph into an entirely different individual, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Moronwensi. She bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. Chen Qingyuan turned her gaze towards the dim, oppressive sky outside the cave. A dear friend. Curiosity sparkled in Moronwensi's eyes. She is the beauty of my dreams, so vivid, yet so ethereal. At times, I find myself lost in thought, questioning whether my dreamlike experiences ever truly existed. Chen Qingyuan murmured, "What are you speaking of?" Moronwensi found herself ensnared in confusion. Do you believe in past lives? Chen Qingyuan suddenly inquired with utmost seriousness. I do. Moronwensi replied with a nod. Those of immense power can indeed live a second life, reincarnating and cultivating anew. Such occurrences, though rare, are documented in ancient texts. However, judging by your demeanor, you hardly resemble a reincarnated powerhouse. Do not attempt to deceive me. That tactic is no longer effective, Chen Qingyuan quipped with self-deprecation. Indeed, Moronwensi responded, from your words, it seems Bai Shishui bears a striking resemblance to your former beloved, which explains your kindness towards her? That is approximately the essence of it, Chen Qingyuan conceded after a moment's hesitation. Yet, alas, they are ultimately not the same individual. It is merely a resemblance. My fated connection with Bai Shishui has reached its conclusion. Memories of dreams are like ephemeral bubbles. One merely needs to reach out to shatter them. Chen Qingyuan did not dwell on these matters. Upon learning of Bai Shishui's marriage to another, she felt neither intense anger nor sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of liberation. Initially, she should never have consented to Bai Shishui's proposal. However, having made a promise, she felt compelled to see it through to the end, even if it meant offending the enigmatic red-clad maiden from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. Yet, it was Bai Shishui, not Chen Qingyuan, who failed to remain steadfast until the end. I apologize. Observing Chen Qingyuan's sorrowful demeanor, Moronwensi expressed her regret. However, her apology lacked sincerity, and if you truly feel remorseful, then demonstrate it. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, taking on a bemused semblance of a smile. The sympathy that Moronwensi had just felt vanished without a trace, and she inwardly cursed, wretched man. Chapter 30. Delving into the realm of death. Advancing alone. Moments ago, Chen Qingyuan had appeared deeply melancholic, yet without any forewarning, he reverted to his former demeanor, constantly seeking benefits, leaving one at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, Murong Wensi surprisingly felt a flicker of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan, then scolded herself for nearly being deceived by his faade once more. In the ensuing months, Chen Qingyuan and Murong Wensi exchanged few words, each engrossed in their own meditations. Time flew swiftly until the moment the crimson mist receded. As she watched the red fog retreat into the depths of the realm of death, a smile broke upon Murong Wensi's face. At last, the awaited moment had arrived. Let us proceed. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the mist had dissipated and the barrier had loosened. Turning to Murong Wensi to speak, the two set forth, preparing to depart. After approximately 2 hours, Chen Qingyuan and Murong Wensi reached the boundary of the realm of death. The instant they stepped out, Murong Wensi felt her body grow significantly lighter, the inexplicable pressure lifting abruptly. She promptly contacted her kin, standing silently beside her. Chen Qingyuan observed a trace of sorrow appear on Murong Wensi's face. Upon concluding her conversation with the elder of her clan, Murong Wensi cast a glance towards the realm of death. During the last tempest, more than half of their companions had perished. Unfortunate. What a pity, Chen Qingyuan lamented. Perhaps there truly exists some treasure within the realm of death. Alas, it is beyond the reach of the Murong family, and we must relinquish it. Having endured the storm of the realm of death, the Murong family had lost several elders. While it could not be said that they had suffered grievous injuries, it nonetheless affected morale, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their pursuit. You are injured. It would be best to return swiftly, lest you fall prey to the treachery of malevolent individuals. After all, the realm of cultivation is rife with chaos. Not everyone is as benevolent as I. The initial part of Chen Qingyuan's statement was somewhat courteous, yet the latter half left Murong Wensi both amused and exasperated. To call Chen Qingyuan benevolent would be somewhat accurate, as he had not taken advantage of her vulnerabilities and was willing to offer assistance. However, the term benevolent seemed somewhat misaligned with his character. Avaricious and narcissistic would be far more fitting. Were Murong Wensi to assess Chen Qingyuan, she would describe him as a cunning narcissist with boundaries, harboring a past that piqued curiosity. Hey, although the Murong family has not protected you thoroughly, it seems you have come to my aid instead. However, I am quite eager to learn of the whereabouts of the ghostly physician. Name your price. Murong Wensi did not forget her primary objective. Addressing him with utmost seriousness, in light of our acquaintance, I shall impart this information freely. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, deciding not to hold Murong Wensi accountable this time. Yunhaixinggu. Qiqing Star. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan illustrated the precise location where the ghostly physician had been previously situated in midair. Thank you. Murong Wensi quickly noted it down, expressing her gratitude. Whether you can entice the ghostly physician is a matter for your Murong family to contend with. Moreover, I cannot guarantee if the ghostly physician is still present. It is all a matter of fate. Chen Qingyuan remarked. To receive such detailed information is already quite remarkable. This time, the Murong clan ventured into the dead zone, hoping to attain certain fortuitous encounters in order to heal an elder of their lineage. Acknowledging the treacherous nature of the path ahead, they resolved to seek out the ghost doctor instead. With that, Chen Qingyuan uttered a parting remark and turned away, not looking back. As he gazed in the direction of Chen Qingyuan's departure, Murong Wensi lingered, unable to withdraw her gaze, murmuring to herself, Chen Qingyuan, will you ever stand once more at the center of the grand stage, regaining your former brilliance? A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was so formidable that Murong Wensi felt dwarfed in comparison, single-handedly suppressing the aspirations of numerous young prodigies across a dozen star domains. At that time, a well-meaning individual compiled a list of the most powerful young talents of the northern wilderness, naming it the 10 prodigies of the north, with Chen Qingyuan prominently featured among them. Devoid of any ranking, the title of the 10 prodigies of the north was no trivial matter. Each individual on that list was more terrifying than the last. Unfortunately, shortly after being selected as one of the 10 prodigies, Chen Qingyuan faced the calamity of the abyss. It was said that many prodigies sought to challenge him to elevate their own status. 100 years later, how many among the younger generation still remember Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan feigned a journey to another location, but in truth, he took a detour and returned to the dead zone. This time, he disguised himself and utilized the power of a jade bracelet to conceal his presence. Ensuring that no one was around, he plunged into the dead zone. At this moment, the crimson mist had once again spread to the edges. However, Chen Qingyuan had no intention of waiting for the mist to dissipate before entering. With the jade bracelet's protection, entering now would allow him to avoid encounters with others, thus saving him considerable trouble. Had he known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the dead zone, he would have had no need to engage with the Murong family. Upon re-entering the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan felt the guidance of the jade bracelet, steering him deeper into its recesses. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses and remnants of spiritual treasures, as well as items like Qingyuan bags. What a windfall! Chen Qingyuan collected everything, his smile radiant and his lips never closing. I in such a perilous place as the dead zone, where countless mighty beings trembled in fear, Chen Qingyuan felt at home, unimpeded and free from any pressure. After leisurely traversing for several months, not only did he acquire many treasures, but he also advanced to the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. With a flawless root constitution, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation speed was rapid, and his foundation solid. Most importantly, he originally possessed the cultivation of the Yuaning realm, so there were no obstacles in his path. Although the girl in red had once crippled his cultivation, she had not harmed his body. Now, resuming his training was exceedingly effortless for Chen Qingyuan. Surely, he must have left the boundaries of the dead zone by now. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the dark red soil and glanced back, speaking to himself, by this point, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find corpses or spiritual treasures, for few could venture this far. Not even those intent on seeking death. The area was eerily silent, desolate as far as the eye could see, devoid of any sign of life. Chen Qingyuan felt as though he could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart, even the pulse of every vein in his body. As he delved deeper, Chen Qingyuan's inner turmoil intensified, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Was she still inside? He retrieved the jade bracelet and followed its directional guidance. Raising his gaze to the distance, his brow furrowed in concentration. Having ventured this far, it would be illogical for Chen Qingyuan to turn back empty-handed. Moreover, this was the second promise he had made to the girl in red. He was determined to fulfill it. Since she had invited him here, she surely meant him no harm. If her intention were to kill him, a mere breath would suffice, sparing her the trouble of this elaborate ruse. Chen Qingyuan held firm in his belief that the girl in red would not ensnare him in a trap. There was no need for such deception. After another 2 months of travel, Chen Qingyuan's eyes brightened with a newfound discovery. Chapter 31. The Graveyard, the Silver Spear. What was this revelation? Not far ahead, the earth was no longer a dark crimson but an ominous shade of black. As he advanced cautiously, he noticed the sky shrouded in a veil of darkness, an invisible weight pressing upon him. Gravestones? After traversing a short distance, Chen Qingyuan stood in stunned silence before an expanse of graves. Countless tombstones stretched before him, varying in size and height. Each gravestone was a deep black, subtly exuding an aura of solemnity and an indelible sense of sorrow that time could not conceal. Some tombstones stood upright, others leaned precariously, while some had toppled over, buried beneath dark earth and yellow sand. For reasons unknown, as Chen Qingyuan beheld these gravestones, he felt not only a jolt of shock but an overwhelming wave of melancholy. Indeed, it was sorrow. Why did he feel so unsettled? Grasping his chest, Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Drip, inexplicably, a tear slipped from Chen Qingyuan's eye. As he felt the tear trace down his cheek, his vision blurred, and within this graveyard, he perceived numerous shadows and a scene of a harrowing battlefield. With a blink, the hazy image vanished. Buzz, the jade bracelet trembled gently, pulling Chen Qingyuan from his tumultuous thoughts. Following the bracelet's guidance, he ventured into the depths of the graveyard. After an eternity of walking, the gravestones became fewer and fewer, until he reached the edge of the graveyard, where no ordinary gravestones could be found for miles. At its terminus lay a dark red coffin, each surface etched with the marks of time, as if it had survived an unimaginable battle. Beside the coffin stood a stone pillar, towering at about 3 meters. A coffin, a pillar. Chen Qingyuan stood to the side, his body seemingly petrified, eyes wide with astonishment, perhaps due to the passage of endless time, or perhaps in response to Chen Qingyuan's arrival. The stone pillar began to crack, fissures spreading across its entire surface. Witnessing this, Chen Qingyuan instinctively retreated a few steps, his body tense with apprehension. Bang! Crash! The pillar shattered into countless tiny fragments, revealing what lay within. This was Chen Qingyuan's mouth fell agape, words failing him as he stood in astonishment. A silver spear, approximately 9 feet long, with a sharp, dragon-shaped tip and a flawless, smooth shaft. The tail of the spear resembled a round sphere, akin to a snow lotus poised to bloom. The moment he laid eyes on this silver spear, Chen Qingyuan was rendered utterly speechless. In the recesses of his memory, no weapon or treasure could compare to the silver spear. Its intangible aura exuded an imposing majesty, stirring a tempest that animated the once silent and eerie graveyard, the wind howling like the cries of battle. Suddenly, the jade bracelet in Chen Qingyuan's hand levitated, drifting beside the silver spear. The bracelet's intent was unmistakable. The gift spoken of by the maiden in red was indeed this spear. Is this truly a gift for me? Chen Qingyuan, known for his avarice, hesitated at this moment, caught in a web of indecision. With a low hum, the jade bracelet emitted a gentle ripple of Taoist energy. Seemingly responding to Chen Qingyuan's unvoiced query, steadying his mind, he cautiously approached, now only half a meter from the silver spear. After a prolonged internal struggle, he tentatively extended his right hand, grasping the spear. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted from the spear, surging outward in all directions. The overwhelming pressure exceeded anything Chen Qingyuan had ever encountered. Even a formidable being in the tribulation stage would likely kneel before such might. Strangely, the pressure emanating from the spear inflicted no harm upon him. After several breaths, an unusual silence enveloped the graveyard. Chen Qingyuan gradually exerted himself, astonishingly discovering that he could lift the silver spear with relative ease. This perplexed and exhilarated him. Logically, such a divine weapon should possess sentience, rendering it unmanageable by ordinary cultivators. Yet, not only did Chen Qingyuan effortlessly grasp the spear, but he could also wield it with remarkable fluidity. Gazing intently at the silver spear clutched in his hand, he took a moment to gather his thoughts before uttering two words. Since the spear showed no signs of rejection, he relaxed his guard slightly. Deciding to commune with its sentience as a result, a fragment of his own consciousness penetrated the spear at that moment. Chen Qingyuan realized that the spear's sentience was shattered, fragmented into dozens of pieces, rendering communication impossible. Remarkably, despite the destruction of its sentience, the spear remained intact, a wonder to behold. With a gasp of astonishment, Chen Qingyuan lamented, "What a pity!" The shattering of its sentience implied that the spear could only unleash a fraction of its original power. Nonetheless, it was enough to leave Chen Qingyuan profoundly shaken. "But I lack the ability to restore you. Whether I shall ever have the opportunity remains a matter of fate." After studying the spear for a considerable time, he endeavored to activate the bracelet's enchantment, drawing the silver spear into its confines. Acquiring this spear marked the fulfillment of his second agreement with the maiden in red. Eager to resolve his entanglement with her, Chen Qingyuan inquired through the bracelet, "What is the third agreement?" His greatest desire was to extricate himself from the maiden in red as soon as possible. The bracelet's mystical space articulated a response. "We shall discuss it when you restore your golden core." Faced with this reply, Chen Qingyuan decided to postpone thoughts of the agreement for now. "Never mind. Let us head home." Having been away from the Xianying sect for some time, Chen Qingyuan resolved to return for a visit. After all, the matter concerning the demon lair in the flowing star domain remained unresolved, and the experts from various sects were undoubtedly overwhelmed with their own troubles. Chen Qingyuan turned away from the original path, glancing back at the desolate graveyard with a heavy heart and bowing in respect. Subsequently, he embarked on his journey home. After 6 months of travel, Chen Qingyuan finally emerged from the dead zone. On his return, he took a slightly longer route and stumbled upon numerous treasures, which filled him with joy. Discovering hidden gems is indeed a significant stroke of fortune in life. While exiting the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan maintained his disguise, concealing his true appearance. Upon reaching a safe location, he shed his faade, revealing his original visage, and produced the spiritual treasure flying vessel, setting course for the direction of the flowing star territory. What mysteries lie within the graveyard deep in the dead zone? And what about that coffin, whose weapon is the silver spear? Sitting within the flying vessel, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to repress thoughts about these questions. His brow furrowed with a mixture of gravity and puzzlement. Several days later, Chen Qingyuan discovered a figure blocking his path ahead in the flying vessel. Chapter 32, The 10 Prodigies of the North Wilderness. Wu Junyan as Chen Qingyuan approached the front of the vessel, he clearly discerned the visage of the individual, his expression shifting slightly. "It's you." The newcomer was clad in a purple brocade robe, standing 8 feet tall, with long hair tied in a crown, exuding an extraordinary aura. "That I heard you were still alive, so I came to see." His name is Wu Junyan, the foremost prodigy of the North Songstar territory. Wu Junyan also holds another title, being one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness. Having taken a look, you should make way now. Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Junyan to clear the path. Unimpeded, among the nearby dozen star territories, only Chen Qingyuan dared to speak to Wu Junyan in such a manner. Had it been any other peer, Wu Junyan would surely have suppressed them without hesitation. You broke your promise when we agreed to duel back then. As one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, Wu Junyan sought to measure his prowess against Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, they had met, shared a few drinks, and engaged in conversation. Upon parting, Wu Junyan proposed a duel. To dismiss him, Chen Qingyuan carelessly mentioned a time to settle the matter. Brother, I nearly lost my life back then. How could I still fulfill our agreement to duel? Unbeknownst to him, shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan encountered trouble in Tianyuan, rendering their duel moot. A promise is worth 1,000 gold, as long as one is not dead. They must uphold their commitments regardless of circumstances. Your absence at that time was your own issue. Wu Junyan placed great importance on promises, valuing them above his very life. Why are you being unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan complained. I can understand you, but you must fulfill our duel from back then. You cannot leave me waiting in vain for so many years. Wu Junyan's expression was cold, as if someone owed him a debt. I have just had my spiritual root treated by the ghost doctor. Are you now here to bully me? Chen Qingyuan replied impatiently. Let us say I concede, shall we? No, Wu Junyan shook his head. I will not bully you. It is imperative that we engage in a fair battle. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, Chen Qingyuan retorted. Choose another time. I will suppress my realm to battle you. The duel proposed a century ago lingered in Wu Junyan's mind. If he did not settle the score with Chen Qingyuan, it would inevitably transform into a mental demon over time. Is there truly a necessity for this? Chen Qingyuan found it difficult to fathom Wu Junyan's line of reasoning. What was the necessity of it all? Wu Junyan, ever succinct, nodded slowly. Engaging in a battle of the same caliber, if you were to emerge victorious, all would be well. However, should you falter, the humiliation would be immense. Heeding my counsel, the time for our promised duel has long since passed. Let us refrain from dwelling on it, shall we? Chen Qingyuan advised. Matters of commitment should not be treated lightly, Wu Junyan remarked with a dismissive huff, his gaze piercing. A person who breaks their promises deserves nothing but death. As he spoke, a strand of his essence locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With the conversation having reached such a critical juncture, Chen Qingyuan dared not refuse, hastily acquiescing. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Pleased by the response, Wu Junyan nodded in approval. When shall we schedule our next duel? In 10 years, how does that sound? Chen Qingyuan proposed. Initially, he had contemplated suggesting a century, but upon reflection, he realized it would only provoke further thoughts from Wu Junyan. 10 years would afford a brief respite. After all, that is acceptable. After a moment's consideration, Wu Junyan agreed. When the time comes, I shall surely seek you out. You are quite obstinate. Chen Qingyuan expressed his exasperation. It is merely a duel, yet you approach it with such gravity. You do not understand, Wu Junyan replied. He stands by his word in this world, a truth lost on the common man. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. Producing 2 flasks of fine wine, he suggested, would you care to join me for a drink? Certainly. Wu Junyan accepted without hesitation. Stepping into the flying vessel, the two faced each other, sharing wine and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Wu Junyan turned the conversation to Chen Qingyuan, candidly stating, I have heard that you were spurned. Recently, Chen Qingyuan had grown increasingly irritated by mentions of this matter. It felt like adding fuel to the fire. What business is it of yours? Merely inquiring. Wu Junyan's demeanor was cold, as though he had never formed deep ties with another. Firstly, his nature made it difficult for others to connect with him. Secondly, as one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, ordinary talents were not even worthy of standing alongside him, let alone forging friendships. She will come to regret it. The Wu Junyan referred to was, of course, by Shishue, who had discarded Chen Qingyuan. I have lost the charm of my former self. What is there for her to regret? Chen Qingyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. No, although Wu Junyan could not discern the Taoist essence within Chen Qingyuan, his innate perception, befitting a prodigy, led him to assert, to me, you are merely someone who has ventured down the mountain for a brief time. Soon, you shall return to the summit, surveying the vast expanse of the mountains and rivers. Why do you possess such confidence in me? Chen Qingyuan inquired, perplexed. If you lacked such capability, you would not be worthy to stand as my opponent. Wu Junyan replied, taking a sip of his wine, pondering, are you complimenting me, or yourself? Chen Qingyuan maneuvered the vessel onward, the rich aroma of wine permeating every corner. Both. Wu Junyan answered earnestly, regarding our scheduled duel. Have you encountered any of the other 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness in these years? Chen Qingyuan expressed genuine interest in this topic. Indeed, Wu Junyan nodded. Have you crossed swords with them? Chen Qingyuan asked, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Junyan. There has been no opportunity for such an encounter. Wu Junyan replied with a hint of regret. In a world teeming with extraordinary beings. Why do you persistently fixate on me? There is a hint of sorrow in Chen Qingyuan's gaze. Engaging in battle with him would result in a definitive outcome, life or death. However, with you, such measures are unnecessary. In Wu Junyan's heart, although Chen Qingyuan is fond of wealth and possesses a multitude of clever schemes, he is fundamentally a principled individual, worthy of collaboration. Most importantly, being in Chen Qingyuan's company allows Wu Junyan to shed his facade, bringing him a profound sense of ease, an experience he has never known before. Are you afraid of death? Chen Qingyuan expressed astonishment. That cannot be true. There is nothing to fear in death. It is simply not yet the right moment for a desperate struggle. Wu Junyan replied solemnly. Indeed, the future holds infinite possibilities. When the time for a life and death confrontation arrives, one must ascend to the grand stage of the world. Never pausing in their forward momentum, the northern wilderness is vast, yet it is not the ultimate destination. It is said that in the incredibly distant imperial capital lies the heart of the world, teeming with countless strong individuals and exceptional talents. Only upon reaching the imperial capital can one witness the vibrancy of the world stage, rendering this life worthwhile. Chen Qingyuan, I have heard that you emerged alive from the abyss. Will you not meet with old acquaintances? Just as Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan were discussing their future, an unwelcome voice echoed from afar. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had made an appearance in the Death Realm and had dealings with the Murong clan. His arrival in the northern Song Star domain had reached the ears of many acquaintances, who naturally wished to come and take a closer look. Those who arrived this time were likely not as amiable as Wu Junyan, most probably coming to take advantage of his misfortune. Chapter 33. Get lost. Who is the impertinent fool blocking my path? Chen Qingyuan inwardly cursed, raising his gaze to the outside. A single glance shifted his expression slightly. Remaining seated, he declared loudly, I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the substitute saint of the Lienyo sacred land. In uttering this statement, Chen Qingyuan deliberately emphasized the word substitute. The Lienyo sacred land has 4 substitute saints, one of whom is named Li Jinqing. A century ago, Li Jinqing clashed with Chen Qingyuan, resulting in a confrontation. Unsurprisingly, Chen Qingyuan emerged victorious. Due to this defeat, Li Jinqing's official appointment as a saint was indefinitely postponed. After all, the Lienyo sacred land did not wish for a vanquished individual to lead the younger generation, as it would tarnish their reputation. 100 years have passed, and Li Jinqing has significantly enhanced his strength, now surpassing the other 3 substitute saints. Many speculate that in the coming years, Li Jinqing may finally shed the title of substitute. Chen Qingyuan, are you too cowardly to face me? Observing the tightly sealed flying vessel, Li Jinqing, clad in a dark brocade robe, let out a cold laugh. Indeed, I am quite timid. I never engage in perilous endeavors. Are you here today, perhaps, to seize the opportunity while I am at my weakest and reclaim the honor of our past? Chen Qingyuan replied with a light chuckle. Are you still timid? Li Jinqing scoffed. You have offended so many people in the past, yet I have not seen you shrink away from danger. Moreover, your audacity to step into the abyss is not characteristic of an ordinary person. Enough of this prattle. Simply state your purpose for obstructing my path. Chen Qingyuan and Li Jinqing were not friends, and he had no time to engage in pointless banter. I wish to invite you to the Lienyo sacred land for a visit. You will be warmly received. Perhaps it is in an effort to reclaim the dignity lost a century ago, or perhaps it is merely the curiosity of the Lienyo sacred land regarding the conditions within the abyss. But Li Jinqing has sealed off the surrounding void, rendering the flying vessel incapable of traversing the emptiness. Chen Qingyuan has outright declined the invitation. Whether one goes or not is not for you to decide. Since Li Jinqing has arrived, it is certain that he will not relent easily. Are you truly serious about making a move against me? Chen Qingyuan set down his wine cup, his voice carrying forth. You have long since lost the elegance of your former self. Cease your posturing before me. Chen Qingyuan, the Lienyo sacred land does not seek your life. They merely request your presence for a cup of tea. Come forth. In times past, Li Jinqing would have dared not oppose Chen Qingyuan. But now, with Chen Qingyuan having fallen from grace, it seems anyone can approach and trample upon him. Oh, you presume to act so arrogantly, without consulting my friends? Chen Qingyuan retorted boldly. Friends? Li Jinqing laughed, saying, Is there anyone in the North Song Star domain who would count a person like you as a friend? Even if there were, I would care not in the slightest. After a century of cultivation, Li Jinqing has gained considerable influence within the Lianyo sacred land, believing himself to be a significant figure within the North Song star domain. Inside the vessel, Chen Qingyuan lowered his voice deliberately, saying, "Lao Wu, it is your turn to take action." Wu Junyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, remaining silent. Do not look at me like that. It is rather unsettling, Chen Qingyuan remarked, pointing at the exquisite wine on the table. This wine was crafted through countless efforts. Having partaken of my drink, shouldn't you lend me a hand? The 5-spice concoction is sold in many taverns, Wu Junyan replied nonchalantly, although Wu Junyan revealed the origins of the beverage. Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with conviction, saying, "Wine is easy to procure, but true sincerity is hard to find. Lao Wu, if it were not for the time wasted in drinking with you, I would have surely departed the North Song star domain by now, and would have never encountered this fellow, Li Jinqing. Now that I am in trouble, should you not step forward to assist me?" "This matter is of no concern to me," Wu Junyan replied lazily. "Very well, sigh." Chen Qingyuan feigned sorrow, lamenting, "Had I known you to be so cold-hearted and ungrateful, I would not have indulged in revelry with you. Should I perish today, our agreement will be rendered void. I have but one request. If I die, do not disturb my grave, nor complain that I have failed to uphold my promise." With the conversation reaching this point, Wu Junyan could no longer tolerate it. Thus, he set down his wine cup and slowly rose to his feet. "Lao Wu, I knew you were a kind-hearted youth." Witnessing this, Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of joy and praised him. "To know you is a complex tale," Wu Junyan remarked, casting a sideways glance at Chen Qingyuan, his expression intricate and cold. Regardless of what Wu Junyan might say, Chen Qingyuan maintained a smile. Ultimately, as long as Wu Junyan was willing to take action, anything he said would be justified. "Hey, why is there no response?" Outside, Li Jinqing, having heard no word from Chen Qingyuan, grew increasingly impatient and called out loudly, "Chen Qingyuan, have you made up your mind? If you do not emerge soon, do not blame me for my rudeness." At that moment, the barrier of the flying vessel began to waver, and a hint of triumph flickered across Li Jinqing's face, as though he relished the sight of Chen Qingyuan's humiliation. His spirits buoyed. Yet, reality did not unfold as Li Jinqing had anticipated. The figure emerging from the flying vessel was not Chen Qingyuan, but rather Wu Junyan. Upon catching his first glimpse of Wu Junyan, the smile on Li Jinqing's lips froze, his pupils dilating in shock, rendered speechless. Wu Gongzi, what brings you here?" Li Jinqing exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Having never expected to encounter Wu Junyan in this place. Is it necessary for me to report my whereabouts to you?" Wu Junyan retorted coldly. "Not at all." Stung by Wu Junyan's sharp reply, Li Jinqing, despite the pallor on his face, dared not display his anger. "Be gone." In the vast expanse of the nearby star domain, the only peer worthy of Wu Junyan's regard was Chen Qingyuan. For everyone else, Wu Junyan remained unapproachable. Dismissing them entirely, "I have come to invite Chen Qingyuan to the Lianyo sacred land as a guest." Reluctantly departing, Li Jinqing felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction, resorting to invoking the name of the sacred land. Do not presume to understand my thoughts. Not even you, nor the lord of the Lianyo sacred land, would dare to threaten me. The Lianyo sacred land was a formidable power within the North Song star domain, yet Wu Junyan appeared unfazed, his confidence unwavering as he uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Li Jinqing cast a lingering glance at the flying vessel, gritting his teeth and clasping his fists. "I take my leave." Lacking the courage to confront Wu Junyan, Li Jinqing turned to depart, never imagining that Wu Junyan would choose to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, even willing to defend him. In the perception of countless individuals within the North Song star domain, Wu Junyan was known for his solitary nature, indifferent to others, and devoid of friendships. Leaders of various sacred lands had cautioned their disciples that should they encounter Wu Junyan, they ought not to provoke him, lest they invite trouble upon their sections. Wu Junyan's background was shrouded in mystery, known to only a select few. Chen Qingyuan was also somewhat uninformed about this matter. "Old Wu, you truly possess a way with words. A mere utterance from you sent this brat fleeing," Chen Qingyuan commended. Chapter 34. Return to Xianqing sect. Daoyi Academy. Wu Junyan offered no response, his demeanor icy. "Would you care to come in and sit for a while?" Chen Qingyuan ventured outside. "No. Thank you." Wu Junyan, resolute in his refusal, added, "You are far too cunning. Spending too much time with you would lead to my downfall." "That is not how I am." Chen Qingyuan feigned indignation. Wu Junyan was well acquainted with Chen Qingyuan's temperament by now, and he would not be deceived by surface appearances. "I am leaving." With that parting remark, Wu Junyan soared into the winds, Truly graceful, how enviable, Chen Qingyuan murmured as he watched Wu Junyan's departing figure. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan set off on his journey back to the fully star domain, hastening his pace. This time, he concealed his aura with a jade bracelet, hoping to avert any roadside confrontations. As long as fortune did not forsake him, he should encounter no trouble. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally stood upon the soil of the fully star domain, feeling a profound sense of relief that I shall return home first. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Su Enquing sect. Upon hearing the news of his return, the elders emerged one after another, filled with joy. Qingyuan, where have you been? Sneaking off without a word. Oh, your body, there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Have you truly restored your spiritual roots? You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. Were it not for the memory of our late master, I would certainly give you a sound beating today. The outside world is perilous, and you recklessly wander about without informing us. Dozens of voices expressed their concern towards Chen Qingyuan. Once the senior brothers and sisters had calmed down, he finally recounted the fabricated tale he had prepared. He claimed that a ghostly physician had healed him, and that he needed to assist this physician with a matter that could not be disclosed to anyone. Chen Qingyuan shifted the blame onto the ghostly physician, knowing full well that it could not be verified face to face. Was the task assigned by the ghostly physician difficult? One senior sister inquired anxiously, examining Chen Qingyuan's body for any signs of injury. Not at all. It has been taken care of, Chen Qingyuan replied, appearing like a well-behaved child, his smile radiant and soothing. That it is just good to be back safe. The others ceased their reproaches, recognizing that the ordeal was not entirely Chen Qingyuan's fault, but rather a consequence of seeking the ghostly physician's aid. Junior brother, how much has your cultivation been restored? The crowd held Chen Qingyuan in high regard, refraining from using any techniques to probe. The previous cultivation could not be reclaimed. He would have to start anew. Chen Qingyuan demonstrated his cultivation at the earth spirit realm. As long as the spiritual roots were restored, his former glory would soon be regained. There was no need for impatience. Though a tinge of regret lingered, the group felt more joy than sorrow. With Chen Qingyuan's abilities, even starting over, he could ascend to great heights once again. After lengthy discussions, the elders gradually took their leave. Through their conversations, Chen Qingyuan gained a general understanding of the situation concerning the demon pit. The Tianyu sect was willing to allocate all its resources and invite various sects to collectively suppress the demon pit. Initially, the Su Enquing sect hesitated to intervene, but as many sects had already agreed, it became impossible for them to remain aloof. After much deliberation, the Su Enquing sect ultimately consented to lend their assistance. The benefits accrued by each sect would certainly motivate them to contribute wholeheartedly. And grievances towards the Tianyu sect had diminished significantly. Merely from the Su Enquing sect, they received a premium spiritual vein, over 10 mid-grade spiritual veins, along with numerous spiritual herbs and artifacts. The flowing meteor domain housed a total of 19 first-rate powers, and the offerings to the other sects would undoubtedly be comparable to those of the Su Enquing sect. 1 could only imagine the immense wealth the Tianyu sect had amassed over the years through the demon pit. When would the demon pit be resolved? In a mist-laden courtyard, Chen Qingyuan sat across from his senior brother, Lin Chongsheng. Savoring it was said that the Tianyu sect had invited a master of formations. And once the formation was arranged, we would collectively act to seal the demon pit. According to the timeline provided by the Tianyu sect, it should not take more than a decade. For cultivators, a decade is but a fleeting moment, a mere snap of the fingers. Some powerful beings require hundreds or even thousands of years for a single retreat. You have confidence in resolving this matter. Chen Qingyuan, having perused ancient texts, was well aware of the terrifying nature of the demon pit. The infernal cavern beneath the Tianyu sect, after years of gestation, has reached a point of irretrievable chaos. It is difficult to articulate. Lin Chongsheng's expression darkened, and he slowly shook his head. Once the cavern erupts, it will inevitably bring calamity to every corner of the Fulyu star domain, with endless repercussions. There is no need for you to be overly concerned, senior brother. Since we are here, we shall find peace in in Chen Qingyuan's view. The true concern should lie with the Tianyu sect. Should the cavern malfunction, the first to suffer would be the Tianyu sect, with no chance of escape. Well, let us not dwell on these troubling matters for now. Lin Chongsheng chose not to ponder these issues further and shifted the conversation to Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Chen Qingyuan sensed Lin Chongsheng's seriousness and felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Now that you have restored your spiritual roots, It is impossible for me to keep you confined within the Xianqing sect indefinitely. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. However, I have taken the liberty of making a decision on your behalf. And I hope you will not take offense. Lin Chongqing maintained eye contact with Chen Qingyuan, contemplating his words. A decision? Chen Qingyuan's expression reflected confusion. To participate in the examination of the Daoyi Academy. Lin Chongqing stated, Daoyi Academy, what manner of place is that? After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan posed a question. In his mind. There existed not a single fragment of memory regarding Daoyi Academy. It is a rather enigmatic location. I have only heard tales of it before, never having visited. There is scant documentation in ancient texts concerning Daoyi Academy, leading us only to surmise that its lineage is quite ancient. Lin Chongqing had previously ventured out for training and had heard whispers of Daoyi Academy's illustrious reputation, mysterious and elusive. Its whereabouts difficult to ascertain. Senior brother, why did you not mention this to me before? Chen Qingyuan offered a wry smile. To speak frankly, I did not even know where Daoyi Academy was located. How could I have informed you? Lin Chongqing replied with a hint of exasperation. Then what has transpired today? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. A few days ago, an unusual fluctuation of laws occurred in the cave where my master had once practiced. Upon investigation, I discovered a box containing a letter and what appeared to be an ordinary wooden token. Lin Chongqing's thoughts drifted back to the past as he recounted. The box was left behind by my master. And the content of the letter was quite straightforward. It expressed a hope that you could take the wooden token to Daoyi Academy. For securing a position within the academy would greatly benefit both yourself and the Xianqing sect. Previously, the box was sealed with my master's law, hence it remained unnoticed in the corner. It was only when the laws loosened recently that I became aware of it. The wooden token serves as a token of Daoyi Academy. Possessing it is essential for locating the academy. As for how the great ancestor obtained the token, that remains a mystery. Speaking of this matter, Lin Chongqing too found it peculiar. After my master passed, I distinctly remember clearing his cultivation cave and discovering no such box. How could it have suddenly appeared? Despite the enigma, Lin Chongqing was certain that the handwriting on the letter belonged to his master. With traces of the Xianqing sect's unique technique still lingering upon it, rendering it unmistakable. I see. Then where is the wooden token now? Chen Qingyuan understood. I crushed it. Lin Chongqing replied candidly, upon hearing the sound. Chen Qingyuan's expression of astonishment became frozen. Chapter 35, A Glimpse of 5 Years. Cultivation reached the celestial spirit realm. Lin Chongqing hastily remarked, according to the letter left by our master uncle. As long as you shatter the wooden tablet, your name can be inscribed, thereby sending a message to the Daoyi Academy. Brother, you could have at least consulted me. This situation has arisen quite suddenly, leaving Chen Qingyuan feeling flustered. Initially, I intended to wait for your return before discussing it, but the moment I took out the wooden tablet, I inadvertently shattered it. Speaking of this matter, it is indeed somewhat peculiar. It is likely that our master uncle had set a restriction long ago. Once the box is opened, it triggers the restriction, resulting in the destruction of the tablet. Consequently, even if Chen Qingyuan wishes to decline the Daoyi Academy, he finds himself unable to refuse. Lin Chongqing conveyed the sequence of events to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own helplessness. The shattering of the tablet signifies that you have already become a candidate for the Daoyi Academy. When the designated time arrives, individuals from the Daoyi Academy will come to seek you for the assessment. Little junior brother, do you have any questions? Lin Chongqing inquired. Given the circumstances, what more can I say? Chen Qingyuan replied with a bitter smile. This is our master's last wish. I hope you do not let him down. The true origins of the Daoyi Academy remain a mystery to all. Lin Chongqing trusted that their master uncle would not bring harm to Chen Qingyuan, harboring little concern. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, his expression complex. His rather troublesome master truly knows how to stir up trouble. It is uncertain when the so-called Daoyi Academy will arrive. Your body has just recovered. Take a good rest, Lin Chongqing advised. The flowing star domain has become increasingly unstable for the time being. You should refrain from venturing out and stay at home. Very well. Chen Qingyuan returned to his cave dwelling, contemplating the recent events as if an invisible hand were propelling everything forward, guiding him onto a new path. Whether it be the graveyard of the dead zone or the silver spear, or the newly learned Daoyi Academy, all signified that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be smooth sailing. He would likely confront numerous troubles. His carefree days at the Xianqing sect may not last much longer. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived quietly for 5 years. Over these 5 years, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Only one step remained before he could enter the golden core realm. Once he crossed that threshold, the path to further enhance his cultivation would not be so straightforward. The journey ahead would grow increasingly challenging. Countless cultivators in the world have spent hundreds of years to reach the Golden Core realm, while Chen Qingyuan has only been reconstructing his Dao bones for less than a decade. This final step, it seems, will not require him much time. During this period, aside from his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan enjoyed leisurely moments with his senior brothers over wine and tea, wherever he went. The disciples within the sect held him in great esteem, addressing him as Little Master Uncle. Little Master Uncle, this is the account I just retrieved. Please take a look. Lin Pingyan entered, placing a high-quality Qingyuan bag on the table to help Lin Pingyan overcome his indecisive nature. Chen Qingyuan had brought forth numerous old accounts, urging Lin Pingyan to venture out to collect debts. Initially, Lin Pingyan was quite reluctant, believing he would undoubtedly fail at this task. However, under the formidable pressure exerted by Chen Qingyuan in the role of a junior master, Lin Pingyan had no choice but to comply. Occasionally, when Lin Pingyan was unable to recover certain debts, he would return to inform Chen Qingyuan. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan would guide Lin Pingyan on what actions to take, such as issuing challenges, hiring individuals to berate others, or besieging entrances, among other strategies. Through this repetitive process, Lin Pingyan gradually became well acquainted with the operational procedures. After a few years, it became unnecessary for Chen Qingyuan to intervene. Lin Pingyan could effortlessly handle these matters himself. Xiao Yanzi, it's all yours, take it. In order to instill in Lin Pingyan a profound understanding of his past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan bestowed upon him all the resources he had acquired. Initially, Lin Pingyan hesitated and outright refused. However, under Chen Qingyuan's compelling arguments, he was forcefully presented with the resources. Thank you, Junior Master. Gazing at the abundance of resources, Lin Pingyan suddenly felt a surge of newfound wealth. No need for thanks. We are like family. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward, patting Lin Pingyan on the shoulder, his tone earnest. I have faith in you. The future holds great promise. Through Lin Pingyan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan realized that his years of nurturing had not been in vain. The once gentle and refined Lin Pingyan had transformed significantly, with his demeanor altered considerably. The Han Shan of yesteryear was also a fine young man. However, after meeting Chen Qingyuan, he gradually became avaricious and rather stingy. Today's Lin Pingyan mirrored that transformation. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan had always maintained a moral compass in his dealings. While he was indeed greedy, he upheld the distinction between personal integrity and material pursuits, refusing to conflate the two. Moreover, the resources that Chen Qingyuan had acquired were merely debts incurred long ago, with slightly elevated interests, and he had made the terms clear to the borrowers at the outset. One was willing to lend, and the other was willing to borrow. Junior Master, I shall take my leave. Lin Pingyan departed with a heart full of joy. After recent discussions, many had become aware of Chen Qingyuan's restoration of his spiritual roots. A fact that seemed almost unbelievable. How could one, tainted by the laws of the Tianyuan forbidden zone and rendered a waste, suddenly regain the ability to cultivate? Although the ghost doctor possessed remarkable medical skills, it was hard to fathom that he could resolve the residual laws of the forbidden zone that clung to Chen Qingyuan. Numerous powerful individuals found this situation rather suspicious, repeatedly lurking around the Xianqing sect in an attempt to uncover the truth behind it. They suspected that the Xianqing sect was orchestrating a ruse to obscure what opportunities Chen Qingyuan had obtained from the Tianyuan. As long as Chen Qingyuan remained indoors, even if various powerful figures harbored doubts, they would not dare to act openly. On this day, the formidable sects of the Fuliexing region convened to deliberate on the matter concerning Chen Qingyuan, ultimately reaching a decision to confront the Xianqing sect and question them directly. The extraordinary phenomenon of the Xianguang that had transpired within the Tianyuan forbidden zone a century ago must surely herald the arrival of some celestial treasure. Chen Qingyuan, having spent a century within the Tianyuan, undoubtedly possessed vast secrets. On this day, 10 prominent sects dispatched their strongest members, totaling over 100 core elders at the transformation stage, gathering together. Sect Master, we have a grave situation, the elder, tasked with gathering intelligence, reported immediately upon learning of the news. Hearing this, Lin Changshan's expression turned grave. His right hand gripped the armrest of his chair tightly as he pondered. Summon all elders to the council hall, and call back all disciples who are currently out. Upon issuing the command, Lin Changshan turned to an elder at his side and instructed, prepare tea and welcome our guests. Yes, came the prompt reply. All members of the Xianqing sect were placed on high alert, bracing themselves for any potential developments. Chen Qingyuan, remaining indoors, was well aware of the situation and murmured to himself when I first returned. Various sects harbored intentions of interrogation that in the past, my spiritual root had been severed, and with the protection of my sect, no external forces dared to act excessively. Now that I am able to cultivate once more, those individuals believe that the great opportunity of Tianyuan has fallen into my hands, or that I am privy to certain knowledge. Their intentions are far from benevolent, stepping out of the cave dwelling. Chen Qingyuan stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. After the passage of 2 hours, powerful figures from various sects made their appearance. Chapter 36. All heroes arrive. Pressing for the secrets of Tianyuan. Among the attendees, the weakest were formidable cultivators at the transformation stage, with several ancient beings at the tribulation stage present as well. Representatives from Tianyu sect, Dongyi Palace, South Ming Great Awakening Temple, Wanjian Spirit Gate, and the North Sea Dragon Clan were among them. Over half of the first-rate powers from the Fuliexing realm had arrived, having secretly reached an agreement to collectively pressure the Xianqing sect into revealing all information regarding Tianyuan. Esteemed friends, please enter. The elder protector of the sect, Dong Wenjun, personally welcomed the guests, clad in a black brocade robe. Though aged, his demeanor remained imposing. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan, Lin Chongqing had dispatched Lin Pingyin to oversee him, ensuring that Chen Qingyuan did not leave the cave. Hundreds of great cultivators slowly entered the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect, noting the disciples on either side, each wielding sharp blades and bearing grim expressions. These disciples, fully aware that the attendees were distinguished figures seldom seen, exhibited no signs of fear. Their eyes sparkled with determination, their bodies steady as mountains, unwavering. Should the sect face peril, the disciples would willingly fight to the death without regret. Witnessing the resolute spirit of the Xianqing sect's disciples, the assembled powerful figures could not help but express admiration, even feeling a twinge of envy. Within the grand hall, the powerful figures seated themselves on the right side, while the elders of the Xianqing sect occupied the left. Outside, thousands of disciples dressed in white stood ready, maintaining a profound silence, with no whispers exchanged. "What brings you all here today?" Lin Chongqing inquired from his elevated seat. Casting a stoic gaze upon the gathered powers, the sect leader is a wise man and should be aware of our intentions. The elder leading the group, named Xin Shiji, was the supreme ancestor of Tianyu's sect, a genuine powerhouse at the tribulation stage. I am unaware of your purpose. I kindly ask you to speak plainly. Lin Chongqing feigned ignorance, seeking to retain control of the dialogue and not be led by the noses of the various sect cultivators. In that case, I shall speak freely. Should I offend, I beg your pardon. Xin Shiji stroked his white beard thoughtfully, stating, "We have heard that your esteemed elder, Chen Qingyuan, has restored his spiritual root, and we come to extend our congratulations. Furthermore, we wish to glean information regarding Tianyuan from Elder Chen himself. So that is the matter at hand. I recall that the Xianqing sect has previously provided a response. Years ago, our junior brother was sealed within a barrier, enduring a century before managing to escape by sheer fortune." Lin Chongqing responded. "Sect leader Lin, do you truly believe we would accept such words?" Xin Shiji replied with a smile. "Belief is a matter for you to decide. I have conveyed all that I can," Lin Chongqing stated. Lin Chongqing's expression was one of indifference, his tone unremarkable. The elders seated to his left possessed sharp gazes, fixated sternly on the formidable figures from various sects across the table. "Perhaps we should summon Elder Chen. Once we clarify everything, we can take our leave to preserve the camaraderie among the sects," proposed Xin Shiji. "Elder Chen, I advise you to first address your own affairs and ensure that the demon den does not erupt. Otherwise, Tianyu sect may find it exceedingly difficult to endure in this world." Were it not for Lin Chongqing representing the dignity of Xianshan sect, he would have spoken more harshly, perhaps resorting to outright vitriol. "The matter of the demon den will naturally be resolved without troubling sect master Lin," Xin Shiji remarked with a disingenuous smile. "Today, we shall discuss only Elder Chen and the affairs concerning Tianyuan. Everything else can wait." "Indeed, let us bring forth Elder Chen for a meeting," interjected a voice from beside Xin Shiji, belonging to Lu Ruai, the guardian elder of Dongyi Palace, a middle-aged woman clad in light-colored robes. Still possessing an air of grace. In the past, our sect suffered considerable losses in Tianyuan. It is only reasonable that we seek to understand the present circumstances there. Others chimed in as well. The three formidable beings in the transcendent stage all turned their attention towards Lin Chongqing, amplifying his pressure. Had he been an ordinary sect leader, he likely would have been thrown into disarray. acquiescing to these powerful figures to avoid offense. Yet Lin Chongqing was no ordinary man. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, and spoke in a low tone. My little junior brother has narrowly escaped death. And it is only through the ghost physician's healing that he can resume his path of cultivation. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth remains as such, with a swift motion. Dong Wenjun and the others stood, exuding an intimidating aura. Should Lin Chongqing give the command, they would not hesitate to expel their guests. As for the consequences, they were unconcerned, with such blatant aggression on their doorstep. To hesitate would be akin to digging one's own grave to avoid enduring such indignities. Sect Master Lin, please do not be agitated. We harbor no disrespect towards Xinshan's sect, as long as Chen Qingyuan allows us to probe his soul without resistance. He will not be harmed in essence. Once this matter is resolved, we shall depart immediately. The technique of soul probing reveals one's life experiences and can significantly impact the subject. Of course, if executed by a practitioner of considerable strength. And if the subject offers no resistance, their physical well-being remains largely intact. Every cultivator harbors secrets, and under normal circumstances, no one would willingly allow another to delve into their soul. Impudent. Dong Wenjun could no longer restrain himself. A powerful aura erupted from him, flipping the table before the formidable figures and shattering the teacups atop it. Witnessing such a reaction from Dong Wenjun startled the assembly momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure. Given the proposal of soul probing, it was entirely expected for the typically irascible Dong Wenjun to react thus. Taoist Dong, should Chen Qingyuan truly be, as previously stated, sealed within a certain mysterious realm for a century, it would indeed prove that Xinshan's sect has not deceived us, and we shall offer our apologies accordingly. However, if Chen Qingyuan is concealing the truth, many lives were lost in Tianyuan, and we are entitled to know. Shun Shiji's cultivation was no less than that of Dong Wenjun, and he deftly alleviated the pressure with a few words. Xinshan's sect has shown you courtesy, has it not? Dong Wenjun scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembly. Lin Chongqing turned to glance at Dong Wenjun, which caused Dong Wenjun to swallow back the coarse words that had been on his lips. Subsequently, Lin Chongqing stood elevated, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing outward at the hall's entrance, his voice resonating like a bell. Disciples of the Xianqing sect, heed my words. If anyone dares to oppress my junior uncle, do you consent or do you not consent? We do not consent. Thousands of disciples echoed in unison, their voices reverberating across the land, shaking the heavens. In times past, Chen Qingyuan had amassed wealth and generously shared many benefits with the disciples within the sect. Cultivating goodwill, he had also invested in the construction of useful amenities for the sect, such as improving the living conditions in the servant quarters, increasing the monthly supply of spirit stones for inner disciples' cultivation, and bestowing gifts upon the outstanding disciples each year. Consequently, the disciples of the Xianqing sect held Chen Qingyuan in great esteem, their calls of junior uncle arising from genuine affection. Earning money was no easy feat. It was all for the sake of family. Chen Qingyuan rarely possessed an abundance of resources, and those he ever put to good use. In contrast, Han Shan of the Yu High Star domain had only emulated Chen Qingyuan's avarice, failing to recognize Chen Qingyuan's contributions, which ultimately tarnished his own reputation within the sect. Meanwhile, despite the disciples of the Xianqing sect being aware of Chen Qingyuan's greed, none would dare speak ill of him behind his back. You do not consent. Excellent. Lin Chongqing shifted his gaze to the powerful figures of various sects, his tone firm as he declared, "For I too shall not consent." As his words fell, Lin Chongqing erupted with fury, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura befitting a tribulation stage expert, shattering the floor beneath him, as the skies darkened and a colossal vortex formed in the heavens above. Chapter 37. Chen Qingyuan emerges. Tensions rise. Lin Chongqing's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise, causing their hearts to tighten and their expressions to shift dramatically. Lin Sect Master, what are you planning? Shin Shiji of the Tianyu sect questioned hoarsely. It is not about what I plan to do, but rather what you intend to do, Lin Chongqing replied with a solemn expression. Do not presume that your gathering here will instill fear in the hearts of the Xianqing sect. Should you lack the wisdom to retreat, then let us engage in battle. We merely seek the truth. If Chen Qingyuan cooperates, soul searching will not harm his foundation. Why must we escalate matters to such a tense standoff? Shin Shiji and his companions furrowed their brows, genuinely taken aback by the Xianqing sect's resolute stance, finding themselves in a precarious situation. If my master and uncle were still alive, had you dared to act so brazenly within the Xianqing sect, you would have been swiftly subdued. Lin Chongsheng reminisced about the past when the Xianqing sect was immensely powerful, regarded as the strongest force in the Liuxing star domain. The Xianqing sect had no interest in vying for power or prestige, nor did it encroach upon the resources and territories of others. Furthermore, the sect emphasized the importance of unity and mutual assistance among its disciples from a young age, teaching them to uphold camaraderie over personal gain. This principle was sacrosanct, not to be violated by anyone. In earlier times, had the great leaders of the Xianqing sect still been alive, they would have swiftly dispatched individuals like Shen Shiji with a mere kick. Not permitting such arrogance. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Shen Shiji, representing his faction, asked gravely. If Elder Shen is willing to allow me to conduct a soul search, that could indeed be considered. Lin Chongsheng sneered coldly. As the conversation reached this juncture, Shen Shiji comprehended Lin Chongsheng's intentions. His expression darkened, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge rapidly. How could Shen Shiji possibly acquiesce? His secrets were far too numerous. Not only the demonic lair beneath the Tianyu sect, but also the myriad deeds he had committed in the past. He was unwilling to be subjected to a soul search, while simultaneously scheming to probe into the soul memories of Chen Qingyuan. How utterly ludicrous. In an instant, everyone rose to their feet, the two sides poised for confrontation, ready to erupt into battle at any moment. Should hostilities commence, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly face catastrophic ruin. Yet, the Xianqing sect stood undaunted. Its disciples already forming a deadly formation in preparation for the impending conflict. The powerful figures from various sects could scarcely comprehend why they would go to such lengths for a mere Chen Qingyuan. In other sects, such a situation would have prompted the immediate surrender of their disciples for the sake of the greater good. In truth, even if the troublemaker were anyone other than Chen Qingyuan, the Xianqing sect would remain steadfast in its refusal to compromise. Lives may be lost, but dignity must never be trampled upon. The ancestors of the Xianqing sect had conveyed their will through their actions, striving with all their might to make the sect a sanctuary for all disciples, a place to which they could belong. Without faith, the sect would crumble in the face of adversity. Activate the protective formation. Lin Chongsheng commanded. The elder Dong Wenjin raised his hand, triggering the grand array of the Xianqing sect. The laws of the formation ensnared Shen Shiji and his companions, the threat of battle looming ever closer. Although the overall strength of the various sects surpassed that of the Xianqing sect, this was the latter's home turf. If a truly uncontrollable conflict were to erupt, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction, resulting in countless casualties. Even those at the tribulation stage could hardly guarantee their safety. The situation had reached a stalemate, with neither side daring to strike first for fear of provoking calamity. What to do? Initially, we believed that applying pressure on the Xianqing sect would compel them to yield. Yet, how had matters escalated to this point? The Xianqing sect proved to be a tough nut to crack. To be honest, being a disciple of the Xianqing sect was indeed a source of great happiness, as one could venture outside without fear of being bullied. The powerful figures exchanged furtive whispers, their gazes fixated on the members of the Xianqing sect, their bodies taut with tension. In this moment, a flicker of envy arose in the hearts of many, reminiscent of the intrigue and rivalry they had experienced in their own sects during their youth. Lin Chongsheng gradually descended from his elevated position, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shen Shiji, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he called out, "Shen Shiji, you were overshadowed by my master and uncle throughout your youth. Now, I wish to test you as well. What use is your master's strength if he ultimately fell before an old man like me?" Shen Shiji, already advanced in years, likely had little time left. Thus, he hoped to seize an opportunity from Chen Qingyuan to enhance his cultivation and prolong his life. At the very least, I have lived more splendidly than you by 100-fold, Lin Chongsheng remarked. I shall see if your fists are as formidable as your words. With that, Shen Shiji stepped forward, prepared to engage Lin Chongsheng in earnest. At this moment, as the leading figure, he could not afford to retreat. Otherwise, the powerful figures from various sects would surely waver in their resolve, risking defeat at the hands of the Xianqing sect. How lively this is, just as the two parties were on the brink of war. Chen Qingyuan leisurely walked in through the main entrance. Flanking him was Lin Pingyan, who cast his gaze downwards, fearful of meeting the eyes of his elders. In a bid to extricate himself from Lin Pingyan's grasp, Chen Qingyuan exerted considerable effort. After a series of entanglements, he finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Chen Qingyuan, junior uncle. Outside, the thousands of disciples clasped their fists in salute, dressed in white garments, perfectly aligned. Greetings, everyone. Chen Qingyuan turned to glance at the multitude of disciples, offering a warm smile and nod. He then stepped into the grand hall. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Lin Chongsheng and the others wore expressions of concern. Should hostilities erupt at this moment, it would be exceedingly difficult to protect Chen Qingyuan's senior sister, an elderly matriarch. Her face lined with wrinkles directed her thoughts toward Chen Qingyuan. However, he refrained from approaching her, urging Lin Chongsheng and the others not to worry. "There's no need for such tension. Allow me to handle this matter." Lin Chongsheng furrowed his brow, turning to Lin Pingyan, and demanded, "Lin Pingyan, I instructed you to guard your junior uncle. Why did you defy my orders, father? I apologize." Lin Pingyan offered a hasty apology, preparing to explain. Yet before he could elucidate the situation, Lin Chongsheng erupted in fury. What good is an apology in such close proximity? Should the formidable experts from various sects resolutely decide to target Chen Qingyuan, even with the protective formation of the Xianying sect, it would be challenging to avert unforeseen mishaps, leaving Lin Chongsheng in a state of inner turmoil. "Master brother, do not scold Xiao Yanzi. This is my fault." Today, Chen Qingyuan was clad in a light-colored long robe, his inky hair neatly fastened with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and grace. "Trust me." Lin Chongsheng exchanged a profound gaze with Chen Qingyuan, finding it impossible to refuse, and slowly nodded, "All right." Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan turned to face the formidable experts from various sects, his countenance devoid of any trace of timidity, calm and composed. Chapter 38. Such absurdity in seizing wealth. The moment Chen Qingyuan stepped in, Shun Shiji and the others began to scrutinize him, soon discovering the flow of spiritual energy within him, indicating that Chen Qingyuan could once again cultivate. Shun Shiji felt a surge of joy, believing that Chen Qingyuan had likely encountered some extraordinary fortune within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, if he could claim such a boon for himself. Boundless possibilities awaited in the future. "You have traveled great distances to my Xianying sect, seeking to learn of my experiences in Tianyuan. Am I correct?" Chen Qingyuan pulled up a chair, positioning himself at the center of the hall, facing the formidable experts while turning his back on his senior brothers and sisters. "Indeed, that a certain elder from a sect acknowledged that I mentioned this before, yet you chose not to believe me. What shall we do about this?" Chen Qingyuan sighed with a hint of frustration. If Elder Chun is willing to open his mind, allowing this old man to probe his soul, all questions would be resolved effortlessly. Shun Shiji proposed this request. Upon hearing such words, the elders' faces darkened with fury, itching to engage in combat. Those who fear death are not deemed worthy of the Xianying sect. Nevertheless, since Chen Qingyuan had taken the initiative, the elders chose to place their trust in him and remain silent. "Soul probing is acceptable." Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, indicating that it posed no significant issue. Junior brother, beside him, Dong Wenjun could not help but interject, gesturing for Chen Qingyuan to refrain from any foolish actions. The matter of soul searching could bear grave consequences. If Chen Qingyuan were to harbor any secrets, exposing them to the public gaze would undoubtedly be improper, even if, hypothetically, Chen Qingyuan possessed no secrets. Allowing a soul search would be unacceptable. Not only would it tarnish the sect's reputation, but the process itself could potentially embed poison or inflict harm upon his essence, hindering his future development. Elder Chun, with an air of righteous authority, commanded respect. Shun Shiji displayed a smile, feigning admiration as he clasped his fists, and spoke. "You have come to Xianqing's sect not as guests, but with the intent to exert pressure. If that is the case, let us settle accounts." "Settle accounts? What do you mean?" The representatives from various sects exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his implications. "Look at the spilled tea on the ground. That was brewed from our Xianqing sect's finest leaves. You all have not come here as mere guests, but with ulterior motives. Hence this tea is not complimentary. After all, one does not invite ill-intentioned guests to partake in refreshments." Chen Qingyuan pointed at the tea on the ground, feigning a pained expression. "I believe I understand now. Xianqing sect wishes to charge for the tea," Shin Shiji remarked. "This elder is indeed astute." Chen Qingyuan, familiar with Shin Shiji, refrained from addressing him with honorifics. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's praise made Shin Shiji feel uneasy, as if he were being nibbled by an ant. Nevertheless, in order to obtain useful information peacefully regarding Tianyuan, Shin Shiji endured. Xianqing sect is a substantial establishment. Could it truly be lacking in such trivial tea funds? "Indeed, we are lacking," Chen Qingyuan asserted. "Xianqing sect is not as financially robust as Tianyu sect. Only through meticulous calculations can we sustain ourselves. Just for this cup of tea, it requires 100 high-grade spirit stones, which is quite precious." "You absurd child. Are you claiming that a mere cup of tea costs 100 high-grade spirit stones?" scoffed a senior cultivator from a certain sect, furrowing his brow. "The ratio of spirit stone quality stands at 1 to 100. meaning 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, a cup of tea requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the annual income of many third-rate forces, with over 100 senior cultivators present. Having spilled over 100 cups of tea would amount to over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was nothing short of extortion. The actual cost of the tea was likely less than a single high-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, Lin Chongqing and others could not help but twitch their lips. Maintaining their composure. In such a situation, their junior brother still sought to deceive others and conduct business. It was truly difficult to change one's nature. I am not being absurd. This is the truth. Chen Qingyuan insisted, his face unflinching and his words resolute. The tea grove behind Xianqing sect is tended to daily by dedicated personnel, meticulously cared for, nourished with spirit water monthly, and occasionally treated with high-grade spirit herbs ground into powder and applied to each leaf bud. It takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to continue his fabrications, Shun Shiji could no longer tolerate it and directly interrupted. Enough. I have not finished yet, Chen Qingyuan protested, his enthusiasm undeterred. Moreover, I have yet to account for the broken tables and chairs, as well as the cracked floorboards. Young man, these troubles are not of our doing, but rather the result of your sect's elder damaging things, someone exclaimed in indignation. However, if you all had not come, would such events have transpired? Chen Qingyuan shifted the blame entirely onto the cultivators of the various sects. A demand for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is utterly outrageous. I, an old man, cannot possibly acquiesce to such a request. Everyone understood well that Chen Qingyuan was merely attempting to exploit the situation for his own gain. So be it. With a heavy sigh, Chen Qingyuan lamented, Alas, you have shown not a shred of sincerity. You are not guests here, yet you drink the tea without offering a single coin in return. Very well then, let us engage in a conflict. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan rose to his feet, kindly warning, after today, it is likely that the Xianqing sect will be reduced to ruins, and among you present, few shall survive. Each of you is a notable figure in the flowing star domain. How can I trust that you won't resort to trickery during the soul-searching process? After a moment's deliberation, Shen Shiji gritted his teeth and agreed. Elder Chun, it is merely the cost of tea. I shall pay you. In truth, it was not the cost of the tea that mattered, but rather the awareness that this was merely Chen Qingyuan's ruse. Yet they felt compelled to comply. It felt as if Chen Qingyuan had extended a foot, and a throng of individuals were desperately trying to press against it, allowing him to insult their intelligence, which left them feeling deeply distressed. Thus, at Shen Shiji's signal, each person produced over 100 high-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the stones, Chen Qingyuan's expression transformed instantly, his face beaming with joy. You seniors are truly gracious. I thank you. He then turned to Lin Pingyan, who stood outside the door, and said, Xiaoyan, why are you standing there in a daze? Can't you see the tea has been spilled on the ground? Hurry and bring fresh tea for the seniors. No, no, no. The tea of your sect is a rare treasure. We cannot afford to partake in it. They all hastily waved their hands in refusal, their words dripping with sarcasm. Although Chen Qingyuan discerned the mocking undertone, he feigned ignorance. Though the tea is precious, considering the generosity of the esteemed seniors, I can offer a 50% discount. No, thank you. The crowd was left red-faced with indignation. Was this young man truly so foolish, or was he deliberately trying to provoke them? Thus, they decided to let it go. Chen Qingyuan had initially intended to further exploit this group of wealthy landowners, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Witnessing Chen Qingyuan rake in a substantial sum, Lin Pingyan felt a profound sense of admiration. He realized that his own understanding of wealth was painfully superficial. Falling woefully short of his junior master's prowess, he resolved to learn, and to do so diligently. Lin Pingyan had lived a constrained life since birth, but only recently, under Chen Qingyuan's guidance, did he comprehend the comfort of being affluent. Now, we must discuss serious matters, Shun Shiji said gravely, his tone somber. Should Chen Qingyuan dare to concoct any further schemes, Shun Shiji could no longer tolerate it. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan suppressed his smile, adopting a solemn demeanor. Now, let us address the matter of compensation for emotional distress. What? The others, hearing this, were left bewildered, their minds filled with questions, nearly driven to the brink of fury, were it not for the intimidation posed by figures like Lin Chongsheng. In their desire to avoid a full-blown conflict, the powerful cultivators of each sect would have already taken action. Chapter 39. A gaze of sympathy. What on earth is this thing called mental distress compensation? Not only were Chen Qingyuan and others left bewildered, but even the members of the Xianqing sect were equally astonished. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, and the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward and silent. After a prolonged pause, an elder from a certain sect finally broke the stalemate, inquiring, "Chen Qingyuan, do you mean to say that we must pay you?" "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. After all, you all intended to probe my soul, which has undoubtedly affected my personal safety. That it would be utterly unreasonable not to compensate for my mental distress." Chen Qingyuan cast a reassuring glance at the elder and replied with a beaming smile. "Was that what I just provided you?" At this moment, Chen Qingyuan felt little anger, still unable to wrap his mind around it. The old senior is quite forgetful in his advanced age. Chen Qingyuan hastily clarified, "What I provided earlier was merely for tea." All present were thrown into disarray. "You are being rather greedy. Chen Qingyuan, do not overstep your bounds." Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace spoke with indignation. "Old hag, a whole crowd of you descended upon the Xianqing sect to exert pressure. Who exactly is being excessive here?" Chen Qingyuan's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He showed no courtesy towards the people of Dongyi Palace. In the past, out of regard for Bai Shixue, he had gone to great lengths to assist Dongyi Palace, offering resources in abundance. Yet, how did Dongyi Palace treat Chen Qingyuan the last time he returned? They dispatched Yu Susu with a mid-grade spirit vein to appease him, fearing that his presence might jeopardize their marriage alliance. It was utterly repugnant. Had Chen Qingyuan not possessed good breeding, he would have cursed them then and there. As for the so-called mental distress compensation, I shall never acquiesce. Upon hearing the term old hag, Lu Ruoyi's fury intensified. Although she was indeed of considerable age, her appearance remained youthful and graceful. Not acquiesce? Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Changxing, his expression grave. "Senior brother, if it comes to blows, can we withstand it? If today the Xianqing sect were to face annihilation, there would be scarcely a soul present capable of leaving alive. I assure you, none from Dongyi Palace shall survive." Lin Changxing immediately grasped Chen Qingyuan's meaning and proclaimed loudly, listening to the impassioned declarations of the elders from the Xianqing sect, each more fervent than the last. One elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The powerful figures from various sects, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twinge of trepidation in their hearts. They had initially believed their mission would be effortless. Certain they could compel the Xianqing sect to acquiesce, yet the resolve of its members proved as unyielding as iron. Outside the hall, the disciples of the Xianqing sect had long since formed a lethal array. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed unafraid to confront even those who had cultivated for millennia. The elders of the various sects had come here merely to gather intelligence on Tianyuan, never intending to engage in a deadly confrontation. To escalate to violence and risk their lives would be a grievous miscalculation. By the heavens, Brother Wu, we haven't even begun to fight, and you've already destroyed a spiritual pillar. What reckless extravagance. Observing his senior's excessive display of power that had fractured a white jade spiritual pillar, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of anguish and reproached him. My apologies, I got a bit carried away, Brother Wu replied, seemingly unperturbed by the reprimand, instead awkwardly scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. "If we survive this skirmish, you'll have to use your own savings to repair the pillar." Since childhood, Chen Qingyuan had engaged in numerous ventures, amassing considerable wealth for the Xianqing sect. "I doubt your personal funds will suffice for the repairs. Perhaps you could let me owe a little?" Brother Wu's imposing demeanor instantly deflated as he murmured, completely disregarding Chen Qingyuan and the others. "Didn't you mention your personal funds were substantial?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, his brow furrowing in surprise. "Don't even mention it. 2 years ago, your sister-in-law discovered everything and confiscated it all." Brother Wu lamented, his robust frame now betraying a sense of grievance. Upon hearing this, the male elders of the Xianqing sect cast sympathetic glances at Brother Wu, their hearts heavy for the loss of his hidden savings amassed over a millennium, now plundered in an instant. The female disciples, however, merely scoffed, thinking it served him right. After all, they had already formed a union, yet he had the audacity to conceal his personal funds for such an extended period. Chen Qingyuan, feeling a sense of empathy rather than anger, remarked, "Brother Wu, in the future, you could team up with Xiao Yanzi to earn some money. That lad has barely graduated and is sure to bring you considerable fortune." "Really? Thank you, little junior brother." Brother Wu's eyes sparkled with hope, as if envisioning a bounty of spirit stones rushing towards him. Just as the camaraderie among the brothers began to blossom, the expressions of the powerful figures from various sects turned ashen, unable to contain their irritation any longer. Hey, we are still here. Do you truly disregard us so completely? With the prospect of a bloody confrontation looming, Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Chen Shiji and the others. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, I guess it too much to ask to chat with my brother before facing death. In truth, many of the formidable warriors felt a profound unease, desperately wishing to avoid a fight. The Xianqing sect's members were far too ferocious, with none willing to shy away from danger. A battle with them would undoubtedly be ferocious and relentless. Young friend, do not be so agitated. We have not stated that we would deny you compensation for emotional distress. Shen Shiji managed to suppress his anger, forcing a smile. Didn't he that old hag just say there would be no compensation? Chen Qingyuan shot a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoyi from Dongi Palace. A slight smirk playing on his lips. Lu Ruoyi clutched the armrests of her chair tightly, leaving deep imprints of her palms upon them. The esteemed protector elder of Dongi Palace. She held a position of great respect. Yet she found herself humiliated multiple times by Chen Qingyuan in the presence of various other elders. Though Lu Ruoyi was inclined to unleash her fury, the telepathic admonitions from others restrained her. For the sake of the greater good, she had no choice but to suppress her wrath, striving to prevent the situation from escalating. Wretched boy, you must not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, escaping death will prove to be a formidable challenge. Lu Ruoyi harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Qingyuan, wishing fervently to see him dismembered. Chapter 40. Toying with the Titans, Tension Mount's elder Lu merely expressed a momentary outburst of anger. It was not the consensus we had deliberated upon, thought Shen Shiji. Once he procured the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, it would be the right time to turn the tables. For now, avoiding conflict was the wisest course of action. After all, no matter how abundant the resources, they were meaningless without life. The crux of the matter was that if bloodshed were to ensue, Shen Shiji had no absolute assurance of escaping Xianqing sect alive. Does this imply that esteemed seniors are willing to compensate me for my mental anguish? Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, transitioning from cold indifference to warm enthusiasm as he smiled broadly. Indeed, replied Shen Shiji. His cracked lips pressed tightly together. How much do you desire? That depends on the sincerity of the esteemed seniors, Chen Qingyuan insisted, ensuring he maintained control of the situation without revealing his true limits. Moments later, the powerful figures from various sects communicated telepathically, collectively offering 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is that all? Chen Qingyuan observed the substantial pile of spirit stones suspended before him, his smile waning. You are all prominent figures of the flowing meteor domain. How can you be so miserly? What do you propose? Shen Shiji inquired, suppressing his irritation to, at the very least, increase it tenfold. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with negotiations. Chen Qingyuan stated, feigning contemplation with utmost seriousness. Having already provided such a sum, adding a little more should not pose a problem. Consequently, everyone pooled together once more, amassing a total of 220,000 high-grade spirit stones. All laid before Chen Qingyuan that he produced a large Qianquan bag, which could only accommodate a fraction of the total. Senior sister, may I borrow your Qianquan bag? Chen Qingyuan turned to an elder sister, who readily acquiesced. Take it all, she declared, tossing her entire Qianquan bag into the fray. Here's mine, too, and mine as well. Junior brother, borrowing my Qianquan bag comes with interest. You must not default later. The sheer volume of spirit stones left Wu Shixiang and the others in a state of astonishment. As they eagerly retrieved their own spatial devices, even engaging in impromptu trade, the sect leader, Lin Chongqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly exasperated by this unruly band of youngsters, all seemingly devoid of decorum. What a spectacle this was! Such greed was unbecoming, revealing their lack of worldly experience. Yet, on reflection, Lin Chongqing felt a twinge of temptation. The quantity of spirit stones was sufficient to purchase several second-rate powers. The yield from an entire spirit vein, at most, could reach a mere 100,000. This amounted to the combined output of 2 high-grade spirit veins, an astonishing figure indeed. Once Chen Qingyuan had finished stowing the spirit stones, his garments bulged with the weight of his spoils. Now, may I proceed to extract your soul? Shen Shiji wore a grave expression, his patience having reached its limit. The main event had arrived, and it had ultimately come to this juncture. The members of the Xianqing sect immediately heightened their vigilance, preparing themselves for a bloody battle. Lin Chongqing felt a bitter smile form within, despite Chen Qingyuan having deceived them out of numerous resources. It could not alter the inevitable outcome, and no matter the wealth amassed, one's life remained paramount. In the beginning, Chen Qingyuan had deliberately thrown out a smokescreen, instilling in the sect's powerful members the notion that they could achieve their goals without engaging in combat. Subsequently, he began to slowly bait them, drawing spirit stones from their pockets. It was a mutual understanding, for the overall strength of the Xianqing sect was evident, and their resolute stance deterred anyone from risking their lives. At this critical moment, what course of action could Chen Qingyuan take? It appeared he was well prepared for the situation. Clearing his throat, he earnestly stated, "Indeed, I previously mentioned that the matter of soul searching could be discussed and negotiated. As long as Chen Xiaoyu honors his promise, there will be no dire consequences." Hearing these words, Shen Shiji and the others believed Chen Qingyuan had acquiesced, feeling quite satisfied. However, Lin Chongqing and the others grew anxious. Could they truly allow their junior disciple to be subjected to soul searching? They had promised their elder to take good care of him. How could they push him into the flames? Although the soul searching technique would not claim a life, there was no guarantee against the potential machinations of those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, this issue not only pertained to Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also to the dignity of the Xianqing sect. If this matter were to proceed, Lin Chongqing felt he would have no face to meet his ancestors in death, unworthy of being laid to rest in the sect's cemetery. Lin Chongqing exchanged a glance with Dong Wenjun, and they resolved to act, determined to protect Chen Qingyuan at all costs. Upon careful consideration, I have decided to refuse the matter of soul searching, Chen Qingyuan stated seriously as the tension in the air escalated. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from Shen Shiji and the others, who growled, "Chen Qingyuan, do you take us for fools?" At that very moment, Dong Wenjun appeared before Chen Qingyuan, blocking the menacing pressure. "That is not so. I have been unaffected throughout. From the beginning, I never promised to allow you to conduct a soul search, merely suggesting there was room for negotiation. Given the compensation you offered for mental distress, I find it insufficient, and thus, after thorough contemplation, I choose to decline your impertinent request. Never has anyone dared to mock me. Old man. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to take action here?" Shen Shiji stepped forward, the oppressive aura of the tribulation stage sweeping across every corner of the Xianqing sect. Its sound deafening, like thunder roaring through the heavens. "Boy, I shall ensure you do not meet your end easily. I will make your life a living hell, leaving you to regret it." Lu Roi stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Shiji, their patience long since exhausted, their expressions slightly grim, eyes fixated on Chen Qingyuan. The others began to channel their techniques, tensions rising. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan not long ago, news arrived that various sects had dispatched formidable figures who were soon to descend. In response, the Xianqing sect promptly sealed off Chen Qingyuan, thereby safeguarding him. Chen Qingyuan immediately utilized the exceedingly rare Two Realms communication stone to summon his good brother Han Shan, who was stationed far away in the Yuhai Star domain, to seek out the ghost doctor. To ensure Han Shan would take the matter seriously, Chen Qingyuan underscored the urgency of the situation and promised that he had already arranged a suitable match for him. Thus, Han Shan exerted tremendous effort to reach the location of the ghost doctor, utilizing numerous large-scale teleportation talismans for his escape, depleting a significant portion of his resources in the process. Indeed, many prominent cultivators might not possess as much wealth as Han Shan, who was essentially a hidden magnate. After a mere 10 breaths, the ghost doctor appeared, adorned in a flowing black gown and a dark veil, revealing only her eyes and forehead, which lent her an air of profound mystery. Han Shan, panting heavily and trailing behind her like a weary hound, accentuated the ghost doctor's regal demeanor. "Sister Ghost Doctor, you finally arrived," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed as he hastened towards her at the entrance of the hall. Ready to lodge his grievances, "I've repeatedly told them that my injuries were treated by Sister Ghost Doctor, yet they refuse to believe me. They even want to probe my soul. It's utterly intolerable." The ghost doctor met Chen Qingyuan's gaze, momentarily taken aback by his incessant use of the term sister, her mind swirling with questions. "Chen Qingyuan, are we so intimately acquainted?" she pondered, recalling that during the time of the Changgung Sword Immortal, Chen Qingyuan's demeanor had been quite different. Now, however, he seemed eager to flaunt their supposed closeness, clearly trying to leverage her reputation for his own benefit. This audacious young man was truly shameless, despite her efforts to maintain composure. The ghost doctor found it difficult to remain unfazed in Chen Qingyuan's presence. Was the ghost doctor truly a woman? Onlookers scrutinized her with a mix of confusion and astonishment. Wasn't he, the ghost doctor, supposed to be an irritable old man? No one had ever witnessed her true appearance, as it was said she never revealed her visage while treating patients, employing mystical arts to obscure her form and countenance, shrouded in an aura of enigma. It was possible that this was merely a counterfeit summoned by Chen Qingyuan. They must not be deceived. Deep within the hearts of the masses, an image of the ghost doctor as a capricious and unsightly elderly man had taken root. For her reputation among the public was far from favorable. Chen Qingyuan was known for his cunning tricks and penchant for deception, so the crowd was unlikely to readily accept that the figure before them was indeed the ghost doctor. Not only did Shen Shiji and others harbor suspicions, but even a group from the Xianqing sect expressed their disbelief, suspecting that this was a ruse concocted by the junior disciple to intimidate the various sects. The guardian elder, Dong Wenjin, silently lamented, "The junior disciple is far too careless. If one intends to instill fear in the sacred grounds, it is ill-advised to have a delicate woman masquerade as the ghost doctor. At the very least, it should be an elderly man on the verge of death, appearing exceedingly frail, to evoke genuine trepidation. A woman, especially one possessing such a graceful figure, is hardly convincing." Chen Qingyuan. "Are we so intimately acquainted?" The ghost doctor, known as Gong Sun Nan, disregarded the individuals present, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qingyuan as she coldly remarked, "We are quite familiar." Chen Qingyuan, unabashed and indifferent to his own image, grinned widely. "Humph." Gong Sun Nan snorted in exasperation, unable to withstand Chen Qingyuan's shameless demeanor that seemed impervious to any criticism. "If you wish for me to vouch for you, then kindly silence yourself. Your voice is quite bothersome." Were it not for the favor owed to the sword immortal Chang Gong and the words he had spoken, Gong Sun Nan would never have traveled such a distance. Who is Gong Sun Nan? After all, renowned across the various star domains of the northern wilderness, it is said that even the elusive and formidable practitioners of the Great Ascension would accord her some measure of respect. For the sake of Chen Qingyuan's trifling matters, Gong Sun Nan had personally come to bear false witness, an extraordinary notion. Precisely because of her esteemed status as the ghost doctor, none present could fathom that Chen Qingyuan could have summoned her. Hiding behind Gong Sun Nan, Chen Qingyuan feared that some indiscreet individuals might suddenly strike, thereby endangering him. With Gong Sun Nan's presence, the weight that had burdened Chen Qingyuan's heart gradually lifted, and he boldly addressed the assembled elders, "Esteemed seniors, I have exerted considerable effort to invite the ghost doctor's sister to testify. Accepting your compensation for emotional distress feels somewhat awkward, hence let us clarify everything at once. Feel free to raise any questions. However, I may not necessarily provide answers." The crowd's faces flushed crimson, unable to endure Chen Qingyuan's sly and mischievous expression, tempted to deliver a resounding slap that a mere child. "How could I believe she is the ghost doctor?" An elder sneered, directly voicing his inner thoughts. "To dare impersonate the ghost doctor to deceive us, one must possess boundless audacity." The onlookers regarded Chen Qingyuan with eyes filled with animosity. Not long prior, their intellect had been thoroughly insulted by Chen Qingyuan, and now he sought to deceive them again. Intolerable. "Though I cannot discern the depth of your cultivation, it is evident you have employed some secret technique or treasure. What benefits has this scoundrel, Chen Qingyuan, offered you to dare deceive us? Have you not considered the consequences?" Lu Ruai from Dongi Palace slammed her hand upon the armrest of her chair and rose, a chilling aura emanating from her eyes, her countenance icy. Chen Qingyuan wore a mocking expression, for this time he had not been misleading. He had indeed summoned the true ghost doctor, should you choose not to believe. Any ensuing fracas or disputes that arise will bear no relation to me. I have made my position abundantly clear. Consequences? Gong Sun Nan took several steps towards Lu Ruai, gently placing his hands before him. And an invisible force shattered Lu Ruai's oppressive aura. "I am quite curious to hear what you have to say." How peculiar. Lu Ruai realized that her formidable presence had inexplicably dissipated, causing her heart to tighten and her gaze to sharpen. "Should you confess your collusion with Chen Qingyuan, perhaps we might overlook your ignorance. However, if you remain obstinate and unrepentant, it is likely you will not see the light of tomorrow." Nevertheless, Lu Ruai remained skeptical of Gong Sun Nan being the legendary ghost doctor, attributing the entire situation to Chen Qingyuan's cunning ploys. The formidable figures from various sects were observing with keen interest. They were not inclined to be toyed with repeatedly by Chen Qingyuan. This farce had reached its conclusion. Their apprehension towards engaging in warfare with Xianqing sect did not imply a lack of courage. Previously, many had believed that the issue could be resolved with spirit stones, thus swallowing their pride and allowing Chen Qingyuan to wreak havoc. Little did they know that Chen Qingyuan, in his shamelessness, had ignited a fire of fury in their hearts. "It had been many years since anyone dared to threaten me." Gong Sun Nan chuckled, perhaps finding the ignorance of those before him amusing, or perhaps feeling a flicker of indignation. "Sister Ghost Doctor, they are indeed quite foolish. refusing to believe anything. Chen Qingyuan, positioned slightly behind Gong Sun Nan, whispered, "Let us teach them a lesson, so they may understand that there are greater powers beyond their own." "You intend to use me as a pawn, don't you?" Gong Sun Nan cast a cold glance at Chen Qingyuan that I would never dare. Chen Qingyuan quickly shook his head, vehemently denying the accusation. "Were it not for that esteemed individual's presence, I would have dealt with you as well." Gong Sun Nan murmured a warning. Chapter 42. Terrifying Power. A tremor amongst the crowd. Heh. "If Sister Ghost Doctor wishes to discipline me, I shall not resist, and will accept my fate." Chen Qingyuan appeared to be a scoundrel. Gong Sun Nan recited the calming mantra several times, striving to shield himself from Chen Qingyuan's influence. The thickness of this young man's skin surpassed all else in the world. Impervious to any divine weapon. If you perceive this as a threat, then let it be a threat. Just as Gong Sun Nan was seething, Lu Ruai sprang forth. "Then you may test that theory. A convenient outlet for his frustrations." Gong Sun Nan would not let this opportunity slip away. "You won't weep until you see the coffin." Even now, Lu Ruai remained convinced that everything was part of Chen Qingyuan's scheme, intended to intimidate the formidable beings present. Chen Qingyuan had trampled on her dignity multiple times, and she was determined to expose his ruse and subject him to severe torment. As she spoke, Lu Ruai struck towards Gong Sun Nan with a palm, exuding a chilling aura that froze the surrounding void. The moment Lu Ruai made her move, the delight on Chen Qingyuan's face was undeniable, as he thought to himself, "This old witch has finally fallen for it, bringing her own suffering upon herself. Her misfortune is not my concern." In the next instant, the icy palm was upon Gong Sun Nan, and the biting wind wreaked havoc, toppling numerous tables and pillars within the hall. The members of Xianqing sect prepared for battle, summoning their respective spirit soldiers. Just as Lin Chongxing and the others were about to strike, Gong Sun Nan waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruai's icy grasp, and, like a specter, appeared before her, seizing her throat with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Gong Sun Nan exerted a slight pressure with his right hand. Lu Ruai's body was hoisted into the air. 16 silver needles emerged from her form, sealing her meridians entirely, rendering her immobile and incapable of harnessing the spiritual energy within her. In other words, at this very moment, even an ordinary person armed with a knife could take her life. Gong Sun Nan's speed of action was astonishingly swift, leaving none of the onlookers able to discern his movements. Once Lu Ruai was lifted by the throat, the crowd was thrown into disarray, as if struck by a thunderclap, their hearts momentarily stopping. All present were left in shock, their bodies stiffening in disbelief at the sight before them. The formidable Lu Ruai, a being of transcendent prowess, had been instantaneously subdued, her life and death resting precariously on the will of another, an unsettling reality that was difficult for anyone to accept. Yet, it was undeniably true. The 16 silver soul needles, the ultimate technique of the ghost doctor, Shin Shiji, well versed in such matters, recognized the origin of the needles with a mere glance, exclaiming in astonishment. The ghost doctor's silver soul needles possess the power to both heal and kill. She is indeed the legendary ghost doctor. The crowd suddenly comprehended, their expressions frozen in AWE. In that moment, no one dared to show Gong Sun Nan any disrespect. Fear and reverence coursed through them, their bodies trembling. Lin Chongxing, the esteemed leader of the Xianqing sect, had encountered the ghost doctor before. He was the first to regain his composure, descending from the high platform to bow respectfully to Gong Sun Nan. "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." Dong Wenjun and the others were momentarily stunned, forcing down their internal shock as they hastily returned the gesture. None were certain of the ghost doctor's true level of mastery. Only that there were whispers suggesting even certain celestial ascension practitioners held her in high regard, reluctant to offend her. Moreover, the sheer ferocity with which the ghost doctor had subdued Lu Ruai was enough to demonstrate her terrifying prowess. "We apologize for our lack of discernment in failing to welcome your esteemed presence." Shin Shiji, stripped of his earlier bravado, bowed his head in deference. The powerful figures of various sects promptly followed suit. No longer daring to harbor any doubts, the shift in circumstances had been too abrupt. None had anticipated that Chen Qingyuan could truly summon the ghost doctor, and their apparent intimacy was bewildering. Otherwise, who would dare to address the ghost doctor as sister without facing dire consequences? The elusive ghost doctor was indeed acquainted with Chen Qingyuan. How could this young man possess such extraordinary influence? The assembly was left bewildered, casting furtive glances at Chen Qingyuan, unable to comprehend the situation. "There is no need for excessive formalities." Gong Sun Nan spoke with a cool demeanor. The crowd rose, cautiously observing Gong Sun Nan, no longer daring to scrutinize him with the same reckless abandon as before. Why had this scoundrel, Chen Qingyuan, been able to summon the ghost doctor? Did he truly wield such weight? This day promised to bring significant trouble. The powerful figures cursed inwardly, wishing they could reduce Chen Qingyuan to mincemeat for his audacity. If he enjoyed deceiving others, why not see it through to the end? Why had he suddenly grown serious and actually summoned the ghost doctor? How were they to navigate this predicament? The assembly trembled. Uncertain of how to proceed, Shen Shiji yearned to plead for Lu Ruoi, yet he dared not provoke the ghost doctor, choosing instead to remain silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Furthermore, should the ghost doctor take offense, his own position would become precarious, leaving him little room to consider the plight of others. Lu Ruoi, grasped by the throat and unable to wield her abilities, could utter not a single word. Her face flushed, blood and energy were obstructed, her expression slightly grotesque, with a pair of eyes filled with trepidation. Had she known that the person before her was not a mere impersonator, she would have never dared to utter such disrespectful words, even at the cost of her life. Lu Ruai's heart ached with despair. She had been thoroughly ensnared by Chen Qingyuan this time. Who granted you the audacity to threaten me? Gongsun Nan fixed her gaze upon Lu Rui's eyes, intensifying the fear that lurked deep within her soul. Lu Rui desperately opened her mouth, yearning to speak, yet found herself unable to produce any sound. With a thud, Gongsun Nan cast Lu Rui to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Rui began to cough, covering her neck with her hands as she attempted to clear the blocked meridians. Subsequently, Lu Rui relinquished her dignity, kneeling in supplication. I was unaware that you were the esteemed ghost doctor. I beseech your forgiveness for my rudeness, since the silver spirit needle was still embedded in her body. Lu Rui dared not make any sudden movements, fearing the needle might penetrate further, potentially endangering her life. Lu Rui's fate rested entirely in Gongsun Nan's thoughts. Should she wish, she could extinguish Lu Rui's life in an instant. Shen Shiji and the others were not unwilling to assist. They simply found themselves powerless. The ghost doctor's prowess surpassed that of the rest. Even if they all joined forces, it would surely yield no change, but rather escalate the situation beyond remedy. The only recourse at present was to bow down and admit fault. Gongsun Nan glanced at Lu Rui, but chose to ignore her. Then, turning to Chen Qingyuan beside her, she coldly inquired, "Boy, how do you think she should be dealt with?" "I don't know. Let the ghost doctor decide," Chen Qingyuan replied, reluctant to bear the blame. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Rui, he could not express such a thought in front of so many, fearing the potential for future enmity. Oh, is that so? Gongsun Nan narrowed her eyes slightly. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Gongsun Nan was acutely aware of Chen Qingyuan's ulterior motives and did not wish to be used as a pawn. Then let her transgressions be pardoned. "Ah, that seems unwise," Chen Qingyuan urged. "She was so disrespectful to you earlier. If you simply forgive her now, what a loss of face it would be." Lu Rui glared daggers at Chen Qingyuan, wishing to consume him alive. What a dark-hearted fellow he was, attempting to incite discord. The crowd thought to themselves. Chapter 43. Digging a pit for Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun Nan was not oblivious to Chen Qingyuan's intentions. She merely chose not to expose them. While Chen Qingyuan's words were tinged with personal animosity, they were not without merit. If Lu Rui were to be let off so easily, where would Gongsun Nan's honor be placed in the future? After much contemplation, Gongsun Nan resolved to impose a punishment. Snapping her fingers, "I shall spare your life, but you will still face some trials." The mysterious light emanated from Gongsun Nan's fingertip, descending upon the silver spirit needle, causing it to tremble slightly. In an instant, Lu Rui emitted a heart-wrenching scream, the agony piercing her very soul, rendering her unable to endure. A catharsis unleashed. Listening to her wails, the onlookers felt their scalps tingle and goosebumps rise. They had no desire to experience the ghost doctor's torturous methods firsthand. The torment persisted for a full quarter of an hour before Gongsun Nan extended her left hand, palm open. Whoosh! The spiritual needles that had been embedded in Lu Rui's body all withdrew, returning to Gongsun Nan's hand, vanishing without a trace. Lu Rui's form continued to tremble gently, ensnared in the lingering agony of her recent ordeal, unable to extricate herself from the torment. However, after a brief moment of meditation, she soon regained her composure. Despite enduring such torment and humiliation, Lu Rui exhibited neither anger nor hatred. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan and weakly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your mercy." Esteemed one. Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating that Lu Rui's ability to maintain her composure clearly indicated she was no ordinary woman. This young man is fated to cross paths with me. I have expended considerable effort to reshape his path. If you were to incapacitate him, would it not be tantamount to slapping my face?" Casting a sweeping glance at the powerful figures from various sects, Gongsun Nan slowly declared, "We harbor no such intentions." Chen Qingyuan and the others bowed in agreement. "All of you are seasoned veterans, on the brink of the grave, so do not bully the youth. Preserve some dignity for yourselves. Of course, if this young man finds himself trampled by his peers, that would be his own misfortune, and I shall not intervene." Gongsun Nan warned the assembly, then proceeded to place Chen Qingyuan upon the fire, roasting him. The older generation may not touch Chen Qingyuan, but the younger generation certainly can. Today, the elders of various sects have lost considerable face. They dare not lay the blame at Gongsun Nan's feet and will instead seek retribution from Chen Qingyuan. "Is the esteemed one's statement to be taken seriously?" a daring elder from a certain sect inquired. "Indeed," Gongsun Nan affirmed with a nod. "If Chen Qingyuan were to fall at the hands of his contemporaries, would you truly remain indifferent, regardless of life or death?" The elder pressed further. "In a contest among peers, if he lacks the skill and perishes, it would be well-deserved. I have no intention of seeking justice for a useless individual." As Gongsun Nan uttered these words, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze laced with provocation. Clearly, Gongsun Nan was enacting revenge on Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that his future would not be easy. Listening to this exchange, Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened. "The esteemed one possesses profound wisdom. I am far inferior." Chen Qingyuan offered a compliment. "Let us depart." Subsequently, the powerful figures from various sects left Xianqing sect in a dejected manner. As they departed, Lu Ruai shot Chen Qingyuan a fierce glare, attributing all the humiliation of the day solely to him. Chen Qingyuan felt quite wronged. It was not his hand that had struck. So why should he bear the blame? He merely nudged the situation along a little. Moreover, he had stated the truth. Those who came were indeed the ghost doctor. It was not his fault that none of them believed. Now, having lost face, they chose to blame him. Once the powerful figures had exited, Lin Chongqing approached Gongsun Nan, clasping his hands in invitation. "Esteemed one, having traveled such a distance, why not sit and rest for a while? I have already had fragrant tea and exquisite fruits prepared. No need." Gongsun Nan coldly declined. Having said this, he turned and strode toward the door. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan quickly followed suit, casting a reassuring glance back at Lin Chongqing and the others. "Sister Ghost Doctor, shall we discuss a matter?" Chen Qingyuan said with an ingratiating expression. Gongsun Nan, valuing words as precious commodities, truly wished to avoid excessive interaction with Chen Qingyuan to maintain her tranquility of mind. "Why not take on the role of a venerable elder in my Xianqing sect?" Chen Qingyuan stated bluntly, laying bare his thoughts. "A venerable elder?" Gongsun Nan halted her steps, casting a glance at Chen Qingyuan before sneering. "Though the Xianqing sect enjoys a modicum of renown in the flowing meteor domain, it cannot entice me. However, if you were to provide me with a supreme spiritual vein annually, I might reconsider." Before they could exit the grand hall, Lin Chongqing and the others overheard their exchange. Upon hearing the mention of a venerable elder, all hearts quivered, and their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. If they could indeed recruit the ghost doctor as a venerable elder, it would be immensely beneficial for the Xianqing sect. Yet, Gongsun Nan's response plunged their hearts into despair, eliciting wry smiles within. An annual supreme spiritual vein, who could possibly afford such a demand? A supreme spiritual vein is a rarity, sought after yet seldom found. The vast Xianqing sect possesses only a single supreme spiritual vein, which serves as the foundation of the sect, and can only be mined once every few years without jeopardizing its essence. One supreme spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 superior spiritual stones, 10,000 medium spiritual stones, or 1,000,000 inferior spiritual stones. Its value is beyond measure. Meeting is a matter of fate. Let's refrain from discussing such mundane matters, Chen Qingyuan remarked with a cheerful smile. "Then why are you being so mundane?" Gongsun Nan retorted, recognizing Chen Qingyuan's desire to have her serve as a venerable elder while unwilling to pay a significant price, an archetypal case of trying to reap rewards without investment. "I am but an ordinary person, thus I am bound to the ordinary. However, the ghost doctor is different. You are a celestial being descended from the heavens, untainted by the mire and untouched by the clear waters. If we were to deliberate on spiritual stone resources, it would be a sacrilege against the ghost doctor." Chen Qingyuan flattered her earnestly. Gongsun Nan felt somewhat pleased internally but could not allow it to show. With a cold snort, she replied, "Flattering words are devoid of substance. Ghost doctor, do give it some serious thought." Chen Qingyuan persisted, trailing after Gongsun Nan with unwavering determination that it was only when Gongsun Nan quickened her pace and vanished into the horizon that Chen Qingyuan finally came to a halt. Sighing softly as he gazed into the distance, having come this far, could you not spare me a precious elixir or two? How stingy, Chen Qingyuan muttered under his breath, for the sake of such trivial matters from Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun Nan had ventured into the two-realm star domain without demanding any remuneration, yet she found herself having to sacrifice quite a bit. Should she have overheard this, her suppressed fury would undoubtedly have erupted, landing a swift blow upon him. Upon returning to the Xianqing sect, Chen Qingyuan discovered Han Shan still waiting at the same spot, gazing at him with an expectant expression. Old Han, is everything well at home? Why haven't you left yet? Chapter 44. We are brothers. I would never deceive you. Han Shan's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening. You bastard. I rushed around to save you, and now that the matter is resolved. Not a single word of thanks escapes your lips, yet you look at me with disdain as if trying to chase me away, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to unleash his pent-up frustration upon Chen Qingyuan. Han Shan managed to force a smile. Brother Chen, won't you invite me for a cup of tea? Oh, I must indeed invite you, Chen Qingyuan replied, beckoning to Lin Pingyan nearby. Xiaoyan, quickly serve tea to old Han. It is currently in a state of disarray, with a few individuals seated in the side hall. Before long, Lin Pingyan approached, holding a cup of tea. Han brother, please enjoy. Thank you, Han Shan replied politely, lifting the cup to take a sip. Once Han Shan finished the tea, Chen Qingyuan inquired, was it to your liking? It was acceptable, Han Shan instinctively responded. Of course it was. That cup of tea is worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Han Shan instinctively began to gag, hastily expelling the tea from his stomach. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just go rob someone? What are you doing? Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan, who was forcefully retching, with disdain. This tea is far too expensive for me. I can't afford it. I'll return it to you. Despite Han Shan's affluent background, he was notoriously frugal. I never said you had to pay. Please stop. You're making me nauseous, Chen Qingyuan warned, fearing Han Shan might actually vomit. You should have mentioned it sooner. Han Shan ceased his retching and turned to Lin Pingyan, saying, Lin brother, could you please bring me 10 cups of this tea? Lin Pingyan was taken aback, but nodded, certainly. Wait, is there a charge? Han Shan halted Lin Pingyan, who was about to leave, and inquired. No charge. Look at how stingy you are, Chen Qingyuan remarked, barely concealing his contempt. One must save where possible, but this tea is exorbitantly priced. Receiving confirmation of no charge, Han Shan gestured for Lin Pingyan to prepare the tea, reclining in his chair as he spoke. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan recounted the events that had transpired to Han Shan in detail. Upon hearing it, Han Shan was astounded and filled with admiration, as expected of you. Managing to con someone even in such circumstances. What do you mean con? This is merely the tea fee. Chen Qingyuan shot Han Shan a sidelong glance. Fine. Whatever you say. Han Shan was well aware of his standing and knew he could not compete with Chen Qingyuan, opting not to dwell on it. Once you've finished your tea, and if you have no further business, feel free to leave at your discretion. I have numerous matters to attend to and lack the leisure to entertain you. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan rose, preparing to make his exit. Wait. Han Shan quickly caught hold of the departing Chen Qingyuan, squinting his eyes. Brother Chen, have you forgotten something? What matter? Chen Qingyuan feigned confusion. Aren't you supposed to introduce me to a Dao companion? Han Shan directly brought the matter to light, observing Chen Qingyuan's act of ignorance. Oh, that matter. Chen Qingyuan slapped his forehead, feigning a look of sudden realization. I was startled by those old geezers earlier and nearly forgot. It was not too late to remember now. Were it not for the quest to find a suitable Dao companion, Han Shan would not have been so diligent. To hasten his journey, he had sacrificed several life-saving teleportation talismans, believing that the cost was bearable if it meant finding a wife. Han Shan was unwilling to live out his days in solitude. That would be far too painful. Brother Han, please enjoy a tea this moment. Lin Pingyan approached with 10 cups of tea, setting them on the table. Han Shan fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Qingyuan and questioned, Chen Qingyuan, are you attempting to con me again? I am not. Chen Qingyuan hastily denied the accusation, stating that if he were to repeatedly deceive Han Shan, it would become quite difficult to seek Han Shan's assistance in the future. We are sworn brothers. How could I possibly deceive you? Then what about the companion you promised to introduce me to? Where is she? To avoid a falling out with Chen Qingyuan, Han Shan finished all 10 cups of tea, burped, and then stood up, pointing at Chen Qingyuan. With a quick wit, Chen Qingyuan swatted Han Shan's finger away, his demeanor turning serious. Wait a moment. I will have her come to meet you. You shall not be disappointed. However, you must take care of your own image. If you make a mess of it, that will be your own problem. Is there really someone? Han Shan was taken aback, having initially held little hope. What nonsense. Do you think I would deceive you? Chen Qingyuan scoffed. It cannot be true. Han Shan continued to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan, noticing his earnest expression, which did not seem feigned. He smiled ingratiatingly. Chen brother. You are so kind to me. If I were to harbor doubts, would I still be human? Just wait. Chen Qingyuan replied. How long must I wait? Han Shan, growing impatient, inquired. Which family celestial maiden is it? Enough with the chatter. Just wait as I instructed, Chen Qingyuan retorted, turning to leave. This time, Han Shan did not pursue him, but instead sparkled with anticipation in his eyes. Old Chen speaks so confidently. It must be true, Han Shan thought to himself, retrieving a mirror to tidy his appearance, rather ostentatiously. After departing the side hall, Chen Qingyuan headed directly to the western mountain of Xianqing sect on Yuzhu Peak, where only female disciples resided. Chen Qingyuan had suddenly thought of someone, the eldest sister of the younger generation on Yuzhu Peak, renowned as one of the 3 beauties of the flowing star realm. Possessed both beauty and talent. I have met with the junior master. Over a dozen female disciples clad in white skirts stood at the foot of Yuzhu Peak, bowing in greeting as Chen Qingyuan appeared. No need for formalities, he said, adopting the demeanor of an elder and nodding that I have matters to discuss with Xiao Ran. Please take me to her. Yes, a female disciple answered promptly and led the way. They traversed through dense thickets and crossed a jade bridge over a clear lake, arriving at the peak of Yuzhu, where a palace made of jade stood, veiled in clouds and mist, appearing both real and illusory. Imbued with mystery and radiance, the eldest sister of Yuzhu Peak was named Lu Lingran. She had already sensed Chen Qingyuan's arrival and awaited him at the entrance of the Jade Palace. Dressed in a light white gown, with a silken ribbon cinched at her waist flowing gracefully in the breeze, she stood at a height of 1.7 meters, her hair neatly tied back, with delicate features and alluring red lips. Every movement captivated the heart and enthralled the onlookers. What brings you to Yuzhu Peak? Junior Master. Lu Lingran inquired with a respectful bow. That I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Qingyuan replied, hands clasped behind his back. Please, come in. Lu Lingran gestured towards the open door of the Jade Palace. The two took their seats within, where Lu Lingran personally poured tea for Chen Qingyuan, her gaze fixed upon him. Chen Qingyuan signaled for all the surrounding female disciples to leave. This matter was not to be overheard by others. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran remained in the hall. If you have something to say, please speak plainly, Lu Lingran said, her heart filled with curiosity, uncertain of Chen Qingyuan's intentions for this visit. Well, Chen Qingyuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Ran, how is your relationship with your Shirshu? Not bad, Lu Lingran replied. When she first joined the sect, she had received guidance from Chen Qingyuan, and he was also responsible for distributing the rewards for task completion, benefiting many within the sect. Your Shirshu is currently in a predicament. Could you lend a hand? Chen Qingyuan said softly. What kind of help? Lu Lingran's intuition suggested that this request might not be simple, causing her brow to furrow. Help me escort someone to a blind date, to get acquainted. Chen Qingyuan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingran's expression immediately changed. Chapter 45. Xiao Shirshu, you truly are cunning. Your expressions change too swiftly. Xiao Shirshu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to arrange a blind date? As she spoke, Lu Lingran's gaze sharpened, her tone turning stern. Fear not. It will only be a mere pretense. It will not tarnish your reputation in the slightest. Moreover, with your beauty, grace, and empathetic nature, it would be a disservice to allow that scoundrel any advantage. Chen Qingyuan recognized the impropriety of the situation, yet felt compelled to resort to this desperate measure to avoid jeopardizing their brotherly bond. If it is a blind date with Xiao Shirshu, I might consider it. With others, it would be inappropriate, Lu Lingran replied, her smile holding an ambiguous truth that please do not jest at my expense. I sincerely ask for your assistance. Chen Qingyuan implored softly, setting aside his pride. Xiao Shirshu, do you find Xiao Ran beautiful? Observing Chen Qingyuan's anxious demeanor, Lu Lingran's anger dissipated significantly. That of course she is beautiful. None in this world can compare to you, he replied, inwardly praying that this insincere flattery would not lead to misfortune. While Lu Lingran was indeed a paragon of beauty, in Chen Qingyuan's memory, there were a few who surpassed her in various aspects. Then why do you want Xiao Ran to go on a blind date with someone else? Lu Lingran pressed. It is merely an act. It need not be taken seriously, Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Even if it is an act, such behavior is unwarranted. I have heard that men possess a strong possessiveness. Even if a woman is not one's own, one should not allow others to take advantage. If you truly find Xiaoran beautiful, such a request is inconceivable, unless… Lu Lingyan paused deliberately, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Unless Xiao Shishu has undergone a change of heart and is no longer a normal man. What are you implying? Chen Qingyuan found her words increasingly perplexing. Xiao Shishu, has the matter with Bai Shishue altered your disposition? Have you lost interest in women? Lu Ling feigned astonishment. No wonder you have been so close to Senior Lin Pingyan lately. Could there be something between you? At her words, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he barked angrily. You little brat, stop spouting nonsense, or I shall teach you a lesson. Xiao Shishu, you cannot defeat me now. You might as well abandon that thought. Lu Lingran retorted confidently, her smile blooming like a field of flowers. You. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. That it has been demonstrated that disciplining children should occur early. Otherwise, before one knows it, they grow up, making it far less feasible to administer a beating. After sipping a cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan calmed his temper and resolved to expend considerable effort. Initially, Chen Qingyuan intended to have Lu Ling make a guest appearance, allowing himself to earn some remuneration. But he soon discovered that Lu Lingran was not easily manipulated. In light of this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to lay the facts bare. Xiaoran, I assure you that this matter will not tarnish your reputation, and it will also provide you with a substantial financial gain. Oh, pray, elaborate, Lu Lingran replied, seemingly in complete control of the situation, with little surprise apparent. Given her understanding of her little master uncle, she knew he was no stranger to benefiting from an arrangement. When you meet Han Shan, he must present you with a token of respect, right? After all, I have put forth considerable effort to find him a suitable match. I ought to be compensated for my toil, Chen Qingyuan stated candidly. Merely a token of respect. I am not a greedy person. Lu Lingyan dismissed. This young man resembled a rustic tycoon. With a little encouragement, the meeting gift would undoubtedly be quite generous. Chen Qingyuan had long set his sights on Han Shan's wealth, feeling it necessary to exploit the situation for the greater good. I could consider it, but I require half of your remuneration, Lu Lingran boldly demanded. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was displeased, invoking past grievances as he lamented. Xiaoran, you have changed. In the days of your initiation, my little master uncle presented you with the Jade Bamboo Peak token, guided you in your cultivation, enlightened you on the various rules of the Xianqing sect, and even bestowed upon you resources for your practice. My little master uncle, please cease this pretense, Lu Lingran interjected hastily, exasperated by her little master uncle's dramatics. She had merely jested, and was it truly so severe? I shall not covet any remuneration. Is that agreeable? Agreed. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of grave sincerity. Are you a dog? Your change in expression is astonishingly swift. Lu Lingran was left speechless. Xiaoran, I am merely looking out for you. Do not mistake this for an attempt to take advantage. Chen Qingyuan assumed a concerned air, speaking earnestly. Our Xianqing sect is vast and prosperous, with exceptionally gifted female disciples in abundance. Take for instance, Sun Lan from the Bixiao Peak and Gu Yuxiao from the Luyin Peak. While they may not rival your beauty, nor possess your understanding, grace, and charm, they are still capable of attracting Han Shan's affections. I am merely ensuring that you have the opportunity to procure some cultivation resources. You ought to be grateful to me, do you not understand? The more Chen Qingyuan spoke, the more fervently he conveyed his sentiments. As if he genuinely believed his own words. On the surface, his remarks were meant to reassure Lu Ling, and that she should not feel slighted, as there were numerous candidates for matchmaking. In reality, he was extolling her virtues. Lu Ling found amusement in his words. Very well, thank you, little master uncle, for your kind consideration. That is all I wish to hear. Chen Qingyuan exhausted every compliment he could muster to praise a woman. And fortunately, his sincerity won Lu Ling over, leading her to agree to participate. The only slight disappointment was that Lu Ling would not be making a guest appearance merely out of friendship. What a pity. Little master uncle, is Han Shan not your brother? Why treat him in this manner? Lu Lingran inquired, unable to comprehend. Among brothers, such treatment seemed unfathomable. This young man was indeed a rustic tycoon, while they were impoverished beyond measure. They must certainly devise ways to earn a living. Chen Qingyuan was uncertain about the true wealth of Han Shan. He merely knew that this young man was affluent enough to use money to overpower his father. compelling his master to collaborate in the guise of a ghostly physician to deceive others. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly random choice for this role would actually lead to the genuine ghostly physician. With a substantial sum, he managed to daze the master and persuade him to set aside his dignity for the performance. Judging solely from this incident, it was evident that Han Shan was extraordinarily wealthy, a veritable walking treasury. Little uncle, haven't you just swindled a handsome sum from the elders of various sects? With such an abundance of spirit stones, is it not sufficient for your needs? Remarked Lu Lingran. Spirit stones are something that no one ever seems to have enough of. Moreover, the profits are not solely mine. They are for the benefit of the sect, Chen Qingyuan declared with righteous fervor. Lu Ling and believed this statement. For many of the constructions and regulations within the Xianqing sect were indeed established by Chen Qingyuan, benefiting all disciples with a more equitable distribution of resources. Surface brothers, Lu Ling and quipped, nonsense. My bond with Brother Han is one of life and death, Chen Qingyuan retorted, casting a glare at Lu Lingran. Not only will this endeavor allow us to profit from spirit stones, but it will also enable Brother Han to experience the thrill of courtship. He must be elated inside, triple benefits with no one at a loss. Lu Lingran regarded Chen Qingyuan with a peculiar gaze, thinking to herself that if she were to believe him, she would be a fool. Prepare yourself. Soon, we shall witness your performance. Chen Qingyuan decided to take his leave, intending to discuss the matter of remuneration with Han Shan. Chapter 46. The mysterious origins of Han Shan, the true tycoon little uncle. You are quite mischievous. Lu Ling and couldn't help but smile at the thought of Han Shan being deceived. I, your little uncle, am a person of integrity. Do not make baseless accusations, Chen Qingyuan asserted, puffing out his chest as he strode toward the guest reception hall, having promised Chen Qingyuan to manage this affair well. Lu Lingyan knew she could not afford to slacken her efforts. She needed to carefully consider her words and prepare herself mentally. In the reception hall of the Xianqing sect, as time passed, Han Shan grew increasingly agitated, unable to remain seated, pacing restlessly. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan arriving with an air of grace, he exclaimed joyfully, Brother Chen. Having settled matters with Lu Lingran, Chen Qingyuan approached confidently, exuding an air of authority. Brother Chen, when will the ferry arrive? Han Shan inquired with a flattering smile. Just wait and see, Chen Qingyuan replied as he entered the reception hall, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Han Shan eagerly followed, taking a seat beside him. You must tell me who it is, otherwise, I will feel uncertain. Have you heard of the three fairies of the Folius star domain? Chen Qingyuan did not reveal the answer directly but sought to lead him gradually. I have heard of them. It is said that the three fairies of the Folius star domain are all celestial beauties of unparalleled grace. Naturally, Han Shan could engage in the topic of beautiful women. The one I am introducing to you is none other than the fairy Lingran of the Xianqing sect, a saintly figure in the hearts of countless young heroes, utterly unattainable. Chen Qingyuan praised her profusely. Han Shan was rendered speechless with excitement. It took him a long while to compose himself before he grasped Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I have misjudged you. It turns out you have truly gone to great lengths for me, and did not simply find someone to dupe me. Release your grip. Chen Qingyuan freed himself from Han Shan's hold, his face revealing an unmistakable disdain. We are half-brothers, after all, and you cannot deceive me. That makes sense, Han Shan replied with a nod. Although I introduced you to the fairy Lingran, whether anything comes of it depends on your own capabilities. During your first meeting, do not be too stingy. Prepare a reasonably decent gift. Chen Qingyuan began to encourage him. Indeed, the gift must be substantial. First impressions are of utmost importance. Han Shan wholeheartedly concurred. There's one more thing. Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, his gaze indicating his message. I have been running around for you, exhausting myself in the process in an instant. Han Shan comprehended and generously produced a Qianquan bag, handing it over to Chen Qingyuan. Brother Chen, take this. With the reward placed before him, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to decline. As he seized the Qianquan bag, he courteously remarked, I feel quite embarrassed. A token gesture would suffice. Please do not overdo it. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan opened the Qianquan bag, a thread of divine consciousness probing within. The sight that met his eyes was truly astonishing. A mid-grade spiritual vein, if fully mined. It could yield approximately 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If extracted gradually, without harming the vein's essence, it could provide a continuous supply over time. What a generous offering. When Dongi Palace sent Chen Qingyuan away years ago, it was merely a single mid-grade spiritual vein. In comparison, the first-rate power of Dongi Palace seemed utterly petty beside Han Shan. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan looked up, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and shock as he regarded Han Shan. Old Han. When did you become so wealthy? While we may be avaricious, a gentleman earns his wealth through righteous means. Let us not resort to underhanded tactics. Where are you wandering in thought? This is my own money. Its origins are pristine, at least 100 times cleaner than yours, Han Shan scoffed lightly. What have you been up to during the past 100 years while I was trapped in Tianyuan? To be frank, if it were a legitimate means, Chen Qingyuan would have wanted to intervene. After all, making money alongside a brother is far from disreputable. It's rather complicated, Han Shan reflected, letting out a sigh. Do tell, Chen Qingyuan urged eagerly. To make a long story short, Han Shan had no intention of concealing anything. As he turned away from Chen Qingyuan to prepare the meeting gift, he began to recount. I was taken in and raised by my master since childhood. A century ago, I unexpectedly encountered a group of mysterious individuals who claimed I was the son of a powerful family. Accidentally stranded here, I found them rather unattractive, lacking even a fraction of my own handsomeness. Clearly, they had ulterior motives, so I did not return with them. They insisted that my family would understand and granted me several properties to manage as a form of assessment. Han Shan continued. If I fail the assessment, I must return to accept instruction and inherit a portion of the family business. They spoke a great deal, but I paid little heed. Later, they introduced me to the heads of the properties. A bargain offered on a silver platter should not be ignored. As Chen Qingyuan listened to this account, he felt utterly bewildered. Failing in business meant returning home to inherit the family estate. What nonsense was this? Was this fellow merely picking up a few of my tricks to bamboozle me? With a gaze tinged with skepticism, Chen Qingyuan scrutinized Han Shan incessantly. After a moment's reflection, he pondered how it could be that Han Shan, if not as he claimed, could possess such immense wealth. Yet, the absurdity of Han Shan's assertions was indeed hard to swallow. Old Han, what industries are you involved in? Chen Qingyuan inquired in a hushed tone. According to their established rules, divulging such information was forbidden. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure on his part, leading to an involuntary relocation to some undisclosed place. He had been too engrossed in examining the accounts and the treasures surrounding him to fully grasp the details. Was it something along those lines? Han Shan replied. You brat, suddenly becoming quite insufferable. Chen Qingyuan felt his curiosity piqued yet left unanswered, a sensation most vexing. You stand no chance against me now. Should you attempt to strike, I shall retaliate with a good thrashing. Han Shan turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, donning a teasing smile. If I were to reach a conclusion with Fairy Ling Ran, I might even prepare a generous red envelope for you. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Shan lightly. Han Shan nonchalantly brushed off his clothing, unperturbed. An hour later, dusk descended. Lu Lingran approached gracefully from Yuzhu Peak, adorned in a flowing gown of snow white, the hem trailing nearly 3 meters as she danced with ethereal elegance. A simple veil adorned her face, while her long hair was tied back, cascading down the length of her dress. Upon witnessing Lu Lingran's approach, Han Shan's eyes nearly bulged. Every step she took resonated within his heart. Truly, she was one of the 3 fairies of the flowing star domain, a reputation well-deserved. What are you staring at? Hurry and go greet her, Chen Qingyuan urged, noticing Han Shan's dazed state as Lu Ling and reached the entrance of the side hall. Snapping back to reality, Han Shan suppressed his excitement, offering a courteous bow with a smile. Greetings, Fairy Ling and I am Han Shan. I believe Brother Chen has already informed you of my presence. Han Dao Yu. It is a pleasure, Lu Ling replied, inclining her head in respect. Here is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Han Shan produced an exquisite Qianquan pouch, his heart racing. Thank you. Lu Lingran replied without hesitation, accepting the gift. Let us discuss matters inside. Han Shan gestured towards the hall, inviting her in. Very well, Lu Lingran agreed, winking at Chen Qingyuan as she entered. Brother, it's not that I intend to betray you. I genuinely have no choice. Chen Qingyuan concocted a flimsy excuse and made a swift exit. Inside the side hall, only Lu Lingran and Han Shan remained engaged in conversation. Little junior brother, halt right there. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to return, numerous senior brothers appeared, having completed their duties of tidying the grand hall. Chapter 47. The disdain of a nouveau riche blocked by his seniors. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss. Seniors, is there something you require? You rascal, having earned a tidy sum, are you not considering sharing some with your seniors? The forthright seniors wasted no time in voicing their intent. Oh, so that is the matter at hand. Consider it done. Chen Qingyuan feigned enlightenment. We all borrowed your Qianquan pouch. We are here to collect interest. Little junior brother, it's not that we are stingy, but truly, we are devoid of funds. The brothers present were all individuals who had lived for several millennia, possessing little in terms of material wealth, and appearing somewhat diminished in stature compared to others. Were it not for their dire financial circumstances, they would hardly lower themselves to solicit spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan. Casting a glance at the arriving brothers, most of whom had established families, it was evident that accumulating a modest sum of personal savings was no easy feat. One particular brother, clad in a Taoist robe that bore a patch, caused Chen Qingyuan's heart to shudder slightly upon witnessing such a frugal display. Silently reflecting, as an inner door elder of the Xianying sect, a formidable being of the transformation realm, is it truly necessary to be so impoverished? The Xianying sect refrains from encroaching upon the resources of other sects, nor does it engage in underhanded schemes or acts of plunder. Thus, despite the profound cultivation of these brothers, their financial situation was rather meager. The secret realms of the Felixing domain had been nearly exhausted, and reports of new realms emerging had dwindled, leading to a rather strained existence for the brothers. Fortunately, with the sisters-in-law managing the financial affairs, it seemed they had anticipated such a day, providing the brothers with ample resources for cultivation at regular intervals. However, the spirit stones meant for revelry and indulgence were strictly off-limits. They were expected to find their own means for such pleasures. Take it, Chen Qingyuan had just profited from Han Shan, feeling affluent, and was determined to share his wealth with all present brothers. One brother, gazing at the 800 medium-grade spirit stones in his hands, turned to the ostentatious Chen Qingyuan and, with a fierce expression, uttered the most cowardly of remarks. Junior brother, eighth brother truly detests your nouveau riche demeanor. If you have the ability, why not take more spirit stones and crush me with them? Everyone shot a glance at eighth brother, silently cursing his shamelessness. I am not boasting, but a millennium ago, with such a meager sum of spirit stones, I wouldn't have even glanced at them. Even if they fell to the ground, I would have been too lazy to pick them up, finding it too exhausting. In recent years, the depletion of resources had been considerable, and with no avenues for income, the monthly stipend was hardly sufficient, rendering life quite challenging. In truth, the Xianying sect was not impoverished. The treasury was filled with valuable items. However, to maintain the spiritual formations across various locations and to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, they were compelled to endure a more austere lifestyle. Junior brother, how about I serve as your guardian for a time, and you provide me with a modest stipend each month? The brothers took turns voicing their grievances about their recent hardships. As high-level cultivators, they certainly had numerous methods to acquire spirit stones. Yet none wished to leave the Xianying sect or become subservient to certain merchant associations. They relied solely on their monthly stipends to make ends meet, which rendered them seemingly destitute. To sum it up in one word: laziness. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never venture out to earn money. That should suffice. It will entertain you for a while, Chen Qingyuan thought, untroubled by the brothers' need for cultivation resources, as the sisters-in-law were well aware of their needs. Once they obtained the spirit stones, they would likely indulge in fine wines or frequent lively locales. How stingy! Having received their share of benefits from Chen Qingyuan, the group departed, begrudgingly muttering their dissatisfaction. Chen Qingyuan, unfazed, chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he distributed a portion of the spirit stones to his senior sister, retained some for himself, and allocated the remainder to the mission hall, thereby enhancing the rewards for disciples who completed their tasks. The tasks within the hall are relatively routine. For instance, when bandits committing murder and robbery appear in a certain location, their cultivation levels are noted, and disciples with confidence can accept the mission. This not only enhances the reputation of the Su Inquing sect but also allows the disciples to gain practical combat experience and earn additional cultivation resources, achieving multiple benefits in one endeavor. This task hall was established by Chen Qingyuan, significantly elevating the overall proficiency of the disciples within the sect. Furthermore, Chen Qingyuan has devised numerous initiatives that gradually bolster the sense of belonging among the disciples. After an hour, Han Shan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How did the conversation go? Chen Qingyuan inquired with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for Han Shan. Alas, it was somewhat inappropriate. Han Shan sighed lightly. What happened? Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. Fairy Lingyan is excellent in every aspect, but it is a pity. Han Shan lamented. I wish to find a partner who appreciates jasmine, yet Fairy Lingyan prefers roses instead. And then, Chen Qingyuan probed. Then I took my leave. Concluding this fateful yet incompatible connection, Han Shan expressed his regret, though he bore no remorse. You are truly commendable, Chen Qingyuan praised, giving a thumbs up in admiration. A life partner should not be chosen lightly. If interests do not align, future happiness is certainly compromised. Initially, Lu Lingran was at a loss for words to express her refusal, but unexpectedly, Han Shan took the initiative to state that they were not well suited, offered an apology, and departed, leaving Lu Ling in a state of bewilderment. Han Shan holds high standards for a partner, requiring not only exceptional talent and beauty but also shared interests. Old Han, I sincerely hope you find the ideal companion you envision, Chen Qingyuan said, patting Han Shan on the shoulder, feeling quite impressed. Fate cannot be forced. It is best to let things unfold naturally. In truth, Han Shan believed that Lu Ling possessed admirable qualities, yet he could not muster that feeling of instant attraction. At most appreciating her beauty. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan remarked. I just came to say hello. I must take my leave now. With that, Han Shan waved and strode away. Take care, I shan't see you off, Chen Qingyuan called after him. As he watched Han Shan depart, a twinge of guilt stirred within Chen Qingyuan, knowing he had inadvertently led his brother into a predicament. However, it wasn't long before his spirits lifted considerably. Occasionally pulling a fast one on a brother is not a grave issue. After all, Han Shan had also played tricks on Chen Qingyuan, creating a mutual understanding. When it comes to matters of danger, both are quite discerning and do not jest recklessly. Meanwhile, as the powerful figures of various sects returned to their respective factions, news of the Ghost Doctor's visit to Su Inqing sect spread like wildfire throughout the Fuliu star domain, causing quite a stir. The rumored Ghost Doctor turned out to be a woman. It is said that the Ghost Doctor possesses an eccentric temperament. Why then does she take such particular interest in Chen Qingyuan, personally coming to Su Inqing sect to lend her support? Allegedly, Chen Qingyuan addresses the Ghost Doctor as sister, gaining her tacit approval to instill fear among the masses. The Ghost Doctor effortlessly suppressed the sect-protecting elder of the Dongi Palace, forcing her to kneel and beg for mercy, narrowly escaping with her life. The various sects have exerted pressure on the Xinqing sect, yet not only were they unable to extract any useful information regarding the Tianyuan, but they also lost all face in the process. This incident has become a topic of lively discussion across various regions. The matter concerning Chen Qingyuan's potential for cultivation has also been brought to light, sending a shiver through many cultivators. Bai Shishue of Dongi Palace, clad in a simple long gown, gazes into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 48. Bai Shishue steps into Yanshua city, bewildered, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan has once again embarked on his path of cultivation. A tumult of emotions churns within her. Ever since the annulment of the marriage alliance between Dongi Palace and Tianyu sect, Bai Shishue's situation has become rather awkward, often beset by rumors that reach her ears, leaving her in discomfort. Despite this, she harbors no regrets about her earlier decision, for she believes that even without the emergence of Qin Yutong from Tianyu sect, a favorable outcome between herself and Chen Qingyuan would have been unlikely. Though Bai Shishue may not be the foremost prodigy of her time, she nonetheless possesses a promising future ahead. As for Chen Qingyuan, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, his lifespan is but a century, and his fate seems sealed. Having come to terms with this realization, Bai Shishue has consistently refrained from reminiscing about her past with Chen Qingyuan, resolutely adhering to her choice. Her heart, as unyielding as iron, devoid of regret. Yet, in this moment, an unusual turmoil stirs within her, and her eyes, fixed on the horizon, shimmer with a complex brilliance. She remains silent, her hands tightly clutching her garments, betraying her inner turmoil. Biting her crimson lips, she draws blood yet does not release her grip. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally withdraws her gaze, her expression hardening with renewed determination as she murmurs to herself. Even if he can once again tread the path of cultivation, he shall never reach the heights he once attained. The peers who were once beneath his feet have long since surpassed him. Bai Shishue remains resolute, convinced that she has made no error. I shall ascend to greater heights and watch as you struggle to climb. Even without your assistance, I will carve out my own domain and behold the world's more exquisite vistas. Bai Shishue certainly cannot renounce her choices, for doing so would jeopardize her Tao heart and lead to spiritual disarray. Regardless of the circumstances, she cannot acknowledge this error, choosing instead to pursue her path unwaveringly. She understands Chen Qingyuan's temperament well. Their fates have been severed, and there is no returning to the past. Since returning to former days is impossible, the only course is to strive for greater excellence, ensuring she does not succumb to regret or despair. Child, you must be aware of the recent events surrounding the Xinqing sect. At that moment, Yao Susu arrives gracefully, landing beside Bai Shishue. Master, Bai Shishue greets with a respectful bow, rising to speak. The disciple is already informed. Chen Qingyuan has allied with the Ghost Doctor, and his spiritual roots have been restored. His fortune is indeed remarkable. If you still harbor feelings for him, perhaps you should consider rekindling your relationship. Yao Susu suggests softly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shixue does not hesitate for a moment, firmly rejecting the notion. I implore you, master, do not speak of this again. I have severed all ties with Chen Qingyuan. Very well. Observing Bai Shixue's resolute demeanor, Yao Susu is momentarily taken aback, surprised by her strong reaction. Master, I wish to enter Yinxua City. Bai Shixue then makes a decisive declaration. Have you lost your mind? Yao Susu furrowed her brow, utterly astonished. Her disciple was not mad. She merely wished to test her limits. Bai Shixue aspired to strengthen herself, and this path was her only option. Yinxua City, a secret realm within Dongyi Palace, was fraught with peril and intricate mechanisms. Since the establishment of Dongyi Palace, the founding ancestor had laid down a rule. Only those who passed the trials of Yinxua City could ascend to the ranks of the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of Dongyi Palace. It had been over 3,000 years since a Holy Son or Holy Daughter had been appointed. The grounds of Yinxua City were littered with the remains of many core disciples. Few emerged alive. It is not that I underestimate you, but rather that Yinxua City is exceedingly treacherous. It is no place for the faint-hearted. Yao Susu cautioned. I have made up my mind. I request my master to report my intentions to the sect. Bai Shixue declared resolutely. Rather than endure the covert judgments of others, she preferred to risk her life for a single chance. Either she would brave the trials of Yinxua City, emerging gloriously to claim the title of Holy Daughter, or she would perish within its confines, a fate more palatable than the torment of her own inner turmoil. Bai Shixue had painstakingly steadied her resolve, refusing to let regret take root in her heart. Yet, she feared that as time passed, she might falter, ultimately succumbing to despair and becoming the subject of ridicule. Very well. Gazing into Bai Shixue's determined eyes, Yao Susu seemed to grasp the depth of her disciple's conviction and ceased her objections. Nodding emphatically, days later, under the scrutiny of the high-ranking officials, Bai Shixue stepped into the trials of Yinxua City. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. The Holy Master of Dongyi Palace, Du Ruoxing, had once emerged triumphantly from Yinxua City, advancing with fervor to achieve her current stature. Given her understanding of the perils inherent in Yinxua City, she deemed Bai Shixue's chances of survival to be alarmingly slim. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would once again tread the path of cultivation. Moreover, he had gained the favor of the ghost doctor, who was willing to protect him. Inner sect elder sighed heavily. Filled with lament, without my command, no one shall take action against Qianqing sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who defy this order will face the consequences as per sect regulations. Du Ruoxing sensed an undercurrent of unease. Fearing that the protective elder Lu Ruai might seek vengeance on Chen Qingyuan after suffering humiliation, thereby entangling Dongyi Palace in a whirlpool of troubles. Understood. The assembly acknowledged, wary of contradicting the Holy Master's will. In a certain location within the Flowing Star Domain, after departing from Qianqing sect, the ghost doctor did not return immediately to Yuhai Star Domain but instead journeyed to a more secluded town. The Changgung Sword Immortal resided there, and the ghost doctor had come to pay his respects. During their last encounter, the Changgung Sword Immortal had revealed his dwelling to the ghost doctor, inviting him to seek him out if ever in need. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood at the threshold, his heart fluttering with anticipation as he gently rapped on the door. Come in, the Changgung Sword Immortal, recognizing the visitor as the ghost doctor, conveyed his thoughts, and the door creaked open slowly. Upon entering the courtyard, the ghost doctor beheld the unadorned figure of the Changgung Sword Immortal, wielding a rusted broken sword as he chopped dried wood. Senior, the ghost doctor bowed in greeting. There's something you require. The Changgung Sword Immortal did not lift his gaze, continuing with his task. Having assisted Chen Qingyuan with his predicament, I thought it appropriate to pay my respects since I find myself in the Flowing Star Domain. The ghost doctor replied, having no further matters to discuss. What troubles has young Master Chen encountered? The celestial sword Immortal Changgung has been sequestered within his chamber, showing no inclination to inquire about the happenings in the outside world. Unless young Master Chen Qingyuan finds himself in peril, the celestial sword Immortal remains oblivious. It is thus. Subsequently, the ghost doctor succinctly elucidated the general situation and mentioned young Master Chen Qingyuan's invitation for him to become a venerable elder. You declined? From the tone in which the ghost doctor spoke of the venerable elder, the celestial sword Immortal deduced this. Indeed, the ghost doctor nodded, confused. The celestial sword Immortal set aside his work, slowly raised his gaze to meet the ghost doctor's eyes, and sighed softly. Chapter 49. The Ancient History of the Xianqing Sect. The ghost doctor was taken aback, utterly perplexed. The position of a venerable elder in the Xianqing sect is thankless. What is wrong with declining it? Moreover, I am accustomed to solitude and detest being constrained. Were young Master Chen to extend an invitation to me, I would undoubtedly accept. The celestial sword immortal pondered for a long while before speaking candidly. What? At these words, the ghost doctor trembled slightly, dumbfounded. Senior sword immortal, are you jesting with me? Do you believe I would find it necessary to make such a jest? The celestial sword immortal retorted. Yet you were once the revered figure who suppressed countless formidable beings in the Emperor's domain, the third greatest swordsman in the world. A person of your caliber, even if diminished from your former prowess, is beyond the Xianqing sect's means to honor. Although the celestial sword immortal is nominally the third in the world, in reality, he was the strongest swordsman of his era, unmatched by any by claiming to be the third. He acknowledged the existence of the first and second. That year, the celestial sword immortal aspired to take a step forward and truly become the world's foremost, challenging the heavens and earth. Alas, he was defeated, resulting in a loss of foundation and the shattering of his treasured sword. Ever since, the world has believed the celestial sword immortal to be dead, leaving behind a legendary tale, even after the passage of millennia. No swordsman dares to claim the title of the third, let alone the first or second. All of this stems from the immense influence left by the celestial sword immortal. Child, you do not comprehend. The celestial sword immortal gazed skyward, his voice hoarse. You have yet to reach that level. If I were to enlighten you, it would only bring you harm. Senior, I doubt the ghost doctor's mind was in turmoil, her words faltering, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. For both you and me, becoming a venerable elder of the Xianqing sect is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Regrettably, you have cast aside the fortune within your grasp. Now that I have unveiled this opportunity, should young Master Chen cease to extend further invitations, you must not broach the topic yourself. Otherwise, a potential boon may transform into a calamity. The celestial sword immortal contemplated. Since you assert that this is a fortuitous opportunity, why must I refrain from initiating? The ghost doctor momentarily set aside the question of why it was an opportunity, struggling to grasp how such fortune could turn into misfortune. The matters of cause and effect dictate that following the natural order brings peace, while going against it invites peril. I have already revealed this opportunity, thus, you must not mention it, lest you attract overwhelming consequences that you cannot bear. The long gung sword immortal, with a solemn expression, cautioned, what if Qing, young Master Chen extends another invitation to me? Even the long gung sword immortal referred to Chen Qingyuan as young master, prompting the ghost doctor to speak. In that case, I can consent without hesitation. There shall be no peril. The long gung sword immortal nodded in agreement. Is there any distinction in this matter? The threads of cause and effect are elusive and intangible. And with the ghost doctor's current capabilities, comprehension remains elusive. There is indeed a significant difference. The long gung sword immortal elucidated. When young Master Chen invites you, it signifies a benevolent cause. If you pursue merely for the sake of opportunity, your intentions will be too transparent, and you may encounter numerous troubles in the future. A semblance of confusion washed over me. The ghost doctor appeared like a child caught in training, standing still, unsure of what to do. Fear not. You will understand in due course. The long gung sword immortal offered a gentle smile. Isn't the Xianqing sect merely a force within the flowing star domain? How could it be entangled in such profound causes and effects? The ghost doctor expressed her deep perplexity regarding this notion. Oh, foolish child, the greatest cause does not lie with the Xianqing sect, but with Chen Qingyuan. Yet, the long gung sword immortal refrained from voicing this sentiment, allowing the ghost doctor to misunderstand. After all, the Xianqing sect is not as straightforward as it appears. Are you acquainted with the Zongxian Taoist? The long gung sword immortal deftly shifted the topic. Of course, I am familiar with him. He was a formidable figure renowned in the empire a millennium ago, compelling many ancient sanctuaries to offer their apologies. The ghost doctor had visited the empire and had heard of this tale. Are you aware of the origins of the Zongxian Taoist? The long gung sword immortal continued to guide her. I do not know, the ghost doctor replied, shaking her head. Please, enlighten me. Zongxian Taoist was the previous holy master of the Xianqing sect, the long gung sword immortal revealed slowly. What? Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor was rendered speechless, her mind blank. After a prolonged pause, she exclaimed in astonishment, how can this be possible? If the Xianqing sect possesses such a background, why remain in the flowing star domain? The tale is rather lengthy. The long gung sword immortal began to be mere coincidence. I came to know of it, and I hold great admiration for the Xinqing sect. The previous holy master of the Xinqing sect was named Feng Changxian, and his most cherished disciple was Lin Changxing. Long ago, Feng Changxian abruptly departed, and shortly thereafter, news of his demise surfaced. The Xinqing sect was left leaderless, and uncertainty loomed over its members. Subsequently, the remaining elders, led by Shangguanrong, steadied the situation by elevating Lin Changxing to the Holy Master's throne, urging the disciples to foster harmony and mutual support, lest they be blinded by greed. He was also the master of Chen Qingyuan. However, it was not long after Shangguanrong took Chen Qingyuan as his disciple that rumors of his untimely demise due to a cultivation mishap began to circulate. Thus, the elder generation perished, and the weight of the Xinqing sect fell upon the shoulders of Lin Changxing and his peers. As far as I know, the previous holy master of the Xinqing sect is named Feng Changxian, which bears no connection to the illustrious Zhang Xian Taoist. The ghost doctor sought to uncover the origins of Chen Qingyuan while also delving into the history of the Xinqing sect. Zhang Xian Taoist is merely a pseudonym, reluctant to reveal his true identity to prevent the disciples of the sect from becoming embroiled in endless causes and effects. The long gung sword immortal intentionally guided the ghost doctor. Elaborating, the Xinqing sect boasts a rich legacy, with its ancestral grounds situated in the empire, and possesses profound depth. Once, the ancestors of the Su-Enquing sect discovered a chasm of demonic depths and, in alliance with the myriad powers of the Empire of the States, resolved to suppress it. However, within a secluded corner of the empire, there lay a demonic abyss of a terror far surpassing the imagination of mortals. Approximately 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Su-Enquing sect, alongside hundreds of formidable beings, took action and succeeded in sealing this abyss. Yet, due to the immense burden of causality borne by the ancestor, he perished shortly thereafter. Before his passing, the ancestor left behind a testament, warning that the matter of the abyss had not been truly resolved, and that every 10,000 years, the seal must be reinforced. Initially, the various powers of the empire readily agreed, for the eruption of the abyss would jeopardize the safety of all. However, as time elapsed, apart from the Su-Enquing sect diligently fulfilling this responsibility, the other factions gradually turned a blind eye. The powerful individuals of those factions, unwilling to risk their lives for this task, found it unbearable to abandon the joys of life after dedicating their lives to reaching the pinnacle of the world. Although the top experts of the Su-Enquing sect were indignant, they found themselves powerless. If the various sects were reluctant to take the risk, then the Su-Enquing sect would take it upon themselves. The testament left by their ancestor would certainly be honored by the descendants. Gradually, all the leaders of the Su-Enquing sect ventured to the abyss, with few returning alive, resulting in a significant decline in the sect's strength. 100,000 years ago, a sovereign of the Su-Enquing sect made the decision to relocate from the empire, seeking a more suitable refuge. Naturally, the Su-Enquing sect would prefer not to leave the resource-rich empire. Would the Su-Enquing sect ever return to the empire? The sovereign sighed deeply, filled with reluctance and regret, as he journeyed to the northern wastes. Under such circumstances, this was the only way to preserve a trace of the sect's lineage. Chapter 50. I Want to Strangle You Once. The Su-Enquing sect boasted a wealth of resources, yet after losing their top-tier combatants, countless powers of the empire descended upon the Su-Enquing sect like ravenous beasts. If the Su-Enquing sect did not depart, it risked losing even the foundations of its existence that a millennium ago, the Xinqing Taoist broke through to the Great Ascension realm. Inheriting the will of his ancestors, and his strength surged remarkably in a short time. Simultaneously, he delved into the history of the Su-Enquing sect. Upon entering the empire, the Xinqing Taoist began to provoke various factions, challenging and suppressing numerous renowned experts. Perhaps the factions felt guilty, perhaps they were unwilling to clash with the seemingly unhinged Xinqing Taoist, or perhaps they sought to utilize him to continue guarding the abyss, thus refraining from outright conflict. After venting his inner fury, the Xinqing Taoist did not forget the teachings of the ancestor and set forth towards the abyss. Since then, he has not been seen again. The Su-Enquing sect indeed possesses a grand legacy. The ghost doctor harbored no doubts regarding the history recounted by the Changgung sword immortal, for the sword immortal had no reason to deceive her. The present-day Su-Enquing sect is no longer what it once was. The Changgung sword immortal sighed, recalling how he once brewed tea and discussed the world with the Xinqing Taoist. Touching upon this very matter, The Chen Qingyuan Taoist did not designate a successor before his disappearance, perhaps intentionally, wishing to spare future generations from bearing this burden, according to the ancestral teachings of the Chen Qingyuan sect. The matter of the abyss must not be disseminated. It may only be communicated to the next sovereign through a special method of inheritance. The Taoist of Zhongshuan harbors his own ulterior motives. Reluctant to sever the last thread of lineage from the now diminished Xianqing sect, he wishes for all causality to cease at this juncture. Consequently, upon his departure, he withheld the transmission of memories from Lin Chongqing. Do the powers of the imperial province truly remain indifferent? Through the recounting of the sword immortal Chang'ong, the ghost doctor developed a profound reverence for the esteemed ancestors of the Xianqing sect. Lamenting the sect's plight, if one were to send you to your death, would you comply? The sword immortal Chang'ong retorted. The ghost doctor fell into silence, unable to provide a definitive answer. Human hearts are inscrutable, and few can steadfastly uphold their convictions. Upon introspection, the sword immortal deemed himself inferior to the illustrious predecessors of the Xianqing sect. Are those individuals still alive? The ghost doctor inquired softly. I do not know. Chang Gung replied, gently shaking his head. The old man has never ventured into the demon abyss and remains unaware of its specific circumstances. Guarding the demon abyss for over 300,000 years commands both admiration and respect. Once a pinnacle power of the imperial province, it now stands as a first-rate sect within a star domain of the northern wilderness, evoking deep sentiments of nostalgia. Surely, such merits must be recognized by the heavens. The sword immortal mused, gazing into the boundless sky. Following this conversation with the sword immortal, the ghost doctor no longer underestimated the Xianqing sect. She had initially presumed that the sword immortal's courteousness towards Chen Qingyuan stemmed from respect for the sect's predecessors. Yet this was not the case. The various factions of the flowing meteor domain had issued notifications, permitting peers to confront Chen Qingyuan to regain their dignity. For the time being, Chen Qingyuan would not abandon the Xianqing sect, denying those individuals the opportunity to bully him. Within the confines of the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan was engrossed in contemplation regarding a particular matter. What exactly is the Dao Yi Academy? And when might they seek me out? According to Lin Chongqing, the Dao Yi Academy is an exceedingly enigmatic force within the northern wilderness, possessing ancient lineage and unfathomable depth. How did my rather unremarkable master become associated with the Dao Yi Academy? It is indeed perplexing. Chen Qingyuan struggled to comprehend this issue. If the Dao Yi Academy truly held substantial influence, then based on the Xianqing sect's capabilities, admission would seem implausible. This matter was, of course, orchestrated by Shangwan Rong, who had dealings with the Dao Yi Academy and secured an opportunity for Chen Qingyuan's enrollment. As long as Chen Qingyuan establishes a foothold within the Dao Yi Academy, even if the historical foundations of the Xianqing sect were to be revealed, they would not fear retribution from the premier powers of the imperial province. Moreover, Shangwan Rong, in consultation with the former Holy Lord Feng Chongxian, resolved that the burden of the Xianqing sect's legacy must conclude with their generation, preventing its further proliferation. Should the Dao Yi Academy be willing to intervene, they ought to be able to sever the connection between the Xianqing sect and the demon abyss, thereby ensuring the continuation of the sect's bloodline. The letter left by the master clearly stated that upon shattering the wooden tablet, representatives from the Dao Yi Academy would arrive at the Xianqing sect in approximately 10 years. With 5 years already elapsed, it seems prudent to prepare oneself mentally. Unable to resolve these quandaries, Chen Qingyuan chose to cease his ruminations and instead begin attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. One day, while Chen Qingyuan was meditating, he suddenly sensed a slight disturbance within the room, prompting him to open his eyes in alarm. He beheld the ghost doctor, Gongsun Nan, pouring tea and bringing it to the crimson lips concealed beneath her veil. Taking a sip of tea, Gongsun Nan offered a faint smile to Chen Qingyuan. "Sister Ghost Doctor, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. "That I came to see you," Gongsun Nan replied, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her appearance all the more enigmatic. "How did you manage to enter?" Faced with Gongsun Nan's unexpected visit, Chen Qingyuan felt more astonished and cautious than delighted. "Surely this old witch cannot be here to trouble me," he mused inwardly. "Do you believe the protective array of the Xianqing sect can deter me?" Gongsun Nan remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan quickly comprehended and tentatively inquired, "Sister Ghost Doctor, do you have business with me? I pride myself on my integrity, generosity, and disdain for malice. I have not wronged you in any way, have I? You informed the Murong family of my whereabouts in the North Songstar domain, did you not?" Gongsun Nan revealed. "I have never disclosed your location. I swear, Chen Qingyuan asserted firmly, refusing to admit any such thing. In light of your reputation, I assisted the Murong family. Initially, when the Murong family approached Gongsun Nan, she was reluctant to offer aid. However, upon hearing the name Chen Qingyuan from them, she reconsidered and decided to lend her assistance. Subsequently, Gongsun Nan learned the backstory. An elder of the Murong family had encountered a critical mishap in his cultivation, teetering on the brink of death. Thanks to Gongsun Nan's intervention, the elder was saved and his condition stabilized. The Murong family expressed immense gratitude to Gongsun Nan, presenting her with numerous gifts, which she accepted graciously. Having expended considerable effort in the rescue, this has nothing to do with me, Chen Qingyuan thought, eager to inquire about the Murong family's circumstances, but finding himself unable to voice his questions. He feigned ignorance. Aren't you going to express your gratitude to me? Gongsun Nan squinted her eyes. Sister Ghost Doctor, I am utterly impoverished. I truly have no money. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in a panic upon hearing this. I do not require spirit stones. Gongsun Nan shot Chen Qingyuan a disdainful glance. Do not harbor any designs on me. I am quite the virtuous person. If not spirit stones, then what do you desire? I wish to strangle you. Yet here you are, inviting me to become a venerable elder. I would certainly accept. Why did you not extend the invitation? However, Gongsun Nan could not lay bare the matter. Otherwise, it would not be a fortuitous connection. Leave. Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. Sister, this is my abode. Wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for me to leave? Chen Qingyuan mumbled softly. Oh, you mean for me to leave? Gongsun Nan shot him a fierce glare from her seat. I dare not. I shall take my leave at once. Chen Qingyuan, fearing persecution from Gongsun Nan, hastily dashed out the door. Chapter 51. Those who lose their shame are invincible. The visit from Gongsun Nan placed considerable pressure on Chen Qingyuan. After wandering within the sect for several hours, he returned to his quarters, muttering to himself, it has been quite some time. Surely she must have departed by now. To his astonishment, the reality did not unfold as he had anticipated. Gongsun Nan remained seated in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle breeze, admiring the flowers, and savoring her tea. Sister, you have not yet left. Chen Qingyuan's body trembled. Recently, I have been preoccupied with matters that require me to occasionally visit the esteemed Li Qianbei. Hence I shall temporarily remain in the Fulixing region. Gongsun Nan has concocted an excuse. The Li Qianbei she refers to is none other than the illustrious Chang Gung Sword Immortal, whose true name is Li Muyang. Ah, I see. Chen Qingyuan comprehended the situation and nodded lightly. Sister Gi, you wish to consider the Xianqing sect as your temporary sanctuary, do you not? My disposition is rather peculiar, and I am reluctant to engage with unfamiliar individuals. Since we are acquainted, it seems more fitting for me to remain here for the time being. On the surface, Gongsun Nan maintained a demeanor of icy composure and spoke in a flat tone. Yet internally, she felt a flicker of delight. This impudent boy, my intention should be quite clear. Why do you not seize the opportunity to extend an invitation for me to become a venerable elder? How long must I wait? Gazing deeply into Chen Qingyuan's eyes, she was filled with a hint of anticipation. Should Chen Qingyuan express the invitation, Gongsun Nan would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. On that day, the Chang Gung Sword Immortal had proclaimed that if Chen Qingyuan were to extend an invitation, he would willingly become a venerable elder of the Xianqing sect, thus forging a bond of goodwill. Were Chen Qingyuan to know this, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to invite the Sword Immortal with much fanfare, ensuring that all were aware. However, such matters of karmic benevolence cannot be forced, for that would yield contrary results. The affairs of the world are all governed by the concept of fate, which cannot be coerced. This is quite manageable. Chen Qingyuan mistakenly assumed that Gongsun Nan sought temporary residence within the Xianqing sect. Not considering other implications, with a cheerful disposition, he remarked, Sister, I can arrange for a tranquil and elegant place for you to stay. What do you think? That is acceptable. A promising child indeed. Gongsun Nan was greatly satisfied. A faint smile gracing her lips. However, Chen Qingyuan's subsequent words caused Gongsun Nan's composure to shatter, and she could not help but deliver a playful slap to him. Given our fortunate connection, I shall charge you a modest service fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones daily. This price is already quite reasonable. Of course, if Sister Gi lacks spirit stones, I would also accept spiritual herbs in exchange. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had set his sights on the spiritual herbs in Gongsun Nan's possession. The smile concealed beneath Gongsun Nan's veil froze, her delicate hand tightening slightly as she glared at him. What did you say? You expect me to pay? Ahem. Upon receiving her piercing gaze, Chen Qingyuan stumbled back a couple of steps, ready to flee at any moment. Sister, my purse is rather light. Surely, you do not wish for your whereabouts to be known, nor to be disturbed. Although the Xianqing sect possesses many vacant halls, one must submit a certain amount of spirit stones to reside there. Is it not I who intervened to extricate you from the myriad forces encircling you within the Fulixing region? Gongsun Nan snorted coldly. I am grateful for your assistance. Dear sister, if I should come into fortune, I shall undoubtedly repay you handsomely. Chen Qingyuan said with a solemn expression, clasping his fists. Be why the time you come into fortune. The yellow flower will have wilted. Gongsun Nan retorted with irritation. Arrange for me a suitable place to reside, but I shall not pay you a single coin, not a chance. Very well, Chen Qingyuan replied with a resigned expression. It seemed the cost of this lodging would have to come from his own pocket. Should the Xianqing sect learn that Gongsun Nan was borrowing their hospitality, they would certainly not charge a single coin and would treat her with utmost care. The crux of the matter was that Chen Qingyuan could not discern Gongsun Nan's true intentions. He must keep her whereabouts confidential and handle the situation discreetly. Thus, the spirit stone that must be extracted ought to be procured. Look at your miserly demeanor. Is it truly necessary to pay? Is there no alternative? Gongsun Nan tentatively prodded. Sister, you have stealthily slipped away to this place, and surely you would prefer not to draw attention to yourself. I shall arrange for you a splendid abode, but I cannot use your name, and thus I must pay out of my own pocket. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. Alas, if only my sister could become a venerable elder of the Xianqing sect. All would be easily managed. As long as the requests are not excessively unreasonable, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly strive to fulfill them. Regrettably, this humble temple of the Xianqing sect cannot accommodate you. Dear sister, let us not dwell on the matter of elder status, for I would not wish to provoke your ire. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan performed a respectful gesture towards Gongsun Nan, uttered a few parting words, and departed. Sister, I shall go and arrange your lodgings. Upon hearing the mention of the elder position, Gongsun Nan's eyes brightened, her mouth agape in anticipation of Chen Qingyuan's invitation. However, this young man's unorthodox approach left her feeling flustered. Casting a glance in the direction of Chen Qingyuan's departure, Gongsun Nan crushed a teacup on the table in her vexation, muttering under her breath, Chen Qingyuan, you truly are insufferable. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyuan, Gongsun Nan's internal machinations led him to genuinely believe her pretext, assuming she merely sought a place to rest before visiting the illustrious sword immortal. During his previous overture, Gongsun Nan had mentioned needing a premium spirit vein each year, perhaps leaving the door open for consideration. Given the meager resources of the Xianqing sect, they could not afford to sustain such a formidable presence as Gongsun Nan. To avoid further humiliation, Chen Qingyuan wisely refrained from extending repeated invitations, lest he instigate her disdain. Chen Qingyuan's efficiency was remarkable. Within a mere hour, he had arranged for Gongsun Nan to discreetly relocate to a serene cultivation palace, surrounded by protective barriers to ensure her solitude. Furthermore, he provided her with an abundance of exquisite fruits and fragrant tea. Sister, you shall reside here for the time being. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen Qingyuan, feeling overwhelmed by Gongsun Nan's presence, sought to escape the pressure. Do you not have anything to discuss with me? Gongsun Nan, clad in a black dress, narrowed her eyes with implication. After a lengthy pause, Chen Qingyuan found no cause for concern and shook his head. Nothing worth mentioning. I believe. Very well. Gongsun Nan felt weary. Had she known the Xianqing sect's grand origins, she would have readily accepted the position of elder that day. Alas, the opportunity had slipped through her fingers, and she could only wonder how long she must wait for another. Gongsun Nan resolved to remain at the Xianqing sect, confident that a chance would inevitably present itself. I shall take my leave now. Before departing, Chen Qingyuan added, Sister, if you find my efficiency satisfactory, a small reward would be appreciated. One who lacks shame is invincible. At this, Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. Leave? Very well. Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment and turned to flee. Just as he reached the door, Gongsun Nan tossed him a jade box. This can help you establish a better foundation, aiding your cultivation. Take this and be gone. Thank you, Sister Guyi. You are truly magnificent, a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Upon hearing the joyous exclamation of Chen Qingyuan, he promptly stowed away the jade box and uttered a few words of praise before taking his leave. Chapter 52. Do not seek me for fights if you lack funds. Dealing with this young lad truly gives one a headache. Gongsun Nan pressed her forehead, her expression filled with resignation. Before long, A light chuckle unexpectedly escaped her lips, her gaze softening somewhat. For many years, she had led a solitary existence, her emotions remaining undisturbed. Ever since encountering Chen Qingyuan, however, Gong Sun Nan seemed to have rekindled her perception of life's rhythm, experiencing joy and sorrow, her feelings becoming intricate. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Qingyuan cautiously opened the jade box, revealing a white-haired jade spiritual root, the essence of a supreme medicinal herb containing the entirety of the plant's quintessence. What a stroke of luck! Chen Qingyuan exclaimed with delight. A complete and flawless jade spiritual root, something even the treasury of the Xianqing sect lacks. Why has she been so generous? After the initial joy, a twinge of caution crept into Chen Qingyuan's mind. Whispering, could there be some ulterior motive at play? With that thought, he took out the jade bracelet, utilizing its unique properties to examine the jade spiritual root. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that the root had not been tampered with. Everything appeared normal. How peculiar! Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Could this be due to the influence of the Sword Immortal Senior? Or is it that my striking handsomeness has stirred some mischief in the ghostly physician? Why use also? The young woman in red within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone had immediately proposed a partnership upon seeing Chen Qingyuan, leaving him with lingering unease. But why dwell on her? One should seize opportunities when they arise. Chen Qingyuan dismissed these thoughts, feeling a touch of frustration. Should he successfully refine the jade spiritual root, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Golden Core realm, reclaiming his place on the grand stage of the world. Yet, he chose to refrain from such haste, intending to solidify his cultivation for the time being, laying a strong foundation being of utmost importance. There was no need to rush the breakthrough to Golden Core. He could consider it in a few years. After storing away the jade spiritual root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Suddenly, an urgent voice called from outside the cave. Little master uncle, many people are seeking you. You ought to come out and take a look. Can't they be quiet for a moment? Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation, his mood quite vexed. Stepping outside, he encountered an inner sect disciple, who promptly reported, over 100 individuals are clamoring at the mountain gate, all prodigies from various sacred lands, eager to compete with little master uncle. Who exactly are they? Chen Qingyuan pressed further. The young master of Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong, the monk Pushing from Nanming Daiju Temple, and from Sansheng Mountain. The disciple enumerated several names, just former adversaries, nothing more. In the past, Chen Qingyuan had suppressed his contemporaries in the Fuliu star domain, instilling such fear in them that they dared not lift their heads. Now, they audaciously sought him out. The situation is rather complicated. We cannot simply drive them away, and it falls upon little master uncle to resolve the matter. The elders of Xianqing sect had attempted to expel these challengers, but to no avail. They could not bully the weak, for such actions would invite ridicule upon Xianqing sect. Moreover, during the recent visit of various sects, it had been clearly stated that if contemporaries challenged Chen Qingyuan, the elders would not intervene, each relying on their own abilities. Very well, Chen Qingyuan replied with palpable impatience. But on the precipice of a certain mountain peak, a group of silver-haired elder brothers stood, their gaze fixed upon the entrance of the mountain gate. Can the junior disciple resolve this predicament? Although the junior disciple is undergoing a revival of his cultivation, one should not underestimate him. That if he cannot subdue even those who once fell beneath him, he would no longer be known as Chen Qingyuan. The junior disciple possesses an abundance of clever ideas. He is unlikely to suffer defeat. Let us observe the spectacle with great interest. The elders watched with keen amusement, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of trouble at the entrance of the Xianqing sect. Over 100 elegantly dressed young men hovered in the air, their mouths spewing curses as they sought to force Chen Qingyuan into the open, eager to restore the lost dignity of their elders. Furthermore, the grievances from the past, when they were trampled underfoot by Chen Qingyuan, lingered in their hearts. Now that a splendid opportunity presented itself, they could not afford to let it slip away. Chen Qingyuan, do you intend to remain a coward for the rest of your life? In my view, it would be best for you to emerge, bow to us, and offer an apology. We might even consider departing. Once, you were brimming with confidence, but now you cower within the confines of your sect, lacking even the courage to confront us. As they mocked, a cacophony of harsh laughter erupted. Chen Qingyuan approached the mountain gate, lifting his gaze to this familiar crowd, finding it all rather tedious. Whether in the past or present, he had never regarded these individuals as rivals. They were merely stepping stones along his path of cultivation. To put it bluntly, even if you have regained your cultivation, you are no longer worthy of the title 10 outstanding figures of the northern wilderness. Qin Yutong, clad in a dark brocade robe, had once nearly become a Dao partner with Bai Shishui. His feelings for her were scarcely profound. one reason being the desire for an alliance with Dongyi Palace and the other to vex Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had swept through his contemporaries in the flowing star domain, among whom was Qin Yutong. Yet, Qin Yutong, unwilling to accept defeat, repeatedly challenged Chen Qingyuan, only to be vanquished time and again. Over time, rather than striving to improve himself, he harbored resentment towards Chen Qingyuan. "Haven't you grown weary from your incessant cursing over the past several days?" Chen Qin remarked with calm indifference, unaffected by the words of others. "At last, you have revealed yourself." The crowd's eyes sharpened upon seeing Chen Qingyuan, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. How could cursing ever become tiresome? "It is, after all, a most delightful endeavor," Qin Yutong sneered. "You have come all this way to seek trouble with me at the Xianqing sect. Surely, there must be something amiss in your minds." Chen Qingyuan casually pulled up a stool, sitting down as he looked up at Qin Yutong and the others in the void above. "I have come here to challenge the former 10 outstanding figures of the Northern Wilderness. Do you dare to accept?" In those days, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was resounding, evoking envy and reverence. Since his demise, only 9 figures have been acknowledged in the Northern Wilderness. When Qin Yutong mentioned the 10 outstanding figures, it was laced with mockery rather than admiration. "Why should I accept your challenge?" Chen Qingyuan countered. "To engage in peer-to-peer sparring, to debate and confront one another," Qin Yutong replied. "And then what?" Chen Qingyuan retrieved a cup of tea from his bag. "Taking a sip. Do you dare, or do you not?" Qin Yutong demanded loudly. "You must surely be out of your wits that I in front of many onlookers." Chen Qingyuan pointed at Qin Yutong and scolded. "Is this your first day knowing me? Are you unaware of my principles? Wishing to challenge me, you cannot come empty-handed. A wager must be placed. Greed can become an obsession, and eventually you will find yourself ensnared by it." Listening to Chen Qingyuan's scornful remarks, Qin Yutong's countenance darkened, and he cursed. "That is my affair. It is none of your business." Chen Qingyuan retorted, "I cannot be bothered to engage with you lot, a bunch of impoverished fools. What shall you wager?" A young man, unable to withstand Chen Qingyuan's dismissive attitude, felt compelled to step forward and confront him. At the very least, a minimum wager of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "There is no upper limit." A glimmer of mockery flashed in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The fish had taken the bait, and a lucrative opportunity awaited. The crowd's expression shifted upon hearing this. Such a sum of spirit stones was far from trivial. Indeed, they were all impoverished. "If one lacks wealth, one ought not to seek conflict with me." Observing the perplexed expressions of those around him, Chen Qingyuan intentionally mocked them, employing a tactic to provoke. Chapter 53. Preparing for a duel with Qin Yutong in response to Chen Qingyuan's derision. Qin Yutong and his companions wore grim expressions, filled with indignation. This was the territory of the Xianqing sect, and none dared to strike directly. After deliberation, they reached a decision. One wished to bear the entirety of the wager alone. Thus, each contributed a portion, gathering a total of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "Who shall fight?" Over 100 individuals exchanged glances, ultimately selecting one among them to contend with Chen Qingyuan, hoping to teach him a lesson. "I shall go," Qin Yutong volunteered, harboring a grudge against Chen Qingyuan that had festered for quite some time. There should be no doubts regarding the prowess of the young sect master, yet Chen Qingyuan was not a simple adversary, and caution was warranted. One individual cast a wary glance at Chen Qingyuan, a flicker of unease surfacing within. Chen Qingyuan's confidence might conceal hidden trump cards. Furthermore, as they scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, they could discern no clear indication of his cultivation level. Instilling trepidation, cloaked in the protection of a jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's form seemed enshrouded in a veil of white mist, making it impossible for anyone to penetrate. "I understand your concerns. I assure you I can subdue Chen Qingyuan." As the esteemed young sect master of the Tianyu sect, Qin Yutong's talents were beyond dispute. A century prior, he had encountered the extraordinarily formidable Chen Qingyuan, constantly suppressed, unable to showcase the brilliance befitting a prodigy. In truth, Qin Yutong had already attained the golden core stage a century ago and now stood at the pinnacle of that realm. His delay in ascending to the nascent soul stage was not due to a lack of resources or talent, but rather an unresolved inner turmoil. Only by defeating Chen Qingyuan could Qin Yutong achieve clarity of heart and ascend to the nascent soul. Today presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one he must seize. "In that case, I entrust this battle to you, young sect master Qin." The crowd pondered for a moment before unanimously agreeing. Among them, Qin Yutong's strength was considered top tier, and it was believed he would not falter against the recently reconstituted Chen Qingyuan. Even if Chen Qingyuan were a prodigy, it was improbable he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage in such a brief span. Chen Yutong hurled a bag filled with over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones towards Chen Qingyuan. His gaze sharp as a blade. Take this. Chen Qingyuan also produced an equivalent sum of spirit stones, placing 2 bags aside. The victor may claim them. Do you dare to face me now? Regarding the spirit stone, Chen Yutong remains utterly indifferent. At this moment, his mind is fixated solely on one objective, to exert every ounce of his strength to defeat Chen Qingyuan and trample him beneath his feet in utter humiliation. Allow me to inquire first, is this battle an unrestrained slaughter, where life and death are inconsequential, or is it a fair contest between equals? Chen Qingyuan can perceive the animosity in Chen Yutong's eyes. The martial world is exceedingly ruthless. Fairness is but a mere illusion. Implicitly, this suggests that in an unregulated brawl, should one perish, it is simply their fate. Chen Yutong would rather sacrifice his dignity than engage in a battle of equal realms with Chen Qingyuan. For such a choice could easily lead to disaster. He clearly possesses the advantage of cultivation level to crush his opponent. Why would he choose to suppress his own power, if it were a friendly sparring session? Such restraint might be understandable. However, Chen Yutong and Chen Qingyuan are adversaries, and to suppress one's cultivation in this context would be an act of folly. Did I comprehend your meaning now? In response, Chen Qingyuan exhibits little emotional fluctuation, maintaining a smile that evokes intrigue. Regardless of which method Chen Yutong opts for, it will have no bearing on Chen Qingyuan. In a battle of equal realms, one could assert that Chen Yutong has no chance of victory. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Yutong refrains from making such a foolish choice. Nonetheless, does Chen Yutong truly believe he can vanquish Chen Qingyuan solely through his superior cultivation? Chen Qingyuan's willingness to accept the challenge today undoubtedly stems from a sense of confidence. He would not act recklessly. Should you lack the courage, beseech me for mercy, and perhaps I shall consent to lead my fellow comrades away from the Xianqing sect. Chen Yutong scoffs coldly. The onlookers fix their gaze upon Chen Qingyuan, their faces alight with a triumphant anticipation, as if they have already envisioned Chen Qingyuan's defeat. Chen Yutong, how many times have I bested you in the past? And yet you remain impervious to the lessons of experience. Chen Qingyuan chuckles lightly, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, you present yourself before me for a slap to the face. Do not blame me. Esteemed guests, please retreat to a safe distance. Chen Yutong turns to address the young elites of various sects, brandishing a precious sword in his hand. With the impending battle, the crowd immediately withdraws, hovering in the void with rapt attention. Chen Qingyuan steps forward slowly, clad in a flowing azure robe, his ink-black hair secured with a coarse rope, slender fingers gently tapping the void beside him. Buzz. The air shimmers slightly, as if disturbed by rippling water, extending all the way to Chen Yutong's front. With each step Chen Qingyuan takes forward, his aura shifts, and his cultivation gradually reveals itself, from postnatal realm to innate realm, then to yellow spirit realm, until he reaches the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm, where his cultivation aura stabilizes. The palpable fluctuations of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation leave the spectators in astonishment. Calculating the time, it has only been 5 or 6 years since the esteemed ghost doctor healed Chen Qingyuan's injuries. How has he already ascended back to the heavenly spirit realm? Not only are the talented youths of various sects taken aback, but even the members of the Xianqing sect are startled, their expressions shifting dramatically. When did our junior brother cultivate to this level? Does anyone have any insight? Within a palace of the Xianqing sect, Lin Chongsheng gazes at a group of elders, hoping for an explanation. No one knows. The elders shake their heads in unison. 5 years ago, upon Chen Qingyuan's return, he exhibited a cultivation level of the earth spirit realm. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan continued to employ special methods to conceal his growth, ensuring that others remained oblivious to his rapid advancement. In the brief span of 5 years, Chen Qingyuan has ascended from the realm of earth spirit to the pinnacle of heaven spirit, leaving the sect master Lin Chongsheng and others utterly astounded. The pace of his cultivation has surpassed that of his earlier years, which is indeed formidable. The elders marveled in silence. At the mountain gate, after their initial astonishment, the prodigies of various sects concocted a plausible explanation. Chen Qingyuan's innate talent was exceptional, and having laid a solid foundation previously, his swift recovery to this state was hardly surprising. Chen Yutong, with a stern countenance, looked down from his elevated position at the approaching Chen Qingyuan, as if everything were under his control. A practitioner at the peak of the Golden Core realm, he believed that regardless of Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary abilities, he could not escape his grasp. The humiliation of the past must be avenged today. Casting a glance at Chen Qingyuan, Chen Yutong silently vowed, gripping his treasured sword tightly as the swords might summon a tempest, hurtling towards Chen Qingyuan. The overwhelming force of the sword advanced with great intensity. Yet, Chen Qingyuan did not flinch or retreat. He pressed onward. Disperse. Chen Qingyuan waved his sleeve, effortlessly shattering Qin Yutong's formidable sword intent. This sight left many aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically in disbelief, while none had anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would be subdued by a mere sword force. It was inconceivable that he, merely a practitioner of the heaven spirit realm, could so easily disperse the pressure emanating from someone at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Chapter 54. Astonishing strength. Chen Qingyuan's nonchalant dismissal of the sword might left many feeling bewildered and shocked. Initially, many had expected him to struggle, yet he accomplished it with such ease. Qin Yutong's gaze sharpened, no longer underestimating Chen Qingyuan, and he resolved to unleash his full power, leaving no room for opportunity. It was laughable to think that such pressure could inflict harm upon him. Involuntarily, Chen Qingyuan recalled his century-long existence within the abyss, truly a time where days felt like years. The girl in red would often cast him into the terrifying, lightless realms, refining his temperament and helping him overcome his fears. At other times, she would compel him to withstand an unknown, terrifying pressure with his mortal body, honing his endurance. In summary, despite emerging from the abyss in a state deemed wasted, the gains he reaped were beyond description. Although challenging, it was not enough to induce a headache. Since merging with the Golden Dao Bone, Chen Qingyuan had never truly engaged in battle. This time, he intended to confront Qin Yutong, not only to instill awe in those with ill intentions but also to ascertain his true combat prowess. Previously, in the dead zone of the North Song Star domain, he had acquired a silver spear, which he had been diligently studying, though with little progress. The only certainty he possessed was that the silver spear was an unparalleled Dao treasure, not to be revealed lightly to avoid inciting others' covetousness. In his duel with Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan did not intend to reveal all his trump cards. A slight display would suffice. Everyone is merely here for the spectacle. Who can lend me a weapon? Chen Qingyuan turned to his fellow disciples standing near the mountain gate and called out, "Little Shishu, take my sword. This is the Xianbing blade, a spiritual treasure I obtained from a secret realm. Use mine." In a flurry, the core disciples and inner disciples tossed their weapons into the air, eager to lend their support. The battle between the young master and the heir of the Tianyu sect captivated everyone from the Xianqing sect. Except for the elders and disciples who were required to maintain their posts, all others were secretly observing, brimming with excitement. The young master and Qin Yutong could be considered rivals in love. Today's confrontation is undoubtedly the focus of many spectators. Aside from a slight penchant for wealth and a sharp tongue, the young master is nothing short of perfection. Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace is truly blind to overlook the young master. Should the young master emerge victorious, he will undoubtedly bask in glory, leaving Dongyi Palace to rue their decision. It is said that when the Tianyu sect arranged a marriage alliance with Dongyi Palace, the young master gifted a white umbrella. One must wonder, does the young master still harbor feelings for Bai Shishue? Impossible. The young master is no sycophant, unworthy of sacrificing his own future for a heartless woman. Wherever one goes, there is no shortage of gossip enthusiasts. The disciples of the Xianqing sect, who previously whispered in shadows, now openly discuss the matter, with some elders even joining in the gossip. Gazing at the thousands of spiritual treasures and weapons suspended in the air, Chen Qingyuan cast his eyes over a few, selecting a jade sword, approximately 3 feet long, translucent and resplendent, akin to a flawless piece of art. "It is my treasured sword." "Huzzah!" exclaimed a certain inner sect female disciple in delight. "Young master, give Qin Yutong a thorough beating, and do not hold back." The crowd shouted in unison. "Indeed. Young master, let the world witness your prowess." It must be said, Chen Qingyuan's reputation within the Xianqing sect is considerable, and many eagerly anticipate witnessing him demonstrate his remarkable skills. The disciples of Xianqing sect appeared exhilarated, yet a flicker of concern lingered in their hearts. No matter how prodigious Chen Qingyuan may be, he is still merely a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm. Can he truly contend against the pinnacle of the golden core realm, Qin Yutong? With the jade sword in hand, Chen Qingyuan faced off against Qin Yutong. Let us change locations. Do not disrupt the sanctity of the Xianqing sect's gates. After a brief stalemate, Chen Qingyuan uttered these words and turned, sprinting towards a nearby clearing. Qin Yutong immediately pursued him. As if fearing Chen Qingyuan might escape, all eyes were drawn to the unfolding scene, with some employing techniques to gain a clearer view, while others retrieved spiritual mirrors to project the images of the battlefield. "Chen Qingyuan, your demise is imminent," Qin Yutong sneered coldly. Enough with the noise. Chen Qingyuan would not indulge Qin Yutong, swiftly unleashing a strike with his sword. Whoosh, a beam of sword light erupted from the jade sword, hurtling towards the position occupied by Qin Yutong. The latter raised his sword in defense, emerging unscathed. "You wield another's sword to challenge me. You cannot unleash its full potential and are merely courting your own demise. Weapons possess spirit, and without a soul contract with the Jade Sword, Chen Qingyuan essentially wielded a relatively sharp, mundane weapon, lacking lethality. Chen Qingyuan smiled silently, deliberately orchestrating this scenario to instill a profound sense of despair in Qin Yutong, ensuring he would regret opposing him for all eternity. Clang, as Qin Yutong's sword sliced through the air like a dragon, a long scar appeared in the void before him, with clouds rolling and extending for miles. Chen Qingyuan employed the simplest of defenses to block Qin Yutong's formidable strike, sustaining no harm whatsoever. How could this be? Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan standing resolutely with his sword, Qin Yutong felt a jolt of shock within. Just moments ago, he had channeled all his spiritual energy into that single strike, believing it would be nearly impossible for even the most extraordinary talents of the same realm to withstand it. Too weak. A disdainful smile played on Chen Qingyuan's lips. Could it be that his cultivation transcended merely the heavenly spirit realm? Qin Yutong couldn't help but speculate. Yet, when Chen Qingyuan had made his move, the unmistakable aura of the heavenly spirit realm had emanated from him. It seemed implausible to feign such power. Previously, I failed to grasp her intentions, but perhaps now I am beginning to understand. In a moment of clarity, Chen Qingyuan recalled the words of the girl in red. Shattering the foundation and dispersing one's cultivation, all was done with Chen Qingyuan's best interests in mind. To re-establish a flawless foundation, a towering edifice must rise from solid ground. To aspire for greater heights in the future, the groundwork must be impeccable, devoid of any flaws. It must be an illusion. Qin Yutong steadied his heart and launched another attack. Thunderous roars erupted, the battle intensified, with Qin Yutong taking the offensive and Chen Qingyuan on the defensive. No matter how ferocious Qin Yutong's strikes were, Chen Qingyuan effortlessly parried them. After half an hour of relentless confrontation, having exhausted most of his trump cards, Qin Yutong found himself unable to suppress Chen Qingyuan, and a sense of panic began to creep in. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of calm detachment. You have forced my hand. Initially, Qin Yutong had merely intended to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, but now his thoughts had shifted. He resolved to expend all his effort without reservation. A resonant hum echoed through the heavens. Golden light radiated from Qin Yutong, and a shimmering phantom of a golden elixir hovered above his head, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 55. Chen Qingyuan becomes serious. The battle escalates. The manifestation of the golden elixir appeared like a blazing sun, spanning approximately 10 miles in diameter, with golden patterns swirling, resplendent and captivating. Qin Yutong no longer held back, revealing his golden elixir form. Thus, anyone could discern his true strength. Most crucially, should the golden elixir manifestation sustain any damage, it would inevitably harm Qin Yutong's foundation. At this juncture in the battle, Qin Yutong's singular desire became to eliminate Chen Qingyuan. Willingly accepting the risk of damage to his foundation, young Master Qin is truly prepared to fight to the death. The young talents of various sects instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, their hearts tightening. The flawless golden elixir signifies a superior foundation. Indeed, young Master Qin's prowess is formidable. I am far inferior. A young man felt a pang of inadequacy. His eyes filled with astonishment. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan was merely a cultivator of the heavenly spirit realm, incapable of enduring the impending onslaught from young Master Qin. The 6 realms of the physical body, postnatal realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Shin spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heavenly spirit realm, lay the groundwork. The subsequent realms of golden elixir and nascent soul are pathways to transcendence, capable of altering fate and possessing unfathomable power. Entering the golden elixir realm grants a lifespan of 1,000 years. Attaining the nascent soul realm can extend life to 10,000 years. Should one cultivate to the great ascension realm, with ample precious herbs and resources, one might even live for 30,000 years. Do you seek my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the unmistakable killing intent radiating from Qin Yutong. Within the Xianqing sect, a group of elders wore grave expressions, unwilling to allow the situation to spiral out of control. Sect Master, allow me to intervene and put an end to this conflict. A female elder turned her gaze toward Lin Chashing, hoping for Chen Qingyuan's safety. The young man, Qin Yutong, is evidently determined to go to extremes, clearly intent on eliminating his junior apprentice. Given the current cultivation level of the junior, it seems exceedingly difficult for him to withstand such an onslaught. The elders, filled with apprehension, voiced their concerns one after another. Lin Chasheng, meticulously observing the fluctuations in Chen Qingyuan's expression, pondered for a considerable time before declaring, "The junior is no ordinary individual. Let him handle this matter on his own. If he cannot overcome this minor obstacle, how can he aspire to greater heights in the future? In truth, Lin Chongqing harbored profound worry within. Though he refrained from expressing it outwardly, for several years he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Daoi Academy. Should Chen Qingyuan fail to withstand the pressure exerted by Qin Yutong, his future endeavors at the Daoi Academy would undoubtedly become even more daunting. It was not that Lin Chongqing possessed a heart of stone. Rather, he had no choice but to place his trust in Chen Qingyuan. Furthermore, Lin Chongqing had a suspicion that the envoy from the Daoi Academy had already arrived in the territory of the Xianqing sect, covertly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. Should Chen Qingyuan's conduct prove to be woefully inadequate, it could jeopardize his chances of becoming a student at the Daoi Academy. With Lin Chongqing's pronouncement, the elders, despite their desire to halt the impending conflict, found themselves powerless to intervene. Within an elegant hall, Gongsun Nan employed a secret technique to project the battlefield before him. How would one navigate a confrontation that transcends a great realm? Gongsun Nan held a keen interest in Chen Qingyuan's innate talents and strength. Watching intently on the battlefield, Qin Yutong launched another assault. The brilliance of his sword, like a thunderclap, tore through the heavens, aimed directly at Chen Qingyuan's crown. The formidable aura of the golden core manifestation surged forth relentlessly, distorting the very fabric of space around Chen Qingyuan and creating an oppressive atmosphere. In the face of Qin Yutong's onslaught, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the jade sword and executed a gentle yet decisive strike. The sound of the blade resonated, its residual force radiating in all directions. I intended to play with you, but alas, you have overstepped. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness, a rarity for him. Throughout his existence, he had been perceived as cunning and capricious, akin to a sheltered young lord unaware of the world's intricacies. Yet, when he chose to be earnest, he could be ruthless and merciless. Qin Yutong clearly intended to take Chen Qingyuan's life, his murderous intent palpable. In response, Chen Qingyuan would no longer toy with Qin Yutong. He aimed to impart a true understanding of despair and the chasm that lay between them. A sword is not wielded in such a manner, Chen Qingyuan murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, he abandoned a defensive stance and stepped toward Qin Yutong, the might of his sword cascading like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surrounding space. Years spent in a forbidden realm had compelled the red-clad maiden to push Chen Qingyuan to peruse countless ancient texts and secret techniques, ensuring he attained profound knowledge of various weapons, even reaching a level of mastery. Had he failed to meet her demands, he would have been cast into an abyss, shrouded in unending darkness and solitude, forced into deep reflection. Alternatively, the maiden might have severed his meridians, only to reconnect them, subjecting him to unimaginable agony. It was precisely due to the torment he endured for years that when the red-clad maiden proposed a union as Dao partners, he trembled in fear. A century of suffering had been long enough. The mere thought of such a bond was terrifying. Thus, under her benevolent insistence, Chen Qingyuan was obliged to fulfill 9 commitments to resolve their intertwined destinies. Mastery of the sword through the heart is the true pinnacle of skill. Although Chen Qingyuan could not communicate with the jade sword in his hand, he could perceive the trajectory of its Dao patterns. He magnified this awareness and unleashed a unique sword technique. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Qin Yutong, a mere 1,000 meters apart. He thrust the sword forward, devoid of flamboyant or dazzling techniques, and lacking any oppressive aura. The simplicity of his strikes resembled that of an ordinary mortal wielding a sword. Having engaged in multiple duels with Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong was acutely aware that Chen Qingyuan was not as simple as he appeared. Thus, he dared not be careless and transition from offense to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan's sword pierced towards Qin Yutong's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutong had prepared his defenses in advance, managing to parry the strike with his sword. The moment their blades met, Qin Yutong realized how astute his decision had been. What seemed to be a straightforward attack was, in truth, a return to the essence of swordsmanship. It was only upon contact with a tangible object that its true brilliance would be revealed. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's grasp erupted with a chilling sword intent, akin to a colossal mountain exploding, overturning the void and sending Qin Yutong flying back for dozens of miles. The realization struck that the little junior brother had reached a state of returning to simplicity in his swordsmanship. In my memory, the little junior brother was not a swordsman. Don't look at me. I have no idea either. The elders wore bewildered expressions, none of them comprehending the current situation. Typically, only those sword cultivators who had trained for over 1,000 years, possessing extraordinary talent, could attain such a realm. However, Chen Qingyuan had previously been an adept practitioner of magical arts, with little engagement in swordsmanship. Could it be? Suddenly, everyone recalled the Tianyuan forbidden zone, exchanging glances, hesitant to speak. Do not utter what should not be said, just observe quietly. Lin Chongqing issued a warning. The others understood the gravity of the matter, their expressions grave. If the outside world were to learn that Chen Qingyuan had once been oblivious to swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly spark numerous speculations and lead to significant troubles. Chapter 56. Standing tall, overlooking peers in his youth, the little junior brother had trained under me in swordsmanship for several months. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, the achievements he has made today have truly exceeded my expectations. An elder swordsman who had practiced for many years began to weave a tale, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, the assembled elders exchanged knowing nods. Meanwhile, outside, the young prodigies from various sects watched in astonishment as Chen Qingyuan executed his sword strike with utmost seriousness, their expressions shifting in alarm. Chen Qingyuan was actually a top-tier swordsman. Why had they never heard of him before? The crowd was astonished, realizing this for the first time. These skills were undoubtedly acquired under duress. Years ago, Chen Qingyuan had nearly reached the brink of despair. Why? The girl in red had inundated him with an overwhelming amount of knowledge, so much that he could scarcely articulate it all. Then one day, the girl in red suddenly acted, gradually nullifying Chen Qingyuan's cultivation. Leaving him despondent. I refused to believe it. Qin Yutong, having staked his very foundation, could not overpower Chen Qingyuan. His emotions surging, he let out a low growl. Ignorant. Chen Qingyuan remained expressionless, releasing his grip on the jade sword, allowing it to move freely, emanating a chilling aura of sword intent. The two combatants prepared to engage once more, neither willing to retreat. A round of golden elixir, radiant like a blazing sun, flickered, gradually enhancing Qin Yutong's prowess and instilling in Chen Qingyuan an undeniable sense of pressure. As if his very soul were being suffocated. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyuan sought to avoid any delay. He maneuvered the jade sword to thrust towards Qin Yutong. Clang, boom. For the moment, Qin Yutong was momentarily detained by the jade sword. Unable to approach Chen Qingyuan, the might of his golden elixir bore little impact on Chen Qingyuan, as though it were non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan had been harnessing the power of the hidden golden Dao bone within his body. Compensating for the disparity in their realms, the golden Dao bone was adorned with intricate ancient patterns, a significant portion of which was obscured by a veil of white mist, leaving only a few shimmering lines glowing with golden light, nourishing Chen Qingyuan's physique and rendering his internal spiritual energy exceptionally pure, thereby significantly enhancing his capabilities. In his previous form, such a feat would have been unattainable. Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly, reflecting on the advantages bestowed by the reconstruction of his foundation. Although the former Chen Qingyuan was indeed prodigious, he found it challenging to bridge the gap with the elite of various realms, making it difficult to transcend a significant realm in battle. The manifestation of the golden elixir could shatter at a mere flick of the finger. With his heart guiding the sword, Chen Qingyuan kept Qin Yutong in a state of defense for the time being. Subsequently, he circulated the spiritual energy within him, silently reciting incantations, concentrating power at the tip of his right index finger. Bang! Moments later, as Qin Yutong sent the jade sword flying, he discovered a dense whirlpool of spiritual energy forming beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet. A sense of unease creeping in, Qin Yutong hurriedly charged towards Chen Qingyuan, intent on preventing any unforeseen incidents. As he approached, a terrifying aura enveloped the space around Chen Qingyuan, causing the ground below to fracture like a spider's web, stretching for miles and transforming into a desolate wasteland. Without his sword, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Many observers focused on this duel, convinced that Chen Qingyuan, having lost his treasured sword, would be unable to contend with Qin Yutong directly. Just as Qin Yutong was about to close in on Chen Qingyuan suddenly gazed up at the golden elixir sun suspended in the heavens. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a beam of white light darted forth, descending upon the golden elixir sun at an imperceptible speed. You think you can harm my foundation? Dream on. Qin Yutong, momentarily oblivious to the anomaly, scoffed loudly. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, piercingly sharp. Qin Yutong did not relent, thrusting his sword towards Chen Qingyuan's brow. At a critical juncture, Chen Qingyuan tilted his body, evading the strike while extending his right hand, pinching the incoming sword between his index and middle fingers. Just as Qin Yutong prepared to unleash another sword technique to sever Chen Qingyuan's right hand, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A crack appeared in the image of the golden elixir sun suspended high above. Qin Yutong's body suddenly felt heavy, and upon glancing back, his expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide in disbelief. No. It's impossible. Just moments as I observed, the fissure grew increasingly elongated, branching out into additional cracks that spread across numerous areas of the golden core's manifestation. At this moment, Qin Yutong distinctly sensed an abnormal condition within his body, which prompted a rising panic. With a clang, Chen Qingyuan secured the sword, exerting a slight force to produce a resonant vibration. Instantly, Chen Yutong relinquished his hold on the sword, fearing the residual force might inflict harm upon himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan struck out with his left hand towards Chen Yutong, without hesitation. Chen Yutong responded with a punch of his own. Initially, the two remained locked in a stalemate. However, as the cracks in the golden core's manifestation multiplied, they directly impacted Chen Yutong's foundation, causing him to spit blood, his breath becoming erratic. And he was sent hurtling thousands of meters away. Crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, a deep pit materialized, where Chen Yutong lay, his body marred by multiple wounds, blood gushing uncontrollably. The golden core's manifestation in the void began to sway and gradually became indistinct. In a matter of mere breaths, the phenomenon vanished. Chen Yutong, with his foundation compromised, appeared pallid. From above, Chen Qingyuan discarded the sword he had seized. Embedding it into the earth beside Chen Yutong, he looked down from his elevated position. Gazing coldly at Chen Yutong, emanating a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Chen Yutong had been defeated. He succumbed to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was merely at the heavenly spirit realm. And the cracks in his golden core had damaged his foundation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The young lord of the Qin had actually lost. The talented disciples from various sects found it hard to believe. Their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. How could this be? Many were unable to accept the reality, their gazes drawn upwards to the figure of Chen Qingyuan, who stood imperiously above the clouds, his presence almost blinding. It was inconceivable that he could lose. It was simply impossible. Chen Yutong had lost all face this time, repeatedly murmuring this phrase, unable to bear the weight of it in his heart. Previously, he had lost to Chen Qingyuan, creating a psychological barrier. Now, having been defeated by someone whose cultivation was far inferior, that mental block had morphed into a psychological demon. If Chen Yutong did not dispel this inner turmoil, he would never be able to progress. His cultivation stagnating at this point. The earnest demeanor of the younger disciple was undeniably impressive. The elders of the Xianqing sect were equally astonished, never having anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. They believed that even if Chen Qingyuan revealed his strongest hidden card, he would only manage to draw with Chen Yutong. Little did they expect that Chen Qingyuan had dominated the entire encounter, far exceeding the limits of his cultivation realm. Do you wish to test your mettle? Chen Qingyuan's gaze shifted towards the talented disciples of the various sects, and wherever his eyes landed, none dared to meet his gaze. The disciples from different sects lowered their heads, overwhelmed by Chen Qingyuan's imposing presence, rendered speechless. Chapter 57, Unmatched Elegance, a world in shock. The strength displayed by Chen Qingyuan left everyone in awe. Despite Chen Yutong's utmost efforts, he could not defeat Chen Qingyuan, and naturally, neither could anyone else dare to engage in battle. In the depths of the pit below, Chen Yutong's gaze was vacant, the shattering of his golden core giving rise to inner demons. This battle had utterly shattered his pride, allowing him to deeply taste the bitterness of despair. Chen Qingyuan, such ruthless means you possess. At that moment, an elder appeared, the Grand Elder of the Tianyu sect. The Grand Elder had remained hidden in the background, observing the battle, fully convinced that Chen Yutong, unleashing his full power, would undoubtedly defeat Chen Qingyuan. However, the unfolding events took a starkly opposite turn, leaving the Grand Elder in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. With a mere flick of his finger, Chen Qingyuan shattered Chen Yutong's foundation of golden core cultivation, executing his move with such swiftness that no one had the time to intervene. How is it that only your Tianyu sect is permitted to take lives, while others cannot retaliate? Chen Qingyuan met the Grand Elder's gaze without a hint of fear, his tone indifferent. This is the territory of the Xianqing sect. The Grand Elder, wary of making threats, cast a deep glance at Chen Qingyuan before leading the already dazed Chen Yutong away from the scene. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to invite you for tea? Chen Qingyuan shot a glance at the various esteemed disciples, his voice cold. The tea of the Xianqing sect does not come cheaply. Can you afford it? This remark not only disgusted the over 100 arrogant disciples but also further humiliated the powerful figures from various sections. Let us go. The faces of the crowd turned ashen as they turned to leave, no longer daring to be as brash as before. Once they had departed, Chen Qingyuan swiftly collected the 2 Qianquan bags located near the mountain gate, his previously icy demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he retrieved the jade sword that had fallen onto the battlefield, returning it to its rightful owner along with a handful of spirit stones. Thank you, junior uncle, you were so cool just now. Receiving the jade sword, a female disciple gazed at Chen Qingyuan with adoration, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You speak nothing but the truth. Delighted, Chen Qingyuan rewarded her with additional spirit stones, saying, consider this a reward. Junior uncle, I want some too. A few exceptionally beautiful female disciples approached, grinning as they extended their hands. What? What sound? I can't hear anything. Chen Qingyuan quickly feigned deafness. Looking up at the sky. To have incapacitated the peak golden core Qin Yutong with his heavenly spirit realm prowess. How truly monstrous. The disciples of the Xianqing sect murmured in awe, their respect for Chen Qingyuan deepening significantly. Junior uncle, many called out to him, their voices a cacophony of excitement. Unable to tolerate the ruckus, Chen Qingyuan hastily sought an excuse to slip away. Most importantly, he feared that the spirit stones he had just acquired would be distributed among the group of girls, a thought that pained him. It was best to depart. Truly, he is the only direct disciple accepted by our venerable master before his passing, possessing such extraordinary talent that collectively we cannot rival him. Cite an intersect elder. As long as we can protect our junior brother as he grows, the future of the Xianqing sect will surely resonate throughout the world. Thriving and flourishing, the elders began to envision the promising days ahead. Filled with anticipation, this lad harbors numerous secrets. Lin Chongqing mused inwardly. Both the sword intent exhibited by Chen Qingyuan and the finger technique that incapacitated Qin Yutong were abilities previously unobserved. Based on Lin Chongqing's conjecture, these skills must be closely tied to the Tianyuan forbidden zone. However, to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Chongqing and the others concocted many lies to deceive the world. A certain elder of the Sword Pavilion, either intentionally or inadvertently, boasted to his disciples about how Chen Qingyuan had trained under him in swordsmanship for several months during his childhood, showcasing an extraordinary talent that left onlookers in awe. As he spoke, the elder himself became convinced of his own words, taking great pride in his fabricated narrative. To obscure the truth of Chen Qingyuan's extensive mastery of various arts, the foremost task was to deceive his own peers. Consequently, many disciples within the Xianqing sect were indoctrinated with tales of Chen Qingyuan's rigorous training from a young age, viewing him as a paragon of diligence and striving for excellence. In reality, however, Chen Qingyuan hardly engaged in any cultivation during his youth. He often tugged at the beard of the sect leader, Dong Wenjun, pilfered spiritual fruits from the medicinal garden overseen by his senior sister, or crafted slingshots to target the windows of his elder brother's homes. In summary, Chen Qingyuan was utterly unconnected to the concept of assiduous practice. As the sole heir of the venerable ancestor, coupled with his endearing appearance, he was doted upon by his seniors, who rarely resorted to discipline, often merely scolding him instead. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have faced severe repercussions for such mischief. In the flowing star domain, various sects existed, yet the very notion of Chen Qingyuan being formidable was nothing short of astonishing. Even if the ghost doctor were to heal him, it was said he would need to cultivate anew. Yet, merely a few years had passed. How could he manifest such terrifying prowess, rendering the heir of the Tianyu sect utterly incapacitated? In his earlier days, Chen Qingyuan was hailed as one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, a reputation that was truly well-deserved. The skeletal remains of a once great camel far exceed that of a horse. The northern wilderness is home to countless star realms, teeming with prodigies and extraordinary beings. Being ranked among the 10 talents was no small feat. It was a testament to his unparalleled capabilities. This battle had incited tremendous repercussions, stirring a tempest of discussion among the masses, once overlooked by the world. Chen Qingyuan had ascended once more to the stage, subtly hinting at a revival of his former glory. In the entirety of the flowing star domain, among his contemporaries, few could rival Chen Qingyuan in combat. He was indeed an extraordinary individual. Those who had previously competed with him were left in stunned silence upon hearing of this battle, eventually exhaling a long sigh of resignation, despite the downfall of Qin Yutong. The Tianyu sect refrained from sending individuals to provoke the Xianqing sect. Firstly, in the realm of pure rivalry, defeat is simply defeat. There was no rationale to seek trouble. Secondly, the matter of the demon lair remained unresolved, and the Tianyu sect dared not provoke the Xianqing sect further. In their quest to address the subterranean demon lair, the Tianyu sect not only enlisted the aid of renowned formation masters but also sought assistance from other star realms, exhausting their resources. Although their foundation was significantly depleted, should the Tianyu sect successfully navigate this crisis, they would find ways to amass resources once more. With the resources within the demon lair, the overall strength of the Tianyu sect surged swiftly. As long as there were individuals left, hope remained. Alas, many within the Dongyi Palace fell silent for an extended period upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, ultimately releasing a long sigh. Fortunately, Shishue had already ventured into the secret realm. Otherwise, upon hearing this news, her resolve might have faltered, leading to unpredictable consequences. Yao Susu, the mentor of Bai Shishue, was instrumental in orchestrating the union between the Tianyu sect and Dongyi Palace. However, due to the Demon Lair crisis, the alliance faltered. Bai Shixue had entered Yanxue City, and to this day, no news had returned. Should she return alive from the secret realm of Yanshuiqing, she would undoubtedly be hailed as the saintess of Dongyi Palace, entitled to inherit its legacy, thus soaring to a position of great prestige. In truth, Chen Qingyuan had never harbored any animosity towards Bai 19ue.at that time. The world believed Chen Qingyuan had perished in Tianyuan. It would be too cruel to let Bai Shixue live out her days in solitude. It can only be said that fate played its hand, and their love lacked the depth to endure. Having severed the karmic ties with Bai Shixue, Chen Qingyuan felt a considerable lightness, alleviating one burden from his heart. Nevertheless, he still wore a frown, troubled by matters concerning the Daoyi Academy and the challenge posed by Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of Bei Wang, was the foremost genius of the North Song Star domain. The last time Chen Qingyuan encountered Wu Junyan, they had made a pact to compete in 10 years' time. Each at the same level, to determine a victor. Alas, what need is there for conflict? I am a person who deeply cherishes peace. Chen Qingyuan sat within his chambers, emitting a series of soft sighs. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 58. The Morong family comes to express gratitude. The new list of the 10 prodigies of Bei Wang. Chen Qingyuan extended his divine sense to investigate and discovered it was an inner sect disciple on duty. Who conveyed the message? What is it? Little Shirshu, a delegation from the Morong family of the North Song Star domain has arrived, wishing to express their gratitude towards you, reported the inner sect disciple. Oh, understood. Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. The Morong family had traveled millions of miles. It surely could not be merely a verbal expression of thanks. In the guest hall, Lin Chongsheng personally entertained the distinguished guests from the Morong family. The table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The Morong family held considerable influence in the North Song Star domain, and Lin Chongsheng could not afford to be negligent. Thank you for the hospitality of the Xianqing sect. On this occasion, the Morong family had dispatched a formidable elder, along with over 10 core members, including Morong Wensi. It is my duty, Lin Chongsheng replied courteously, a smile gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan sauntered in leisurely. This must be Elder Chen Qingyuan. The elder from the Morong family stood up immediately, lowering his stature, and clasped his fists in greeting. On behalf of the Morong family, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Elder Chen for your assistance. Were it not for Chen Qingyuan's involvement, the ghost doctor would have certainly refrained from intervening, leaving the Morong family in dire straits. One of their ancestors had fallen into a perilous state of cultivation, risking his life at any moment. Across the various star domains, only the legendary ghost doctor possessed the capability to provide salvation. To heal their ancestors' affliction, the Morong family had sent many out to seek solutions, with one team venturing into the death domain, where they encountered Chen Qingyuan. That expedition into the death domain had resulted in the demise of the majority of their party, incurring heavy losses. As for Morong Wensi, had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's protection, she would surely have met a tragic end. You were too kind. Chen Qingyuan responded politely. To express their gratitude, the Morong family presented a modest gift, asking Elder Chen not to take offense. Saying this, the elder produced a spatial ring and handed it to Chen Qingyuan. Although unaware of the treasures contained within the ring, he knew the Morong family was a first-rate clan and would not present anything meager. Chen Qingyuan accepted the ring without pretense, tucking it into his pocket, his smile brightening considerably as he expressed his gratitude. The Morong family is truly too generous, since this is a token of your goodwill. I shall shamelessly accept it. The young rogue, Lin Chongsheng, who had been quietly observing the scene, secretly pressed his forehead, caught in a mix of laughter and tears. Elder Chen, true to his nature, exhibited a generous spirit, a fitting trait for a youthful prodigy. The elder of the clan sincerely praised Chen Qingyuan, finding him commendable in every regard. Ha ha ha. The members of the Morong family erupted in laughter, raising their glasses in a toast to Chen Qingyuan as a gesture of gratitude. They accorded him ample respect, leaving Chen Qingyuan feeling somewhat flustered, hastily reciprocating the gesture. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan sat beneath a tree in a side hall, seeking respite from the heat. Hey, you didn't utter a single word to me just now. Isn't that a bit excessive? Suddenly, a plaintive voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Turning to look, he discovered it was Morong Wensi. Today, Morong Wensi donned a light blue long dress that trailed on the ground, resembling a gown woven from the azure sky, perfectly showcasing her exquisite figure. Her pale yellow hair was tied with a light red ribbon, her delicate nose prominent, and her features strikingly three-dimensional, akin to an ethereal being fallen from the heavens. I have nothing to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan retorted, curling his lips, unperturbed by the potential offense. Odious man, scoot over a bit. Moro Wensi lightly kicked Chen Qingyuan's back and huffed. Why? Chen Qingyuan replied, turning his head. I believe your current position is quite splendid, ideal for enjoying the scenery. Moro Wensi provided her reasoning. Isn't it all the same? Chen Qingyuan casually remarked. Will you move, or not? Noticing Chen Qingyuan's lack of action. Moro Wensi's tone turned frosty. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Chen Qingyuan obediently shifted his seat, moving aside by a meter. Consequently, Moro Wensi occupied the space he had vacated, still feeling a hint of residual warmth. Her cheeks slightly flushed, which she discreetly concealed. The two sat in silence for a while, and then Moro Wensi, feigning indifference, inquired, I've heard that with your cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm, you incapacitated an opponent at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Is that true? False, Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation. Scoundrel, can you not engage in conversation? Moro Wensi took a deep breath to maintain her composure, striving to suppress her irritation. I inquired. And it is certainly not a fabrication. If you know it's not false, then why ask? Are you unwell? Chen Qingyuan glanced at Moro Wensi, his gaze tinged with sympathy. Chen Qingyuan, do you believe I want to poke you to death? At this, Moro Wensi's patience frayed, and she seized a twig from the ground, brandishing it as a threat. Let us converse amicably. No need to ignite anger. Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. Moro Wensi huffed, bewildered at her own folly for seeking conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Truly a case of self-inflicted misery. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Sigh. Life is so difficult. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Lady Murong, do you not have anything else to discuss? After a prolonged silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the stillness, softly inquiring. I do. Moro Wensi replied coldly, but I do not wish to speak of it now. Please don't. Chen Qingyuan and Moro Wensi sat closely beneath the tree. Occasionally a gentle breeze wafting by, allowing a wisp of fragrance to tantalize their senses, intoxicating them in its embrace. I was mistaken earlier. I should not have spoken in such a manner. Is that satisfactory? Moro Wensi, needing an avenue of escape, decided to engage in conversation, for she was, after all, a young lady with a delicate disposition, unlike the unabashed Chen Qingyuan. I am all ears. Chen Qingyuan replied. A century ago, you were esteemed among the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Although rumors of your demise in Tianyuan have circulated, your title has not been rescinded, albeit it has become somewhat nominal, recently. News has emerged regarding a new roster of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. And the previous luminaries have been replaced by new candidates. As she spoke, Moro Wensi's expression grew grave, revealing a hint of concern. What does this have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. It has everything to do with you, and significantly so. Moro Wensi turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze, pondering. Your name is prominently featured. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was rendered speechless, doubting his own ears. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after thorough verification, it is indeed true that you are listed among the new 10 heroes of Beiwang. Moro Wensi herself was perplexed. Chen Qingyuan had been rendered powerless. And even considering his potential resurgence, he seemed unfit to bear such a prestigious title. Yet, this absurdity had come to pass. Which fool compiled this list? Are they trying to ruin me? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 59. A gentleman's revenge is never late. I advise you to tread carefully. The list of the 10 heroes of Beiwang has existed since time immemorial, and the forces behind it possess formidable influence. To this day, no one knows who authored the list. The force remains shrouded in mystery. What is truly terrifying is that each era has seen similar lists emerge, all attributed to the same enigmatic power. Steeped in ancient tradition and unfathomable depth. I am truly beset by difficulties. Chen Qingyuan lamented, yearning for a few years of peaceful existence, only to find such aspirations thwarted. I have heard that many individuals wish to come to Xingyi in search of you, seeking to challenge you. Should they succeed in defeating you, they could use you as a stepping stone to ascend the ranks of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Moro Wensi had arrived at Xingyi not only to express her gratitude but also to caution Chen Qingyuan, urging him to remain vigilant and prepared. Why would they wish to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan instinctively voiced his displeasure. What do you think? Moro Wensi shot him a knowing glance. The 10 heroes of Beiwang, with the exception of Chen Qingyuan, were all top-tier prodigies, none to be underestimated. Only Chen Qingyuan, once a remarkable talent, now stood as a mere shadow of his former self, unworthy of the title in the eyes of the young elites across the star domains. Many sought to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson while simultaneously aiming to elevate their own reputations. After all, those with talent often brimmed with youthful arrogance, unwilling to yield. They were wary of the other members of the 10 heroes of Beiwang yet felt no fear towards Chen Qingyuan. My life has been so tragic that even the simplest desire for a stable existence feels utterly unattainable. Chen Qingyuan expressed his complaints, saying, in due time, many prodigies will surely come seeking you. So take care of yourself. Murong Wensi felt powerless to assist Chen Qingyuan and could only offer silent prayers. During these days, Chen Qingyuan had not departed from the Xianqing sect, thus remaining oblivious to the latest news from the outside world. However, based on the reports from the sect, he should have been aware of the affairs concerning the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wastes. It seemed likely that Lin Chongqing and others were reluctant to inform him, fearing it would cause him distress. Can I voluntarily withdraw from the list of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wastes? Chen Qingyuan truly wished to evade being hunted by a multitude, the mere thought of which sent shivers down his spine. Do you know who compiled the list? Murong Wensi inquired earnestly. To this, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If you don't even know who is behind it, how can you withdraw on your own? Observing the distressed expression on Chen Qingyuan's face, Murong Wensi's lips curled into a slight smirk, relishing his predicament. This is retribution for your earlier retorts, she thought to herself. Though the worry in her brows deepened. If something were to happen to Chen Qingyuan, she would undoubtedly feel troubled. No, I must make a hasty exit. I cannot remain in the Xianqing sect any longer. Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to sit idly by, considering that the best strategy was to withdraw. Hey, why are you being so cowardly? Murong Wensi exclaimed, exasperated. You are capable of defeating enemies across great realms. Can't we maintain some dignity? You speak without understanding the gravity of the situation. At this point, what dignity matters? Chen Qingyuan retorted. Once a throng of prodigies besieges me, will that truly be a matter of pride? He shot her a glance. Nevertheless, Murong Wensi remarked, you are now one of the newly appointed 10 prodigies of the Northern Wastes. Retreating without a fight would be utterly disgraceful. Disgrace is trivial. Being brutally beaten is what I truly fear. If Chen Qingyuan possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, he would suppress them all without retreating an inch. However, he currently only had the cultivation of the celestial spirit realm, facing genuine top-tier prodigies from the Northern Waste with no chance of victory. A century prior, many of those top-tier prodigies had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. Now, 100 years later, who could fathom how much their strength had grown, far surpassing that of Qin Yutong from the Tianyu sect? It is indeed prudent to avoid confrontation for now. It would be wise to reveal oneself only after becoming stronger. After some contemplation, Murong Wensi found merit in Chen Qingyuan's words. In such circumstances, if one did not flee, it would be too late when surrounded by attackers. I shall prepare to take my leave. Vengeance can wait 500 years, Chen Qingyuan declared fiercely. Having said that, he swiftly returned to his cave abode, leaving Murong Wensi in a state of bewilderment beneath the tree. That man certainly knows how to flee swiftly, Murong Wensi murmured under her breath as she watched Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. Then, lowering her gaze to the spot where she had been seated, she lightly touched it with her fingertip, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. Initially, she had thought nothing of sitting in the place where Chen Qingyuan had been, feeling the lingering warmth of his presence. What is happening to me? After a while, a gentle breeze brushed against her face, awakening the dazed Murong Wensi. Shaking her head slightly, she resolved to dispel her fanciful thoughts. At this very moment, within the cavern, Chen Qingyuan had packed up all his belongings and was preparing to make his escape. Just as he pushed the door open, he collided with Lin Chongqing, who had come to visit. Senior brother, he greeted. Little junior brother, what are you up to? Lin Chongqing inquired, peering through the ajar door into the empty interior. I am preparing to venture out for some time. Chen Qingyuan fabricated a lie. At this juncture, Lin Chongqing frowned, lowering his voice. Have you forgotten about the matters concerning the Dao Academy? I have not forgotten. I shall return when the time is ripe. Chen Qingyuan retorted, eager to dismiss the pressing issue. Such reckless behavior, Lin Chongqing admonished sternly. This is our master's dying wish. If you leave, and the Academy's envoy arrives, how shall I explain your absence? Well, senior brother, did you not say that the Dao Academy possesses immense resources? Surely they will be able to locate me when the time comes. Chen Qingyuan replied with an awkward laugh. That is unacceptable. I cannot allow any mistakes in this matter. Lin Chongqing shook his head firmly, rejecting the suggestion. Senior brother, are you aware of the recent list of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness? Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to reveal the truth. I have only just learned of it, Lin Chongqing admitted, now unable to conceal his knowledge. I do not know which scoundrel compiled that list, but it has thrown me into a perilous situation. If I do not escape quickly, I fear for my peace of mind. Chen Qingyuan expressed his disdain for the individual responsible for the rankings. Ah, so that is the reason, Lin Chongqing feigned enlightenment, though he understood the implications well. The reputation of the 10 prodigies in the northern wilderness was formidable. The youth, particularly those with exceptional talent, were proud and loath to be outshone by others. Among the 10, only Chen Qingyuan appeared vulnerable, making him a convenient stepping stone for those seeking to elevate their own status. Such an opportunity would undoubtedly attract many. Senior brother, I trust you do not wish to witness me being besieged by others. Chen Qingyuan said with a bitter smile. To be honest, I find the prospect rather entertaining, Lin Chongqing murmured, clearing his throat softly. What? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this something a senior brother ought to say? Do you genuinely wish for me to leap into the fire? The top talents of the northern wilderness are not to be compared with peers from the fully star domain. Many of them are cultivators at the Yuanying stage. To say the least, Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation is far too weak, rendering him an easy target for suppression. Do not fret. As long as you do not leave the Xianqing sect, they cannot possibly invade. Lin Chongqing insisted, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan go. If the envoy from the Daoyi Academy were to arrive, he would be unable to provide an explanation. That may be so, yet it remains exceedingly perilous. Allow me to cultivate for a few centuries, and upon my return, I shall suppress all of them, Chen Qingyuan declared, unafraid of temporary humiliation, but rather concerned about the opportunity for resurgence. A cultivator ought not to dwell on fleeting honors and dignity, but to maintain a long-term perspective. That will not do. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chongqing shook his head once more, rejecting the notion. Senior brother, do not corner me. Chen Qingyuan's words bore a hint of menace. Oh, what do you intend to do? In response, Lin Chongqing exhibited no fear, playfully provoking, if you don't let me go, I shall cling to Xiao Yinzi daily and corrupt your precious son. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan concluded that this was the only feasible approach. Very well, do as you please, he replied. Lin Chongqing, momentarily startled, had initially believed he had inadvertently given Chen Qingyuan leverage over him. Do not regret this. Chen Qingyuan cautioned that I shall never have regrets. Lin Chongqing affirmed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and stepped into the room, firmly shutting the door behind him, leaving Lin Chongqing outside. Years later, Lin Chongqing would often reflect on this day with great remorse, even beginning to long for the benevolent and cultured Lin Pingyan. In the ensuing days, Chen Qingyuan frequently engaged in play with Lin Pingyan, generously imparting his insights on wealth accumulation without reservation. Lin Pingyan was no longer the innocent boy he once was. He had developed a sense of strategy and cunning. Many elders noticed the transformation in Lin Pingyan's character, exclaiming it to be impossible. For years, the high-ranking members of Xianqing sect had repeatedly instructed Lin Pingyan to avoid being overly lenient, emphasizing that one must possess certain means to become a leader and guide Xianqing sect forward. However, at that time, Lin Pingyan was impervious to such advice, resistant to change. After spending years with Chen Qingyuan, he seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, even managing to outwit some elders. We cannot allow Pingyan to continue following the junior disciple. It could lead to his corruption, proposed one elder. Surely that cannot be the case. Most elders were skeptical that Lin Pingyan would turn to the dark side, as his image as a well-behaved child was deeply ingrained in their minds. From my perspective, should Pingyan truly stray, it could prove beneficial. Once the time is ripe, we shall conduct an assessment of Pingyan, and he may be appointed as the junior sect master, stated the venerable protector elder Dong Wenjun, while stroking his beard. Though the junior disciple may be greedy, he never engages in outrageous deeds. Even if Pingyan were to learn mischief from him, he would not cross the line, so there is no need for excessive concern. Regarding the matters between Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan, the elders convened for a lengthy meeting lasting 3 hours. The distinguished guests of the Murong family had been with Xianqing sect for half a month and were preparing to return. Before departing, Murong Wensi visited Chen Qingyuan's residence. Hey, I'm about to leave. Aren't you coming out to bid me farewell? She exclaimed, gazing at the closed door of the cave dwelling. You have legs of your own. Do you truly need me to see you off? Came Chen Qingyuan's distant voice. Chen Qingyuan, if you dare speak to me like that again, I shall withhold all news from you in the future. Truth be told, if it had been anyone else, Murong Wensi would have already taken action. At times, she found it perplexing. Despite Chen Qingyuan's irksome demeanor, she struggled to cultivate genuine disdain for him, feeling only mild irritation at best. With a clatter, the door swung open. Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly. What news do you bring? Humph. Murong Wensi shot him a frosty glare, clearly displeased. Remaining silent, we are good friends who have shared life and death. Can I not jest with you? Observing Murong Wensi's anger, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to offer her a way out, responding with a cheerful smile. In the Tianqi star domain, Wang Qiushan and Yin Qianling from the Moxa Star Domain were once celebrated figures among the 10 prodigies of Bei Wang a century ago. However, with the emergence of a new roster, the two of them have been unceremoniously excluded. Should anyone truly seek to confront you, these two would undoubtedly be your formidable adversaries. A gentleman does not harbor grudges against the petty, murmured Murong Wensi, breaking her silence to speak earnestly. Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter last time? Chen Qingyuan was familiar with both individuals, notorious prodigies in Bei Wang, each possessing at least the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. You dashed off before I could finish my words, and yet you dare to blame me. Murong Wensi shot Chen Qingyuan an exasperated glare, her voice laced with playful reproach. Is there any other crucial news? Due to Lin Chongqing's obstruction, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to leave the Xianqing sect. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. There is none, replied Murong Wensi. Very well. Chen Qingyuan turned to retreat into the room. You. Murong Wensi observed Chen Qingyuan's decisive departure and, with a flick of her foot, sent a small stone skittering towards him. What is it? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at her, feigning confusion. Nothing, Murong Wensi said, lightly biting her crimson lip, her expression cold as she turned away. Once she had left, Chen Qingyuan shed his indifferent facade and muttered to himself, Girl, do not let your heart waver. It would not bode well for you. His treatment of Murong Wensi stemmed from a desire to prevent her from developing feelings, maintaining a certain distance. Chen Qingyuan understood that he must not delay her. After much contemplation, he stepped into the secluded, tranquil palace where Gongsun Nan resided. Only Chen Qingyuan was privy to Gongsun Nan's presence at the Xianqing sect. Sister Ghost Doctor, have you been living comfortably of late? Chen Qingyuan inquired with a charming smile. Nothing worth mentioning brings one to the Three Treasures Hall. If you seek something, do let me know. Gongsun Nan, seated in the courtyard with her eyes closed in meditation, quipped with a slight smile. Truly deserving of your renown as the Ghost Doctor, you discern my thoughts at a glance. I am in awe. Chen Qingyuan complimented. You wish for me to help you escape the Xianqing sect? Not a chance. Before Chen Qingyuan could articulate his intentions, Gongsun Nan had seen through him. With her strength, uncovering the recent happenings was a trivial matter. Oh, come on. Chen Qingyuan, feeling anxious, stepped forward. Sister, do you truly wish to see me bullied? Indeed, Gongsun Nan nodded. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to plead further, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened her eyes and chuckled softly. Young man, it is too late for you to think of leaving now. In that fleeting moment, Gongsun Nan sensed numerous formidable auras converging near the Xianqing sect, most likely aimed directly at Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61. Talented individuals gather at Xianqing sect. A storm approaches. Through Gongsun Nan's revelations, Chen Qingyuan gained a rough understanding of the situation surrounding the Xianqing sect. Many top-tier prodigies of considerable strength had arrived. There was now no chance of slipping away unnoticed. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache coming on. Stepping outside at this juncture would undoubtedly result in an encounter with those ill-intentioned newcomers. If one wishes to avoid conflict, the only course of action is to remain behind closed doors. After departing from Gongsun Nan's residence, Chen Qingyuan secluded himself within his quarters, shunning all visitors. But how could I have overlooked such an important matter while organizing his belongings? Chen Qingyuan stumbled upon an IOU. The borrower being Murong Wensi. During their time in the death domain, Murong Wensi had sustained grave injuries, necessitating the use of spirit stones for her recovery. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had lent her a sum of spirit stones, formalizing the agreement with a written note. How could I have forgotten to collect it from her? Such carelessness. Recently beset by numerous worries, Chen Qingyuan had neglected to demand repayment. Although the Murong family had extended considerable tokens of gratitude, those were mere courtesies and should not be conflated with the debt. Could it be that she has forgotten as well? Or does she intend to use this as an excuse to seek me out again? Chen Qingyuan truly wished to avoid any further entanglement with Murong Wensi, letting out a soft sigh. Though I am quite handsome, do not let your heart be swayed, for the one to be hurt will undoubtedly be you. He tucked away the IOU, resolving to cease pondering the matter. The debt must be repaid. Perhaps he would find an opportunity to approach Murong Wensi in the future. Days later, a disciple on duty arrived at the door. Gently knocking, "Little uncle, there is someone outside who wishes to meet with you." Who? Chen Qingyuan did not open the door, his voice carrying outside. The individual claimed to hail from the Moxa Star domain. Introducing himself as Yin Qianling, the disciple reported, "I am in seclusion. I have no time to meet." Chen Qingyuan replied decisively, his eyelids flickering. The disciple did not inquire further and left, within the confines of his room. Chen Qingyuan reclined on a rocking chair, exuding an air of languor. "What a bother," he muttered, utterly disinclined to venture out and face trouble. Who was Yin Qianling? A century ago, he was renowned alongside Chen Qingyuan as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. An exceptional talent. In the latest list of the 10 prodigies, Yin Qianling's name had been supplanted by that of another genius. Upon learning that the now incapacitated Chen Qingyuan still held a place on the list, Yin Qianling felt a profound sense of injustice, having traveled countless miles with the intent of challenging Chen Qingyuan. Why did Yin Qianling and other prodigies not seek trouble with the other 10 prodigies? Because, at present, only Chen Qingyuan appeared to be an easy target. After all, individuals like him, who serve as convenient stepping stones, are rare, and such an opportunity for fame must not be squandered. Outside the gates of the Xianqing sect, a young man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe stood suspended in mid-air, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of gallantry. This blue-clad youth was Yin Qianling. He alone had made his presence known, while the other top-tier geniuses remained concealed, observing from the shadows. Since Yin Qianling had taken the initiative to step forward, the others naturally refrained from stealing the spotlight, choosing instead to watch the unfolding events. "You may return," the duty disciple called out to the outside. "Little uncle is in seclusion and cannot entertain visitors. No matter, I can wait until his emergence from seclusion." Yin Qianling had anticipated various possibilities before his arrival. Foreseeing that Chen Qingyuan might indeed act like a timid turtle, through inquiries, he had confirmed that Chen Qingyuan was indeed within the Xianqing sect, not venturing elsewhere. By remaining nearby, Yin Qianling was confident that Chen Qingyuan would eventually show himself. Unless he intended to remain indoors for the rest of his life, this fellow is no ordinary individual. Little junior brother may be in significant trouble. Within the assembly hall, the elders uncovered all pertinent information regarding Yin Qianling. Their expressions grave. The son of the morning sparrow, holy mountain, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Such prowess could easily qualify one as an intersect elder within many first-rate powers, or even as a ruler within a third-rate faction. Yin Qianling was once among the 10 heroes of the northern wasteland, his strength and talent eclipsing countless prodigies of that region. However, due to the emergence of several formidable talents in the past century, the roster of the 10 heroes underwent minor alterations, resulting in Yin Qianling being displaced. Even so, his strength remains formidable and cannot be underestimated. I find it perplexing that our junior disciple, having just returned from the Abyss and recently reforged his Tao body and spiritual roots, has his name still inscribed on the list. The clandestine forces responsible for compiling this list should possess an intimate understanding of affairs in the northern wasteland and certainly should not have included our junior disciple's name. Don't look at me. I am equally bewildered and troubled by this situation. The younger generation, driven by competitiveness, would undoubtedly question our junior disciple's credentials, seeking to oust him from the list in order to establish their own renown. The assembly debated this matter, their brows furrowed in concern. The rivalry among the younger generation of prodigies is one that those of advanced age ought not to meddle in. Thus, faced with Yin Qianling's provocations outside, the Xianqing sect found themselves unable to expel him, resorting instead to feigning ignorance. The inclusion of Chen Qingyuan on the 10 heroes list left not only the members of the Xianqing sect in disbelief, but also bewildered powerful figures from various star domains, who were left at a loss. Historically, anyone who ascended to the 10 heroes list began their journey at the nascent soul realm. Chen Qingyuan indeed once held this qualification, possessing extraordinary talent and strength that commanded respect. However, does he still merit such recognition now? This is utterly outrageous. Could there be hidden agendas behind this list? Not long ago, it seemed that Chen Qingyuan had defeated Qin Yutong, a peak golden core expert, while possessing merely the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. To overcome an opponent across a major realm indeed speaks volumes, yet this alone hardly justifies a place on the 10 heroes list. It is said that top prodigies from various star domains are dissatisfied with this situation and are preparing to challenge Chen Qingyuan, which may lead to a flurry of activity in our fully star domain. The list of the 10 heroes has already circulated among the various star domains of the northern wasteland, inciting a wave of unrest. The various sects within the fully star domain gazed upon the names on the list, and among them, the name of Chen Qingyuan appeared, plunging them into silence. Given that Chen Qingyuan currently exhibits only the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, the notion that he could be one of the 10 heroes is simply unacceptable. Such an occurrence has not transpired in countless years. Master, why not allow our junior disciple to depart early? One elder posed this inquiry. If only he were given ample time to cultivate, he would undoubtedly silence the skeptics. I have my own plans, the master replied. Lin Chongqing cannot disclose the matters of the Dao One Academy. The repercussions are too significant, and the fewer who know, the better. although our junior disciple is safe within the sect. Avoiding conflict continuously might render him a subject of ridicule, damaging his Dao heart. Moreover, our Xianqing sect is far from tranquil. The elders each bore their own burdens of concern, finding this matter exceedingly challenging to resolve. Of course, if Chen Qingyuan were to vanquish all challengers, then all would be well. However, it is utterly ludicrous to think that a being at the celestial realm could vanquish numerous top-tier prodigies at the nascent soul stage. Such a notion borders on the absurd and is akin to a fantastical tale. At the very least, no such occurrence has transpired in the past 100 millennia. Days have passed, and Yin Qianling continues to stand at the threshold of the Xianqing sect. His eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth. He awaits the emergence of Chen Qingyuan while also engaging in his own cultivation. The affairs of the outside world bear no relevance to me. Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Chen Qingyuan has sealed himself off from the outside chatter, for only a fool would venture out to court death, while he possesses the confidence to contend with prodigies below the golden core stage. He is at a loss when faced with those at the nascent soul level. After all, his own cultivation is far too feeble, and the disparity is overwhelming. Once I grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly uncover the identity of those who conspired against me and exact my vengeance. The roster of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness has thrust Chen Qingyuan into the limelight, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the ensuing tide. An increasing number of prodigies have gathered within the boundaries of the Xianqing sect. Some merely to witness the spectacle, while others seek the opportunity to best Chen Qingyuan in hopes of acquiring fame and fortune. In summary, the territory governed by the Xianqing sect has become populated with unfamiliar faces, each one likely possessing a noteworthy lineage. On this particular day, a man clad in a light-colored robe appeared at the entrance of the Xianqing sect, eliciting gasps of astonishment from countless cultivators. Their hearts surging with excitement, struggling to maintain their composure. The newcomer is none other than Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Although the list has undergone alterations, Wu Junyan's name remains steadfastly in place. Unshaken, the Baitsong star domain, once relatively obscure in the northern wilderness, has garnered attention due to Wu Junyan's presence. His life is nothing short of legendary, reminiscent of a myth. It is said that in his youth, he was whisked away by a celestial crane and vanished for 3 whole years. Upon his return to the Baitsong star domain, he left his contemporaries far behind. His formidable prowess has rendered his peers utterly awestruck and submissive. You have arrived, Yin Qianling remarked as he opened his eyes, casting a complex gaze towards Wu Junyan, who stood not far off. Wu Junyan glanced at Yin Qianling but remained silent, having heard of Wu Junyan's aloof demeanor. Yin Qianling harbored no resentment. After all, Wu Junyan possessed the merit to be proud, evoking no anger, only a sense of inevitability. Goodness, even Wu Junyan has come. Is his presence at the Xianqing sect also for the sake of Chen Qingyuan? When did Chen Qingyuan offend Wu Junyan? It seems a spectacle is in store. Rumors suggest that Wu Junyan has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, and since his entrance into this realm, he has never tasted defeat. This is a veritable prodigy of the northern wilderness, formidable beyond measure. The crowd gazed in awe at Wu Junyan's retreating figure, utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The higher-ups of the Xianqing sect caught wind of the news, realizing that the uproar had escalated to an unmanageable degree. That a talent like Wu Junyan, in any sect, would be a distinguished guest, deserving of the utmost hospitality as long as Wu Junyan remains alive. He is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Ascension realm, roaming freely amidst the heavens and the earth. What shall we do? The senior members of the sect convened in deliberation. Recognizing that to deny him entry would be a significant affront. I shall take care of it. The Grand Elder, Mao Sui, stepped forward to recommend himself. Very well, I entrust it to you. Lin Chongqing nodded in agreement. Thus, the Grand Elder, clad in simple garments, approached the mountain gate and clasped his fists in greeting towards Wu Junyan. What brings you, young friend Wu, to our Xianqing sect, to contend with Chen Qingyuan? Wu Junyan replied, his expression cold and his words sparse. Indeed, it is as I surmised. The gathered cultivators felt a tightening in their hearts, their predictions proving accurate. This is troublesome. The Grand Elder, filled with concern, felt a throbbing headache. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, since you are not here as a guest, young friend Wu, it seems we have little to offer you. Wu Junyan remained silent, standing aloof on the clouds, as imperious as an insurmountable snow-capped mountain. Although the Xianqing sect wished to avoid antagonizing a future top-tier powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence over all else. With Wu Junyan's arrival, the Xianqing sect had become a focal point of the larger world, drawing countless gazes. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, sealed within the confines of a barrier, remained unaware of these developments, seated in meditation to solidify his foundation. Awaiting the opportune moment to ascend to the Golden Core realm. Young man, Wu Junyan of the Northern Wilderness 10 Elites has arrived, adding yet another contender to your list of adversaries. Gongsun Nan. Disregarding the barrier's power, communicated with a tone tinged with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. If it were any other of the 10 elites, he would certainly feel discomfort. However, given that it is Wu Junyan, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. Buzz. Chen Qingyuan dispelled the barrier with a thought and stepped outside. Before long, he stood at the entrance of the Xianqing sect, where many eyes were upon him. It is he. This fellow has actually made an appearance. Does he intend to accept the challenge? The stage is set for a splendid performance, truly something to anticipate. This individual has only achieved the heavenly spirit realm. One wonders why he is placed among the Northern Wilderness 10 elites. It is quite perplexing, since his own cultivation level had already been revealed. Chen Qingyuan chose not to conceal it further with the jade bracelet's power, displaying it openly. The crowd, excited by Chen Qingyuan's emergence, eagerly seated themselves with small stools to watch. Yan Qianling's expression was frosty, his eyes sparkling with sharp intensity, battle intent blazing like a roaring fire. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to engage me in combat? Chen Qingyuan disregarded Yan Qianling's challenge entirely. To declare a battle so casually. What nonsense. Naturally, this sentiment remained unspoken, confined to his thoughts that, Old Wu, you are quite the busybody. Chen Qingyuan remarked joyfully as he glanced at Wu Junyan, exchanging greetings that in just a few years, our appointed duel will arrive. I thought it prudent to come early to ensure you do not flee. The last time Chen Qingyuan ventured into the dead domain, he was intercepted by Wu Junyan on his return. Under Wu Junyan's insistence, they had established a 10-year agreement for their duel. Given Chen Qingyuan's recent rise to prominence, Wu Junyan feared he might abscond or be defeated by another. Thus, he arrived several years in advance to avoid any mishaps. For Wu Junyan, this was an exceedingly significant battle, one that could not afford the slightest negligence. For many years, he had longed to contend with Chen Qingyuan, but regrettably, Chen Qingyuan had then departed for Tianyuan. Missing their scheduled encounter, I am a man of my word, Chen Qingyuan remarked. Is that so? Wu Junyan harbored a hint of skepticism in response to his words. Do not regard me with such doubtful eyes. We have known each other for many years. If not for unforeseen circumstances, I would certainly not go back on my word. Under Wu Junyan's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt a touch of discomfort. Well, Wu Junyan chose to trust him, nodding slowly. There are still a few years until the day of the duel. Come in for a drink and a chat, Chen Qingyuan invited. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan fell silent, lost in thought. What is the matter? Are you afraid I might poison you? Chen Qingyuan quipped sarcastically. Whether you come or not is up to you. Lead the way. Wu Junyan lowered his guard and took a step forward. According to intelligence gathered from various factions, Wu Junyan was known for his reclusive nature, lacking any friends. Yet, in the presence of numerous onlookers, he not only seemed willing to engage in normal conversation with Chen Qingyuan, but also appeared intent on sharing drinks and idle chatter, as if they were friends. Many bystanders were left dumbfounded, perplexed by the apparent camaraderie between two adversaries who were supposed to be rivals. Throughout the encounter, Chen Qingyuan paid no heed to Yan Qianling and the talented individuals who had traveled from afar. As long as he remained within his residence, those gifted individuals could do nothing to him. As for reputation, what value did it hold? Could it be consumed as sustenance? Chen Qingyuan cared not for hollow fame. Had he the choice, he would have long since cast aside the title of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness. Within the courtyard of his estate, Chen Qingyuan produced a fine bottle of liquor and personally poured a drink for Wu Junyan. Old Wu, this is a rare brew from my Xianqing sect. To give it a taste. Chen Qingyuan, are you attempting some mischief? Wu Junyan narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning the overly warm reception. Nonsense. Am I that sort of person? Chen Qingyuan replied with a stern expression. Are you not? Wu Junyan cast a glance at the liquor on the table, hesitating to drink, as he delved into profound introspection. Brother Wu, while we may be rivals, we are also friends. There is no need for such sharp exchanges, Chen Qingyuan asserted. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Junyan furrowed his brow slightly. Our relationship has not yet reached that level. The last time we met, we shared wine and conversation, Chen Qingyuan recalled after a moment's thought. You were mistaken. I have no friends. Wu Junyan replied coldly. Is that so? You don't have a single friend? How pitiful. Chen Qingyuan feigned sympathy. seemingly oblivious to the implications in Wu Junyan's words to no matter. From this moment forth, we shall be friends. That my intention was to maintain a distance, to regard you solely as a formidable opponent, so you could recognize the nature of our relationship, which has yet to attain the status of friendship. Why do you suddenly pity me? Are you unable to comprehend simple words? Wu Junyan was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Chen Qingyuan in silence. Come, let us drink. Before Wu Junyan could respond, Chen Qingyuan raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Observing Wu Junyan's lack of response, Chen Qingyuan gestured, drink up. Rest assured, there is no poison. After a considerable pause, Wu Junyan withdrew his gaze from Chen Qingyuan and lowered his head to glance at the glass before him. Hesitating momentarily, he lifted the wine glass and took a sip, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan declare that they would henceforth be friends, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Wu Junyan, one that was difficult to articulate. Since his birth, he had seldom engaged in conversation, even with his own kin, remaining as untouchable as an ice lotus atop a high mountain. Old Wu, we need to discuss serious matters. Chen Qingyuan grinned as he spoke. Wu Junyan, known for his reticence, wore a vigilant expression. In just over 4 years, our fated battle will commence if I happen to be defeated by certain individuals before then, and in our subsequent contest, should you inadvertently lose or we reach a stalemate, it would surely allow others to tread upon our heads and gain notoriety. Chen Qingyuan pulled his chair closer to Wu Junyan. So, Wu Junyan regarded him with a dispassionate gaze, curious about Chen Qingyuan's intentions. Thus, you must go out and deal with those individuals, at the very least. They should not be allowed to cause disturbances during these years. Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. No, Wu Junyan declined. Come on. Chen Qingyuan hastily responded, those fellows cannot possibly match me in the same realm. That would be mere bullying. They block my doorstep, and if I cannot suppress my anger and step out to confront them, I likely wouldn't at that point. Would you still want to spar with me? I care not for such matters. Crushing one's opponents through sheer cultivation disparity is the act of the weak. Me. True victory can only be claimed when I defeat you within the same realm, thereby solidifying my resolve and aspiring towards the heights of the mountains. Wu Junyan was indifferent to fame and fortune. He sought only clarity of mind as he ascended step by step towards the pinnacle of the Great Way. Alas, this matter exhausts me. When the time comes for our confrontation, my state will undoubtedly decline significantly, thus enhancing your chances of success, Chen Qingyuan lamented, realizing he must exploit Wu Junyan's vulnerability in the face of such obstinacy. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression grew solemn. For him, a victory that lacked fairness would hold no significance. He placed great emphasis on promises. Once he committed to a matter, he would fulfill it even at the cost of his life. Hence, he and Chen Qingyuan had established a 10-year period for their duel, and he was willing to wait until that day arrived without issuing any challenges prematurely. The agreement made a century prior had become void when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Junyan wished for no unforeseen occurrences to arise. As for the matter of the abyss, it was not that Chen Qingyuan sought to venture into danger, but rather that he was compelled to do so. During that period, he felt as though he were in a daze, as if some invisible force were guiding him towards that path. Before our battle, no one shall disturb you. Wu Junyan pondered for a moment before making a promise. Exactly, that is what friends are for. Chen Qingyuan replied with a joyful smile. It tastes awful, Wu Junyan said earnestly after taking another sip of the wine, expressing his displeasure. This is the finest brew from my Xianqing sect. Chen Qingyuan remarked. The initial taste was acceptable, but now it has become quite unpleasant. The implication is that it is not the wine that is unpalatable, but rather it has become so in the presence of Chen Qingyuan. Wu Junyan, known for his more tactful approach to reprimanding others, left Chen Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. Such remarks did not concern Chen Qingyuan in the slightest, as long as Wu Junyan could resolve these issues. That was sufficient. Are you leaving? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Observing Wu Junyan rise to depart, I shall not go back on my word, Wu Junyan stated before stepping out of the courtyard with an air of nonchalance. Truly impressive, Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, Chen Qingyuan felt relatively at ease in Wu Junyan's company, free from the need for cunning or deceit. Engaging with a crafty old fox would be akin to walking on thin ice, requiring utmost caution. A confrontation with someone of equal standing would at least spare him from unnecessary torment and present a considerable chance of victory. In contrast, battling those who disregard fairness, with a significant disparity in cultivation levels, would merely result in a one-sided thrashing. Chen Qingyuan prepared himself for a fair contest with Wu Junyan, knowing that neither would resort to lethal force. Determining a victor would suffice. Outside the gates of Xianqing sect, Wu Junyan stood upon the clouds, surveying the surroundings with an indifferent demeanor, proclaiming to all realms, "From this moment forth, no peers are to challenge Chen Qingyuan, nor obstruct the gates of Xianying's sect. Should anyone be dissatisfied, they may contest with me." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, akin to thunderous applause. What was happening? The talented individuals who had gathered from various factions were left bewildered. Was Wu Junyan truly standing in support of Chen Qingyuan? What was the nature of their relationship? Those scheming to elevate themselves at Chen Qingyuan's expense were filled with questions that I in Chen Qingyuan's recollection. Wu Junyan seldom intervened on behalf of others. Those from the Baitsong Star domain were more familiar with Wu Junyan's solitary disposition, knowing him to be a reclusive individual who preferred solitude over companionship. One particularly outrageous tale spoke of a celestial maiden from a certain sect in Baitsong Star domain, who, after considerable effort, managed to trap herself and Wu Junyan in a secluded chamber. She ignited an intoxicating incense. Seeking to awaken the primal instincts of man, the maiden harbored no malicious intent. She simply wished to forge a fleeting bond with Wu Junyan, hoping that, should he rise to greatness, he might remember her fondly. However, to her astonishment, Wu Junyan remained unyielding, maintaining his clarity of mind. Faced with the maiden's unclad form, he uttered not a word, his gaze unwavering. Subsequently, Wu Junyan approached the entrance of the chamber and began to strike it with his fists. Despite knowing the chamber's formidable defenses, inscribed with countless ancient laws, he persisted relentlessly. His hands became bloodied and raw, his vital energy surging within him. Yet he persevered, ultimately breaking through the stone door, leaving behind a solitary figure steeped in desolation. In a world where secrets seldom remain hidden, this episode soon reached many ears. Thus, the news of Wu Junyan's disinterest in women spread like wildfire, creating quite a stir that a certain powerful figure remarked. "If this youth does not meet an untimely end, he shall undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of this world in the future." This illustrates Wu Junyan's notorious aloofness, as he seldom acknowledged anyone. Yet, his actions in this moment shattered countless preconceived notions. What on earth was happening? Many individuals have begun to lose their composure, utterly perplexed that I in the void, Yin Qianling, once renowned as one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, furrowed his brow and turned to Wu Junyan, inquiring, "What do you mean by stating that peers are not permitted to challenge him?" Chapter 64. The day of the duel approaches. Visitors from Daoyi Academy. In response, Wu Junyan met Yin Qianling's gaze with a cold demeanor, asserting, "I have never heard of a prohibition against peers competing. Are you attempting to shield him?" Yin Qianling, wary of Wu Junyan, replied solemnly, "He is my rival." Wu Junyan bluntly stated, "Before engaging with me, no one may disturb. Engage with you?" Yin Qianling paused momentarily. "You have always been among the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, a prodigy of this era. In the past, Chen Qingyuan might have been your equal, but does he possess the qualifications to be your opponent now? The weak will never comprehend." Wu Junyan offered no further explanation regarding this matter, deeming it futile. Upon hearing his words, Yin Qianling's expression darkened considerably. The onlookers, a gathering of cultivators, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yin Qianling was a prominent figure in the North Wilderness, renowned for his exceptional talent and formidable strength. If someone of his caliber is deemed weak, what does that make us? Nothing at all. The crowd felt the sting of ridicule, yet they found themselves powerless to refute it. You are indeed formidable and possess the audacity to be arrogant. However, there are many who surpass you in strength. This sentiment echoed from Wu Junyan's lips. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would already be trampled beneath Yin Qianling's feet. There are indeed many who are stronger than I. A fact I do not contest, Wu Junyan remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unperturbed. "At least you do not qualify. You." Yin Qianling clenched his teeth, yearning to engage in a contest with Wu Junyan. Yet, he lacked the confidence, and the prospect of victory seemed exceedingly bleak. Regaining his composure, Yin Qianling opted not to provoke Wu Junyan at this moment. Once he bested Chen Qingyuan and strengthened himself further over the years, he would undoubtedly regard Wu Junyan as his next target. Individuals like you only perceive those temporarily weaker than yourself as rivals, relishing the sensation of assured victory, regardless of your future achievements. You shall never ascend to the status of a true powerhouse. Wu Junyan never preys upon the weak. In his eyes, there exist only loftier peaks. In a battle against Chen Qingyuan of the same realm, Wu Junyan held no assurance of victory. Everything remained uncertain. It was precisely this uncertainty that compelled Wu Junyan to continually solidify his foundation, relentlessly striving for strength in order to confront the unknown. As he listened to Wu Junyan's discourse, Yen Qianling's countenance turned a shade of iron, remaining silent. Do not stand too high. Beware of falling, Wu Junyan continued. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Qianling descended from the lofty void above the gates of the Xianqing sect, returning to the ground, where he awaited an opportune moment in a nearby city. Had Yen Qianling remained, he would likely have faced an immediate assault from Wu Junyan, after dispersing those obstructing the entrance. Wu Junyan sought a comfortable spot at the foot of the Xianqing sect's mountain, sitting upon the ground with closed eyes, resting his spirit. Among his peers, none dared to disregard Wu Junyan's words. In the ensuing 4 years, should anyone dare to provoke Chen Qingyuan at his doorstep, disrupting his life, the consequences will undoubtedly be dire. When did the young apprentice's relationship with Wu Junyan become so amicable? The elders of the Xianqing sect exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. Matters concerning the youth ought to be resolved by the youth themselves. The moment Wu Junyan stepped forward, tranquility enveloped the realm of the Xianqing sect, silencing all discord. Many elders sighed in admiration, acknowledging Wu Junyan as a top-tier prodigy among the 10 outstanding. Exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation, Wu Junyan appeared poised for a confrontation with the young apprentice. Was he capable of holding his ground? A sense of unease crept into the hearts of several elders, marking the first time they felt Chen Qingyuan might falter. The pressure emanating from Wu Junyan was simply overwhelming, both belonging to the 10 outstanding of the northern wilderness. Why did the young apprentice seem so inferior? The elder Dong Wenjun, protector of the sect, remarked, observing Wu Junyan's influence. Few among his peers would dare to defy his words. In stark contrast, Chen Qingyuan attracted those eager to undermine him. Each find a step on him, fearful of lagging behind. The subsequent 4 years passed in serene stillness for the Xianqing sect, as no peers dared to challenge him. Even formidable figures like Yen Qianling chose to retreat from Wu Junyan's brilliance, granting him a measure of respect. Ordinary prodigies, of course, would not dare to act recklessly. Within the confines of his chamber, Chen Qingyuan diligently solidified his cultivation, further strengthening his foundation. He had no intention of breaking through to the golden core stage just yet, opting to wait until after his duel with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days remained. After calculating the time, Chen Qingyuan felt prepared for the impending battle, his spirit and vigor reaching an exceptional state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "This time, I shall determine our victor." Whether in victory or defeat, Wu Junyan would lay to rest a matter that had weighed on his mind, allowing him to step forward and grow even stronger. 8 days later, with only 2 days left until the fated encounter, an unexpected guest arrived at the Xianqing sect. A tall youth, standing at 8 feet, donned in a flowing white robe adorned with a pattern of a flower from the other shore on his left chest. The youth, exuding an air of refinement, evaded the gazes of countless onlookers and strode directly through the grand entrance of the Xianqing sect, disregarding the barriers that sought to impede him. The gatekeeping elders and disciples failed to perceive his presence, allowing him to pass unnoticed. In the next moment, he found himself deep within the rear hall, gradually approaching Lin Changsheng. It was only when the youth drew within 10 zhang of him that Lin Changsheng became aware of his presence. Startled like a tiger roused from slumber, he turned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Who is it?" It was astonishing that Lin Changsheng only reacted at such a close distance. Should the youth desire to take his life, he could do so with a mere snap of his fingers. From the Daoyi Academy, the youth appeared somewhat ethereal, as if he did not belong to this space, his visage obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering him indistinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Changsheng's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. He promptly saluted with a bow. "I see it is the envoy from the academy. I beg your pardon. Where is the one being assessed?" Due to the token that Lin Changsheng had shattered, the youth in white could pinpoint the location precisely. Just 100 miles to the west, at the Yunxia Hall. Lin Changsheng gestured towards a direction. "The person I shall take with me." Though the demeanor of the young man in white was unremarkable, it exuded an authority that brooked no dissent. Before Lin Changsheng could respond, the young man's figure vanished into thin air. Subsequently, he arrived at the Yunxia Palace, where he beheld Chen Qingyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed. The time had come. It was time to depart. A mysterious voice resonated, awakening the meditating Chen Qingyuan. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing the suddenly materialized young man with utmost vigilance, every hair on his body standing on end. "I am from the Daoyi Academy," the young man replied, after a brief moment of hesitation. Chen Qingyuan maintained his guard and asked, "What proof do you have?" "Enough of this prattle," the young man in white retorted dismissively, pointing a finger at Chen Qingyuan, sealing the spiritual energy within him and rendering him immobile. Thereafter, the young man whisked Chen Qingyuan away from the Yunxia Palace. traversing the protective barrier of the Xianxing sect like a specter, unnoticed by any Gongsun Nan, who had been seated indoors, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression shifting dramatically. Where is Chen Qingyuan? It was only upon realizing that Chen Qingyuan had been taken from the Xianxing sect that Gongsun Nan understood he had seemingly vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. Was this an illusion cast by the Xianxing sect, or was it the work of a person? If it were merely an illusion, Gongsun Nan could somewhat accept it, for the Xianxing sect was once a formidable entity, possessing some remnants of its former glory. However, if it were the doing of a person, Gongsun Nan could hardly fathom the magnitude of such a being, leaving his heart in turmoil for a considerable time. Senior, I have a crucial duel. May I finish it before departing? Chen Qingyuan, unable to move, pleaded with words. Chapter 65. The duel postponed. Journey to Daoi Academy. The young man in white regarded Chen Qingyuan with an impassive gaze, momentarily halting his advance, and slowly shook his head. The time for the assessment has arrived. Tardiness is not permitted. Could we perhaps make an exception? Chen Qingyuan implored once more. The Academy's rules are sacrosanct. Should you be even a moment late, you shall forfeit your eligibility for the entrance examination. The young man in white firmly denied Chen Qingyuan's request, elucidating the gravity of the situation. But Chen Qingyuan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his approach. Senior, may I exchange a few words with a friend? I assure you it will not delay us. Very well. Should Chen Qingyuan pass the assessment, he would then be a member of the Daoi Academy. Considering the slight possibility of camaraderie, the young man in white nodded in acquiescence. As long as it did not impede their primary objective. Allowing Chen Qingyuan to bid farewell to his friend was acceptable. I kindly ask you to restore my ability to move, Chen Qingyuan expressed with a hint of elation on his visage. With a flick of his finger, the young man in white released the restrictions on Chen Qingyuan's body. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan produced the fragment of the sound transmission technique he had with Wu Junyan and said, "Old Wu, come over here." Standing at the foot of the Xianxing sect, Wu Junyan heard the familiar voice, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice. Why is he not within the Xianxing sect? With this puzzlement in mind, Wu Junyan followed the guidance of the sound transmission, making his way toward a secluded mountain near the Xianxing sect. Where has Wu Junyan gone? The various cultivators encircling the area began to stir. Having noticed Wu Junyan suddenly heading in a particular direction, their confusion palpable. As he ventured into the depths of the mountains, the young man in white sealed off the surrounding void, rendering it impossible for outsiders to probe with their divine senses. What brings you here? Wu Junyan inquired, his brow furrowing as he spotted Chen Qingyuan standing beneath a large tree. This is quite complicated to explain, and we shall discuss it in due time. At this moment, I wanted to share something with you. Our duel will likely have to be postponed, Chen Qingyuan replied, offering an awkward smile. He truly did not wish to let Wu Junyan down, but circumstances had left him with no choice. For years, Chen Qingyuan had diligently prepared, never anticipating such a predicament. The timing of the Daoi Academy's appearance was indeed fortuitous, surfacing just 2 days before their scheduled battle. What did you say? Wu Junyan's gaze sharpened, radiating a chilling intensity that caused the temperature around them to plummet. Old Wu, I sincerely apologize for this. I promise we will have a proper duel in the future. If you are dissatisfied, we can engage in multiple matches until you are content. Chen Qingyuan, too, yearned for a clash of equal standing with Wu Junyan to fulfill this aspiration. Alas, fate had conspired against him, proving exceedingly unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you are well aware of my principles. The promises I make are more important than life itself. Wu Junyan's expression turned icy, his tone imbued with a sharpness that radiated an overwhelming pressure. He had previously understood and forgiven Chen Qingyuan for failing to uphold their duel due to unforeseen circumstances. But now, the prospect of another postponement was unbearable and ignited his fury. I comprehend your feelings. Hence, I intended to engage in a proper battle with you. Yet, unforeseen developments have arisen. Sigh. Truthfully, Chen Qingyuan felt a deep sense of remorse for the situation. Unforeseen developments? Is that your excuse? Wu Junyan expressed his skepticism. I assure you, there is no reason for me to deceive you, Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a firm nod, insisting his words bore no falsehood. Wu Junyan scoffed. If I wished to escape, why would I bother sending you a message? Seeing Wu Junyan's disbelief, Chen Qingyuan sought to clarify. You are a master of cunning. How can I trust that your intentions are genuine? Wu Junyan's ire surged as he processed Chen Qingyuan's inability to fulfill their duel. Dismissing every word with skepticism, just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to elucidate further, A detached voice emanated from nearby. The time has come. We must depart. Who, upon arriving, Wu Junyan had not detected the presence of a third individual. Only perceiving Chen Qingyuan, the sudden voice sent a chill through his heart, heightening his alertness to an extreme degree. The young man in white had been standing beside Chen Qingyuan all along, cleverly concealing his physical form and suppressing his aura with enigmatic techniques. Senior, might you grant us a little more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to the young man in white. There is no more time. It cannot be done. It was not that the young man lacked compassion, but rather that time was of the essence, and they needed to hasten their journey to the Daoyi Academy to avoid any delays in their crucial matters. As the white-clad youth revealed his true form, Wu Junyan finally caught sight of him and inquired, "Who are you?" Gazing upon the suddenly materialized figure, Wu Junyan felt an inexplicable tremor within his soul, sending forth a perilously ominous signal. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, his visage devoid of fear. The white-clad youth cast a fleeting glance at Wu Junyan, offering no reply, merely through a single look. Wu Junyan's body felt as though it were crushed beneath the weight of countless colossal mountains, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Old Wu, can you understand my plight now?" Chen Qingyuan remarked with a bitter smile, helpless in his expression. How could such a terrifying individual possibly appear in the fully star domain? Wu Junyan strained to lift his head, committing the general silhouette of the white-clad youth to memory, while tumultuous waves surged within his heart. "That I can comprehend, yet you have still breached your promise." Wu Junyan's initial words touched Chen Qingyuan, leading him to believe that matters could be resolved amicably. However, the latter part of Wu Junyan's statement tightened Chen Qingyuan's heart, instilling a sense of unease. "When we meet again, I shall grant you no excuses for evasion. The day of our encounter will be the day of battle. You cannot hold this against me. Please do not harbor resentment," Chen Qingyuan implored, utterly exasperated. Wu Junyan regarded him with a deep, contemplative gaze, remaining silent. In a swift motion, the white-clad youth, unwilling to squander time, pointed a finger at Chen Qingyuan and vanished. In the depths of the mountains, only Wu Junyan remained, the inexplicable sense of terror gradually dissipating. After catching his breath, he gazed into the distance, his eyes resolute. "When we meet again, a battle is inevitable." Such a formidable presence was indeed beyond Chen Qingyuan's capacity to resist. However, while Wu Junyan understood, he could not suppress his anger. A promise must never be broken. This conviction was the very essence of Wu Junyan's faith throughout his life. After taking a moment to recover, he departed the Folia star domain silently, his destination unknown. Cultivators from various star domains continued to await Chen Qingyuan's appearance, eager for his confrontation with Wu Junyan. Yet, when the appointed day of the duel arrived, both individuals had vanished, leaving countless onlookers in a state of bewilderment and uncertainty. "Senior brother, where has our junior disciple gone?" The elders fixed their worried gazes upon Lin Chongxing. Chapter 66. A backdoor? Is there no examination required? Lin Chongxing sighed, deliberating for a moment before deciding to unveil the matter concerning the Daoyi Academy. This was of utmost significance. He sealed the surrounding void and permitted only the core figures of the sect to enter, to prevent eavesdropping by certain forces. "Are you familiar with the academy?" Lin Chongxing surveyed the crowd, his expression grave. The elders exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. Consequently, Lin Chongxing began to narrate the events leading up to this point. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Xianqing sect, numerous outsiders emerged, all seeking to trouble Chen Qingyuan, aiming to make a name for themselves. Despite their considerable efforts to investigate, they remained oblivious to why Chen Qingyuan had not engaged in battle with Wu Junyan. After much contemplation, they resolved to wait a while longer. However, even if they were to wait 2 more years, it would be futile, for Chen Qingyuan had already departed the Folia star domain. Chen Qingyuan's body was uncontrollably drawn by the young man in white to a shattered void, traversing the starry sea with astonishing strength, each step covering countless miles, moving faster than the grand teleportation arrays of numerous top-tier forces. After 3 hours, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place that resembled a celestial paradise. Here, myriad towering mountains interlinked, with a gentle mist wafting through every corner, imparting a touch of mystery to the locale. Verdant greenery carpeted the ground, while crystal-clear lakes mirrored the sky, occasionally revealing ethereal fish leaping from the water, tracing graceful arcs in midair. Gazing into the distance, it appeared that a colossal palace stood suspended above the heart of the encircling mountains, impenetrable and awe-inspiring. "Stop dawdling, let us proceed." The young man in white released the restrictions on Chen Qingyuan and stepped forward. "Oh." Chen Qingyuan snapped back to reality, hastily following the young man's lead. As they walked, Chen Qingyuan reveled in the breathtaking scenery of this mystical realm, a veritable utopia. Lao Wu, it's not that I wish to break my promise. When we meet again, I shall certainly engage you in a worthy contest. The thought of Wu Junyan's exceedingly stern gaze elicited a deep sigh from Chen Qingyuan's heart as he silently vowed. Aware that Wu Junyan held his commitments above life itself, he had no intention of fleeing, fully preparing for a fierce battle. Little did he anticipate that the disciples of the Dao Yi Academy would suddenly arrive, causing yet another missed opportunity for confrontation. At the foot of the mountain lay a staircase of jade stones ascending to greater heights, each step distinct and floating in midair, shrouded in dense mist, resembling a path upon clouds, leading straight into the azure sky. The young man in white guided Chen Qingyuan upward. As they approached, a magnificent palace came into view, overwhelming Chen Qingyuan with awe. Above the entrance, two characters, Dao Yi, were faintly etched. The majority of the palace and its interior structures were resplendent in white, crafted from incomparably precious jade. The grand entrance of the academy stood 30 meters high, with a transparent barrier enveloping the entrance, occasionally revealing wisps of faint golden Dao patterns flowing mysteriously. The entrance stood over 100 exceptionally gifted youths, evenly split between males and females. These individuals hailed from various places, none of whom Chen Qingyuan recognized, certainly not from the Fulyu Star domain or its vicinity. Each person had a connection to the Dao Yi Academy and had qualified for the entrance examination. Every millennium, the Academy selects suitable aspirants, ultimately admitting only the top 10, making the competition particularly fierce. Upon his arrival, Chen Qingyuan heard an ancient voice resounding throughout the void. Time is up. The examination officially begins. The young man in white leapt to a higher vantage point, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the hundreds of candidates below. He then flicked his fingers toward the side, conjuring a dark vortex leading to an unknown secret realm. Entering the secret realm, the examination commenced. The young man in white served as the examiner for this entrance test, gesturing downward, a glimmer of light flickering on the foreheads of the crowd, instantly conveying the specific rules of the examination. This assessment would gauge each individual's character, talent, perseverance, and integrity, among other qualities. The secret realm housed numerous trials, with rankings determined by points. The 10 candidates with the highest scores would ultimately become students of the Dao Yi Academy, and the examination period would span 5 years. With a swift motion, a portion of the crowd plunged into the secret realm without a moment's hesitation, eagerly anticipating the ensuing challenges. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, he was suddenly met by a gentle force that barred his way. "What is it, little one? You need not undergo the assessment." A kind voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ears, unheard by others. Why? Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, surmising that this voice must originate from a powerful figure within the Dao Yi Academy, and he quietly inquired. "I in the void." A young man clad in white had already ushered the other candidates into the secret realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan behind. Upon witnessing the laws that emerged around Chen Qingyuan, the young man in white immediately comprehended who was intervening and gazed towards the depths of the academy, seemingly questioning. "Each one, this individual is exempt from the assessment." A phrase echoed in the ear of the young man in white. "Why?" Zhao Yichuan, the name of the young man in white, held a respectable position within the Dao Yi Academy. Otherwise, he could not have become an examiner. "He is of the Qing sect from the Empire of Zhou." "Is that reason sufficient?" An elder within the academy transmitted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yichuan's pupils dilated slightly, and a trace of astonishment flickered across his brow. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze softening a fraction. "That is sufficient." Having received his answer, Zhao Yichuan consented to Chen Qingyuan's exemption from the assessment, feeling no lingering reluctance. The Qing sect of the Empire of Zhou had transformed into the Xianqing sect of the Northern Wilderness's Fulyu Star domain. The upper echelons of the Dao Yi Academy were well aware of the immense contributions the Qing sect had made for the stability of the realm in times past. Long ago, as the Qing sect gradually declined, the then sovereign made a choice to prevent the lineage from extinction, relinquishing all resources in the Empire of Zhou, gathering the few remaining foundations of the sect, severing the karmic ties between heaven and earth, and rendering the Qing sect invisible to the eyes of the world, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Years passed, and countless individuals in the Empire of Zhou believed the Qing sect had perished, with only a handful of elite powers aware that it still existed, albeit without the constraints of karmic laws, making it impossible to ascertain its current location. Little did they know, the Qing sect had been renamed the Xianqing sect, Residing in a relatively remote star domain in the northern wilderness, no wonder you wished for me to personally retrieve this lad. It all makes sense now. Zhao Yichuan's previous doubts dissipated entirely as he cast a deep gaze at Chen Qingyuan before turning towards the assessment's secret realm. Determined to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Chen Qingyuan stood in a daze, pondering the situation. Little one, follow this path inward. The elder's voice once again reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. As his words fell, the mist parted to either side, revealing a pathway of white clouds leading to the depths of the Dao Yi Academy. Chapter 67. The mysterious identity of the man in black. Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily before traversing the path, passing through the Jade Gate barrier and gradually making his way toward the heart of the Dao Yi Academy. Along the way, he encountered not a single soul, as thick fog obscured his vision on either side, allowing him only to see the road ahead. After walking for the duration of an incense stick, Chen Qingyuan still had not reached the end of the path. The elder, somewhat displeased with Chen Qingyuan's sluggish pace, employed a profound technique to propel him through space, landing him in a picturesque courtyard adorned with meandering streams and vibrant blossoms. At times, a gentle breeze caresses the face, while at others, the melodious calls of myriad birds fill the air. Along the lakeside, hundreds of willow trees stand tall, their countless branches gracefully dipping towards the water's surface. The cool wind stirs the willow fronds, creating an endless array of ripples upon the placid lake. Beside the lake rests an ancient pavilion, where an elder clad in black robes sits, savoring the rich aroma of freshly brewed tea, a look of profound enjoyment gracing his features. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan appeared before the pavilion. Momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, he bowed deeply towards the elder seated within, declaring, "I am Chen Qingyuan, here to pay my respects to you. Esteemed elder, Dio, come in and take a seat." The elder replied warmly, turning to Chen Qingyuan with a gentle smile. "Yes." Chen Qingyuan acquiesced without hesitation, slowly stepping into the pavilion and cautiously settling into the seat across from the elder, once seated. He summoned his courage to meet the elder's gaze directly, and in a hushed tone, he inquired, "Esteemed elder, why am I not required to undergo an assessment? Is it that you do not intend for me to become a student of the Dao Yi Academy? Or is there another reason? From the moment you shattered that token of trust, you have already become a student of the Dao Yi Academy." The elder replied, devoid of any pretentiousness, resembling a kind and nurturing elder. He personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Qingyuan, gently sliding it across the table towards him. Chen Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he inexplicably become part of the Dao Yi Academy? Wasn't it said that an assessment was necessary? What was happening? Stunned into silence, it took him a while to regain his composure. "Esteemed elder, you are not jesting with me, are you? What do you think?" The elder's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze as profound as a deep abyss, as he countered that a being of such great power as the esteemed elder had no reason to toy with a mere junior. Yet Chen Qingyuan paused, resolving to voice his misgivings entirely. "It simply feels disconcerting to have been admitted without having done anything. You indeed have done nothing, but others have acted on your behalf." The elder replied with a knowing smile, "Someone acted on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression grew more perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled his benefactor, the one he referred to as his master. The token of trust and that letter regarding the Dao Yi Academy were both left by his master. Could this matter be related to him? It was worth noting that Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master, having only seen his portrait. "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me." Chen Qingyuan rose immediately, bowing in earnest supplication. "Please, no need for such formalities." The elder gestured lightly, prompting Chen Qingyuan to resume his seat. "First, pledge yourself to me as a disciple, and I shall clarify your doubts thereafter." "Pledge myself as a disciple?" Chen Qingyuan's pupils widened, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, "Esteemed elder, you must be well aware of my background. I already have a master." "I am aware." The elder chuckled softly. 200 years ago, I met your master and discussed matters concerning you. At that time, it was made clear that should fate allow, I could take you as my disciple, and your master would not oppose. You have met my master? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, calculating the timeline. 200 years ago was precisely when he had just been born, leaving him with no memories of such an encounter. Indeed, that was the first and last time they crossed paths. When the matter was brought up, the elderly figure clad in black let out a deep sigh, filled with a sense of regret and a feeling of having met too late. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. "At my age, would I find it necessary to deceive you? the old man in black retorted with a slight huff. That cannot be certain. The older one gets, the more cunning one becomes, making it nearly impossible to detect a ruse. This thought lingered only in Chen Qingyuan's mind. He would not dare to voice it aloud. That is a valid point, he uttered, reluctantly conceding. Observing the subtle shifts in Chen Qingyuan's expression, the old man discerned that the young man was far from convinced and continued. Your master once visited the Dao Academy and took with him a token. Whenever that token is shattered, it will signal the time for you to journey to the academy. I see, Chen Qingyuan thought, harboring no doubts about this, as it was indeed the truth. This is a letter left by your master, along with a unique Dao imprint from the Xianqing sect. Take a look. The old man produced a jade slip and a letter. With a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting as unmistakably that of his master. Having seen his master's portrait and calligraphy, he could easily identify it. Next, a strand of his consciousness delved into the jade slip, where the core secret techniques of the Xianqing sect were inscribed, ancient powers not meant for public knowledge, not even for the Dao Academy to counterfeit. The letter's content was straightforward. If a powerful figure from the Dao Academy wished to take you as a disciple, you should readily agree, as it would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Have you finished reading? The old man observed Chen Qingyuan, who appeared lost in thought, and asked in a hoarse voice. I have. Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking himself back to reality with a gentle nod. Could it be a forgery? He had pondered this more than once while gazing at the letter and jade slip before him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the old man had no reason to deceive him. If he truly sought to ensnare him, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. If you would not mind my humble talents, I would be honored to become your disciple, Chen Qingyuan declared, performing a gesture of respect. With a thud, he bowed his head, awaiting the old man's response. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, the old man proclaimed, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Subsequently, he assisted Chen Qingyuan to his feet. Finding the young man increasingly agreeable, Master, Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Indeed, the old man replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of contentment. In that moment, memories of the past flooded back to him, vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. 200 years prior, Shangguan Rong had arrived at the Dao Academy, emanating an overwhelming aura that compelled the old man in black to reveal himself. Who might you be, fellow Daoist? The old man inquired. Let us first engage in battle, Shangguan Rong replied, and scarcely had the words left his lips when he launched an attack. To avoid causing a significant uproar, the two retreated to a hidden realm for their confrontation, which lasted 3 full days. As for the outcome, it remained inconclusive. Exhausted, Shangguan Rong revealed his name and his affiliation with the Xianqing sect from the Flowing Star domain. Your prowess is extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you before? The elderly man clad in black was greatly perplexed. How could the Dao Academy, with its profound capabilities, have failed to detect such a formidable presence hidden within a remote star domain of the northern wilderness? You may be unaware of the Xianqing sect, but are you familiar with the Qing sect of the Imperial Province? Shangguan Rong stated candidly, having no intention of concealing his identity. You are the heir of the Qing sect from the Imperial Province. Upon hearing this, the man in black was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically as he swiftly filled the void in his memory regarding that segment of history. After a lengthy exchange, the black-clad elder confirmed Shangguan Rong's identity and treated him with utmost respect. You have come here with a purpose, I presume? Inquired the elder. I seek the Dao Academy's protection for someone, Shangguan Rong replied, dressed in light-colored robes, his snow-white hair juxtaposed with a youthful visage, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Who is it? The two locked eyes. The elder's expression grew grave and exceedingly serious. My newly accepted disciple, Shangguan Rong revealed, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. Why does your disciple require the protection of the Dao Academy? Could you elaborate? The elder, having engaged in a skirmish with Shangguan Rong, was acutely aware of the latter's terrifying prowess. If even Shangguan Rong could not resolve this predicament, the Dao Academy would likely find itself in dire straits as well. I am bound for the abyss of demons. Initially, Shangguan Rong had no desire to involve himself in this matter. Yet having become cognizant of the unwavering beliefs upheld by the esteemed predecessors of the Xianqing sect, he could not remain indifferent and ultimately chose to tread the same path as his junior disciple. Shangguan Rong's junior was none other than the former Holy Master of the Xianqing sect. 100,000 years prior, the Holy Master had expended the entirety of the sect's resources, severing all ties with the Imperial Province and relocating the entire sect to the Flowing Star domain. Furthermore, he had sealed the transmission techniques of the Qing sect, ensuring that future generations would not be burdened by the ancestral wishes and could live in peace, although this action bore a hint of selfishness. The Holy Master had no other recourse. It was a necessary sacrifice to preserve even a sliver of the sect's bloodline. However, the ensuing events diverged starkly from the Holy Master's predictions. Perhaps it was the heavens that would not allow the Xianqing sect to find peace, or perhaps it was the extraordinary talents of its disciples throughout the ages. Every 10,000 years or so, a disciple of remarkable aptitude would emerge, breaking through the invisible seals and awakening the memories of the legacy. Those who underwent the baptism of these ancestral memories could elevate their cultivation swiftly. Comprehending myriad laws, the previous era's Holy Master, Feng Changxin, upon awakening the ancestral memories, achieved astonishing heights of cultivation within merely a century. Consequently, Feng Changxin feigned his death to extricate himself from the Xianqing sect. Adopting the name Songshuan Daoist in the imperial province, before suppressing the abyss of demons, Songshuan Daoist traversed the various powers of the imperial province, seeking to vindicate the ancestors of the Xianqing sect. Ultimately, he discovered that the seal of the abyss was beginning to weaken and, without hesitation, charged forth. Now, Shangguanrong, like Feng Changxin, had awakened the ancestral memories and opted for this path. Before departing, Shangguanrong's greatest concern was the Xianqing sect. Thus, he arrived at the Daoyi Academy, hoping that the academy would honor the countless merits accumulated by the Qing sect over the years and extend its protection to the Xianqing sect. I assure you, I will not allow the Xianqing sect to descend into decline, and I shall take good care of your disciple, the elder pledged. The elder in black, having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, found his respect for the Xianqing sect deepening further. Across the endless passage of time, how many powers could achieve what the Xianqing sect has accomplished? In the beginning, the abyss of demons was jointly suppressed by the foremost sects of the imperial province. As time wore on, the formidable beings of each sect grew reluctant to sacrifice themselves, and the burden fell entirely upon the Xianqing sect, were it not for the sagacious ancestors of the Xianqing sect. The seal of the abyss would have long since shattered, resulting in untold deaths. If that child were to enter the academy in the future, he should be allowed to cultivate independently, with no interference in his path of cultivation. Moreover, the child's karmic ties are rather formidable, warned Shangguanrong kindly. The Daoyi Academy has existed longer than the Xianqing sect, and thus should not fear any karmic entanglements, the elder in black asserted confidently. Believe it or not, some matters are beyond Shangguanrong's ability to articulate. According to the rules of the Daoyi Academy, those who enroll must study under a designated teacher. Should your disciple arrive at the Daoyi Academy in the future, he must adhere to this as well. The elder in black made it clear that this is not an attempt to poach disciples, but rather a matter of protocol. If you're unafraid of the karmic consequences, then you may take him on. I have no objections, Shangguanrong replied. Although this karmic tie is daunting, it may also possess the potential to transform into a grand fortune. Oh, I find myself quite eager to meet your disciple. The elder in black remarked, his interest piqued. Subsequently, the elder in black and Shangguanrong conversed for a while longer, after which Shangguanrong left behind letters and jade slips before departing. After waiting for 2 centuries, the token finally shattered, and the elder in black felt a surge of anticipation. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Qingyuan, he began to observe, eager to discern the young man's essence, for some inexplicable reason. Whenever the elder in black felt he had grasped Chen Qingyuan's true nature, an impenetrable mist would obscure his vision, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. This lad is indeed remarkable, the elder mused inwardly, filled with anticipation for Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to the present, Chen Qingyuan found himself with an unexpected master and, feeling somewhat unsettled, inquired, "Master, I still do not know how to address you." The old man introduced himself. "I am Yu Chenran, the vice president of the Daoyi Academy." "You are the vice president of the academy," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, realizing the formidable lineage of the teacher he had just bowed to. The title of vice president alone is quite impressive. "Modesty, modesty," Yu Chenran remarked, stroking his beard as he feigned humility. "Master, may I now seek your guidance on my uncertainties?" Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully and asked. 200 years ago, your master, that is to say, Shangguanrong, came to the Daoyi Academy. Following this, Yu Chenran provided a general account of the events that transpired back then. However, he refrained from mentioning information regarding the Xianqing sect's predecessor, the Qing sect of the imperial province. The karmic ties associated with the Qing sect are vast, and revealing this to Chen Qingyuan now would only increase his burdens. For countless years, while the Xianqing sect has subdued the abyss of demons, it has also offended numerous forces, particularly the demon race. Should the specifics of the Xianying sect's origins be disclosed, the ramifications would be dire. Thank you, Second Master, for clarifying my doubts. Chen Qingyuan came to understand the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that his master, Master Shangguan Rong, had employed a forceful means to obtain a token, a wooden plaque, which he subsequently bequeathed to him. What does Second Master imply? Yu Chen inquired. His expression stern. A disciple has two masters. After all, it is prudent to distinguish between them. Chen Qingyuan grinned and attempted to clarify. It's awkward. Let us forego the second title. Yu Chen replied with seriousness. Yes, Master. Chen Qingyuan dared not contest. Please. Sit and speak. Yu Chenran nodded in satisfaction. In truth, Yu Chenran was a mischievous elder. Initially, he held little interest in Chen Qingyuan, yet Master Shangguan Rong's repeated emphasis on Chen Qingyuan's profound potential piqued his curiosity, compelling him to take him as a disciple. If you forbid me from doing something, I shall do it all the more, he thought, embodying a certain rebelliousness. As Chen Qingyuan settled into his seat and sipped the tea before him, he contemplated the sudden addition of a master in his life, such as the unpredictability of existence. Master, is my grandmaster still alive? This question had long troubled Chen Qingyuan. He could not fathom how Master Shangguan Rong could have suddenly passed away. It seemed too peculiar. Yu Chen gazed into the distance. His demeanor grave, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions, admiration, self-reflection, and a hint of concern, among others. I do not know, he eventually replied softly after a long pause. Once one ventures into the demon abyss, life and death become uncertain. Yu Chen held great respect for the past sages of the Xianying sect, who, aware that death lay ahead, steadfastly adhered to the ancestral words, willingly facing their demise. Master, does the Xianying sect harbor secrets? Are you aware of them? Chen Qingyuan felt that there were certain anomalies within the sect. Unlike other sects that had venerable ancestors retreating into the shadows, the elder generation of the Xianying sect had entirely vanished, leaving only graves behind. As the new generation of disciples emerged, the elders seemed to have perished in a remarkably brief span. How coincidental was that? You are not yet qualified to know such matters. Yu Chenran refrained from divulging the history of the Xianying sect, musing, when you reach that juncture, all will be revealed. Even if I were to share it with you now, you would not comprehend. The founding ancestor of the Xianying sect had created a secret technique. Should an exceptionally gifted individual arise, it would activate the inherited memories, revealing all concerning the demon abyss and the location of the erased core. Moreover, the will of the past sages would impart spiritual energy to the inheritor, facilitating rapid growth. Most inheritors of the Xianying sect only perceive the ancestral lineage and attain enlightenment when they reach the late stages of the tribulation crossing realm. What step must one take? Chen Qingyuan was intrigued by the secrets of the Xianying sect and yearned to discern the whereabouts of his grandmaster Shangguan Rong, wondering if he still walked the earth. At the very least, one must reach the tribulation crossing realm. Yu Chenran had conversed with Master Shangguan Rong for a time and had a rough understanding of these matters. I see. Thank you for your guidance. Master, presently, Chen Qingyuan was merely at the celestial spirit realm, a vast distance from the tribulation crossing realm. Let us not dwell on these topics, Yu Chenran said, changing the subject. With a flick of his hand, a dark-hued ring appeared in his palm, which he offered to Chen Qingyuan. This is a token of our first meeting. Accept it. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan unceremoniously tucked the ring away, a radiant smile gracing his face as he expressed his gratitude fervently. Make sure to preserve my dignity in the future. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. This marked the inaugural occasion for Yu Chenran to take on a disciple, and should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the Dao Yi Academy. Over the years, Yu Chenran had encountered countless prodigies, yet had never entertained the thought of accepting a disciple. However, this time, he made an exception. By becoming Chen Qingyuan's master, Yu Chenran would henceforth possess ample justification to safeguard him. Although Yu Chenran believed himself inferior to the numerous luminaries of the Xianying sect, he could not permit the heir of Xianying to suffer humiliation. This era subtly diverged from the past. It was highly probable that the secrets of the Xianying sect would be unearthed. When that time arrived, the myriad forces offended by the Xianying sect would undoubtedly come knocking. Despite the Xianying sect having suppressed the demon abyss for countless years, amassing immeasurable merit, how many would genuinely express gratitude once everything was laid bare? Most of the premier forces in the imperial province regarded the Xianying sect as a mere plaything to exploit, sending each generation of its formidable champions to subdue the demon abyss while reaping the benefits. It would already be considered fortunate if these factions did not take the opportunity to trample on the Xianying sect. Rest assured, Master, I shall not bring shame upon you, Chen Qingyuan declared, clasping his fists in respect. Be gone. Yu Chen waved his hand, signaling Chen Qingyuan to depart. Master, where am I to go? Chen Qingyuan, having just arrived at the Daoyi Academy, was utterly unfamiliar with his surroundings and found himself at a loss, standing still. That I almost forgot, Yu Chunran suddenly realized, pointing his right index finger toward the void beside him, causing a passageway to materialize in midair. Though its destination remained unknown. You may leave now. Very well, please take your time with your tea. Thus, Chen Qingyuan stepped through the circular passage, arriving in a most elegant locale. It was a manor. Its 3-meter-high walls constructed from white stone, coated with a smooth layer of white paint, devoid of any gaps. Through the open gate, one could behold over a dozen bamboo houses within. To one side lay a clear pond, adorned with several willow trees at its edge, beneath which rested stone tables and chairs. The innermost bamboo house towered 3 stories high and appeared to be the resting quarters, while the other bamboo houses served various purposes. Yunchi Residence. A finely crafted plaque hung above the entrance. Every corner of this place seemed to exude an air of scholarly elegance, isolated from the world, akin to a paradise beyond reach. Young one, you shall reside here from now on, and after 5 years, you will be assigned a position for duty. Yu Chenran's voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears, advising him to swiftly enhance his strength, lest he face repercussions later on. Should the other candidates discover that Chen Qingyuan had taken a shortcut, they would undoubtedly seek an explanation. As for the youthful squabbles among peers, provided they did not escalate into significant turmoil, the Academy's higher-ups would refrain from intervening. Understood. Chen Qingyuan stepped into the Yunchi residence. Suddenly, a token appeared in his hand, inscribed with the characters Yunchi. The moment he grasped the token, Chen Qingyuan found himself bound to its laws, comprehending its usage as well as the purpose of each bamboo house within the Yunchi residence. Sealed, clutching the token in his hand, Chen Qingyuan's thoughts stirred, and an invisible barrier enveloped Yunchi residence, preventing outsiders from entering. Each bamboo hut appeared unremarkable. However, upon entering, one would find themselves in a realm of profound mysteries. Every cultivation cave within Daoyi Academy possessed such intricacies, governed by esoteric laws that eluded the understanding of ordinary individuals. The library beckoned, and Chen Qingyuan resolved to explore it. As he traversed the stone-paved path, he arrived at the entrance of a modest thatched bamboo hut, where he utilized the token to dissolve the wards in place before pushing the door open. With a hum, the door swung wide, revealing a swirling vortex of white before him. Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward. Instantly, a scene unfolded before his eyes, one that would be etched in his memory forever. Before him stretched an endless corridor, 3 meters wide, flanked by towering bookshelves that reached for the heavens. One shelf held ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age. Another displayed jade slips, while yet another contained fragments of texts and more. The literature here encompassed the histories of the northern wasteland and the imperial state, chronicling the lives of supreme beings alongside the remarkable deeds of ordinary cultivators. There were texts on weapon forging, Taoist techniques, insights on formations, puppet crafting, and alchemy. Among others, the cursory glance revealed to Chen Qingyuan that the total number of books and jade slips here must exceed 1,000,000. Moreover, these were merely the volumes available for his perusal. The core materials were undoubtedly housed in another part of Daoyi Academy. Was this the foundation of Daoyi Academy? Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his throat, disbelief washing over him. Even with a photographic memory and relentless study, it would take centuries to absorb all this knowledge. To truly comprehend and integrate it, one could only select a small portion for in-depth study. What then lay within the other bamboo huts? For the moment, Chen Qingyuan refrained from delving into the texts, stepping back from the library with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 70. The two Weistins prepared to break through their cultivation. To the left of the library stood another bamboo hut, marked by a humble sign, Training Hall. Employing the same method, Chen Qingyuan entered the training hall and found himself in a compact space filled with various spiritual treasures and Taoist weapons, each inscribed with special wards that forbade their removal. Additionally, within the space were unique buttons that allowed the selection of puppets of varying levels of cultivation for combat practice, enhancing practical combat abilities. These puppets were crafted by an esteemed instructor of the academy, and their prowess at the same cultivation level was formidable. Remarkably, there were even puppets of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. How absurd! Chen Qingyuan stared at the button before him, sealed and immovable, dumbfounded, given his current cultivation. He was not yet qualified to activate all the puppets. Only the button for the celestial spirit realm shone brightly. The ability to create puppets of the tribulation transcendent stage implied. Chen Qingyuan hesitated, his eyes wide with astonishment. The depth of Dao E Academy's foundation was indeed unfathomable. Subsequently, he surveyed the arrangement of the other bamboo huts. The Tranquility Hall housed special laws if one's mind was unsettled. It served as a sanctuary to stabilize one's Dao heart. Regular meditation in the Tranquility Hall for several hours proved immensely beneficial for one's Dao heart, and could even augment the power of one's spirit. The Cultivation Hall, imbued with rich spiritual energy, boasts an extraordinarily sturdy defensive barrier that prevents any disturbances. The Artifact Forging Hall is filled with numerous precious ores and tools for sharpening weapons such as swords and daggers. As Chen Qingyuan traversed this path, he was truly astounded. This is genuine wealth and grandeur. I had previously been far too petty. Upon entering the Cultivation Hall, Chen Qingyuan beheld a transparent barrier below, revealing a supreme spiritual vein, which explained the hall's exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, inscribed within the hall was a remarkably powerful spirit-gathering array, significantly enhancing the rate at which practitioners could absorb spiritual energy. What lies here? Eventually, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the sole three-story loft. At last, it appeared normal. A modest tea room and kitchen, along with a wardrobe and wooden bed, adorned the space. The partitions within the room were graced with various flowers and plants, occasionally releasing a fragrant aroma. Even a pig residing here could effortlessly attain intelligence and embark upon the path of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan mused. After resting for several hours, he entered the cultivation hall and began seclusion. Those exceptionally gifted individuals selected from the northern wilderness were presently engaged in fierce competition within the secret realm, among them several young prodigies at the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, at the ancient pavilion by the lake, Yu Chenran was savoring tea when an elderly man clad in purple approached, walking on water, and seated himself directly before Yu Chenran, producing a flask of fine wine to drink heartily. This purple-clad elder, named Lin Wenqiu, held an equal standing with Yu Chen and as the vice president of the Daoyi Academy. There are two vice presidents, and for many years they have managed the Daoyi Academy, ensuring that no disturbances arise. As for the president, he has been missing for many years, whereabouts unknown. You, old fellow, have actually taken on a disciple. How peculiar indeed. Lin Wenqiu had a penchant for wine, while Yu Chen and relished tea times. The two conversed like close friends, while at other moments, they resembled adversaries, ready to clash at the slightest disagreement. Their relationship was far too complex to be distilled into mere words. Mind your own business. Yu Chenran retorted. What background does that lad have? Are you not going to say anything? Regarding the matters of the Xianqing sect, Lin Wenqiu was momentarily uninformed. See for yourself. Yu Chenran, disinterested in explaining, produced a jade slip and tossed it over. The jade slip contained most of the information about Chen Qingyuan, such as his age, the level of cultivation he had reached, and his battles with various individuals. Among other details, it even recorded the ghost doctor and the Changgung sword immortal. The only matter that remained uninvestigated was that of the Tianyuan, but the rest was largely accurate. Having formed a benevolent bond with the Changgung sword immortal, this young fellow possesses extraordinary fortune. Lin Wenqiu dismissed the ghost doctor as inconsequential, merely a physician from a small place, unworthy of note. However, upon seeing the mention of the Changgung sword immortal, Lin Wenqiu was indeed taken aback. The Changgung sword immortal was a preeminent figure from a millennium ago. A formidable warrior who dared to draw his sword against the heavens. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Wenqiu and Yu Chen combined would likely not prevail against the Changgung sword immortal at his peak. He is a descendant of the Qing sect. Yu Chen stated in a matter-of-fact tone. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Wenqiu was momentarily choked by his drink, staring in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Upon witnessing the exceptionally earnest gaze of Yu Chenran, Lin Wenqiu found no room for doubt and murmured, "So it is. How could this old fellow suddenly take on a disciple? This child must not come to harm." When Yu Chenran uttered these words, his expression bore an air of solemnity that brooked no dissent. Indeed, the inheritor of the Qingzong lineage must not encounter any issues. Lin Wenqiu's countenance grew grave as a sudden thought struck him. This little rascal had ventured into the Tianyuan. What had transpired there? You ask me? Who am I to inquire? Regarding the circumstances within Tianyuan, Yu Chenran too harbored a desire to know, yet regrettably lacked a means to investigate. Would it be wise to venture into Tianyuan? That would be akin to courting death. While the average person may be unaware of the true terrors harbored within Tianyuan's forbidden zone, those in the upper echelons of Daoyi Academy possess some understanding. It was said that a formidable being had resided within Tianyuan for many years. If this little one had emerged alive from Tianyuan, he undoubtedly harbored secrets. Lin Wenshou furrowed his brow. I advise you. Some matters are best left unprobed. Be wary of inviting calamity upon yourself. Although Yu Chenran was indeed curious, he would not deliberately seek information concerning the interior of Tianyuan. I know, I'm not foolish, remarked Lin Wenshou, clad in purple robes. Not foolish, you say? Huh. Yu Chenran shot him a sidelong glance, retorting with a cold smile, speak plainly. There's no need for veiled insinuations. Lin Wenshou, now piqued, pointed an accusing finger at Yu Chenran's nose. I'm already vexed, and there's nothing further to discuss with you. Your presence here is quite irksome. Begone at once. In conversing with an old comrade, Yu Chenran was unapologetically blunt. I shan't leave, and I wonder what you intend to do about it. Lin Wenshou bristled, his temper flaring. In the Yunzi residence, within the Hall of Cultivation, Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in midair, retrieving the precious elixir gifted by the ghost doctor, determined to advance his cultivation. Countless streams of pure spiritual energy swirled around Chen Qingyuan, ready to penetrate his body at his beck and call. His foundation was already remarkably solid. It was time to take a step forward. The supreme Tao bone within him quivered slightly, sending waves of excruciating pain through his flesh. He refined the elixir and absorbed the spiritual energy. Chen Qingyuan's body began to transform, and the aura he exuded gradually shifted. Chapter 71. 3 Golden Pills, an unbearable trial before long. A radiant full moon materialized behind Chen Qingyuan, transitioning from transparency to corporeality. After several more hours, the moon began to shrink, coalescing into a golden pill the size of a fist. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had successfully condensed a golden pill, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, he did not cease his endeavors and continued to cultivate. That a low hum resonated within him as the golden Tao bone emanated an exceptionally rich aura of law, enveloping Chen Qingyuan's body and adorning it with layers of mysterious Tao patterns. This is not my limit. Chen Qingyuan could distinctly sense that his body still contained immense potential, specifically emanating from that enigmatic Tao bone. Thus, he steadfastly fortified his foundation, unraveling a pathway to the golden pill he had never before comprehended. A month later, a slightly dark red orb manifested at the center of his brow. Gradually, the red beads floated behind, exuding the ethereal aura of the golden elixir realm. 2 golden elixirs. Yet, this was not the ultimate limit of Chen Qingyuan. Ancient texts record that should a remarkable prodigy undergo a breakthrough, it is entirely possible to manifest 2 golden elixirs within. However, such prodigies are exceedingly rare, scarcely found among millions of cultivators. The golden elixir symbolizes the foundation of the path to transcendence. Typically categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades, the universally acknowledged ordinary prodigies can effortlessly coalesce superior golden elixirs, exemplified by Qin Yutong, who once battled Chen Qingyuan. Beyond these, there exist earth grade, heaven grade, and saint grade elixirs. Attaining a foundation of earth grade or above is an arduous endeavor, demanding not only exceptional innate talent, but also testing one's temperament, perseverance, and fortune. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan possessed a heaven grade foundation, with prospects of aspiring to the realm of great transcendence in the future. Regrettably, in the eyes of the red-clad maiden from the Abyssal domain, even a heaven grade foundation bore certain flaws, leading her to incapacitate Chen Qingyuan, compelling him to start anew, leaving no room for latent hazards. The 2 golden elixirs he currently coalesced remained in a peculiar state, yet to solidify, leaving uncertain what level they might ultimately reach, just when Chen Qingyuan deemed this to be his limit. An extraordinary occurrence transpired. The golden Tao bone seemed to have been activated, causing his body to quiver slightly as an overwhelming force surged throughout him. Clang, a faint Tao sound resonated from within his bones, echoing in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and deep within their depths lay something akin to the patterns of laws from the end of time. Buzz. Subsequently, the golden Tao bone elevated Chen Qingyuan's innate talent, allowing him to transcend his limitations. Days later, the 3rd golden elixir took form, shimmering with flowing light. 3 golden elixirs, now suspended in unison above Chen Qingyuan's back. Return. Chen Qingyuan formed seals with his hands and whispered incantations. All the golden elixirs returned to his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. Simultaneously, the blurred laws atop the elixirs grew increasingly distinct as Chen Qingyuan endeavored to withstand the pressure of the golden elixir's laws, ensuring that his Tao heart remained unwavering. This was the final juncture in shaping the quality of the golden elixir. A single misstep would render a century of suffering in the abyssal domain futile. Back then, the red-clad maiden first guided Chen Qingyuan in mastering numerous Tao techniques and imparted the true path of the golden elixir. Once Chen Qingyuan comprehended these teachings, she erased his cultivation without harming the essence of his body, preventing any decay. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall incapacitate you once more, the red-clad maiden had once proclaimed. Whenever Chen Qingyuan reminisced about these events, he felt as though countless ants were crawling over his body. A most uncomfortable sensation. The thought of being incapacitated again was a source of immense distress. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had asked the red-clad maiden, "Why must I forge an impeccable foundation for the golden elixir?" To this inquiry, she did not provide a direct answer, instead gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with untold stories. In due time, you shall understand. Very well. Chen Qingyuan ceased his questioning, allowing events to unfold naturally. Countless pressures bore down upon Chen Qingyuan, enveloping him in a suffocating sensation. Numerous parts of his body bore bloodstains, flesh torn and raw, as crimson flowed from his wounds, staining his garments. He conjured 3 golden elixirs, a feat that began to overwhelm him. That if he could endure, all would be well. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qingyuan persisted, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the void, while executing the foundational techniques of the golden elixir path. This technique had been imparted to him by the red-clad maiden, taking him a full year to master. In his recollection, his century-long existence in the abyss involved 90 arduous years of cultivation, followed by a decade of rehabilitation after his powers had been stripped, allowing him to internalize previously acquired knowledge as instinct. In essence, the trials of cultivation within the abyss were ruthlessly harsh. If given the choice, he would prefer never to return. The 3 golden elixirs within him trembled incessantly, resonating with profound sounds. The agony of his flesh intertwined with the rending sensation of his soul. A cacophony of sensations that caused beads of sweat to form on Chen Qingyuan's brow as he clenched his jaw in steadfast determination. The greater his innate talent and fortitude, the higher the quality of the golden elixirs. The quality of the 3 elixirs was breaking free from its constraints, ascending from inferior to medium grade, and swiftly rising to superior. To elevate all 3 elixirs to the pinnacle grade, however, Chen Qingyuan needed to endure the process slowly, without the slightest hint of laxity. Any moment of mental relaxation would spell disaster for his efforts. Thus, Chen Qingyuan persevered for 3 grueling months, elevating the quality of the golden elixirs to the earth grade. In the process, he shattered 2 of his teeth, numb to the physical pain as if he had lost all sensation. Was he on the brink of collapse? His consciousness blurred, yet he refused to relent. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had possessed only 1 golden elixir, relying solely on his strength to reach the celestial grade. Now, with 3 golden elixirs, the difficulty had multiplied immensely. In all the ancient texts recorded thus far, there had never been a prodigy with 3 golden elixirs, especially of such high quality. No, I have no desire to endure the company of that woman any longer. It is far too torturous. Chen Qingyuan's ears were filled with countless voices urging him to surrender. In a fleeting moment, he recalled the red-clad maiden, and his mind sharpened slightly, enabling him to endure once more. Despite her alluring figure and captivating charm, her ruthlessness instilled a lasting dread in Chen Qingyuan. At that time, the red-clad maiden had presented him with 2 choices regarding becoming her Tao partner. He had resolutely chosen the second option, recognizing that only a fool would bind himself to her. I shall see whether forcing myself to endure will cost me my life. Should he falter, the red-clad maiden would undoubtedly drag him back to the abyss for yet another round of torment. Rather than relive that ordeal, he would gamble his life on enduring to the end. 3 Earth-grade golden elixirs. If this were to be known, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained unsatisfied. According to the red-clad maiden, anything less than the sacred grade was deemed worthless. He could only strive forward, clinging to a glimmer of hope, even if it meant risking his life to reach the sacred grade of golden elixirs. As for the likelihood of success, that would ultimately depend on his own fate. Chapter 72. I am unworthy of being this saintess in the northern wilderness, within the Fu Lu star domain. The battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan concluded without further developments, leaving countless spectators bewildered. After a period of investigation, it was revealed that Wu Junyan had long since departed from the Fu Lu star domain. With their apprehensions alleviated, numerous prodigies began to provoke Chen Qingyuan openly. Chen Qingyuan, do you not dare to fight? They taunted. The 10 talents of the northern wilderness are merely this. How can someone as timid as you qualify to be among the 10 talents? Many voices rose in loud discussion, and various disparaging remarks reached the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect. Some disciples of the Xianqing sect, unable to contain their anger, sought to intervene. However, their efforts were swiftly quelled by the elders. They are the pinnacle of the younger generation. You are not their match. Though the disciples seethed with indignation, this was the harsh reality, and they loathed their own weakness. Persevere in your cultivation. One day, you shall surpass those individuals and ascend to a loftier position. Utilizing the external pressure, the elders encouraged the disciples within the sect, instilling in them a profound understanding of the importance of strength. Of course, the Xianqing sect still had a few exceptionally gifted disciples who were not dispatched to engage in combat. There was no necessity for such actions. Those challengers sought Chen Qingyuan specifically. If the younger disciples of the Xianqing sect lacked the ability to subdue all opponents, defeating one or two would be of little consequence. The ultimate outcome would merely be disgraceful. Chen Qingyuan is not within the Xianqing sect. All of you may withdraw, an elder declared as he exited. Whether the prodigies from various factions would believe this was left to their own discretion. Wu Junyan's sudden departure might indicate that Chen Qingyuan had indeed vacated the premises. However, we lingered around the Xianqing sect. When had Chen Qingyuan managed to escape? In the shadows, Yin Xinling contemplated the matter. Based on his understanding of Wu Junyan, it was inconceivable for him to vanish without a trace. Surely, some unforeseen circumstances had arisen. After coming to this conclusion, Yin Xinling departed from the Fu Lu Star domain, preparing to retreat to a suitable location for closed-door cultivation, aiming to elevate his strength to new heights. Chen Qingyuan, you may evade for a moment, but can you truly elude for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yin Xinling cast a lingering gaze towards the direction of the Xianqing sect and murmured, "One day, we shall meet again. At that time, I shall witness your prowess as one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness." Meanwhile, at the Tianyu sect, ever since the battle between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong's golden core foundation had been shattered, leaving him in a daze, devoid of his former spirited vigor. What is the situation? Sect Master Qin Yang inquired gravely, addressing the dozen or so physicians before him. The young Sect Master's golden core has been destroyed, and he is plagued by inner demons. We are at our wits' end. One physician lamented, stepping forward to speak. There truly no hope. Qin Yang, who had nurtured Qin Yutong for many years, found it unbearable that his prodigy had faltered before realizing his potential. If the ghost doctor were to intervene, there might be a chance for recovery. The other physicians unanimously concurred with this sentiment. Qin Yang fell into silence. For it was said that the ghost doctor had a favorable relationship with the Xianqing sect and had previously intervened to assist Chen Qingyuan. If he sought the ghost doctor's aid, the prospects appeared bleak. Damn it. Qin Yang dismissed the group of physicians, turning his gaze to the listless Qin Yutong lying in bed, his face contorted with rage as he muttered under his breath. When Qin Yutong sought trouble with Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yang did not intervene, believing that with Qin Yutong's strength, nothing untoward would occur. Little did he know the outcome would be so dire. Meanwhile, in Dongyi Palace, the higher-ups of the sect were engaged in serious discussions when suddenly the sound of a bell resonated, causing everyone to rise in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. The chime of Inshua City. At last, someone from Dongyi Palace has passed the trial of Inshua City. Could it be that girl, Shishue? The ancient bell tolls, signifying the acknowledgement of the ancestors' will. By Shishue had been in Inshua City for quite some time. Had it not been for the glow of her soul lamp, the sect members might have presumed her dead long ago. Let us go and see. The sect master, Du Ruoxing, donned in a flowing blue gown, traversed the distance to the secret realm of Inshua City in mere strides. At the far end of Inshua City stood a black ancient bell. By Shishue, clad in a white dress, stood there, her expression devoid of joy, her gaze a tumultuous blend of shame, regret, sorrow, and a hint of longing. During her trials, Bai Shishue had encountered perilous situations multiple times, struggling to extricate herself. With her innate talent, she could at best be deemed exceptional, failing to even reach the standard of an ordinary prodigy. After over a century of cultivation, Bai Shishue had yet to break through to the golden core realm solely through her own strength and still required the aid of elixirs. When faced with death, a mysterious light surged within her, safeguarding her foundational essence from calamity. She caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, the aura of Chen Qingyuan's Dao. In that instant, memories she had forcibly sealed away flooded her mind. I left a mark of the Tao within you, one that aligns with your being, which will gradually alter your constitution and protect you once that a century ago. Chen Qingyuan had stated this matter with a calm demeanor. Yet it had cost him dearly. A scene resurfaced in Bai Shishue's mind, that of her conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Qingyuan Gij, why won't you help me enhance my cultivation? Your talent has not reached the pinnacle. It requires more time to solidify your foundation. Merely pursuing the speed of breakthroughs will yield no benefit for the future. Qingyuan Gij, you are a top-tier prodigy of this age, while I am merely an ordinary disciple. Do you truly wish to become my Dao partner? I do. Why? Fate, perhaps. Initially, Chen Qingyuan regarded Bai Shishue as a stranger bearing an uncanny resemblance to a deceased acquaintance. As time passed, Bai Shishue developed feelings for him. Following closely in his footsteps, the two gradually grew accustomed to one another, kindling a romance. Before long, Bai Shishue was accepted as a direct disciple by an inner sect elder named Yao Susu, a position she scarcely deserved given her talent. Yao Susu's willingness to take her on was entirely due to Chen Qingyuan's reputation. Their respective sects were aware of their relationship and established a verbal engagement. Intending to find an auspicious day for their union in the future, Shishue, I may have to venture into a perilous place, uncertain if I shall return alive. Must you go? Yes. It is imperative that I will await your return. If I should inadvertently perish, you must live well. Do not speak such nonsense. No matter what happens, I shall wait for you. A millennium, 10 millennia, until we grow old and die. A century ago, when Chen Qingyuan prepared to journey to Tianyuan, he had a fleeting encounter with Bai Shishue. Upon my return, let us solemnly unite in marriage. Should I fail to return, you may seek a worthy match and live your life well. Chen Qingyuan felt an inexplicable force compelling him to venture to Tianyuan. Without having become Dao partners, naturally, they could not share a chamber. During their time together, Chen Qingyuan often employed spiritual herbs to lay a solid foundation for her, significantly elevating her innate talents. If you perish, I shall guard your tomb, unwavering and devoted, Bai Shishue declared, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet, when faced with true trials, Bai Shishue broke her word. Upon Chen Qingyuan's return, he bore no reproach, understanding her plight but unable to forgive. This destined union seemed to be one of fate without fruition. Everything I possess is bestowed upon me by him. As she cast a glance back at the perilous trials, tears shimmered in Bai Shishue's eyes, her heart aching. That year, news of Chen Qingyuan's demise reached her, and she was consumed by sorrow. Her mentor, Yao Susu, unable to witness her anguish, forcibly sealed away fragments of her past memories, allowing her to gradually recover. A stable foundation was essential to strive for higher realms and behold more exquisite vistas. Only now did Bai Shishue grasp the significance of that statement. Without Chen Qingyuan's assistance, her foundation would have been riddled with flaws, rendering her incapable of passing this trial. Shishue, you have truly succeeded. At this moment, the higher echelons of Dongyi Palace arrived. Observing the tearful countenance of Bai Shishue, the assembly was perplexed, though their faces radiated unmistakable joy. Particularly her mentor, Yao Susu. According to ancestral customs, those who passed the Yanshua city trial would become the holy maiden of Dongyi Palace. Yao Susu was exceedingly elated, knowing that once Bai Shishue ascended to the role of holy maiden, her own status would surely rise. Master, I am unworthy of this title, Bai Shishue said, surveying the high-ranking officials, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. What? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. The matter of the demon cave remains unresolved. A peculiar dream. Child, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Yao Susu approached Bai Shishue, concern etched upon her face. I do. Bai Shishue replied slowly, lost in thought. To pass this trial was not due to my prowess, but rather sheer fortune. In this world, luck is indeed a component of strength, Yao Susu remarked. Bai Shishue offered no response, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, the direction of Xianqing's sect. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart pierced with pain. Perhaps she truly harbored affection for him. Perhaps she once yearned for his safe return. In her past, she was an inconspicuous, ordinary woman. After encountering Chen Qingyuan, she transformed into the celebrated beauty of the realm, drawing the attention of many. It was my folly not to fulfill my promise to you. Between us, it seems this lifetime shall harbor no further fates. Could it be that Bai Shishue's memories were fragmented, thus yielding a muted reaction to Chen Qingyuan's return? Not so. It could only be said that her feelings for Chen Qingyuan were entangled with too many considerations of interest on that fateful day. When Bai Shishue encountered the returning Chen Qingyuan, she initially felt a twinge of shame and remorse. However, upon realizing that Chen Qingyuan had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, the flicker of guilt in her eyes dissipated in an instant, leaving her demeanor strikingly indifferent. akin to that of a stranger, were all the cherished memories between Bai Shishue and Chen Qingyuan truly sealed away by Yao Susu? It seemed implausible that Tio seal away the memories of a specific individual without inflicting harm upon their body or foundation would require abilities far beyond those of an intersect elder. Such powers could easily dominate the world. In other words, the fault lay with Bai Shishue herself, rather than anyone else. She was acutely aware that Qin Yutong did not genuinely care for her. Yet she had consented to the union years ago, motivated solely by the desire to ascend to the Tianyu sect and reap its benefits. Master, do you have any news regarding Chen Qingyuan? Bai Shishue turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she uttered his name. This Yao Susu stammered, unsure of how to respond. Standing beside them, the sect leader Du Ruoxing interjected, according to credible sources. Chen Qingyuan remains one of the 10 prodigies of the North Wasteland. Not long ago, he fought Qin Yutong and, utilizing his celestial spirit realm cultivation, rendered Qin Yutong incapacitated. He is currently recovering from his injuries. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue's delicate form quivered slightly. Indeed, he still possessed the unparalleled brilliance of yesteryear, a prowess unmatched by mere mortals. I have severed my ties with him. Perhaps it was destined to be. Someone like me is unworthy to stand by his side. Moreover, it is my own failure to have not held firm. I deserve this fate. With this thought, Bai Shishue laughed, mocking her own naivety and lack of loyalty. The harrowing experiences in Yinxue City had made her acutely aware of how benevolent Chen Qingyuan had once been towards her. Alas, all of that was now but a distant memory, irretrievable. With a sudden thud, darkness enveloped Bai Shishue, and she collapsed to the ground. Having endured countless tribulations and inner turmoil, she could bear no more. Take her away to rest. She must not suffer any further harm, commanded Du Ruoxing. Gazing at the fallen Bai Shishue, elders promptly rushed to examine her condition and carried her back to the sect for treatment. Henceforth, Bai Shishue would be known as the Holy Maiden of Dongyi Palace. A position of great prestige, elevated above numerous elders. The disciples who had once entered the sect alongside Bai Shishue were taken aback upon hearing this news that it was hard to fathom that the once ordinary intersect disciple had, in the blink of an eye, become a holy maiden. Recently, the situation regarding the demonic cavern in the Felixing domain had reached a critical juncture, with ominous demonic energy seeping forth from its depths, resulting in the corruption of several disciples of the Tianyu sect, rendering them neither human nor ghost. In a ruthless response, the Tianyu sect eradicated the corrupted disciples to avert a potential catastrophe. Quickly informed the leaders of all sects to convene at Tianyu sect to discuss the matter of the demonic cavern, commanded sect leader Qin Yang. His urgency palpable. If this trend continued, the demonic cavern would surely erupt within a few years, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Approximately a decade ago, the Tianyu sect had invited a master of formations along with formidable experts from various sects to address the demonic cavern issue, establishing numerous great formations in the hopes of effectively suppressing the cavern's malevolent forces, but to their dismay, the results were far from adequate. In contemporary times, the interior of the demon abyss is undergoing tremendous transformations, with numerous fissures appearing in the surrounding formations, heralding an imminent crisis. In the following days, the foremost powers of the flowing star domain convened to deliberate on the matter of the demon abyss. The atmosphere thick with a stifling sense of foreboding. Should the abyss erupt, it is likely that a deluge of demonic energy will surge forth, threatening to transform countless beings into monstrous entities. Yet, this is not the sole concern. I fear that within the abyss lurks a formidable demon lord of terrifying strength, an elder of the Xianqing sect. His visage marred by worry, voiced his apprehensions. To genuinely resolve the issue of the demon abyss, one must descend to its very depths and dismantle it from within. However, the peril involved is exceedingly grave, setting aside the question of success. Merely entering could spell doom. Many are acutely aware of this reality. If the demon abyss is to be thoroughly vanquished, one must venture into the lion's den. There exists no other recourse. Initially, it was believed that the grand formation established a decade prior could temporarily suppress the abyss. Yet who could have foreseen its recent upheaval? A calamity looms. Nevertheless, the experts of the Tianyu sect are reluctant to stake their lives on this endeavor, and other sects are even less inclined. The notion of self-sacrifice sounds noble, yet in practice, one cannot fathom how many would secretly deride the foolhardy. Senior brother, what do you propose we do? Dong Wenjun inquired, casting a gaze towards Lin Chongsheng, who sat elevated above the rest. In unison, the elders turned their attention, hoping Lin Chongqing might offer a judicious solution. Should the abyss erupt, it would undoubtedly impact every individual in the flowing star domain. And the Xianqing sect cannot hope to evade such a fate. Let us observe the intentions of the Tianyu sect. Lin Chongqing mused inwardly, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Should the situation necessitate a descent into the lion's den, and others are unwilling to embrace death, he, Lin Chongqing, would gladly wager his life on the attempt. His motives are not for the Tianyu sect, but rather for the innocent souls of the Xianqing sect and the flowing star domain. In recent years, Lin Chongqing has often felt drowsy, subsequently succumbing to dreams. He envisions a realm vastly larger than even the Tianyu sect's demon abyss, where cultivators clad in Xianqing sect robes charge forth in droves. The imagery within his dreams remains nebulous, rendering it difficult for Lin Chongqing to discern clearly. Upon awakening, he invariably finds 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks. He is bewildered by this phenomenon. Has he succumbed to demonic delusion? Or has his cultivation gone awry? Lin Chongqing, a practitioner at the 5th stage of tribulation, possesses the highest innate talent among his peers in the Xianqing sect. As his cultivation gradually ascends, the frequency of his dreams has also increased. Regardless of the methods Lin Chongqing employs, he cannot stave off the arrival of these visions. Initially, he believed himself to be ensnared by demonic madness, yet he gradually recognized an unsettling truth, for in his dreams, he glimpses a somewhat indistinct figure. Though unclear, he is certain that this person is an ancestor of the Xianqing sect. He had previously encountered this ancestor's portrait within the ancestral hall, and there could be no mistake. Master, martial uncle, have you truly departed from this world? One fateful day, Lin Chongqing found himself ensnared in the same dream once more, though the imagery was somewhat clearer. Upon awakening, a flicker of doubt regarding the sudden passing of his master and martial uncle took root within him. Thus, after much inner turmoil, Lin Chongqing resolved to make a bold decision. Chapter 74. Exhumation and Sacred Golden Elixir. Lin Chongqing made his way to the ancestral cemetery, establishing a peculiar barrier to ensure that no one would take notice. Immediately thereafter, he knelt before the grave of his master, Feng Changxian, and bowed 3 times, saying, "Master, please do not hold it against me. Should I be mistaken and disturb your eternal rest, I shall kneel here for 100 years in contrition." Having uttered these words, Lin Chongqing took a deep breath, and with a flick of his sleeve, unleashed a tremendous force that uprooted the grave, revealing a coffin of black and gold. He then extended his palm, unlocking the mystical seal upon the coffin and prying it open. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was cast aside. Gazing into the coffin, Lin Chongqing was momentarily rendered speechless. Instead of a corpse, he beheld a decayed straw man. A technique of feigned death. Stunned for an extended period, Lin Chongqing's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement, confusion, and a tinge of apprehension. This implied that his master had, through extraordinary means, faked his demise and extinguished the soul lantern of the Hall of Souls, likely still lingering in the realm of the living. With this thought, Lin Chongqing turned his gaze towards the grave of his granduncle, Shangguan Rong, and murmured, "Granduncle, I beg your forgiveness." Upon lifting the coffin lid, he discovered, indeed, that it contained not flesh, but a mere bundle of dried grass. For the following hour, Lin Chongqing opened the burial sites of the ancestors who had met untimely ends in the sect's history. Out of 10 coffins, 9 were empty, while 1 contained genuine flesh and blood. Lin Chongqing reverently returned the remains of the true ancestor to their resting place, bowing 3 times in apology. What on earth is happening? After restoring the cemetery to its original state, Lin Chongqing sat in bewilderment, grappling with the mysteries before him. Remarkably, it was the first instance in 100,000 years since the Xianqing sect had relocated to the Fulliu star domain that anyone had dared to excavate graves and verify the authenticity of their ancestors' remains. Initially, the incarnations wielded formidable mystical laws, rendering them undetectable to the sect's practitioners, who had buried their forebears with great ceremony. As years passed, the power of these laws diminished, revealing the true forms of the incarnations. Some ancestors had taken the guise of stone, others of wild grass, and some even of fish bones, likely remnants of a meal. Does this relate to the dream I had? Lin Chongqing often dreamt of receiving the will and legacy of the sect's ancestors in the years to come. At that time, he would grasp the entirety of the situation. As for now, he sat in a state of perplexity, gazing skyward with a deep sigh, silently wishing for the well-being of his granduncle and master. Fervently praying. In a mysterious space in the northern wasteland, within the Daoi Academy, Chen Qingyuan continued to endure, subjected to excruciating pain every moment, with neither his body nor soul granted a moment's respite. At this juncture, Chen Qingyuan resembled a being of blood, his flesh torn asunder, allowing the stark whiteness of his bones to become vividly visible. A horrifying sight. 3 golden elixirs had reached the earthly grade. Striving toward the heavenly grade, with no alternative but to persist, Chen Qingyuan pressed on. The Dao bone within him was gradually refining his body in the 3 golden elixirs. As long as he could withstand the pressure, everything would be resolvable. Whenever Chen Qingyuan found himself on the brink of despair, he would immediately recall the tormenting days spent with the girl in red. His fighting spirit rekindled, enabling him to endure a little longer. He would rather perish on the arduous path of refining the golden core than return to the company of that woman. Clinging to this conviction, Chen Qingyuan persevered through the arduous months, enduring for over 5 months. Consequently, a profound radiance surged from within him as 3 golden cores ascended to the celestial grade, emanating an overwhelming might that distorted the void within the chamber. Yet, celestial grade golden cores were still insufficient. Had the former Chen Qingyuan been in this situation, he would have deemed it adequate. However, the girl in red had stringent demands. Anything less than sacred grade was deemed worthless. Only by elevating the quality of his golden cores to the sacred grade could Chen Qingyuan evade being dragged back to the Tianyuan. If he were to be rendered useless once more, he would be driven to despair. But if you are truly reliable, then spare me from death, I shall handle the rest, he thought. Chen Qingyuan attempted to converse with the golden Dao bone within him, determined to make a final effort. The runes of law upon the golden Dao bone flickered momentarily, seemingly responding to Chen Qingyuan's call. Following that, he extracted a substantial number of high-grade spirit stones while absorbing the pure spiritual energy wafting in the void. He was all in. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly enhancing the quality of his golden cores. A resounding hum echoed. At that moment, terrifying phantoms and ancient Dao images materialized behind Chen Qingyuan. In an instant, he felt his soul being expelled by the power of the golden core, drifting outside, exceedingly weak. The next moment, the golden Dao bone played a crucial role, drawing his soul back into his body. Stabilizing his foundation at the lakeside pavilion of the Dao Academy, 2 vice presidents, engaged in sipping tea and wine, simultaneously sensed the fluctuations in the laws of the universe. They exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Before calculating with their fingers, "Have you discovered anything?" After a long pause, Yu Chunran turned to his old companion, inquiring earnestly. No trace to be found. Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, shook his head, his gaze profound, tinged with worry. The laws of heaven and earth were shifting, and the specific reasons remained unknown. This was not promising news. Let us hope no great turmoil arises. Yu Chunran sighed deeply. The principal has been absent for 5 millennia, and it is uncertain when he will return. Alas, Lin Wenqiu mused, that a storm is brewing. This era is unlike the past. Our Dao Academy may no longer remain hidden in the shadows. 5,000 years ago, the Academy's principal had foreseen a hint of anomaly, merely instructing the 2 vice presidents to safeguard the Academy before vanishing without a trace. During this time, the vice presidents and several instructors had ventured forth multiple times to investigate. Yet none had discovered any sign of the principal. Given the principal's capabilities, it seemed unlikely that anyone could have slain him. However, there was a fear that he might have encountered some forbidden causality. Let us not dwell on such matters. What comes, comes, that we shall accept it. The 2 vice presidents ceased their discussions, gazing at the reflection of the slanting sun upon the lake, each lost in their own thoughts. More than a year has passed, and Chen Qingyuan has been in seclusion for 2 years. His body is far from unscathed. Parts of flesh have fallen away, and his bones are exposed. The golden Dao bone emanates a faint glow, enveloping his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan can no longer perceive the pain of his body, with only a vague consciousness clinging on. Each minute and second feels exceedingly prolonged. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the beating of his heart has intensified, resonating like the sound of a drum. Chen Qingyuan's eyes seem to have been baptized by a rainbow, radiating with a brilliant glow. Boom! A surge of warmth emanates from his heart, coursing through every part of his body. Simultaneously, 3 golden elixirs undergo a transformation, rotating within his dantian, their quality elevating. They have ascended to the level of sanctity. Chapter 75. Manifestation of anomalies, shocking the world. The 3 golden elixirs are all of supreme quality. Such an occurrence has never been documented in ancient texts. It is unprecedented. Having two golden elixirs within one body is already an exceedingly rare phenomenon, let alone someone like Chen Qingyuan, should this news be disclosed. It would surely cause a sensation throughout the realm. Cultivators from the Empire, the Northern Wastes, the Western Frontier, the Southern Domain, and the Eastern Lands would undoubtedly fix their gaze upon Chen Qingyuan. At the time, Chen Qingyuan would likely find no peace, standing at the vortex of a grand upheaval, where a moment's carelessness could lead to him being consumed by a terrifying whirlpool, leaving no trace behind. The world harbors numerous malevolent techniques capable of grafting another's golden elixir onto oneself. Once all three of Chen Qingyuan's supreme golden elixirs are revealed, although he would wield unparalleled prestige among his peers, it would equally bring immense danger. Indeed, that it has succeeded as he gazes inward at the three golden elixirs. A flicker of excitement and joy gradually appears in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. At this moment, he is drenched in blood, his wounds grotesque, and his breath slightly erratic. In the past, Chen Qingyuan, relying on the foundation of a heavenly-grade golden elixir, had swept through the flowing star region and its surroundings, finding no rivals and earning the title of one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wastes. Now, having reconstituted his foundation and forged 3 supreme golden elixirs, his future accomplishments are beyond imagination. In Chen Qingyuan's recollection, he has never encountered a situation like this in ancient texts. This world is vast. Even the most formidable beings struggle to grasp the entirety of existence. The 5 continents are expansive, each encompassing thousands of star domains, which in turn contain countless stars. Nevertheless, the foundation of supreme golden elixirs is exceedingly rare, rarely exceeding 100 individuals in an era. Those who possess such a foundation, provided they do not perish prematurely, are destined to reach the pinnacle of the great ascension, living for 30,000 years, roaming freely across the world. With the formation of the golden elixirs, his cultivation naturally ascends. Golden elixir realm. Initial stage. Chen Qingyuan has no time to ponder the 3 golden elixirs within him and hurriedly begins to mend his injuries. The spirit stones surrounding him have been depleted by more than half. Had it not been for the pure spiritual energy within this secluded chamber, the consumed resources would have multiplied several times over. The moment the supreme golden elixirs were formed, numerous anomalies manifested in the heavens and earth, startling countless beings. In the vast expanse of Beiwang, a significant portion of its territory shimmered with golden light high above in the heavens, as if auspicious entities were soaring amidst the clouds. Brilliant rays from the galaxy pierced through the boundless void, descending upon the realm inhabited by mortals, where the auroras danced in a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating the gaze of all who beheld them. Leaving the world in awe and astonishment, such celestial phenomena spread across various star domains, leaving many to ponder the cause. Those of profound cultivation faintly discern the resonant echoes of ancient bells emanating from the depths of the starry sky, each tolling sound penetrating the very essence of their souls, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Were there 3 suns in the sky? Shortly thereafter, a spectacle of 3 suns shining together appeared in a certain star domain of Beiwang, eliciting gasps of terror from countless onlookers, their expressions filled with dread and astonishment. The spiritual veins stirred, and the laws of the universe became chaotic. In this direction lay the Daoi Academy. Yu Chunran sensed the changes occurring in Beiwang, his astonishment palpable. Subsequently, he discovered that even this independent space of the Daoi Academy was experiencing unusual conditions. Utilizing his profound powers to deduce the situation, he followed an imperceptible trail of laws. Directing his gaze towards the direction of Yunshiju. In an instant, Yu Chunran arrived at Yunshiju, promptly sealing off this space to prevent anyone from uncovering its anomalies, not even the other vice president. Lin Wenqiu could ascertain what transpired here. It was not that his master sought to steal his secrets, but rather that the commotion caused was far too great, and he offered his apologies. Yu Chunran discerned that Chen Qingyuan was situated within the cultivation hall and discreetly employed a mystical technique to observe. Once he looked, he was left utterly astonished. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan was mending his injuries while stabilizing the foundation of his golden core, thus neglecting to conceal it with the special jade bracelet. Yu Chunran effortlessly beheld the 3 golden cores within Chen Qingyuan's body, left speechless, his voice trembling as he murmured, 3 cores coexisting, a flawless sacred grade. Even though Yu Chunran had weathered countless storms, he was nonetheless taken aback by the scene before him. The Daoi Academy possessed profound heritage, its legacy stretching back through the ages, and its library contained records of numerous historical events. However, despite perusing various significant ancient texts, Yu Chunran had never encountered any mention of 3 sacred grade golden cores. This lad is he even human? Yu Chunran stood in a daze for quite some time, at a loss for words. In that instant, his eyes reflected both shock and envy. Were it anyone else who beheld the still unstable sacred grade golden cores within Chen Qingyuan, they would undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives, willing to go to great lengths to seize the golden cores for themselves. The merits of the Qingzong, had they fallen upon you? Yu Chunran speculated silently, filled with anticipation for the future of his disciple. Chen Qingyuan Theo safeguard Chen Qingyuan's secret. Yu Chunran fabricated a tale, claiming that a disturbance during his own cultivation had led to the chaotic signs and the laws of this space within the Daoyi Academy. As for the strange occurrences across Beihuang, perhaps they were merely the result of certain extraordinary treasures emerging into the world. The inhabitants of the academy had no reason to doubt Yu Chunran's words. 3 sacred grade cores were an unprecedented rarity. Until Chen Qingyuan truly matured, Yu Chunran would do everything in his power to conceal this secret, ensuring the safety of his disciple, should certain old-timers eager for advancement learn of this matter. Chen Qingyuan's future might be fraught with peril. To this end, Yu Chunran did not even inform his old comrade Lin Wenqiu, believing that the fewer who knew, the lesser the danger. Meanwhile, in the northern wilderness, within the Tianshuan Forbidden Zone, there lies a peculiar space, where an expansive terrain is adorned with a humble bamboo cottage, beside which flows a serene blue stream. Its endpoint obscured from sight, in the courtyard of the bamboo dwelling, there flourish strange flowers and herbs, not of this world. The sun above casts a gentle illumination upon the land, yet intriguingly, regardless of the passage of time. It never sets, as if eternally suspended in the sky. That a closer inspection reveals that this sun is not genuine, but rather an illusion conjured by a mystical treasure. At that moment, the tightly shut bamboo door creaked open, and a woman clad in a red dress emerged from within. She is the mistress of Tianshuan, the enchanting maiden in red who has been guiding Chen Qingyuan on his journey, tall and graceful. Her features are akin to a painting, yet her visage remains obscured by a dark veil, preventing a full view of her beauty. Despite the veil's concealment, her prominent nose and eyes, sparkling like stars, suggest an astonishing countenance hidden beneath. The trailing fabric of her dress accentuates her flawless figure and noble demeanor. The delicate jade pendant adorns her waist, with a crimson ribbon cascading at her side, fluttering gently like a breeze. Her long black hair is secured by a wooden hairpin, which seems to draw her from the heavens above, imparting a trace of the mortal realm's essence. Barefoot, her exquisite feet tread upon the ground, untouched by any dust or dirt, as if to avoid sullying this sacred being. Has she succeeded? The maiden in red gazes at the illusory sun, seemingly penetrating the veil of this fantastical forbidden world. Glimpsing the scenery beyond, she murmurs softly, a smile gracing her lips, and a hint of longing flickers in her eyes. Chapter 76. The true origin of Chen Qingyuan and the maiden's yearning. When shall they meet again? If it were within her means, the maiden in red would wish to accompany Chen Qingyuan always, never straying from his side. Yet, she cannot do so, remaining instead in Tianshuan, hoping that her feelings of longing may ride the gentle breeze, gradually finding their way to Chen Qingyuan's heart. In this lifetime, your smiles surpass all those of the past combined. Remove your mask, so you need not struggle so fiercely to exist. This is but one of the few ways I can assist you, and I hope you shall not hold it against me in the future. Each time she recalls the smile upon Chen Qingyuan's face, warmth envelopes the maiden in red, for within the desolation of the Tianshuan Forbidden Zone, she no longer feels quite so alone or cold. Her thoughts drift along this thread of sentiment, leading her to reminisce about events from over 200 years ago. 2 centuries past, the maiden in red gazed at the sleeping infant in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. Gently caressing the boy's cheek, she whispered, "In this life, allow me to take charge." Later, she transmitted a message to Shangguan Rong of the Xianqing sect, summoning him to the outskirts of Tianshuan. As Shangguan Rong awakened to the memories of his inheritance, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind, filling him with surprise and curiosity. Upon reaching a certain location within Tianshuan, he beheld the maiden in red approaching, cradling the infant. "Who are you?" "You need not know." The maiden in the crimson dress chose not to reveal her identity, instead placing the infant boy upon the stone beside Shangguan Rong. "Take this child and depart." In the future, he shall fulfill the will of the Qing sect. Upon hearing the name of the Qing sect, Chen Qingyuan tensed visibly. He had recently learned of the history of the Qing sect, a matter of utmost secrecy, and was taken aback that this enigmatic woman had so effortlessly unveiled it. This child? However, as he pondered, he realized that the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was a place of great peril. The origins of the mysterious woman before him were undoubtedly extraordinary, and her knowledge of the Qing sect warranted no excessive astonishment. The merits of the Qing sect had long been ignored by the heavens. When the time was ripe, justice would be sought for the sect. The eyes of the woman in red were fixed upon the slumbering infant, filled with reluctance, yet she knew she must part from him. The dangers of the Tianyuan were too great. She feared she would not care for the child adequately and did not wish for him to grow up without joy. Her aspiration was to lead him to the mortal realm, allowing him to experience a semblance of normal life, hoping that he would not endure such suffering in this lifetime. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, how should I care for him? Chen Qingyuan dared not refuse. A mere glance into the eyes of the crimson-clad maiden sent tremors through his very soul. Even with the awakening of his ancestral memories, he lacked the courage to harbor any disrespect. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan longed to voice grievances for his sect, yet his own strength felt woefully inadequate. From the words of the maiden, he learned that this infant could one day seek justice for the Qing sect, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Everything is as you desire, the woman in red declared. "Oh, you have any further requests?" Chen Qingyuan inquired. "Treat him kindly," she implored, trusting in the character of the Qing sect's heir. Entrusting the child to a member of the Qing sect brought her solace, ensuring that he could live a carefree life, while also bestowing a touch of good fortune upon the sect. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan affirmed, nodding earnestly as he made his promise. With great care, he cradled the infant and subsequently departed. The maiden in red gazed into the distance, her heart heavy with reluctance. Tears glistened in her eyes. Would this time allow him to reach the end? Her emotions were a tumultuous blend, and she could not tear her gaze away. She would never forget the first life of Chen Qingyuan. Clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear. In that era, Chen Qingyuan was cold and distant, having scarcely smiled throughout his lifetime. To shatter the shackles of this realm and repel the creatures from other worlds. He had never taken a day of rest. In that battle, he was defeated. Soon after, the abyss of demons emerged in the imperial capital, seeking to devour all. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Qing sect had laid down a tremendous formation, sealing the abyss and preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. It was for this reason that the maiden in crimson resolved to send Chen Qingyuan to the Qing sect. Without the guardianship of the Qing sect for over 300,000 years, the calamity of the abyss would have erupted long ago, and the remnants of Chen Qingyuan's soul would surely not have endured to this day, let alone have a second chance. After enduring 8 cycles of reincarnation, the remnants of Chen Qingyuan's soul gradually began to mend. The maiden in red devoted an extensive period of time to crafting for him a corporeal form, heralding the arrival of his 9th life. This new body was exceedingly fragile. Thus, the maiden understood she must allow Chen Qingyuan to grow for a time. When the opportunity presented itself, she would employ special methods to summon him back to the Tianyuan. Firstly, the girl in the red dress finally has the opportunity to spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan, marking the happiest period of her life after countless years. Secondly, she is determined to wholeheartedly assist Chen Qingyuan in rebuilding his foundation. For only then can he attain the accomplishments that once eluded him. As for bullying Chen Qingyuan, that is purely a matter of personal vendetta, a clear act of retribution. If one does not seize the chance to torment you now, there may never be another opportunity. Each time she torments Chen Qingyuan, the girl in the red dress feels an immense joy, appearing outwardly like a frosty lotus, forbidding entry to others, while secretly reveling with exuberance. She wonders if she will ever escape from Tianyuan in her lifetime. Within Tianyuan, the girl in the red dress slowly closes her eyes, yearning for the moment she can meet Chen Qingyuan again. After living for so many years, she has become so intertwined with the laws of Tianyuan that leaving even a step is impossible. Should she attempt to force her way out, it would undoubtedly provoke the causal repercussions of the laws of time, leading to divine retribution and her demise. It matters not. As long as he is alive, there remains hope. The girl in the red dress's eyes brim with anticipation as she turns and returns to the bamboo cottage. In the northern wilderness, strange phenomena have persisted for several days, causing significant upheaval. Many factions speculate that some extraordinary treasure has descended, dispatching numerous experts to investigate, yet to no avail. Others believe that a prodigy favored by the heavenly Tao has been born. searching for individuals who meet the corresponding criteria. In any case, the northern wilderness has grown increasingly chaotic, with the younger generation's competition intensifying. Chen Qingyuan, the very person at the center of these events, remains blissfully unaware as time flows inexorably onward. His mentor, Yu Chenran, has been patiently waiting outside Yunqi residence, quietly biding his time. It is not until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he finally stabilizes his Dao body and cultivation. Aware of the significance of the 3 Dan sacred treasures, Chen Qingyuan promptly conceals the true nature of his golden elixir with a jade bracelet, fabricating the appearance of a heavenly-grade golden elixir. Upon exiting his retreat, Chen Qingyuan is startled to find Yu Chenran standing at the entrance of Yunqi residence and exclaims, "Master, what brings you here? Come inside." Yu Chenran scrutinizes Chen Qingyuan for a moment, noting the presence of a heavenly-grade golden elixir aura, secretly marveling at the young man's secrets that have eluded his keen perception. Observing Yu Chenran's serious demeanor, Chen Qingyuan slowly nods, welcoming him inside. Chapter 77, The Third Agreement, Never Regret. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan pours a cup of tea for Yu Chenran and softly inquires, "Master, do you have something to discuss? Human hearts are inscrutable, unless absolutely necessary. One should not reveal their true self." Why Yu Chenran refrains from making it explicit, instead offering a subtle warning. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flicker slightly. He is not foolish. He discerns the meaning behind Yu Chenran's words and feels a twinge of anxiety. Surely, his mentor would not conspire against him. "You rascal, stop overthinking. If I intended to harm you, would I have waited until now?" Through Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Yu Chenran deduces something, lightly kicking him while jokingly scolding. The disciple harbors no wild thoughts. Recognizing the reasonableness of this statement, Chen Qingyuan feels a wave of relief and grins. "Humph." Yu Chenran rolls his eyes at Chen Qingyuan, snorting, "Your thoughts are transparent to me." Nonetheless, upon seeing it for the first time, I must admit that I was taken aback and felt a twinge of envy. "If my master desires it, I shall excavate it for you," Chen Qingyuan jested. "Get lost, don't disgust me," was the retort. With Chen Qingyuan's playful banter, the bond between master and disciple strengthened, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. "I implore you, master, to keep this a secret," Chen Qingyuan requested earnestly. "Is it necessary to state the obvious?" "Do you think me a fool?" Yu Chenran replied, reclining with his legs crossed, taking a sip of tea. "I personally safeguard your path, fearing any misstep. Regarding the matter of the 3 Dan holy treasures within Chen Qingyuan, even those closest within the academy would remain uninformed. It was a secret he intended to keep buried." "Thank you, master," Chen Qingyuan expressed, feeling a warmth wash over him as he bowed deeply. "Well then, if you truly wish to show gratitude, procure some fine tea leaves. This brew is rather dreadful," Yu Chenran remarked, deciding to take his leave. With Chen Qingyuan's cleverness, he was assured that no foolishness would ensue. Thus, Yu Chenran felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. "Yes, master," Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile, accompanying him to the door. "Safe travels, master." After Yu Chenran departed, Chen Qingyuan sat within the confines of his room, a wave of apprehension washing over him. This time, it had indeed been a close call. He was fortunate to have made his breakthrough within the Dao Academy. Had it occurred elsewhere, it would have undoubtedly caused considerable upheaval. With a long exhale, Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, a fragment of his consciousness entered the space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten his agreement with the girl in the red dress. She had mentioned that only upon his breakthrough to the golden core stage would he learn of the 3rd stipulation. Now that the time had arrived, Chen Qingyuan entered with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Within the mysterious confines of the jade bracelet, a line of text materialized: "Suppress the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, excluding yourself." What? Upon encountering the 3rd stipulation, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, exclaiming in shock, "Wasn't this demand rather excessive?" The 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness were among the most formidable of his generation. To expect Chen Qingyuan to subdue them all was akin to trampling the entirety of his peers in the North Wilderness beneath his feet. "Could we possibly negotiate a different agreement?" Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. "Certainly, let us retract the previous stipulation. You marry me, and everything is negotiable." As soon as Chen Qingyuan triggered the jade bracelet's restrictions, the girl in the red dress was able to engage in a brief conversation with him. "I suddenly find this agreement rather suitable. No need for further negotiation," she replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan hastily altered his stance, fearing he might once again be ensnared. What a joke. Aligning himself with this woman would guarantee a lifetime of turmoil. Without delay, his consciousness withdrew from the jade bracelet space, sealing its restrictions, anxious to avoid hearing the voice of the girl in red. Suppressing the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness was no simple task. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache coming on, letting out a gentle sigh. Though he had laid the foundation for the 3 Dan holy treasures, his cultivation remained relatively weak. He could not hope to contend with those top-tier geniuses in the short term. Unless he revealed the entirety of his golden core, victory would be an elusive dream. However, once the matter of the golden elixir is exposed, a multitude of troubles will inevitably follow. After all, she has not set a deadline, so she can afford to delay things. Chen Qingyuan initially aspired to a life of modesty, seeking only to earn a modest amount of spirit stones through legitimate means. He remained utterly indifferent to the fleeting titles and accolades of the mortal realm. The assessments at the Dawi Academy must be nearing their conclusion. Calculating the time, only a year remains. Should they discover that Chen Qingyuan entered the academy without undergoing the assessment, they would surely deem it unjust and harbor animosity towards him. After all, in this world, people hold only the strong in esteem. If Chen Qingyuan does not demonstrate some genuine prowess, it will be challenging to win their respect. Furthermore, the 2 Weisteins cannot disclose that Chen Qingyuan is the heir of the Qing sect. He must face everything on his own. If he cannot resolve these minor troubles, one can only imagine the difficulties in inheriting the will of the Qing sect. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall defend. When water flows, we shall dam. Chen Qingyuan chose to cast aside these worries and continued his meditation and cultivation, while also seeking to understand the wondrous applications of the saint-grade golden elixir. Time passed swiftly, and a year seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Over 100 individuals participated in the assessment, with only the top 10 being selected as disciples of the academy, while the rest would be returned to their original places. Since the Dawi Academy exists in an independent and mysterious realm, even those who wish to seek the academy's location would find no success. Today, the assessment has concluded, and the 100 participants stand at the entrance of the Dawi Academy, their injuries visibly healing at a remarkable pace, and their chaotic energies gradually stabilizing. Some wear expressions of joy, while others are despondent, fists clenched tightly, their eyes filled with resentment. The most tormented among them is undoubtedly the 11th place finisher, who fell short of the 10th place by merely a few points. Had he been a tad more attentive and avoided a single mistake, the 10th position could have been his. Alas, opportunities are fleeting and do not present themselves again. First place goes to Song Ningyan. Zhao Yichuan, clad in white, serves as one of the examiners and announces the final results. He stands suspended in the void, casting his gaze upon the young woman at the forefront. Song Ningyan, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, dons a dark-hued long dress, her beauty striking, yet her gaze is icy, and her disposition solitary, preferring not to engage with others. You have the autonomy to choose your instructor. First place invariably comes with certain privileges. And Zhao Yichuan provides information about several lecturers for Song Ningyan to consider. To his surprise, she looks up, meeting Zhao Yichuan's gaze, and with a cold tone declares, "I choose you." Upon hearing this response, Zhao Yichuan is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, but I advise you not to regret your choice." Chapter 78. The assessment concludes. Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of criticism. Zhao Yichuan is notorious for his severity at the Dawi Academy. While others have become his students in the past, many were ultimately driven away on the day Chen Qingyuan arrived at the academy. Yu Chenran permitted him to bypass the assessment. This displeased Zhao Yichuan, who directly confronted the Weistein, Yu Chenran. Upon learning that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing sect, Zhao Yichuan relented, deeming the situation reasonable. Had it not been for this causal relationship, he would have certainly contested the matter, possibly even clashing head-on with the Weistein. I shall not have regrets. Song Ningyan, who secured the top position in the assessment, undoubtedly possesses formidable strength, effortlessly overshadowing her peers with her lofty demeanor. Let us hope so, Zhao Yichuan remarked, his previous seriousness replaced by a light chuckled at that moment. Yukanran's voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. "You little rascal. The entrance examination is over. You must come over." "Master, what do I need to go for?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, gazing into the void. "Although you have been admitted, there are still many procedures yet to be completed. Go as instructed, and do not dawdle." Having successfully convinced Chen Qingyuan to become his disciple, Yukanran saw no reason to hold back. After all, what does it matter if the heir of Qingzong is involved? Discipline must be maintained without mercy. Understood. Chen Qingyuan forced a bitter smile, changing into a clean, light-colored garment before making his way towards the mountain gate. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, where he beheld Zhao Yichuan standing majestically in the void. Chen Qingyuan respectfully bowed, expressing his reverence. Zhao Yichuan nodded in return, a fleeting softness glimmering in his otherwise indifferent gaze. This fellow's attitude has improved significantly. Perhaps it is due to my master's influence. Chen Qingyuan mused. Little did he realize that Zhao Yichuan did not regard the vice principal's standing, but rather the reputation of Qingzong. Step forward. Zhao Yichuan gestured for Chen Qingyuan to take his place in the front row. On his way there, Zhao Yichuan had already announced the names of the top 10 candidates, positioning them at the forefront. Including Chen Qingyuan, there were 11 individuals in the first row. All eyes were now fixed upon Chen Qingyuan. Brimming with curiosity, where did this person come from? I've seen him. He stood beside me before the assessment, but he seemingly did not participate. How does he stand among those who passed? Does anyone know him? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. The vast expanse of Beihuang meant that, despite Chen Qingyuan's growing fame, many had yet to encounter him. Hey, who are you? What is your name? Demanded Wang Qing, the individual ranked 11th. His tone laced with unwillingness. Observing the discontent among the crowd from his elevated position, Zhao Yichuan chose to watch the unfolding drama without intervening. Me. Chen Qingyuan, feeling the collective gaze upon him, chose honesty. I hail from Zhuangqingzong. And I am called Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, many displayed expressions of astonishment. Wang Qing's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, Chen Qingyuan, one of the 10 prodigies of Beihuang. Chen Qingyuan smiled, tacitly acknowledging the claim, standing to Chen Qingyuan's right. The woman in a black dress, Song Ningyan, furrowed her brow and coldly queried, according to the rules of Daoyi Academy, no candidate in the entrance examination can be recognized as one of the 10 prodigies of Beihuang and must act with humility. What is the meaning of this? Is there such a rule? I was completely unaware, Chen Qingyuan replied, taken aback, genuinely hearing this for the first time. Unaware, the crowd regarded Chen Qingyuan with peculiar expressions, unable to fathom how he could be oblivious to the Academy's regulations, especially when he had not even participated in the examination. Students of Daoyi Academy and assessors are not permitted to participate in the selection of the 10 heroes of Beihuang, a rule that has persisted for countless years. Given the remote location of Xianqing's sect, it is indeed understandable that this matter remains unclear. Moreover, Master Yu Chunran has never mentioned this to Chen Qingyuan. He truly had no inkling. With a bewildered expression, Chen Qingyuan lamented, I am quite perplexed as to which scoundrel deemed me worthy of being selected as one of the 10 heroes of Beihuang, thus depriving me of peace for several days. However, what connection could there possibly be between the 10 heroes of Beihuang and the assessors of Daoyi Academy? Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's lament, the crowd genuinely believed he was unaware of the situation, and many cast admiring glances, tinged with a hint of sympathy. You are finished. Song Ningyan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she coldly remarked, What do you mean by that? At her words, Chen Qingyuan grew even more bewildered. I merely commented on the matter of the 10 heroes of Beihuang. Why does that spell my doom? Can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? Just as Chen Qingyuan intended to press for clarification, Zhao Yichuan, standing atop a height, suddenly interjected, The scoundrel you speak of is me. Huh. At that instant, Chen Qingyuan's body stiffened. His expression morphed into a tapestry of emotions as he lifted his gaze to meet Zhao Yichuan's. His voice trembling slightly, Sani Sr., what did you just say? The recent lists of the 10 heroes of Beihuang were curated by me, Zhao Yichuan replied with an indifferent demeanor. Boom! With this confirmation, Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he stood there, dumbfounded and petrified, momentarily struggling to comprehend the revelation. Since time immemorial, the list of the prodigies of Beihuang has been promulgated by Daoyi Academy to inspire the new generation to strive for growth. Those with ties to Daoyi Academy are eligible to participate in the entrance assessments, thus excluding them from the list. Daoyi Academy has always operated in the shadows, unbeknownst to the world, wishing to keep its students from public scrutiny to avoid contravening ancestral teachings. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan has been a unique exception, being both one of the 10 heroes of Beihuang and a student of the Academy. 2 centuries ago, Yu Chunran discovered that the Xianqing sect of the Fuliu star domain was, in fact, the long-lost Qing sect. However, he did not disclose this to anyone, nor did he reveal the connection between Xianqing sect and Daoyi Academy. Consequently, Zhao Yichuan believed that Chen Qingyuan, possessing exceptional talent, was worthy of being selected as one of the 10 heroes of Beihuang. As for the newly announced list of 10 heroes, Zhao Yichuan initially did not consider Chen Qingyuan, but it was Yu Chenran who insisted on including him. Thus, at that time, when Chen Qingyuan was still at the celestial spirit realm, he inexplicably became one of the 10 heroes of Beihuang, leading many to view him as a stepping stone. The affection from a master is indeed fervent. Yu Chenran intended to impose sufficient pressure on Chen Qingyuan for him to grow swiftly and shoulder the responsibilities of the Qing sect. It dawned upon Chen Qingyuan after a lengthy contemplation. "Senior, I apologize, that was not my intention." Regaining his composure, he hurriedly offered his apology. "No matter, there are many who have berated me." Zhao Yichuan replied with a smile directed at Chen Qingyuan, causing the latter to feel a shiver run down his spine, an ominous sensation washing over him. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yichuan summoned several individuals to assist in escorting the eliminated candidates back to their original locations. Upon departing from the Daoyi Academy, the prospect of ever becoming a disciple again vanished. "Senior, I refuse to accept this." Wang Qing, ranked 11th, mustered his courage and declared loudly. Zhao Yichuan cast a glance at Wang Qing, exuding an air of authority without anger. Why was he exempt from the assessment? Moreover, according to the Academy's rules, the 10 talents of the Northern Wasteland are deemed incompatible with the Academy and are thus barred from enrollment. Wang Qing pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Qingyuan, venting his discontent. All those who participated in the assessment possess extraordinary talent and prowess, many of whom are not inferior to the 10 talents of the Northern Wasteland, with some top contenders even surpassing them in strength. Merely by virtue of their connection to the Academy, they are ineligible for consideration as part of the 10 talents. Does the Daoyi Academy owe you an explanation for its decisions? Zhao Yichuan's tone was unyielding and authoritative. No. Wang Qing dared not confront Zhao Yichuan directly. Instead, he redirected his ire towards Chen Qingyuan. "I simply feel that this individual's lack of participation in the assessment undermines credibility. It's not as if I chose to forego the assessment. What does that have to do with me?" Chen Qingyuan felt the weight of 100 unfriendly gazes upon him, his heart brimming with frustration. Chapter 79. Can Face Be Eaten? Chen Qingyuan's admission to the Daoyi Academy without undergoing the assessment seemed profoundly unjust to others. Those who did not succeed accepted their defeat to the top 10 with humility and self-reflection. However, persuading them to respect Chen Qingyuan was an insurmountable challenge. Wang Qing, emboldened, articulated the collective sentiment, fixing his piercing gaze on Chen Qingyuan, making him feel most uncomfortable. "What do you wish to do?" Zhao Yichuan inquired in a calm tone. "I wish to spar with him. Should he best me, I will willingly concede. The opportunity is fleeting, and Wang Qing must seize it for himself." He was unwilling to accept defeat and viewed Chen Qingyuan as his last lifeline. Should Chen Qingyuan lose to Wang Qing, the Daoyi Academy would have no grounds to expel him, unless they were willing to forfeit their long-standing reputation. Even if, by some misfortune, Wang Qing were to lose, he would incur no loss if victorious. Even if he could not become a student of the Daoyi Academy, he could still drag Chen Qingyuan down with him, in any case. Wang Qing had calculated his approach well. Regardless of the outcome, it would yield no detriment to him. "Chen Qingyuan, what is your perspective?" Zhao Yichuan did not dismiss this proposal but instead entrusted the decision to Chen Qingyuan, the spirited nature of youth. "As long as it does not transgress boundaries, is not necessarily a vice. His dissatisfaction is of no consequence to me." Chen Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. "Are you afraid, then?" Wang Qing taunted. "Humph." Chen Qingyuan shot Wang Qing a disdainful glance and retorted. "Why should I fight you? Provide me with a reason. Prove that you are worthy of being a member of the Daoyi Academy, so that we may be convinced." Wang Qing understood that he could not shoulder this responsibility alone. He needed to rally the collective sentiment to exert immense pressure upon Chen Qingyuan. "Indeed, you have entered the Academy without participating in the assessment. We cannot accept this. Chen Qingyuan, you have been designated as one of the 10 talents of the Northern Wasteland and may enter the Daoyi Academy, which fundamentally contravenes the regulations. However, as long as you possess the capability, we shall have no objections." The fallen prodigies were already feeling disheartened, and now, with the incident involving Chen Qingyuan, they unleashed all their emotions. Consequently, the pressure has entirely shifted onto Chen Qingyuan. In response, he maintained an air of indifference, clearly displaying no trace of anger. "I have no need to prove myself. After all, I have already gained admission. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to approach the higher-ups of Daoyi Academy to express your concerns." Chen Qingyuan was not one to be easily provoked into a foolish confrontation. Engaging in fruitless endeavors was beneath him. What purpose would proving himself serve? And as for saving face, can it be consumed as sustenance? Wang Qing was left bewildered, at a loss for words to be why all reasonable standards. Shouldn't Chen Qingyuan be eager to assert himself and engage in a duel with Wang Qing? Why was he deviating from the expected script? After a prolonged silence, Wang Qing spoke again. You lack even the courage to face me in battle. What merit do you possess to be a disciple of Daoyi Academy? Do you presume I am as foolish as you? Chen Qingyuan could no longer contain himself and candidly expressed his thoughts. What benefit do I derive from defeating you? Engaging in a duel with you would merely grant you an opportunity. And I have no desire to extend that chance to you. What can you do about it? Numerous instructors at Daoyi Academy were observing the spectacle in secret, noting that Chen Qingyuan was markedly different from previous disciples. Had it been another student, they would have eagerly rolled up their sleeves and charged into action at such provocation. Wang Qing was rendered speechless, unsure of how to counter. You think 2 sentences are sufficient to incite me into a fight? Are you out of your mind? You have so many people behind you. If everyone who disapproved of me demanded a duel, I would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, if I were to lose to you, it would mean you could step over me into Daoyi Academy. You think such an opportunity comes without a cost? Chen Qingyuan revealed his true self. It was time to discuss profit. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer not to engage in the arduous pursuit of wealth. However, the Xianqing sect was exceedingly impoverished, at least in appearance. The tasks and various constructions within the sect were funded from his own pocket, and he often provided his senior brothers with a bit of pocket money. Supporting a large household was no easy feat. Most of the money Chen Qingyuan earned over the years had been dedicated to the development of the sect. When the powerful figures of various sects attempted to coerce him into divulging information about Tianyuan, the entire Xianqing sect was enraged and prepared to fight to the death. There was no pretense about it. After all, who within the sect had not benefited from Chen Qingyuan's generosity, particularly the newly admitted disciples, who received additional cultivation resources each month, all gifted by Chen Qingyuan. What do you mean by that? Wang Qing inquired seriously, his expression grave, as if he were trying to comprehend something profound. Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending to be so? I shall grant you one more opportunity to join the academy. Surely you must be willing to pay some price. If I were to lose, I would relinquish this position to you, which would afford me some consolation. Chen Qingyuan laid it all bare. His reasoning was so sound that I found myself unable to counter it. Wang Qing blinked, contemplating for a long time, and could not summon an ounce of hatred towards Chen Qing. It was not just Wang Qing. The other fallen prodigies felt the same. Had they been in his position, they certainly would not have relinquished the chance to enroll. That if Chen Qingyuan is willing to engage, it would essentially render him a stepping stone, and seeking some benefits seems somewhat justifiable. How much do you desire? This opportunity is one that Wang Qing is determined not to miss. The value of this chance to enter the Daoyi Academy remains unknown in your heart. Chen Qingyuan could not articulate a precise figure. After all, they were on the grounds of the Daoyi Academy, and being too demanding was out of the question. Hearing this, Wang Qing fell into silence, deep in thought. In the void, Zhao Yichuan observed the sudden shift in circumstances. Outwardly calm, yet internally stirred, he mused. Chen Qingyuan behaves like a cunning old fox, lacking the fervor and pride typical of youth. I find this young man quite likable. He is certainly not foolish. No wonder Vice Dean you took him on as a disciple early on. He is not one to be easily taken advantage of. However, can this lad truly prevail? If he were to lose, not only would he tarnish his own reputation and that of Vice Dean Yu, but it would also cast a shadow on the Daoyi Academy's standing. Meanwhile, a group of instructors discussed the matter with both interest and a hint of apprehension. If Chen Qingyuan triumphed, all would be well. But should he falter, the repercussions could be troublesome. Have you made up your mind? I cannot afford to wait for you. Noticing Wang Qing lost in thought, Chen Qingyuan urged him to decide. This is all my wealth, offered in exchange for a chance to battle you. If the offer is insufficient, it would indicate a lack of seriousness regarding the admission opportunity. After much contemplation, Wang Qing gathered all the spirit stones he possessed, placing them into a bag of holding and tossing it to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 80. Defeating the opponent. A shock to all, Chen Qingyuan accepted the bag. And as a thread of divine consciousness probed inside, he was slightly taken aback. Thousands of top-tier spirit stones, over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and more. This young man has certainly amassed considerable wealth. Chen Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a significant gain. Wang Qing's background must be remarkable. Otherwise, how could he possess such a fortune? The Felixing domain is indeed somewhat remote. lacking the opulence of those dwelling in the heart of the northern wilderness. Truth be told, Wang Qing felt a pang of pain as he relinquished all his assets. Nonetheless, the price was well worth it for the chance to gain admission. His sincerity was evident. Chen Qingyuan stowed the bag away and said earnestly, "You wish to duel with me to prove your worth and gain entry to the Dao E Academy. Correct?" "Indeed," Wang Qing replied after a moment's reflection, nodding. "Since it is about proving oneself, it is essential to perform exceptionally. Therefore, a battle between us of the same realm will truly showcase who is stronger and who is weaker." Chen Qingyuan cleverly set a trap for Wang Qing, framing it with an expectation. Wang Qing, being a nascent soul cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan had just stepped into the Golden Core realm, meant that without revealing the foundation of his saintly Golden Core, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. A battle of equal realms would be much easier to navigate. As you say, in front of the crowd. Wang Qing was quite concerned about his reputation and dared not leverage his cultivation rank to pressure Chen Qingyuan. Furthermore, he feared that if he won solely due to his cultivation advantage, Chen Qingyuan might very well go back on his word. Truly, a contemporary prodigy, full of spirit, Chen Qingyuan offered a compliment, accompanied by a slight smile. "This fellow is truly foolish. The mastery he possesses is a result of his own cultivation. Why engage in battle with someone of the same realm?" On the surface, Chen Qingyuan praised him, yet inwardly he regarded this individual as somewhat simple-minded. The world of cultivation is exceedingly brutal, with lives extinguished at every moment. Those of naive disposition have little chance of reaching the end. Even merely surviving is a luxury. Alas, he has been deceived. The instructor, observing from the shadows, was rendered speechless by Wang Qing's actions. This is not a friendly sparring between companions, so why speak of battling within the same realm? Such conduct merely offers the opponent an opportunity. Demonstrating a remarkable lack of wisdom, it appears that the Wang family has overly coddled him. After several hundred years of practice, he still carries the demeanor of a novice, oblivious to the perils of the world. Many within the academy shook their heads in quiet dismay. This battle had already lost its intrigue. If Wang Qing were to rely on his superior cultivation, he might still have a chance to hold his head high. But now that prospects seemed uncertain, likely, Wang Qing's desire to prove himself led him to accept Chen Qingyuan's proposal without hesitation. Zhao Yichuan, eager to witness the spectacle, conjured a ring in the void. Creating a platform for the two to spar, the arena was vast, resembling a miniature spatial world. "Come forth." Chen Qingyuan emanated the aura of an early-stage Golden Core cultivator, assuming a stance for battle. Wang Qing, being an honest man, truly suppressed his own cultivation level. Then, like a streak of light, he flashed before Chen Qingyuan and launched a powerful punch. Chen Qingyuan swiftly evaded, countering with a finger strike that landed on Wang Qing's side. Boom! Wang Qing was sent reeling by the blow, a gaping wound appearing on his shoulder. Merely a probing attack, and already Wang Qing found himself at a disadvantage, unable to comprehend the disparity in strength. How could the difference be so stark when they were both early-stage Golden Core cultivators? There was no time for contemplation. Wang Qing unveiled the foundation of his Golden Core, determined to give his all in this confrontation. A radiant Golden Core light appeared behind him, akin to a blazing sun descending upon the earth, its surface adorned with the intricate patterns of a celestial-grade Golden Core, having qualified for the trials of the Dao E Academy. Wang Qing naturally possessed extraordinary talent, his celestial-grade Golden Core surpassing countless cultivators in the world. Soon after, Chen Qingyuan also manifested the extraordinary phenomena of a celestial-grade Golden Core, engaging Wang Qing in close combat. With the jade bracelet gifted by the maiden in the red dress, Chen Qingyuan concealed his true condition. Even the most formidable beings in existence would be unable to discern the truth. After exchanging dozens of blows, Wang Qing seized an opportune moment to unleash a divine technique. The Tai Xian Song Mountain Seal. Wang Qing struck with his palm, revealing a Taoist diagram that depicted a towering peak. Upon activating the technique, the palm seal projected into the void, merging with the extraordinary phenomena of the celestial-grade Golden Core, resembling a mountain soaring to great heights. Crashing down upon Chen Qingyuan, the massive mountain descended with incredible speed, leaving Chen Qingyuan with no avenue of escape. In an instant, the space surrounding Chen Qingyuan darkened, a terrifying pressure bearing down upon his very soul. I had intended to play a little longer. Who knew you would be so impatient? Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly, deciding to cease his frivolity and take things seriously. On the surface, he appeared to possess the foundation of a celestial-grade Golden Core. But in reality, he was a three-core saint. Even without revealing the phenomena of the three-core saint, He could unleash power that far exceeded that of a celestial grade level. With a solid foundation, the power of the Taoist arts manifested will be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the various functions of the body have undergone tremendous improvement, including the proficiency in utilizing spiritual energy, the speed of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and an elevated level of comprehension. Break. Chen Qingyuan's right hand, with fingers poised like a sword, thrust upwards towards the crown of his head. Whoosh! The sword, like a startled swan, cleaved the Taishan Tsongshan seal into mere fragments. Wang Qing, suffering a backlash from the Taoist arts, staggered back several steps, his internal energy tumultuously surging. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Wang Qing like a specter, his formless sword pressing against Wang Qing's brow. Everything transpired with such swiftness that Wang Qing had no time to contemplate or evade. I concede. Wang Qing felt the chilling intent of the sword at his forehead. Though reluctant, he bowed his head in acknowledgement of defeat. Chen Qingyuan relaxed his right hand, and the 3-foot sword dissipated into nothingness. Bestowing a smile upon Wang Qing, Chen Qingyuan gracefully stepped down from the arena. Following this battle, those who had harbored discontent towards Chen Qingyuan fell silent. To be accepted as a disciple by the Dao Yi Academy under exceptional circumstances is indeed no trivial matter. The crowd was left astonished, expecting a fierce contest, only to witness such a swift conclusion. Their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan transformed into wary glances, tinged with an unmistakable hint of Is there any other brother who wishes to give it a try? Chen Qingyuan, eager for more bouts if there were rewards to be earned, beamed at the group of eliminated contenders. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to challenge Chen Qingyuan, if it were permissible to engage without being bound by the same realm? I would be willing to give it a shot. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That won't do. You must prove yourselves as equals to him. How could you take advantage of a disparity in cultivation? Chen Qingyuan unhesitatingly dismissed the proposal. What meaning would there be in allowing you to use your nascent soul cultivation to bully me? Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation level indeed fell short compared to the others present, the recent battle had instilled a sense of caution in the crowd, making them wary of underestimating him. Back among the spectators, Wang Qing kept his gaze on Chen Qingyuan, devoid of hatred, only filled with reluctance. If fate were to allow another encounter with Chen Qingyuan, he would undoubtedly seek a rematch. Even now, Wang Qing could not comprehend where he had faltered. Both parties possessed equal cultivation levels. Yet why had he lost so effortlessly? This perplexity was shared by all present, including the old-timers from the academy. This young man is far from the simplicity he appears to be, Zhao Yichuan mused, observing Chen Qingyuan intently. Chapter 81. Could he be a bastard child? Having demonstrated his prowess, Chen Qingyuan faced little dissent from the crowd. Though his current cultivation was inferior to theirs, it was widely known that Chen Qingyuan had once ventured into the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone for recultivation. Given sufficient time, he would soon catch up. Escort them out, Zhao Yichuan declared, addressing the void. Instantly, several men clad in white emerged from the ether, gesturing towards the direction of the eliminated participants. Whoosh! Over 100 eliminated individuals were whisked away by a gentle force. Departing from the Dao Yi Academy's little world, young man, daring to profit on the very day of your admission to the Dao Yi Academy, you are the first in countless years. Zhao Yichuan descended to the lower level and took a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Under Zhao Yichuan's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Moments ago, he had spoken disparagingly of the individual who had proclaimed the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, only to discover that this very person was Zhao Yichuan. Had he known that the list of the 10 prodigies originated from the Dao Yi Academy, he would never have dared to utter such words. Now that the words had escaped his lips, Chen Qingyuan resolved to find a way to make amends, lest he fall victim to future grievances. Senior, I do not intend to profit. This is merely to alleviate troubles and prevent those who have failed the assessment from persistently bothering us. As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan retrieved his Qianquan pouch. He then presented it to Zhao Yichuan with utmost seriousness, declaring, now that the troubles are resolved, I am willing to offer the unexpectedly acquired spirit stones to you. Senior, Zhao Yichuan cast a fleeting glance at Chen Qingyuan, perceiving him as a cunning little fox. The academy is not so petty. Keep it for yourself, Zhao Yichuan replied with a dispassionate demeanor. If Zhao Yichuan were to accept the Qianquan pouch, it would insinuate a shared complicity with Chen Qingyuan, compelling him to extend favors in future matters. Conversely, if he declined, Chen Qingyuan could comfortably retain the pouch. In any case, the outcome would not disadvantage Chen Qingyuan. This young man certainly played his cards well. If he truly wished to submit, why not directly present it to the academy? A group of onlookers, secretly observing the exchange, unanimously agreed that Chen Qingyuan was exceedingly cunning, ensuring he would not be easily deceived while navigating the world. Chen Qingyuan's tactical retreat had left a profound impression on Zhao Yichuan, who would surely look out for him in the future given the opportunity. "Come with me," Zhao Yichuan commanded as he strode forward, passing through the grand entrance of the academy towards a palace enveloped in swirling mists. In response, Chen Qingyuan and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Song Ningyan and the others scrutinized Chen Qingyuan with great curiosity, pondering how he had managed to bypass the assessment and be granted the privilege of becoming a disciple of the academy. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Yichuan led the group to a location known as the Yuxia Hall. The hall was exceedingly spacious, devoid of tables and chairs, with a graceful sweep of his sleeve. Zhao Yichuan summoned 11 garments and 11 jade tokens from the void. The garments were pure white, surpassing even the pristine snow, while the jade tokens shimmered with clarity, inscribed with the characters Dao Yi. A drop of blood would solidify the contract. Zhao Yichuan surveyed the crowd with a grave expression. As Chen Qingyuan and the others grasped the floating jade tokens in their palms, they followed Zhao Yichuan's instructions to forge a contract with the tokens. The tokens symbolized each individual's identity imprint, irrefutably unique and impossible to forge. Among the new entrants were 7 males and 4 females. The male disciples donned long white robes, while the females were flowing skirts, each adorned with an embroidered blossom of the other shore, embodying a thread of principle, impervious to malevolent forces. Li Jixing, you are destined for the Array Extreme Hall. O Yinying, you shall enter the alchemy room. Tian Yusin, you are assigned to the puppet hall. Zhao Yichuan began announcing the destinies of each individual. The Daoyi Academy comprised 7 branches. The main branch, Sword Hall, Array Extreme Hall, Alchemy Room, Puppet Hall, Technique Gate, and Symbol Palace. A direct disciple of the vice president, Chen Qingyuan was undoubtedly destined for the main branch, where he could cultivate any discipline as long as his spirit was vigorous. Disciples of the general branches must master their respective disciplines thoroughly. Should they fail to pass the periodic assessments, they face penalties ranging from mild reprimands to expulsion from the academy. Soon, the elders of each branch took the newly enrolled disciples away. As some elders departed, they cast a lingering gaze at Song Ningyan, sighing inwardly. This young lady possesses remarkable talent, yet alas, she has chosen an unsuitable mentor. Many elders began to wager. How long do you think Song will last? I shall act as the house. Opening the betting. Zhao Yichuan, the chief lecturer of the Daoyi Academy, possesses immense strength, second only to the 2 vice deans. Numerous prodigies have sought to become Zhao Yichuan's disciples. Yet they could not withstand his rigorous training methods and ultimately transferred to other branches or withdrew from the Daoyi Academy altogether. The term severe best encapsulates Zhao Yichuan's character. Many elders of the Daoyi Academy harbor a profound fear of Zhao Yichuan, refraining from jesting in his presence and behaving with utmost decorum. That I find this situation rather peculiar. Elder Zhao is presiding over the assessments, yet turns a blind eye to Chen Qingyuan, fully aware that he did not participate. This is not characteristic of Elder Zhao. Chen Qingyuan is the favored disciple of Vice Dean, and perhaps Elder Zhao is merely showing respect to Vice Dean. Nonsense. In the past, Elder Zhao dared to confront even the dean. Though he was subsequently suppressed for a century, his temperament remains unchanged. Chen Qingyuan has clearly exploited connections to bypass the academy's regulations. How could Elder Zhao possibly show favor to Vice Dean? It certainly sounds plausible. Many murmured about this matter, speculating that Zhao Yichuan seemed to have undergone a transformation, turning a blind eye to favoritism and nepotism. Could it be that Chen Qingyuan is the illegitimate son of Elder Zhao? It remains unclear who first uttered this conjecture, igniting a wave of commotion. Though the likelihood is slim, it cannot be entirely dismissed. Apart from this theory, the crowd could conceive no other explanation. Such rumors must not be spread indiscriminately. I can assure you that Elder Zhao remains a virgin, and such gossip is unfounded. An esteemed elder from the alchemy chamber emerged to dispel the rumors, hastily quelling such talk to prevent it from reaching Zhao Yichuan's ears, which could lead to a one-sided beating. Elder Zhao, having lived for over 10,000 years, is still a virgin? Surely not. Following the elder's clarification, the conversation smoothly shifted to Zhao Yichuan. A group of rascals, do not divert the blame onto me. Sensing the impending disaster, the alchemy elder promptly declared a retreat into seclusion, vowing to remain unseen for the next few years. The crowd dared only to discuss this matter in hushed tones, lacking the courage to broach such topics in Zhao Yichuan's presence, lest they face dire consequences. Within the Yuxiao Hall, Zhao Yichuan remained oblivious to the elders' discussions regarding his chastity and solemnly regarded Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan. From this day forth, you two shall be the central figures, training under my guidance. Chapter 82. The child has grown up, no longer to be struck. Training alongside Zhao Yichuan, Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily inquired, Senior, should I not be training under my master? Just now, your master conveyed to me to assist in your instruction. Zhao Yichuan offered Chen Qingyuan a kind smile. Could it be? How incredibly cheap of the master. Could there truly be such a pitfall for the disciple? Originally, Chen Qingyuan had thought to himself that even if he inadvertently insulted Zhao Yichuan as a scoundrel in front of everyone, it would not matter since he was currently residing in Yunxi residence for his cultivation, free from the worry of Zhao Yichuan making things difficult for him. However, Chen Qingyuan had never anticipated that his master, Yuchen Rand, would take such a course of action, directly handing him over to Zhao Yichuan. Was this not a betrayal? Senior, you are quite busy. Perhaps it is best to let this matter be. I can manage on my own. No need to trouble you. Chen Qingyuan forced an awkward smile, hoping to evade this predicament. My only disciple is Song Mingyan, and while I teach her, I might as well keep an eye on you. It shall not be a bother. Zhao Yichuan was not about to allow Chen Qingyuan to escape from his grasp. You brat, there are indeed many who curse me. However, aside from the dean and the two vice deans, you are the first to dare to openly call me a scoundrel. Although you are the heir of Qingzong, I must still teach you a lesson and, in the process, enhance your personal abilities. Zhao Yichuan's smile sent shivers down Chen Qingyuan's spine. He yearned to flee, but found no avenue of escape. Master, I despise you. Chen Qingyuan's eyes reflected a trace of resentment as he was compelled to follow Zhao Yichuan to a mysterious location. Hey, you are in for it. Song Mingyan hailed from a prominent force in the core region of Beihuang, where remarkable powers resided, and she possessed some knowledge of Daoyi Academy. Her purpose for coming to Daoyi Academy was to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple. You are not faring much better. Chen Qingyuan scoffed. The two had donned the academy's attire, clad in pristine white garments, untainted by dust. Who is your master? Even now, Song Mingyan remained unaware of Chen Qingyuan's situation within Daoyi Academy. Through the earlier conversation between Chen Qingyuan and Zhao Yichuan, she gleaned that Chen Qingyuan's master possessed significant standing. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yichuan be inclined to assist and simultaneously teach him? I shall not disclose that. Chen Qingyuan remained wary of Song Mingyan. Suit yourself. Song Mingyan narrowed her eyes slightly, ceasing her inquiries. After traversing for half an hour, they arrived at an enigmatic space where an ancient tower stood. The tower reached 33 stories, each level governed by unique laws, serving as one of the foundations of Daoyi Academy. Follow me. Zhao Yichuan unlocked the tower's restrictions, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked. The first level of the tower was enveloped in darkness, akin to an endless abyss. Zhao Yichuan flicked his fingers toward the depths of the space, instantly dispelling the darkness and allowing light to illuminate every corner. Soon after, a black river surged forth, engulfing this space. Zhao Yichuan grasped hold of one, preventing Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan from being consumed by the dark waters. This is the Black River, capable of enhancing your spiritual power. When you reach the end of the Black River, it signifies that your spiritual strength has attained a qualified level. The Black River roared, forming hundreds upon thousands of whirlpools. To reach the end of the Black River, one could only rely on formidable spiritual strength. That I wish you the best of luck. In the next moment, Zhao Yichuan released his grip. Splash, splash. The sounds of two individuals plunging into the water echoed as Chen Qingyuan and Song Mingyan fell simultaneously into the depths. The laws of this space have been activated by Zhao Yichuan, and the cultivation levels of both individuals have been sealed, rendering them as powerless as mere mortals, unable to wield their Taoist arts. Let alone soar into the sky. I am not ready yet. Chen Qingyuan silently cried out in his heart, only to be instantly engulfed by the river, his body descending relentlessly. Meanwhile, Song Mingyan was equally unprepared for such a trial upon her entrance. It was truly a tormenting experience. However, she had no time to ponder such matters and hastily sought a way to pass this test. Chen Qingyuan's body continued to sink, as if into an abyss with no end in sight. Stay calm. He closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to his surroundings. Gradually, the speed of his descent began to slow. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan's body finally came to a halt. An invisible spiritual force coiled around him, shielding him from the laws of this space. In the midst of enduring immense pressure, he faintly sensed his own spiritual power gradually enhancing. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan stood in white attire, his expression devoid of emotion. They had only just entered when you cast them into the tower. Is this not an excessive demand? Vice Dean Lin Wenqiu questioned, expressing his disapproval of Zhao Yichuan's actions. The main lineage must possess the strength to overpower their peers. Only by enduring this trial can they truly become core disciples of the Dao Yi Academy. Such expectations are not unreasonable. Zhao Yichuan replied gravely. At the very least, let them comprehend what entering the ancient tower signifies. Lin Wenqiu sighed bitterly and spoke. The ancient tower is fraught with peril. Without sufficiently formidable abilities, one may face life-threatening dangers. Countless prodigies have perished within its confines over the years, individuals of notable repute in any realm. When they reach the pinnacle, I shall impart this knowledge to them that if they fail to ascend, there will be no need for further discussion. Zhao Yichuan remained unfazed by Lin Wenqiu's words, his demeanor indifferent. You're always wearing that sour expression and relish in rebuking others. I truly wish to give you a good beating. Lin Wenqiu huffed, glaring. Go ahead, Zhao Yichuan retorted dismissively. In a few years, when I have grown stronger, I shall return the favor. Lin Wenqiu was left speechless, exasperated. Were it anyone else, Lin Wenqiu would have no qualms about confront within the ancient tower. Chen Qingyuan felt as though her body were being torn asunder, her soul seemingly pierced by countless fine needles, inflicting unbearable agony. It was a terrifying prospect that she might truly lose her life. Chen Qingyuan dared not allow even a moment of complacency. She gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain, honing her spiritual strength. Chapter 83. Proving oneself. The ancient tower was of paramount significance to the Dao Yi Academy. Consisting of 33 levels, each embodying different principles. For countless years, few individuals have managed to reach the pinnacle. Ascending to the summit signifies unparalleled talent, fortune, determination, and insight. Such figures have not graced the Dao Yi Academy for over 10,000 years. It is worth noting that anyone capable of becoming a disciple of the Academy is already an exceptionally gifted prodigy. If all goes as anticipated, the next headmaster should be Zhao Yichuan, who, in his youth, could not reach the summit either, having attained only the 30th level at best. Gradually, the pain lessened. Chen Qingyuan, enveloped by the river's depths, adapted to the principles at play, resulting in a significant enhancement of her spiritual power. Half an hour later, she emerged from the water, finally able to discern the path ahead. Surely, her position as the top candidate in the assessment would not be jeopardized here. Casting a glance around, Chen Qingyuan noticed the absence of Song Ningyan, who was likely still suffering torment beneath the water's surface. Turning her gaze forward, she could not yet perceive the river's end, only feeling the relentless pressure of the principles bearing down upon her. This space suppressed Chen Qingyuan's cultivation. To venture deeper, she would need to resist this force with her spiritual power, as all other means had become ineffective. With a splash, Chen Qingyuan began to swim. Her movements slow. With each distance traversed, she could distinctly sense the increasing intensity of the pressure from the principles. Every so often, she had to pause and catch her breath. After a while, Song Ningyan resurfaced. Gasping for air, her hair drenched, her expression urgent and anxious as only her head broke the surface. In the oppressive darkness of the river, her soul had nearly suffocated. Fortunately, she quickly discovered a way to break through the water's surface. Experiencing a sudden alleviation of pressure, this rival had indeed outpaced her. Spotting Chen Qingyuan 100 meters ahead, Song Ningyan felt a surge of competitive pressure, her gaze serious as she promptly adjusted her condition. Preparing to advance, proud by nature, Song Ningyan refused to concede within her family, suppressing many of her peers. Upon arriving at the Dao Yi Academy, she too had passed the assessment with flying colors. Aware of Zhao Yichuan's notorious strictness, she knew that some disciples had even perished due to the intensity of his training methods. Nevertheless, she chose to become his disciple. According to reliable information from the Song family, Zhao Yichuan was likely to become the next headmaster if Song Ningyan could indeed earn his recognition. His future position would undoubtedly benefit her significantly. Everything she did had but one purpose: to prove herself. Historically, the Song family has been dominated by males, with women often relegated to roles of marriage. Song Ningyan was determined not to become a sacrificial pawn within her family. She had but one path to tread: to conquer her contemporaries and challenge the archaic notions held by her elders. Alas, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. I shall not yield to anyone. Song Ningyan gritted her teeth and persevered, advancing resolutely. To become the head of the Song family is to seize the right to dictate her own destiny. Thus, disregarding the objections of certain elders, She boldly made her way to the Daoi Academy, determined to strengthen herself in the shortest possible time. With her own power fortified, she would no longer suffer the oppression of others. A curious sensation washed over her. It seemed the discomfort she had felt earlier had dissipated. Chen Qingyuan, with his back turned to Song Mingyan, maintained a considerable distance from her. After swimming for a while, he discerned a hint of familiarity in the laws governing this place. Upon reflection, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his experiences in the Tianyuan realm. Years prior, Chen Qingyuan had endured countless hardships during his century-long stay in Tianyuan. Although those days were fraught with torment, they had bestowed upon him invaluable insights. The tutelage of the girl in red had imparted to him the essence of what it meant to traverse a mortal purgatory. In comparison, the pressure of the laws in the first layer of the ancient tower seemed rather paltry. Strangely enough, it was somewhat pleasant that as time elapsed. Chen Qingyuan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to a gentle electric current. Initially, he had found the experience somewhat uncomfortable, as if an avalanche of colossal mountains pressed against his chest. Yet now, that pressure was insufficient to impede his forward momentum. How could this be? Behind him, Song Mingyan observed Chen Qingyuan's accelerated pace, the distance between them widening in astonishment. The ensuing spectacle would leave her even more astounded. Even questioning her own abilities, Chen Qingyuan pondered a past experience. His mental fortitude significantly enhanced. Subsequently, he felt his body grow remarkably light, gradually rising to the water's surface. In the next moment, he was entirely airborne, his feet resting upon the dark river's surface. Witnessing this scene, Song Mingyan's body trembled slightly, and she halted, momentarily forgetting to advance. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. After a considerable time, as Chen Qingyuan's figure gradually faded into the black mist, Song Mingyan regained her senses, startled into awareness, muttering in awe. Is Chen Qingyuan's mental power truly this formidable? No wonder he was an exceptional recruit to the Daoi Academy. He is indeed extraordinary. Soon, she cast aside her errant thoughts and pressed onward with gritted teeth. After more than 10 days, Song Mingyan traversed the river shrouded in dense black mist, ultimately beheld a vast stone platform. The circular platform, with a diameter of approximately 500 meters, was surrounded by steps. Song Mingyan's mental state had deteriorated significantly. She seemed to perceive a figure seated atop the platform, the outline indistinct and somewhat unreal. Summoning her indomitable will, she dragged her utterly fatigued form from the water onto the icy steps. Gradually rising, she ascended the steps, one at a time, until she stood atop the stone platform, where she finally discerned the figure she had previously glimpsed. It was none other than Chen Qingyuan, leisurely brewing tea while reclining against a large rock. Tea, last you have arrived. Would you care for a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan turned to the mentally exhausted Song Mingyan, a faint smile gracing his lips. This time, I invite you for tea. On the house, Song Mingyan had initially intended to speak, yet as she parted her lips, no words escaped her mouth. With a thud, her body collapsed weakly to the ground. How disappointing, she muttered under her breath, while Chen Qingyuan continued to savor his tea. After spending 3 days, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the stone platform. The restrictions upon him lifted and his cultivation restored. Based on his deductions, he surmised that only upon Song Mingyan's arrival at the stone platform would Zhao Yichuan make his appearance. Thus, during the 10 days of waiting, he dedicated the initial days to solidifying his spiritual energy, while the latter days were spent indulging in tea and wine, relishing the exquisite celestial fruits and delicacies he had brought along. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had already been apprised of the circumstances within and swiftly made his entrance. As the void above the stone platform began to warp, heralding Zhao Yichuan's emergence. Chapter 84. The second layer of the ancient tower, suppressing cultivation for battle. Zhao Yichuan flicked his fingers towards the unconscious Song Mingyan, safeguarding her spirit to prevent any lingering repercussions. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyuan, uttering not a single word, yet a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes that in the outside world. The Vice-Dean Lin Wenshou bore an expression replete with astonishment. Fully aware of the events transpiring within the ancient tower, the inheritor of the Qingzong era is truly remarkable. Chen Qingyuan's performance left Lin Wenshou profoundly shaken. In merely 3 days, he had traversed the first layer with ease, even walking upon water, shattering the record of the Daoi Academy. Initially, Yu Chunran was disinclined to disclose this matter to Lin Wenshou, yet could not withstand his persistent inquiries. Reluctantly, Yu Chunran revealed the whole truth. Within the entire Daoi Academy, Only two Weistins and Zhao Yichuan were privy to Chen Qingyuan's true background. Involuntarily, Lin Wuqiu recalled his own experience upon entering the ancient tower years ago. A situation not markedly better than that of Song Ningyan. Within the ancient tower, on the grounds of the stone platform, with Zhao Yichuan's intervention, Song Ningyan soon regained consciousness, her injuries having improved significantly. You need not suffer so much. Had your spiritual realm not reached such a level, why hasten your pace so recklessly? Do you wish to perish? Zhao Yichuan admonished sternly. Disciple has erred. Please punish me. Master, Song Ningyan replied, unwilling to concede defeat to Chen Qingyuan, exerting all her strength to resist the pressure of the laws here, ultimately resulting in a backlash against her own spiritual energy. Were it not for Zhao Yichuan's timely arrival, it would have taken her months to self-repair. Only when you meet my requirements shall you be worthy of becoming my disciple. Zhao Yichuan, for the moment, did not regard Song Ningyan as a disciple, his expression stern as he continued, I am aware of your intentions for coming to the Daoi Academy. If your mental state remains so unstable, it would be prudent to abandon such aspirations. Chastened by Zhao Yichuan's rebuke, Song Ningyan bowed her head in silence, rendered unable to retort. She was unwilling to be a mere pawn within her clan, determined to seize control of her own destiny, regardless of the cost. Young one, you appear quite at ease. Zhao Yichuan then directed his gaze at Chen Qingyuan, speaking coldly. Not at all, Chen Qingyuan promptly responded, hastily clearing the table along with the delectable dishes, his demeanor grave. Once prepared, ascend the tower on your own. From this point forth, I shall not intervene. How far you can progress depends solely on your own capabilities. Should you find it unbearable, simply shatter this jade slip to exit the ancient tower. With these words, Zhao Yichuan departed. 2 jade tablets fell into the hands of Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan, respectively. At the end of the stone platform, a wooden door appeared. Opening it would grant passage to the second level. Shall you go first? Chen Qingyuan retracted the jade tablet, gazing at the wooden door before turning to Song Ningyan and inquiring, do you wish for me to test the waters for you? Song Ningyan's voice was icy. I am not that kind of person. I merely suggested you proceed ahead. Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. Since you do not appreciate my offer, I shall take my leave. The current generation of young women is no longer easily deceived, alas. Chen Qingyuan was concerned that the door might conceal some form of restriction, prompting him to urge Song Ningyan to take the lead. Unfortunately, she was unwilling to take the initiative, leaving Chen Qingyuan with no choice but to venture forth himself. Approaching the door, he proceeded with utmost caution, slowly placing his right hand upon it and pushing with force. Boom! Instantly, an overwhelming suction engulfed Chen Qingyuan, leaving no room for resistance. Cursing inwardly, he found himself enveloped in darkness, feeling as if the world were spinning around him. Observing Chen Qingyuan being absorbed by the wooden door, Song Ningyan hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and following suit. Whoosh! Song Ningyan also departed from the stone platform, entering the second level. When light finally returned to Chen Qingyuan's vision, he discovered himself in a peculiar space, cautiously surveying his surroundings and refraining from any rash actions. After a considerable wait, with no sign of Song Ningyan, he speculated, we must have entered different realms. The first level served as a test of mental fortitude. Without meeting the requisite standards, one would be unworthy of ascending the ancient tower. Henceforth, the challenges each of them faced would diverge, rendering any possibility of reunion impossible. This space was enveloped in a snow-white expanse, stretching endlessly before him. It was vast and silent. Chen Qingyuan remained on high alert, constantly attuned to the changes around him. After a while, a shadowy figure materialized before him at a cultivation level of the acquired realm. Chen Qingyuan assessed the figure and discerned its rank, the initial stage of the cultivation path. How exceedingly weak. Regardless of his inclinations, his body was uncontrollably drawn deeper into the space, confronting the indistinct figure from a distance of 100 meters. Simultaneously, all of Chen Qingyuan's powers were suppressed, placing him squarely within the acquired realm. At that moment, he could no longer sense the presence of his golden core, as if a terrifying force had severed its causal connection. Fight! The indistinct figure bellowed at Chen Qingyuan, prepared for battle. He focused intently. The acquired realm, the foundational stage of the cultivation journey. Few individuals would truly appreciate the acquired realm, all yearning to elevate their powers swiftly and grow stronger. Chen Qingyuan had once shared this sentiment, believing his foundation to be of a lofty caliber, aiming for the skies. However, when he later forged the foundation of his golden core, it had barely reached the heavenly grade. Bang! Chen Qingyuan and the shadowy figure struck simultaneously. Colliding fists in a powerful exchange, in an instant. Chen Qingyuan staggered back a half step, his fist aching. The shadowy figure, however, remained unperturbed, launching another attack. Within the ancient tower, the will of the shadowy figures was in its most perfected state. Simply put, the true combat prowess of this figure could easily sweep aside countless cultivators of the acquired realm throughout the ages. Those able to match it in combat could indeed be deemed to have achieved perfection in the acquired realm's foundation. As for defeating it, such a prospect was virtually impossible. Since the establishment of the ancient tower, such a figure has never been witnessed. What formidable fists! Chen Qingyuan's fighting spirit was ignited as he engaged in fierce combat with the shadowy figure. They exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. Chen Qingyuan endured several punches from the apparition, his body aching, yet he failed to land even a single blow on the shadow, according to the rules of the ancient tower. One must battle the shadow for 500 rounds to clear the level. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan had already fought for quite some time, his attire tattered and his appearance somewhat disheveled. At that moment, he spotted a wooden door appearing not far away. However, he had no intention of approaching it. Instead, he chose to confront the shadow head-on. "You think just because you hit me I'll let you go? What a joke." Chen Qingyuan could not swallow his pride without retaliating to in another realm. Song Mingyan, covered in wounds, had endured 500 rounds, and her shadowy opponent paused momentarily, revealing a path leading to the third floor. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who was stubbornly persistent, Song Mingyan was keen to leave as soon as she cleared the level. Thus, her speed allowed her to take the lead, while Chen Qingyuan continued his battle against the shadow on the second floor. Outside, Lin Wenqiu and Zhao Yichuan exchanged glances of concern. "This young man has already cleared the level. Why isn't he leaving?" Lin Wenqiu murmured. "Perhaps he wishes to temper himself in this manner." Zhao Yichuan suggested. "The likelihood of that seems slim. He is likely unwilling to accept being beaten and merely seeks to reclaim his dignity," Lin Wenqiu remarked with an unusual expression. Zhao Yichuan pondered in silence, unable to articulate a response, as he found Lin Wenqiu's perspective to be quite accurate. After 7 long days, Chen Qingyuan, who had initially been at a disadvantage, had finally reached a point of equilibrium. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a decisive kick to the shadow's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Stop, I'm done fighting," Chen Qingyuan shouted at the apparition before swiftly making his way to the wooden door. Chapter 85. The Demon Cave is about to erupt. Urgent situation upon entering the third level of the ancient tower. Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was suppressed to the innate realm, and his opponent possessed the same level of strength. "Come on." Chen Qingyuan initiated the attack, unleashing the full extent of his innate realm prowess. Thus, he began his arduous training within the ancient tower. Song Mingyan temporarily outpaced Chen Qingyuan, having already reached the 5th level. As for Chen Qingyuan, he was determined not to retreat after enduring 500 rounds. He was resolute in his desire to strike back before ascending to higher levels of the tower. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan and Lin Wenqiu stood vigilantly, unwavering. They were acutely aware of the situation within the tower. The heir of the Qing sect truly possesses extraordinary talent and a solid foundation. Given this trajectory, he may ascend to the 30th level, rivaling your abilities, Lin Wenqiu praised. "This is merely the beginning. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, so do not jump to conclusions," Zhao Yichuan replied, concealing his astonishment at Chen Qingyuan's performance beneath an expression of indifference. "Shall we place a bet?" Lin Wenqiu raised an eyebrow. "Boring. I want to gamble." Zhao Yichuan swiftly rejected the proposal. "You're truly dull. Can't you find any interests beyond cultivation, fine wine, beautiful women, power, and riches? All of these fail to capture Zhao Yichuan's interest. At times, Lin Wenqiu felt that Zhao Yichuan was anything but a normal person, harboring some affliction within his heart. With his unbroken state of purity for over 10 millennia, he was not merely unique in the North Wilderness, he was nearly unparalleled. The matters of the mortal realm served only as stumbling blocks along the path of cultivation. Throughout Zhao Yichuan's life journey, there existed only the pursuit of asceticism, with all other worldly affairs cast aside. Alas, what is the purpose of your relentless cultivation if you possess no interest? Lin Wenqiu inquired. To grow stronger, Zhao Yichuan replied. And then, Lin Wenqiu pressed further. To seek a higher path and gaze upon distant horizons. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yichuan declared with unwavering resolve, "Very well. I do not possess such enlightenment as you." Lin Wenqiu remarked, shaking his head and savoring a sip of fine wine, his expression one of indulgence. Meanwhile, in the flowing star domain, At the Heavenly Jade Sect, beneath the sect's grounds lay a colossal formation, with countless spirit stones amassed at its core to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy, which would lead to the formation's failure. At the center of this formation was sealed a vast demonic abyss, from which demonic energy had already begun to seep forth, threatening to spiral out of control within 2 years. We have exerted our utmost efforts, yet the situation remains unresolved. From my perspective, the chaos of the abyss cannot be contained any longer. While time still allows, we must hastily organize our resources and relocate the sect to other star domains. What shall we do? The leaders of various sects gathered in this place, attempting myriad solutions, yet finding none to quell the abyss. At this juncture, all hope for resolving the abyss had dissipated, and many resolved to depart the flowing star domain as swiftly as possible, seeking to minimize their losses. As for those ordinary cultivators and the countless mundane beings who lacked the means to escape, they could only remain behind and await their grim fate. Each sacred ground was preoccupied with its own predicament. How could they afford to concern themselves with the plight of the common folk? If any fellow cultivator is willing to venture into the abyss, perhaps they could alleviate our current dilemma. An elder from the Heavenly Jade Sect gritted his teeth and stated, "This calamity was wrought by your Heavenly Jade Sect. If anyone is to enter the abyss, it should be you. Must you expect us to lay down our lives for your folly?" This statement ignited a fury among the powerful figures of various sects, their gazes toward the members of the Heavenly Jade Sect becoming particularly piercing. The elders of the Heavenly Jade Sect were momentarily cowed by the intensity of the atmosphere, hastily clarifying, "Esteemed friends, please temper your wrath. That was not our intent." "What, then, was your intent?" Had the Heavenly Jade Sect addressed the matter of the abyss in its infancy, it would have been a straightforward affair to manage. Now that it has burgeoned beyond control, instead of seeking to remedy the situation, the Heavenly Jade Sect would have us march into the jaws of death. How absurd. Do not presume that the favors bestowed upon various sects in the past can absolve the transgressions of the Heavenly Jade Sect. Those favors were mere reparations, failing to conceal the sect's foolish actions. With the words now laid bare, the representatives of various sects no longer extended any courtesy to the Heavenly Jade Sect, vocally condemning them. In the face of their reproaches, Sect Master Qingyuan displayed no sign of emotional upheaval, his countenance remaining impassive. It was only when the clamor began to subside that Qingyuan spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, I ask that you lend me your ears for but a few moments." Upon witnessing Qingyuan finally taking the floor, the crowd fell silent, their gazes converging upon him. One need only place this erased spirit pearl in the innermost depths of the abyss of sorcery to enhance the formation and prolong our time. At that moment, I shall venture into the core region of the northern wastes to seek out formidable powers, perhaps even grasping a glimmer of hope, should anyone dare to undertake this task. Regardless of success or failure, I shall bestow upon them a precious treasure, for which I would be eternally grateful. As he spoke, Qingyuan revealed a dark-hued spirit pearl in the palm of his hand, a precious gem crafted over a decade by a master of formations. Simply placing this pearl in the depths of the abyss would suppress the aberrant forces within, granting us at least a century of invaluable time. "Why does the sect master of Qin refuse to enter?" someone inquired coldly. "I am fully aware of my own inadequacies, and the burden of such a task is beyond my capabilities." Qingyuan replied without a hint of shame, his countenance unwavering. To put it plainly, it is a fear of death. A ring was tossed into the air by Qingyuan, projecting the space within it through arcane arts, revealing 3 complete top-tier spirit veins, alongside various rare herbs and superior Dao artifacts. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Setting aside the myriad treasures, the mere presence of these 3 top-tier spirit veins left many powerful individuals breathless. The ancestral veins of numerous elite sects in the flowing star domain consist of but a single top-tier spirit vein. Yet, here was Qingyuan casually presenting 3, a display of magnitude that spoke volumes. The Tianyu sect has undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits from the abyss over the years. How infuriating it is that the Tianyu sect, having amassed such tremendous gains, now expects us to resolve their predicament. Previously, they proclaimed that all resources would be shared among the various sects, yet now it appears nothing more than a jest. Whispers of disdain circulated among the crowd, cursing the lineage of the Tianyu sect. They felt a mix of anger and jealousy, yet were rendered powerless, their hearts heavy with discontent. "Esteemed colleagues, are any of you willing to take the plunge?" At this juncture, Qingyuan no longer cared for his own dignity. Regardless, he could not afford to risk such a venture. Should the abyss indeed erupt, Qingyuan would abandon the Tianyu sect's foundation and flee as far as possible. However, he still clung to the hope of salvaging the situation, unwilling to relinquish his efforts. Although Qin Yang's offer was generous, entering the abyss meant certain death. No amount of reward could compensate for such a peril. The powerful figures from various sects were not foolish. They could not consume the benefits laid before them. To wager their lives for these resources was not worth the gamble, particularly as they saw no hope of victory. After a prolonged stalemate, Qin Yang grew anxious. Was it truly the case that no one would dare to enter? The laws within the abyss were in utter disarray. Without sending a formidable protector to escort the array spirit pearl inside, it would be impossible to position it appropriately from outside the grand formation. That I shall not engage in an act of self-destruction. Though the crowd harbored greed, they retained their rationality. It was unthinkable to undertake such a foolish endeavor, especially to clean up the mess caused by the Tianyu sect. Observing the situation, Qin Yang felt a pang of uncertainty, shadows of worry flitting across his eyes. If no one truly entered, he would have no choice but to relinquish the Tianyu sect's legacy. Clenching his fists, Qin Yang felt a bitter resentment, unwilling to see his years of hard work go to waste. Just as the atmosphere turned heavy with despair, a voice echoed from a distance. I shall go. Chapter 86. Lin Chongqing steps into the abyss, willing to embrace death. Who? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd swiftly turned to look behind them. The newcomer, clad in a light-colored long robe, appeared as a middle-aged man with an imposing stature and remarkable presence. It was none other than Lin Chongqing, the esteemed leader of the Xianqing sect. Master, what brings you here? The Grand Elder of the Xianqing sect, who was responsible for the meeting, expressed his astonishment upon seeing Lin Chongqing's sudden appearance and approached him with concern. There are certain matters that must be addressed by someone, Lin Chongqing replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he descended gracefully from the air, his voice resonating in every ear like a thunderous echo, causing many to bow their heads in shame. You are the backbone of our Xianqing sect. You cannot afford any mishap. It's out of the question. The Grand Elder, dressed in a gray robe and appearing somewhat aged with half of his hair turned white and wrinkles adorning his face, spoke with resolute firmness, opposing Lin Chongqing's intentions. My decision is made. Lin Chongqing had already prepared himself for the worst before arriving, having settled all matters within the sect. Absolutely not. The Grand Elder positioned himself firmly in front of Lin Chongqing, stating earnestly, if the master truly insists on this course of action, then let me take your place. My demise would not significantly impact the Xianqing sect, but should anything happen to you, chaos will surely ensue. Lin Chongqing placed a reassuring hand on the Grand Elder's shoulder, casting a steadfast gaze. Seizing the moment, he pointed a finger, rendering the Grand Elder momentarily immobile. Master, the Grand Elder strained to roll his eyes toward Lin Chongqing, his voice trembling in protest. Everything is arranged at home. Even if I do not return, there is no need for concern. Lin Chongqing spoke softly. That is still unacceptable. You are the leader of the sect. How can you jeopardize your life? The Grand Elder remained adamant. Regardless of his objections, Lin Chongqing chose not to respond further and instead walked directly to Qin Yang. Hand it over to me. Lin Chongqing signaled to Qin Yang. Is master truly willing to risk himself? Qin Yang questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Not only Qin Yang, but all the formidable figures present shared similar disbelief. If you doubt my resolve, you are welcome to accompany me inside to see for yourself. Lin Chongqing replied coldly, I am aware of my own limitations, so that is unnecessary. Qin Yang retorted, unfazed by Lin Chongqing's dismissal. After all, Lin Chongqing was stepping into a perilous situation. Allowing him a moment to vent his frustrations was tolerable. Now, give it to me, Lin Chongqing reiterated. This time, Qin Yang did not hesitate, surrendering both the array spirit pearl and the spatial ring containing resources to Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing turned to face the Grand Elder, inspecting the spatial ring to ensure it had not been tampered with before placing it in the Grand Elder's hands. He gently instructed, return directly afterward. Do not linger here to avoid drawing attention. Regardless of whether Tianyu sect would provide these resources or not, Lin Chongqing was determined to enter the abyss. His arrival had merely coincided with this opportunity. And of course, he intended to secure the resources. It was inconceivable to leave them behind. Senior brother. That moment, for the Grand Elder, it felt like a bittersweet farewell. No longer addressing Lin Chongqing as the master, but revealing a brotherly bond tinged with reluctance. Just like when we were young, you must obey. Lin Chongqing gently patted the head of the Grand Elder, a smile gracing his lips. In their youth, whenever his junior disciples faced bullying, it was Lin Chongqing, the eldest brother, who stepped in to resolve the issues and restore their honor. Among his disciples, apart from the elders of their sect, only he had the authority to chastise them. No one else dared to do so. The Grand Elder choked back a sob, tears shimmering in his eyes. He understood Lin Chongqing's unwavering nature. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. If I should perish, junior brother Dong may temporarily assume the position of sect master. You may remain at the sect in peace and eventually become a guardian elder. Lin Chongqing had already communicated this resolution to the higher echelons of the sect. Despite widespread dissent, they could not prevent it. And ultimately, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Having conveyed these words, Lin Chongqing grasped the spirit pearl of the formation tightly and prepared to step into the abyss of demons. For the noble cause of Sect Master Lin, we are filled with shame. The powerful figures from various sects clasped their fists in respect. May Sect Master Lin return victorious. Qingyuan feigned righteousness. Exclaiming loudly, the assembled experts voiced their admiration, offering sincere blessings for a successful venture. Lin Chongqing's mission was to benefit all. I enter the demon lair not for your sake, but for the multitude of beings in the flowing star domain. The innocent souls dwelling in this realm must not suffer due to the folly of a few fools. Lin Chongqing's words were pointed, causing the members of the Tianyu sect to flush with indignation. Yet they found themselves at a loss for retort. Open the formation, Lin Chongqing called out as he arrived above the demon lair. The powerful figures immediately unleashed their techniques, creating a small passageway above the formation. Instantly, waves of demonic energy surged forth from the array. With a swift motion, Lin Chongqing dispersed the malevolent energy with a single palm strike and stepped into the formation. Seal it. As Lin Chongqing entered the array, the others promptly sealed it behind him to prevent any further leakage of demonic energy. Once inside, Lin Chongqing released the restrictions binding the Grand Elder, allowing him to move freely. Elder brother. The Grand Elder turned instantly. Gazing at Lin Chongqing within the formation, tears streaming down his face as he called out in a hoarse voice. Return home. Lin Chongqing spoke softly. The Grand Elder's nails pierced his palm, despite his profound reluctance. He had no choice but to heed Lin Chongqing's command and hasten back to the Xinjiang sect, lest certain scoundrels covet this resource. As he departed, the Grand Elder cast one last, lingering glance at Lin Chongqing's figure. For him, this might be the final farewell, and the pain within him was beyond words. In that fleeting moment of turning away, the Grand Elder's heart ached unbearably. However, for the sake of the greater good, he had to steady his resolve and return home swiftly. Lin Chongqing lowered his gaze upon the demon lair, which was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, like an endless abyss with no visible bottom. Prepared for what lay ahead, Lin Chongqing plunged into the demon lair. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged towards him, seeking to engulf his mind and transform him into a soulless fiend. Lin Chongqing invoked the technique of tranquility, maintaining his composure and keeping the dense demonic energy at bay, protected by his barrier. This fellow truly fears not for his life. It was only when Lin Chongqing truly entered the demon lair that the powerful figures finally believed this was no mere illusion. They failed to comprehend his actions, internally deeming him a fool. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, especially for a formidable being like Lin Chongqing, who stands at the tribulation stage. If the demonic abyss were truly to erupt, it would not pose a threat to Lin Chongqing. He could simply vacate the flowing star domain. It seems he has adopted the role of a savior, since Lin Chongqing has already ventured within. Some individuals need not wear their insincere masks, exchanging cold laughter and whispers. Should Lin Chongqing indeed position the array spirit pearl aptly, it would greatly benefit us, providing ample time whether we confront the demonic abyss or relocate from the flowing star domain. The crowd will not acknowledge Lin Chongqing's favor. Once a favor surpasses certain boundaries, it is often disregarded by society, for they neither can nor wish to repay it. Chapter 87. Fear not, for your senior brother is here. The demonic abyss is a realm of great peril. Even those of the Mahayana stage face the threat of death within. Lin Chongqing, as a fifth-stage tribulation cultivator, is indeed a powerful presence within the flowing star domain. Yet in a bustling metropolis, he appears less significant. Upon entering the demonic abyss, Lin Chongqing harbored no intentions of emerging alive. This is my destiny. Approximately a decade ago, Lin Chongqing began to experience dreams. Visions of a chasm far greater than the demonic abyss, its terror beyond comprehension. Later, he unearthed his ancestors' graves, many of which were empty, leading him to understand certain truths. The creatures of this world are profoundly innocent. How could they be made to bear such karmic burdens? Lin Chongqing seeks not the recognition of the world for his actions, but rather aims to act with a clear conscience, preserving the illustrious name of his forebears. Boom! The menacing demonic energy relentlessly eroded Lin Chongqing's body, momentarily held at bay by his protective barrier. However, as he delved deeper, the demonic energy thickened, overwhelming his protective arts. portions of the barrier began to fracture. And a flicker of concern crossed Lin Changshan's gaze as he turned to assess the situation. Even so, he resolved not to retreat but rather to quicken his pace. This place resembles an endless abyss. Darkness consuming all. Despite Lin Changshan's application of various techniques and treasures, he could not discern the entirety of his surroundings, relying solely on intuition to navigate. Below, Lin Changshan beheld countless grotesque and terrifying skulls. Demonic energy surging towards him. In the fleeting moment before contact, he unleashed a thunderous strike, cleaving the obstructing skulls in twain, seizing the opportunity to advance further. Wail. A cacophony of ghostly cries echoed from the depths of the demonic abyss. The spectral voices seemed imbued with some mysterious power, piercing through the protective barrier and reaching Lin Changshan's ears. Even if he wished to ignore it, he found himself unable to escape. Initially, Lin Changshan could withstand the temptation of the ghostly sounds through sheer willpower. However, as time passed, he slowly began to falter. Disciple, after I depart, you must diligently guard the Xinqing sect. Master, where are you going? My time is drawing near. I fear I shall not last much longer. Do not speak such nonsense. Master, you are in the prime of your life, with plenty of time left. With a gentle smile, Master Feng Changxian remained silent. Shortly thereafter, Master Feng passed away. Memories of the past surged forth like a tide before Lin Changshan's eyes, and his heart was momentarily affected, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. That I find myself in a state of perplexity. Why must this burden be borne by my esteemed Qingyuan sect? Why, I ask, the myriad forces of the world far surpass the might of my sect, innumerable as the stars in the sky, and yet they remain indifferent. Why must the illustrious ancestors of Qingyuan sect be compelled to sacrifice themselves? In a fleeting moment, Lin Changshan glimpsed a fragment of a vision from his dreams. The once nebulous dreamscape now crystallized into sharp clarity, as if witnessed through his own eyes, in a bygone era. Two high-ranking members of the Qingyuan sect were engaged in earnest discourse regarding the abyss of demons. Clearly, they had awakened ancestral memories, shouldering the weight of their forebears' aspirations and responsibilities. Would you wish to witness the slaughter of the common folk? An elder clad in purple robes patiently counseled. Not at all, came the retort from another, dressed in simple white, his face etched with unwillingness. As he clenched his teeth, if we do not act for others, let us at least do so for ourselves. Should chaos erupt in the abyss, this very homeland would inevitably succumb to corruption, and our friends and kin would find no escape from calamity. The elder in purple gazed into the distance, his tone grave. Brother, I fear. The visions of the abyss from the ancestral memories instilled trepidation in the white-clad man. It was not a lack of desire to fulfill his forefathers' will, but rather a primal fear that gripped his being. Fear not, for I am here with you. The elder in purple approached and gently ruffled the hair of the man in white. Managing a reassuring smile, the scene shifted. Decades passed. The elder and the white-clad man employed a superior technique of feigned death, successfully evading the scrutiny of the entire Qingyuan sect. They then set forth towards the imperial province, embarking upon a fateful journey. Brother, if we do not return, will there be another life for us? On the way, the man in white sought to alleviate his inner turmoil, breaking the oppressive silence with a question. Perhaps we uttered the same words in our previous life. The elder jested. How unfortunate that would be, to have perished in one life only to face death again in this one. Upon hearing this, the man in white was immediately filled with distress, pouting his lips in displeasure. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, braving the winds and waves, resolutely pressing onward. Brother, do you think our venerable ancestor, who inexplicably attained enlightenment, might have ventured into the abyss? The man in white pressed on with his inquiry. Quite possibly. The elder gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. They were acutely aware that this journey was one towards certain death, with no avenue for retreat. Let it be for the sake of our descendants, to strive for a more peaceful era. Within the abyss, Lin Changshan's vision became obscured as tears clouded his sight. When he blinked, the images of his ancestors had vanished. Soon after, an eerie voice pierced his ears. What purpose do your actions serve? The malevolent entities within the abyss sought to sway Lin Changshan, urging him to halt his advance. Should the spirit pearl of the formation be activated, the abyss would remain sealed for at least a century. Human hearts are treacherous and self-serving. Even if you were to sacrifice your life for them, they would show no gratitude. Turn back. If you simply turn around now, you may depart in safety. The world is vast. With your abilities, there is no place you cannot go. Why must you sacrifice your own life? It is not worth it. Various voices echoed in his mind, reminiscent of an elder's teachings, a woman's seductive whisper, and the cries of children. Lin Chongqing's pace suddenly slowed significantly, and an inexplicable, fearful thought emerged in his mind. The world is filled with folly, and the powerful of various sects are exceedingly selfish. Why must my Xianshan sect bear this burden? Why can they rest easy without worry? Why not if it is for the sake of future generations? Then we could simply relocate our entire sect to a remote corner, living in seclusion and avoiding conflict. Abandon. The strange forces within the demon cave were urging Lin Chongqing to renounce such thoughts. His steps faltered for a moment, and his gaze became momentarily dazed. The will of his ancestors was not to be questioned. Lin Chongqing, with formidable mental resolve, regained his composure, and the haze of confusion in his eyes dissipated instantly as he set forth once more. Thus, bearing the weight of countless demonic whispers, Lin Chongqing ventured into the depths of the demon cave. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sounds accompanied by a peculiar rhythm resonated throughout the dark expanse, echoing in every corner of the abyss. It resembled the sound of a heartbeat, or perhaps the breath of some lurking presence. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Lin Chongqing dispelled the thick black mist before him, and through the gaps in the fog,